117. Learning on the wagon. Early in the morning, I ride on a wagon, being pulled by a duo of horses, sitting comfortably beside Dakota, who is our fifth to join us on this never-before-seen trip to the underworld. I couldn't bring myself to leave him behind, and the little guy wanted to join as well by following me everywhere. Currently, though, we are en route to Highstone to meet a man who is called the Undead Surgeon. Seems quite ominous, but we are quite a ways away from them, which means I have plenty of time to rest and recuperate on the road. My left hand rests on soft Dakota's head as I watch the scenery pass. Highstone is up north towards Stark Bluffs, right on the edge of the Bone Dunes. That means I get to see more than just sand soon. More enormous rocks slowly start to replace the infinitesimally small grains of sand that litter the Bone Dunes. Across the wagon, I hear Blake turn a page on a book, breaking my focus on the environment. My eyes go over to her, and the second they do, she kind of shrinks to get away from my sight. What an odd girl. But at least she is onto something. Better to read a bit than just stare at rocks. I reach into my bag and pull out the first book. I turn it to the third page, expecting something new. As always, his words seem too large and powerful for me to fully understand at first. I only make it through one sentence before an idea comes to my mind. I should look for something about the underworld, or the gate of death, or the crossroads. Anything about those would be helpful. And so, I flip through the pages and skim for anything about them. I find something about halfway through the book, and an hour of looking. Diane asked me once what is left after our souls leave our bodies. I wanted to tell her that we go to heaven, but that is not true. The truth is far grimmer. Sadly, I couldn't tell her, nor can I tell you. If you wish to know, then make the journey. That is all I can say. Dying, however, is not the only way to see the final journey of the fallen. Sextons are capable of bringing up recently deceased souls, and those dead speak of a possible route down for the living, one that makes use of the crossroads, a rare environmental mishap caused by a vast gathering of natural ether to reach the gate of death. These crossroads merge nearby realms together and are the best place for necromantic or soul strengthening. They are also highly dangerous. One must be willing to brave not just the unknown of where they seek to head when they enter the crossroads, whether it's hell, Acampmas, Weir Wind, or the fabled Bridge of the Gods. They must also be prepared for the other creatures lurking near the rifts. I've been to a crossroad myself, a long time ago. There, I saw so many sights in the swirling chaos that is a crossroads, many that reminded me of legends like Acampmas, the enchanted Mesa of Plenty, Weir Wind, the origin of all weather, and even the Bridge of the Gods, where the first deities were born long ago. Although I only got a peek of that one, and it left me comatose. I think it is possible to reach anywhere in the world should you enter one of the locations at the right time, as their destinations are ever shifting. I agree with those departed spirits and figure that if one ever wanted to go to the underworld, the crossroads would be the best bet. Only one warning from my own experience. Do not use even a lick of ether while in the maelstrom. Should you, those that watch uninterested will grow interested. After all, we are the only creature that doesn't expel ether unless we use it. I finish reading the short page with both rapt interest and wonder. His warnings don't matter too much to me, as everything I've ever done since I got a sigil has been highly dangerous. This is only another notch on my belt. But I've never even heard of some of the locations he speaks of. Acampmas, Weir Wind, and the Bridge of the Gods are entirely new legends for me and places that I dearly want to see. They sound like beautiful places to visit, even if the last one hurt the first. I figure legendary locations such as these have to be incredible if even the first speaks of them with wonder, right? I also wonder what he meant by he went to a crossroads before. Where did he go through it? He didn't say where. He just never elaborated on hell. Is that because we all know it? Or because of something else? I'm just reading into it too much, I'm sure. At least I know what a crossroad is, though. That way, I don't have to ask Johnny it like a dumbass. So, we're looking for a place that is a host of a maelstrom of ether so powerful that it cracks reality? That sounds fucking awesome. I start to get too excited to sit and read from the man's long written words as I look around for anything to do. And as I see Otto seated at the end of the wagon just behind Johnny, who is sitting at the front driving, an idea comes to mind, something that will both get rid of this energy and satisfy my curiosity. Hey, Otto, the red-headed man, absolutely decked out in weapons all over, looks over at me with very little interest in me. Yeah, I ignore his disinterest and try to create a conversation. You know a lot of general skills? Otto nods slowly and opens up a little. Yeah, why? I'm not as versatile as Marion, but he's taught me much of what he knows. Or knew. At the mention of Marion, he flinches and trails off. I attempt to distract him from the loss. It worked for me anytime I lost someone, at least. Could you teach me some on our way to Highstone? Otto squints an eye at me and refuses. No, why would I? What's in it for me? I waste some of my time for you to fail? He shuts me down but doesn't seem to leave the door fully closed. I take a second to think and remember that Virgil taught me a rare skill, wedding. I offer a trade. You want to try and swap general skills? I teach you one, and you teach me one. His eyes turn to me askance as if he doubts I know anything he doesn't. I doubt you know something I don't, Wyatt. I give him a little smirk as I show him wedding. I pull out one of my daggers and coat it in spiraling braided ether, giving it a bit more resilience and sharpness. Wouldn't be too sure about that, Otto. Otto's eyes squint as he looks closer at what I'm doing. Even Blake's attention moves from her book to the dagger in my hand. You learned that on your own, kid? I shake my head. No, Virgil taught me it. He leans back in understanding. Ah, I see. He's got some tricks up his sleeve. Yeah. I'll take the deal. What do you want to learn? He stumps me with his question. Awkwardly, I give him a laugh. I'm not sure. You got any suggestions? A small smile tugs his lips as he sees me clueless. Phew, you were helpless. Tell me what you've learned so far. I start counting my general skills with my left hand, one by one, on my fingers. Sneak. No. Stealth, adrenaline surge and physical strengthening, wedding, listen, and an elementary skill where I shoot air out of my mouth. Haven't used that in a long time. I see Otto actually laugh at me, his head going up the way back as he looks up to the roof of the wagon. Yeah. Why? Haha. You only know 4 separate skills? That's depressing, Wyatt. I look a bit down as his words hurt. I've tried my best to learn. I just haven't had the time. It seems as though he notices the effect he had on me, though. I'm sorry, kid. I didn't mean it like that. Here. I'll teach you 2. How about that? One of which will be vital for the underworld, night vision, which does as it sounds. And the second, I'll let you choose as I'm not sure which will be most helpful. Otto starts counting on his fingers, jumping from one, and as he goes through the skills, he does a quick demonstration. The first is fast hands. Again, does just about what it sounds. Increases the speed of your hands. Johnny has probably the most enhanced version of the skill in the world with how fast he shoots. But that's not all it's for. Card games, sleight of hand, knife fights, really anything that requires, well, fast hands. It's not that hard to learn. It should only take a few hours if you got the knack for it. A few days otherwise. His hands move in a flurry. Not entirely impossible to see but damn near it. The second that might be of use is brace. It helps one endure physical trauma quite a bit and mental minorly. It is tricky to learn as it works a bit. Unlike most other skills, you need to flow ether to the point and curve it back toward you. Creates a type of brace on the point of focus, allowing it to cushion some force. He puts the wide bit of his forearm toward me, and I can see some brief ripple of ether under the skin. Third is one of my favorites, reach. Marion and I came up with this one on our own when we were in a fight against each other. We have the exact same reach, so any little extra could help. Anyway, it ended up with both of us thinking of the skill simultaneously, and we spent months perfecting it on our own before coming back to a rematch and surprising each other with the same thing. It's hard to learn, even harder to master, but a beaut nonetheless. He reaches upward as he uses reach. His arm seems to stretch just a few inches, not too much, but enough to land a blow that otherwise shouldn't have hit. I take just a moment to think before deciding, and the decision becomes a bit difficult. I have no use for fast hands. That one is instantly discarded. I strike with power and speed, not tricks, and rarely use a pistol. Brace is the complete opposite, though. It would lean into my strengths even further, allowing my body to take even more punishment. I don't know if I like the sound of that, though. While it's good to be tough, I think it's better to diversify my skill set, and reach would do just that. I can already imagine striking from just a bit too far away, and the person wouldn't expect the strike. But then, just an instant later, they are eating a metallic knuckle to the jaw. I get a good smile at that thought and give him my answer. I'd like to learn reach. Otto smiles at me back before he starts to explain night vision and reach to me, helping me learn it. Flow ether into the center of your pupils and have it spread out to the rest of your eye like an ink blot. Then try to dye the inner of your eye with the ether. The more veins and capillaries you get, the better. Night vision is simple, but it does have some downsides. If you have it activated and a bright light is shined into your eyes, you will be temporarily, if not permanently, blinded, so you gotta be careful. With enough practice, you can learn dark sight, which is a version of night vision without the downside, and that can see in complete darkness. Otto takes a break in explaining it as Blake, beside us, speaks up. Could I join? Otto gives her a side eye. Sure. You got any skills to trade? Blake nods awkwardly up and down with extreme stiffness, and with that nod, she gets a bit too enthusiastic and yells. Then she starts to go on a long-winded explanation that neither Otto nor I want to hear. Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes. I learned a very unique skill myself. You see, I used to work for the Dragoons, a powerful hunter group. There were about 100 of us in all, and the leader, we all had to call him Dragoon, taught anyone who reached third sigil a skill that he developed himself. It's what made him famous in Sinskreek, after all, so I was excited to learn about it. But sadly, it's not too useful for me. I just didn't want to let him down, so I learned it. It was complicated and took me a while, but I thoroughly enjoyed the process, as I do with all skills that I learn. It was long nights and exhausting days, and eventually, Otto grows annoyed and cuts her off with a growl. Just tell us the skill or shut up. Blake's face turns bright red as she immediately looks straight down at the floor of the wagon. A meek response comes from her as all her confidence in speaking that she gathered was cut down with one sentence from Otto. Sorry. She just stares down at the ground without finishing, which only makes Otto more annoyed. He raises his hand to yell at her, but I push it down. Hey Blake, it's fine. What's the skill called? I'm sure it's good if only a third sigil can learn it. She looks up slowly like a puppy, her eyes going wide at seeing me defend her, even if it's just as simple as not being annoyed. She takes a few moments looking at me and then back to Otto, who I glare at to not be rude. The girl might be weird, but that doesn't mean we should be mean. Treat others as they treat you and all that, right? It's called indefatigable. It allows you to force out reserves of energy hidden in your body to give you a type of second wind. I only ever use it to pull all-nighter reading or studying as I have better alternatives from my abbot. At the actual explanation of the skill, Otto seems to be a bit impressed, but he presses for a bit more detail. A recovery skill? Blake shakes her head as she tries to meekly explain the skill. No, not exactly. It burns fat, muscle, and sometimes even organs if it's pushed too far. All skills have their bad parts, though. Dragoon was pretty famous for it in Sinskreek, and his ability to always have energy. The Indefatigable Dragoons was the full title of our platoon, and all the other higher-ups copied his traits. I nod along with her explanation and background on the skill. Sounds quite useful. Blake then offers to trade the skill for wedding, and I agree. From then on, we have a type of triangle where we teach each other and then learn independently for a bit. I start with learning night vision after I explain wedding to them. Otto wasn't lying when he said the skill was simple. I learn it in just an hour or so of practice. Daydream's flow of ether is quite similar, but instead of spreading out into the eye, it just pools in the pupil. That makes it relatively easy for me to get into the groove of spreading out the ether and dyeing my eyeball with the ether. I look at myself through the reflection on my pocket watch and see that my eyes are tinted a dark red, the veins sticking out quite a bit from the skill. The next I try to learn is Indefatigable, as I feel that is something I'm most likely to have an aptitude for. It is endurance, after all, and the bloody palm has eaten enough of my fat, muscles, and tendons to heal myself before. Surely this won't be too different. I follow Blake's instructions, which are pretty detailed. First, I move small bits of ether spread out along my body. The more, the better. And when they are evenly spaced out, I push the ether into the muscle, fat, or whatever, and then immediately pull it out. Sadly, I'm not fully recovered. So much of what I do is painful, and it takes me quite a while to make progress. But after the rest of the night and the following day of practicing, I succeed as I am entirely focused on this and nothing else. I feel a pop in my arm, then my legs, then my chest, then my head, as I feel a rush of energy. Not a powerful energy, but one that keeps me awake like a shot of coffee straight to the brain in the early morning. I could see how this is useful, mainly because I just learned it. I bet I can get better at it and make it more potent. Learning new skills that involve ether is nowhere near as draining mentally as reading, despite the pain. I think it's because I feel the actual improvement. The next thing I try to do is learn reach, but first, I go to bed. I use one of the sleep aids Heath gave me because I don't feel tired, but I know I should. It puts me to sleep without any issues and feels lovely as I wake up. And when I do so, I have a short conversation with Otto about why people don't just learn hundreds of skills because, frankly, they aren't that hard to understand. And while his answer was illuminating yet sad, he didn't forget to laugh at my naivete. There may be that many skills to learn, but few share what they know, nor do they go around asking like a dumbass. That'll get you shot. The fewer others know, the greater your advantage. So it ends up with skills either being costly, requiring a trade, or not being learned at all. That's not to mention some simply take years or far too much effort to learn. Only elementary skills like night vision, physical strengthening, and sneak are well known. The rest varies on the person. I know about 20-ish myself, and Marion knew almost 40. After hearing that from him, I return to learning reach with renewed resolve as I ignore the sights passing by us. The more skills I have, the more I can trade with to learn. That means I'll grow even stronger, right? That sounds right to me. So, I spend the rest of the day and the several next few days on the road learning reach. Of course, I do other stuff like playing with Dakota, but I focus on the skill and improving myself. The skill is incredibly intricate, involving the expansion and stretching of muscles, tendons, and bones simply using ether. Small bundles of ether are detonated while they are deposited in between bones and within muscles in such a way that stretches the tissue, bone, and muscle by creating a vacuum of air with said ether detonation. The effect is only temporary, however, as the void slowly disappears, leaving only a bit of soreness and flexibility issues afterward. Unfortunately for me, however, I do not learn it by the time we arrive at Highstone, which we do so at almost midnight on probably the 12th or so day on the road. The period of peace is terrific, and I take full advantage to relax and unwind with Dakota and learn. We took a direct path to Highstone, so it didn't take as long as it would have had we gone around the dangerous areas. Johnny killed any monsters that came up to us on our way. Not to mention that we were pulled by fast horses bred for speed and endurance. And so, at the height of midnight, Johnny pulls the wagon over at the entrance of the town. I hop out of the wagon from my trance and look around at this new town. The entire place is quite remarkable. Giant spears of stone come from the ground and surround the town, big enough for a small house to be placed inside. Watchtowers are at the top of a few more vertical and non-slanted spires. This town seems to be quite a bit more well-defended than Rustbank, although that might be because they are expecting rebels. Who knows? While I stand gawking, though, Otto walks over and puts a dark cloak over me, whispering angrily, "Get a move on, dumbass. We aren't even fully in Starkbluffs, you dumbass. We don't want to be seen. In and out, remember?" I nod and follow him to our destination, a mausoleum that is just outside the town's graveyard. That's where the undead surgeon lives. I use indefatigable alongside stealth as I feel my stomach gurgle angrily in hunger. "I'll feed you later." Then, I follow Otto as he moves through the town behind Johnny, who is also covered in a thick coat. Blake tries to follow me, but she keeps stumbling, and I must help her creep. Apparently, she doesn't know stealth. Dakota trails a bit behind us in case he hears or sees anything. After several stressful moments in alleys and quick bursts across the midnight streets, we reach the mausoleum. A large stone structure sits across from a graveyard blocked by a locked iron gate. I look to Johnny for what to do as we are all just standing in the open, and he nods at Otto. The final string in this line seems to use fast hands as his hands move. Well, really fast, and he picks the lock in less than 5 seconds. Otto pushes open the gate with a creak as we enter a graveyard of the dead just in front of the mausoleum. 118 Haunting Souls. I look out over the dark graveyard, only illuminated by the silver light from the moon. At just a glance, I get a bad feeling about this. Something is in this graveyard, waiting. Someone among my group, however, shares none of my cautions. Otto wraps a leather glove around his hand, stretching it out, and then walks between the stone graves first. Blake follows shortly behind him as she runs her hands along the graves we walk past. I see bits of gray ether leave her fingers and run down the stone into the dirt beneath. I give her an odd glance as I follow. Johnny and Dakota stay right behind me. The girl with the shaved head gives me an awkward smile as she whispers, making sure the spirits are calm. Her words don't make much sense to me as I have no idea about spirits besides Bakwas. I just give her a nod and continue onward through the ominous and dark graveyard. Otto leads the way without a lick of caution as he ducks underneath a tree branch that hangs a bit too low. Our feet crunch the nuts and seeds beneath our feet as we make it a few more steps through the graveyard and get about halfway in before Blake whispers harshly to all of us. Her tone is serious and unlike anything I've ever heard from her before in the time we've spent together. Stop, I feel something. The second her quiet voice reaches us, we all stop in our tracks. Even Otto, who seems to not care for caution, stands perfectly still. No one is willing to ignore a partial sexton in the matters of spirits. While we all stop moving through the grave, I see in the corner of my eye Johnny pull out his revolver, downpour, and load some bullets into it with flowing inscriptions over them. He notices my gaze, but doesn't do anything about it, and just studies the graveyard around us. When I see him look around, I do the same. My eyes scan over the stone graves that denote where the fallen were buried, and I peer at the gangly trees that hang over them, but I don't see anything. It's pretty dark and brutal to see appropriately. I use my newly learned skill from Otto, night vision. At this thought, ether swirls into a pool within my pupils and spreads out to the rest of my eyes, dyeing them red. From there, everything becomes so much clearer and more vibrant. But even then, I don't see anything. We stand stock still for over a full 30 seconds before Blake tells us to move. She does so with a voice just loud enough for us to hear, but with a grim seriousness attached to it. My feelings about her change quite a bit as she doesn't buckle under the stress of the graveyard. Although, I suppose if she did, she'd be dead long ago. We're good now, whatever it was past, but be very quiet. Go straight for the building. Otto nods at the front from her words, taking steps forward silently, and I follow along, pushing cloudy-like ether into my body to silence my movements with stealth. Somehow Dakota seems to copy what I do as he also becomes incredibly silent beside me. Maybe animals have instincts that teach them skills? I don't know, but he seems to be quite proficient in stealth, maybe more so than me. The pain of using ether has lessened quite a bit since the fight with Hura, and the strain, as Otto dubbed it, doesn't affect me as much. The overuse of ether in a single place, either with volume, speed, or quality, makes a miniature meltdown of the body similar to going over the edge of ether saturation. Usually, this takes months to recover from, but I seem to be progressing quite quickly. My feet touch the ground, utterly silent with the cloudy ether of stealth that removes the impact noise. I grimace slightly as the pain has turned from sticking my limb to a hot piece of iron to a small cut along the hand. As I move toward the mausoleum ahead of us and the large iron door that awaits us, I keep searching around us for whatever Blake senses, but I don't find anything, not even when Blake has us stop by putting her arm up again. And as she does so, I see decrepit black stained bandages form on her arms out of nothing that wrap their way around her hands and up her arms to her elbow, less like dressings and more like hand wraps. The bandages hang from her elbow quite a bit as she gets low to the ground. We all stay stock still once more as we follow her directions and just watch her move slowly. Even Otto turns his head to watch Blake from the forefront. Complete silence and immobility linger for almost a full minute before Blake bursts with movement out of nowhere, using a peculiar motion of movement to wrap her hanging bandages around something in the air and pull it to the ground. The second it hits the ground, the being becomes visible to me. A long and slender humanoid creature, no ghost, is stunned momentarily as it is pulled to the ground. The thing is unlike anything I've ever seen before. It has exceptionally long black hair that is soaked in some dark liquid. Its knees are bent in a weird direction, and sharp claws lay at the end of the bare feet. Its hands, however, are thin and brittle, with one holding a long black scythe seemingly made of hair. Before I can even react to it, however, Blake envelopes her bandages around it and punches it straight in the head with a jab covered in wetting that seems to stun the ghost further. I take a step to go help, and Johnny aims his gun, but she hushes us and the spirit. No. Afterward, she grabs onto the ghost as the bandages start to cover it fully despite it struggling against her. But whenever it hits her, a gray sheen covers the girl that seems to protect her. I watch with rapt attention as the ghost is entirely devoured by her bandages and then pulled toward her stomach. Then, the ghost's head touches her clothes and tears through them as the spirit is pulled headfirst into Blake's body. Once it is entirely devoured by her, silence resumes. I share a glance with Otto, who is just as shocked as I am, both our mouths hanging open. A shared question passes through the two of us without any verbal communication. Did she just eat a ghost? With her stomach? Blake doesn't seem to see our incredulity and stands shakily after her brief feast of an actual ghost. She turns to us and speaks in her everyday quiet, meek voice. I think there are more. We still need to be quiet. Then, she moves forward again, eliciting Otto to do the same despite our shock. I step a bit closer to Johnny and frantically ask him what the fuck just happened with a whisper. I can't just ignore whatever the fuck that was. Post. What the fuck was that? Johnny answers me as succinctly as he can while striding quietly. He manages to only leave me more confused. Soul bond. She can devour and bond with one spirit at a time. Yep, that explains only a little bit of what the fuck just happened. Whatever. I'll just keep moving forward and worry about it later. I guess I should have asked what Blake could do. She's just so damn weird, though. I move forward some more, Dakota right beside me, and several more times. We stop before we reach the mausoleum that is not even that far away, only a few hundred feet at most from the Iron Gate. And as we approach, the stoppages become more and more common, like we're getting deeper within a net of spirits. But eventually, we reach the black iron door that is the entrance to the mausoleum. When we do, Blake puts a finger over her mouth as she rests her hands on the door handle. Black threads similar to the hair of the ghost she ate just a bit ago cover her hands like gloves and keep her hands from actually touching the iron. She uses this glove of hair to pull open the door with a creak. She slides in first after only opening the door just enough for us to walk sideways in, and we follow her carefully so as not to touch the door just as she did. When we get in, the room is entirely pitch black except for a single light down a series of stars. Blake also speaks to us, explaining what just happened. Even in a high-stress situation, she still somehow makes it long-winded, quite a bit like Edmund, although far less bizarre. I am impressed, however, by the fact she doesn't stutter in her explanation even once. Perhaps I misjudged her. We just passed by a whole pack of Nelucifolea, or the long black beings. The undead surgeon must be quite the master of the undead if he can get a pack of those ghosts to protect him. Each is similar to a second sigil at the minimum. They can bewitch and capture people with their hair, although they can only see movement and ether. Luckily for us, we're human, and our ether doesn't protrude like the demons or pygmies. The one that got too close to us, I devoured and used my single bond to take it down swiftly. I'm not sure what else is in here, though. My knowledge will not be as useful the closer we get. I'm not a full sexton, but only half, and this guy is your sigil strength, Johnny. We nod at her in the dark as each of us understands what she's saying. Johnny steps up to the forefront now that Blake has admitted to being incapable. He gives us orders and even speaks to Dakota like a person. That's fine, Blake. You did well. Kept us from being spotted so far. Let's keep going. I'll take the lead. Wyatt, you get behind me. Blake, you're in the middle. Otto, you got the back. Dakota, just stick close to the group and growl for danger. Let's go. Johnny takes out the death's lantern from his waist and twists it to open the light that never seems to fade from it in any way. Pure blue light inundates the inside of the mausoleum and dyes everything an odd color. Johnny then takes the first step down the stairs, lantern in one hand, downpour in the other. Slowly, carefully, and attentively, we make our way through the inner parts of the mausoleum. The hallways are long, filled with side rooms, and so dark that not even night vision will let me see clearly. Most of the rooms are pitch black, so night vision does literally nothing to let me see inside them. We do pass one room, however, that has a single candle lit on the inside, and within, I see a corpse lying atop a surgeon's operating table. Tools are strewn everywhere, and a brain is placed on a table beside the corpse. I inspect it with my eyes for a few moments as I realize the candle had to have been lit recently. I tap Johnny and point it out to him as we pass it, and the man looks at it himself. Johnny's eyes scan the flame atop the small candle before moving over to the corpse. He gives a slight nod as I see his grip tighten on Downpour. Something's not right here. Even I can feel that, and I'm not the most sensitive. I glance down at Dakota, and I see that his fur is standing completely up on his back like he senses a predator. But as we move and are not attacked, beset by any force, or warned by Blake, I start to figure that we must have passed all the guards that this man has for himself. This so far seems to be his, what, experimentation building? I know sextons raise dead by putting spirits inside them, so they likely have to find a way to make a body as powerful or as accommodating as possible before doing so. Blake is a bit different as her sigil seems to make her the host of the spirits instead, allowing her to take on abilities that they have. At least, I assume that's what that hair thing was. Not entirely sure, though. Our steps continue through the long hallway of the mausoleum silently from stealth, but eventually, footsteps ahead of us meet ours. Johnny raises the lantern skeptically as two figures come from the dark of the mausoleum into the blue light of Death's lantern. The two beings are identical in every way and look far more demonic than an actual demon. A mask of bone with only small holes for eyes replaces their faces. Blood-red hair falls from their heads all the way down to their feet and leaves trails of crimson on the floor. They walk with slow but sure gaits as the two creatures crouch down to threaten us. The two creatures' appearances make Blake, beside me, gasp with a sharp word leaving her mouth. Skadegamuk. Her recognition of the creatures only confuses me, but it makes Johnny instantly fire some of the inscribed bullets from his gun. The man doesn't hesitate even a lick as lead slams into the bone mask on the one on the left. The loud gunshot sounds as the Skadegamuk's head whips back from the impact. It then brings its head back to look at all of us slowly. Cracks cover the creature's bone mask all over, making the creature look even more demonic. I see Otto flick some knives into his hands from a pouch on his hip, and Blake starts wriggling black hair from her fingers that entwine with her bandages. I follow their lead immediately and pull out intervention as the Skadegamuk roars at us silently with the cracks in its mask. It jumps from the floor and lands on the wall as the second one does the same with the opposite wall. I step in front of Otto and aim intervention at the one on the right as I immediately start pulling the trigger rapidly. The Skadegamuk leaps toward me as the bright fire erupts from intervention and tackles me to the ground. I only get a few rounds off, but the creature is covered in burning shrapnel and is currently on fire from the rounds of intervention that were put into it. The Skadegamuk doesn't seem to care or feel pain, for it starts to claw at me with black hands seemingly built to rip out throats despite the fire and damage upon it. Ether flushes through me as pain spikes, and Struggler's defiance gives me strength. I try to push the creature off of me with intervention as a block against its attacks, but it is so strong that it keeps slamming me into the ground with its claws that strike the weapon. That and one arm versus two is simply bound to lose. The wind is bashed straight out of my lungs, and I have trouble focusing as the thing just beats into me. But after a few seconds, it is pulled off by Otto, who fills it with a series of sharp knives. The man then slides past it as it turns to him and pulls me up with a flick of his wrist onto my shoulder. My mind briefly thanks his proficiency in fast hands as I get up speedily and aim intervention back at the Skadegamuk. It silently roars from behind its mask as it charges at us once more. Otto chucks knives at the creature as he pulls out a rope dart that wraps around its legs. While he does so, I aim intervention and let loose every single shell left in the cylinder. Deafening explosions ring out as the Skadegamuk is covered in the sun-like flames of intervention's final shell. The smoke clears as Otto drags the creature out with the rope wrapped around its body, and I see that it is still alive, only severely wounded. I dash straight for it and jump on top of it, dropping intervention and tightening my open palm into a fist. I slam as much ether as I can using wetting atop my flesh, covering my knuckles with a sheen of ether as I start to throw haymaker after haymaker directly into the skull of this Skadegamuk. As I do so, I only continue to ramp up the ether, adding adrenaline surge and chain-link boots as the monster tries to struggle against me. The added strength puts more power behind each swing, causing more and more cracks after every hit, and the boots of ether help keep me atop the creature with the chains that dig into the floor. While I beat into the creature's mask, Otto slides past me and pulls out a hand crossbow where he covers the bolt with some kind of pale liquid. He then loads the bolt and shoots it into the Skadegamuk's eye hole in the mask. The bolt lands accurately despite the monster struggling, but the bolt doesn't seem to kill it. It only grows angrier as it tries to throw me off while Otto tries to hold it down with the ropes he wrapped it with. I take the opportunity to follow the bolt that is sticking out of its eye hole. With a deep breath to prepare myself for the pain, I slam a palm as hard as I can at the bolt, and with a loud crack, I slam it all the way into the skull of the Skadegamuk, making it finally stop moving. Thankfully, I hit it in such a way my hand is unbroken. Although, with that force, I'm sure it would have had been my late right hand instead of the bloody palm. A short sigh of relief comes from me as it finally dies, but I quickly remember that there were two of them and look up. But to my surprise, it is already dead. Johnny, Dakota, and Blake did a similar thing as me and Otto. Blake wrapped theirs with her bandages, Dakota bit its limbs to pull and slow it down, and Johnny unloaded his gun into its face. They killed their Skadegamuk far faster than we killed ours. We all stand up and start to recover from the fight as Clacking returns to the hallway. Instantly, we return to battle readiness. I grab intervention and race to reload it in case there are more of those monsters. But what enters the azure light of Johnny's lantern is a surprise to all of us. A man in a bloody doctor's garb with patches of black necrotic tissue flaking off his gown steps into sight, lamenting our arrival. Now, why did you have to come tonight? I was busy working. 119. Dr. Death. Heavy breathing is the only response the doctor receives as he steps into the blue light of Death's lantern. In the corner of my eye, I see Johnny reload his gun with another particular type of round, once again covered with inscriptions. I assume they are a type that is more effective against ghosts and the undead. The doctor spreads his arms and speaks calmly, but he ends his sentence with a trailing off type of threat. Well, you're not going to introduce yourselves? You four? No, five. Just re-killed two of my most fond creations. I should make you all my next projects. Are you all really just going to stand there? I'm a busy man. My eyes glance over at Johnny to see how he will act. I expect him to threaten the doctor or immediately go to suppress him, but the man does something unexpected. He unlatches the lantern from his waist and holds it out to the doctor. Johnny takes out all the stops and immediately tries to bargain, attempting to forego any more conflict. This is the Death's Lantern. It can completely replace the heart and is thought capable of allowing one to enter the underworld. Surely, a doctor such as yourself would love to journey there with us? The doctor's eyes squint as he looks at the lantern in detail. But before he even asks who we are, he becomes suspicious of why we have come here for him, and why we did it in such an undercover type of way. And why have you brought such a thing to me like this, or at all? And was there a need to kill my beauties? Johnny clears his throat as he points at the rest of us, trying to explain himself. We are not exactly the most upstanding citizens, and to find a way to the underworld, we have thought that the best way to do so is to come to you. We couldn't come through normal means, and I apologize for the damage. I will make it up to you with the deal, I promise. I figure you would know at least some path, even if theoretical, to reach the gate of death. The doctor nods a few times as he looks Johnny up and down. His eyes also glance over at the other three of us and Dakota, but he focuses on Johnny. Yes, I think I know you. You're that gunfighter, fellow, eh? The one that is rebelling? Quite arrogant, don't you think? My eyes keep going back and forth from our leader to the supposed surgeon of death. No, it was undead surgeon, right? Both sound pretty powerful. Johnny does his best to try and pull this man to our side despite our previous actions. I am indeed, but I disagree that it is arrogant. Someone has to stand up for the lower-born. But if you lead us to the gate of death, I promise that you will have nothing to do with my rebellion. The surgeon puts his thumb on his chin briefly before nodding. We can speak more in my lab. Come, don't touch anything if you don't want to die. The man then turns around with a flap of his bloody coat and walks down the hallway in the pitch-black darkness. Johnny looks back at us and shrugs his shoulders before following him. I guess it's not that big of a deal to follow him. We do outnumber him 5-1. So, we all follow him. Boots and paws tap against the stone floor as we follow the sound of his footsteps. Eventually, we enter a large circular room, and the doctor takes a moment as he speaks to us from the dark. Give me one moment. Need to turn the lights on. I hear some slamming and cracking before the entire room is lit up as gas lamps light their flames, revealing the dark room to those of us who cannot see in the pitch black past the lantern. All around me are patient beds with undead things on them. I don't even know how to describe them other than they go from barely human to monstrosities the size of a carriage. This man is insane. The sights alone make bile start to rise. But I shove it all down with pure will as I see the doctor sit in an expensive chair toward the back of the room. He points to an oversized couch nearby. It is also covered in blood stains. But we all go over and sit on it regardless. There is nowhere else to sit, after all. And it doesn't feel right to stand as he sits. Something about it just puts me off. The way he looks at us from the couch while we stand is ominous. The doctor flings one leg over the other, using his hand as a headrest as he looks at our group. He talks with a kind of pompous purpose that frustrates me, but I stay silent for the time being. So, tell me, why do you want me to come with you? And what's in it for me? The underworld sounds quite interesting, but who's to say it will benefit me? Johnny holds the lantern up for him to see again. This is an heirloom from a powerful demon. We hope to use it to go to the underworld and gain information from a fallen comrade. If you could guide us to a gate of death, then we will let you come through with us. The doctor twists his head as he stares directly at Johnny. And why would I want to come through with you all? Does that not just sound needlessly dangerous? I can get all my bodies and souls from up here. Let me ask you something. Did you kill that demon? We all nod at the question immediately, and the doctor continues. Good. I want that corpse. I could make one hell of a revenant with that. You know, demons are much better for creating undead than humans. You all are simply how do I put it? Too unaccustomed to ether and internally weak. I take that insult in stride but find it odd that he speaks of humans in such a condescending way. Is he not human? He has to be, right? Doesn't make sense otherwise. I'm really starting to wonder why we're working with this man. Is he a hunter? An outlaw? Who fucking knows? I certainly don't, but I stay quiet. I don't want to ruin Johnny's plans. After all, this is the only way I'll ever get to see my ma again, or get to see Edmund again. I pay close attention to Johnny's face as he considers the doctor's offer. It twists from outright refusal to slow and gradual acceptance. It seems almost as if he believes there is no other way for us to get to the underworld besides this man. That is agreeable. I can give you the corpse, though. It is decapitated. The doctor speaks incredibly quickly as he follows up on that decapitation. Do you still have the head? Did the corpse make an artifact? Johnny answers both simply. Yes and no. The doctor becomes ecstatic as he holds his hand out to Johnny. Then you, my friend, have a deal. That revenant will outperform all my other undead combined. Johnny returns the handshake, and the doctor gives Johnny a warning as he holds on to him. If you want to pull a fast one on me, look around. All of your lives are under my whim. Should you break this deal, we will have some issues. Capiche? Around us, the lights flare for a second as the gas in the lamps grows, and the only two exits, where we came from and the one behind the doctor, are covered with monstrous undead. He has us in a room that can be filled with gas at a moment's notice. He led us here so quickly for this. I stand up in anger as this man's attitude has finally brought me to a limit, but as I do so, Otto's hand rips me right back down to the couch. He whispers into my ear with a warning. Do not ruin this, Wyatt. If you do, I'll kill you. For a second, I think he's joking, but as I look at the seriousness on his face, I realize why he's coming to the underworld. He just lost a best friend, one that was close enough to be thought of as a twin by most. He wants to try and bring him back like Alexos did with his family. I don't know how reasonable that is, though. Johnny has never shown any signs of wanting to bring Edmund back to life, which he surely would want to do if it was at all possible. He has spoken several times about how much he wished Edmund was on his side and how much he would be likely to join him. He must know something that Otto and Alexos don't. A reason that resurrection is likely impossible, but that speaking to the dead isn't. I wonder what it is. Johnny is the first one to respond to the doctor, and he does so over the soft growl of Dakota, who is giving his own warning toward Otto. The man and Fox share a quick standoff. I have no intention of breaking this deal, and neither do any of my companions. How about your name, Doctor? I've never heard it before. It's probably best if we at least know each other's names if we want to work together. And you already know mine? The doctor smiles as he stands from the couch and waves his hand in a bow. I am Alonzo Morse. Nice to meet you all this dreary night. Now, shall we begin? I am quite eager for that corpse. Johnny nods eagerly and stands up, motioning us to follow. I'd be glad to start, but where do you reckon we need to go to reach the gate of death? A crossroad? Alonzo smiles, a smile that only covers one side of his face. Indeed, but I don't exactly know where one is. Few do. Just the region that they are known to appear in. It's called the Laughing Reeds in Sinskreek, quite dangerous and, frankly, really far. A month or so journey at best. Worst case, though, if we don't find anything, we can go down the old-fashioned way. I speak up curiously about the old-fashioned way this time because my frustration has waned. The doctor might be insane, but Otto's right, even if he said it weirdly. We need this man, and we can't fuck this up. I also want to know about the region, but that can always come later if it's so far. What's the old-fashioned way? Alonzo glances me up and down. Well, child, that would be digging, of course. The underworld is below us. Only it's separated by about a mile of stone at the least and hundreds at the most. So, just in case, I will leave some undead to dig a path outside the town. Wouldn't want that to be anywhere nearby. I nod as I start to understand. The underworld is below us, and hell is even further below, right? The same type of block by rock and stone also likely exists between those two layers, and not putting the hole near a town makes a lot of sense. I can only imagine the ghosts and spirits that would crawl through, most of which, probably all of which actually, are not human. Alonzo then turns after answering my question and walks toward the exit of the mausoleum. As he does so, all the undead creatures, monstrosities, humanoids, and everything in between that were lying on the operating tables move and follow him like a general. I share a glance with Johnny, asking with my eyes, why him? And he only shakes his head with a short answer as Alonzo leaves the room. No one else but him. He's a wanted fugitive, but no one tries to capture him. I understand as I look at the dozens, probably close to 100 undead, and about 10 of those Skadegamuk. He's a walking army with all those undead. Maybe with enough wounds and effort, we could make it to him to kill him, but I'm sure he has some tricks up his sleeve. No way what we see is all he has. After all, he waited to show even this much in case he needed to ambush us. He seems like one of those sly people who don't approach a situation without a dozen ways out. But that's not all. If you were to try and kill him, not only would you die, but your corpse would be turned into one of his servants afterward. I get why Johnny came to him, but I still hate it. We have no other choice but him. Everyone else that could help us find a way below is likely to be too hard to find without being spotted, or would do us in the second they see us. This whole situation is fucked, but I make a silent oath to myself as we follow the undead out of the mausoleum beside Alonzo. This surgeon of death will die, whether it's after we come back or when we get there. Whichever is more advantageous for me, but I will kill him. This just isn't right. The dead should stay dead and not be defiled like this. He sutures new limbs to corpses. He sutures corpses together to make giant monstrosities. He implants weapons into their bones to make the undead more powerful, having cannons in their wrists or pistol barrels in their fingers. No one deserves that type of shit, but I shove all my feelings down for now. He will pay later. For now, we need him. I need him. Otherwise, I won't get to see Ma or Edmund again. I follow the horde of undead out of the mausoleum with the others. It's crowded with the surgeon's creations, and we have trouble sticking together. Eventually, I pick up Dakota and hold him with one arm as we walk to ensure he sticks with me. When we exit the mausoleum, Alonzo is there waiting for us as the undead continue to stream out of the place and through the streets toward the town's borders. Just as my concern for the people of Highstone rises, Alonzo speaks. The town is used to my pretties. Just ignore them as we walk past. Johnny looks a bit skeptical and asks the doctor what we've all been thinking. Are you taking all of these undead with us? Alonzo shakes his head negatively. No, of course not. Most of these will be digging the hole in case we need it. I'll only bring a few Skada, Skadegamuk if you're unfamiliar, and a Kika. As he says Kika, a shadow rises from his scalp, and yellow eyes come from it. Immediately, I feel danger touch and reflexively raise my arm in defense, but before anything can even happen, the yellow eyes disappear. Johnny nods slowly as he sees my movement. Then he raises his eyebrows at me. I give him a small smile, and he asks Alonzo one final question after checking on me. Yes, I've heard of them both before, only briefly though. I do have a final thing to ask, however. Why have you not made a hole to the underworld? Alonzo starts walking out of the area around the mausoleum by heading toward the black iron gate where his undead is walking. He answers without even looking back at us. Some sextons do that, but only the super powerful or the super dumb do so. I have little confidence in controlling a way to the gate of death myself, both from the spirits that come out and the people that would want it. I'm no specialist in spirits. I dabble, but I much prefer the flesh, you know? That, and the only tunnel to the gate I even know of that stably exists is an onyx gate. A bunch of hunter conclaves, and the pillar of onyx gate. Scalding iron, guard it. If I'm forced to make one, I'll collapse it right after it's used. Makes sense why he doesn't have one if it takes a pillar and hundreds of hunters to secure one. And if he ends up collapsing it, then we'll have to find another way up. There has to be, though, right? The cardinal could be a way, I suppose. It's said to bring water up to the surface. Whatever. I'll worry about that stuff later. I need to stay focused in case this doctor betrays us somehow. I constantly look to ensure he's not communicating somehow with someone else while we walk through the town, but all I see are closed windows with curtains covering them. Everyone seems unwilling to even gaze at the surgeon's undead procession through the city streets. I do, however, catch a glimpse of a child's face that peeks through a corner, but he is quickly ripped away by a hand and a harsh whisper that I can't make out. Yeah, something tells me the people here don't care for Alonzo at all. He probably uses them for his experiments and other cruel things. But if that's the case, why has nobody done anything? Why are hunters after us instead of him? The more and more of this world I see makes me further agree with Johnny. Something is rotten with the hunters. Those at the top simply don't give a shit for anyone but themselves. And because we're challenging them directly, unlike Alonzo, we're one of their top enemies. The only thing I can do is shake my head and continue the walk out of the town. When we reach our carriage, Alonzo sends an undead to get one of his. Then, he makes a final deal type of thing between him and Johnny. I will lead you all to the Laughing Reeds, and when we get there, you tell me exactly where the body is that I want. If anyone is protecting it, you should also give me a pass or something, because nothing will stop me from getting what's mine. I will wait 10 days outside the Reeds, and if you do not return, I will assume my job is done. If you return, then we will go to the hole that I have being dug. Johnny nods to his words and agrees with the condition. It is quite fair. After all, that sounds good to me. I'll write a letter that you will have to deliver to a man named Sakate. He will be able to give you the body. However, if no one is there, you can find the body in the morgue. It's a bit destroyed, but the building held up enough to put some of our enemies inside. Alonzo just gives him a grin before calling over his skadegamuk with a click of his tongue. 10 creatures that were very difficult to kill in a pack of 2 walk over to him and transform into black blobs that join onto the man's robe. They look identical to the dozen or so stains of necrosis that I noticed earlier. He then moves to his carriage and has a zombie dressed in a butler's outfit pull him up. This man, he seems relatively weak on his own as he needs an undead to help pull him up to his carriage. But in reality, this surgeon is anything but bland. 120 hours. Long hours are spent riding the carriage behind Alonzo's fancy carriage. The hardwood and shitty cushions eat at the fat left on me as I struggle to find anywhere comfortable. Whenever I can, I get out and run alongside the fast and untiring carriages that Alonzo replaced the horses with undead ones he can empower. Dakota joins me on these runs as we let out some overflowing energy. However, everyone seems to be okay with staying in the carriage the whole time. It's already been 2 days, and we're heading back down southwest. We are soon to pass Rustbank, however, but we aren't going to stop to check in. Johnny already sent everyone with Bonfire and Sakate to hide within the rocks of the Stark Bluffs. The group should get there in another week or so. Travel with a large group is always longer. After all, our small group with untiring horses? Quite fast. Not very comfortable, though. Whenever I'm not in the carriage, I spend my time practicing my ether skills and trying to learn reach. But I can't seem to make any progress on that skill. The damn thing is just too tricky. I don't know how the hell those two came up with it in the first place. I finally convinced Johnny to spar with me. I need some extra fighting practice, especially now that I'm missing an arm. I must get used to it until the damn bloody palm decides to talk to me again. It's like an ignorant child that's angry at me for not giving it candy. Won't talk, make any noise, or react to any stimulus. It just sits there, growing in animosity. So, I stand across from Johnny holding my dagger in my left hand. I would use intervention, but I'm worried I could seriously hurt him. After all, he doesn't have any way to protect himself or take the brunt of the blast. The carriages continue beyond us, and the plan is for the winner to catch back up with the other if they're wounded. Dakota stands off to the side, watching the fight closely. I told him not to join, but something tells me he will if I start losing. And although I know that Johnny is strong, I feel like I can beat him. He wasn't that integral to the victory over Hura. That would go to Virgil, Cicate, and myself, I believe. Sure, he helped, but he only ever landed a few bullets, right? My grip tightens on the rigid handle of my serpentine dagger as I swallow a dry mouth. 10 feet away stands the gunfighter. Johnny still doesn't want to fight for some reason, and he tries to talk me out of it again. Are you sure you want to do this, Wyatt? I don't want to hurt you, and you don't seem to be healing as you used to. I wave him off with my hand still full of the curved dagger. No, it's fine. Let's just fight. Johnny sighs and shakes his head in some kind of disappointment that only manages to make me want to fight him more. He thinks it's stupid of us to fight. I'll show him. I need combat experience, and this is the best way to do so. At the same time, it helps me know where I stack up in the world, how far I've come. That competition with Alexos wasn't a true one in the ravine. It was just us running. The man across from me then pulls out a pocket watch similar to mine and throws it on the sand to our side. That's gonna clog up the watch for sure with sand. Hopefully, though, we won't be in the bone dunes much longer. I hate all this dust and sand. I just want to see trees again. I listen with rapt attention toward the pocket watch's time. We agreed to start the fight on the 10th tick. I use these 10 seconds to get the ether flowing through me rapidly and my skills at the most significant momentum possible. I might not have learned Reach, but my skill with ether has increased quite a bit since I left Rustbank almost 2 weeks ago. Much faster and easier than ever before. Struggler's defiance and rapturous flow throughout my whole body, protecting and strengthening me. I also try something that I've been wanting to test out for quite a while. Since I learned Rapturous by discovering how to imbue my sigil's significance into my ether and transform its effects, I have tried to transform some of my other skills. Not all are useful, though. Yells seem to merely shake everything around me like a miniature earthquake. Not very useful, and I don't think even worth naming, as all it could do was knock over a bottle. Night vision also didn't seem to be all that useful, as it did something similar to my chain eyes. It made it so that each person had a simple color corresponding to their sigil, but no more detail than that. I got none of chain eyes focus, where some people might be more skilled, like Johnny's chains that mostly wrap around his hand. Maybe I could combine the two? A thought for the future. At least those two weren't as bad as the failure of stealth. I figured since Sneak was the first I transmuted, it would be easy to upgrade its evolution, but boy, was I wrong. That must be 10 times hard, and I am not good enough at it. The second I start to imbue the significance by focusing intensely, everything seems to break and flow out of my hands. My hands are my mind's eye that tries to meld it all like clay. The last skill I tried transforming was wetting, and the result was quite good. It took a long time to accomplish, and I only just succeeded a few hours ago. That is one of the main reasons I was so insistent on this duel. I want to know how it will work against Johnny. Ether flows from my core to my arms, and then down into my wrist before entering the dagger. I focus intensely on the transformation and feel of the ether as I hear the watch tick for the 5th time. I try to speed up the flow of my ether and force it into the blade with braided strands that wrap around the skill. And as I do so, I see an ethereal and almost invisible tip extending from the edge that looks like a link of a chain, kind of like the reverse of a whip. This is why I wanted to test it in combat. I want to see how it will work. The extended blade reaches almost twice as far as it would have before, but completing the skill took me far too much time as I just learned it. The clock just ticked its 7th tick. Only 3 remain. I stare Johnny down with squinted eyes as I move from side to side, getting ready to try and predict any of his shots to dodge them. Hura could do it, so why can't I? The 8th tick strikes, and I see a tiny little grin twist at the corner of Johnny's mouth. The man seems to enjoy this type of duel. I suppose he should. It's pretty close to a fast draw contest. The faster man who can draw his gun and fire it will win. I've never seen one myself, but I imagine this is similar. The tension, the adrenaline. The sun is beating down on us, even if it is a bit cold. Everything feels just like the stories. The 9th tick strikes, and I try to gauge where he will first fire to dodge it preemptively, but the man just stands leisurely. His hand is on his hip. He hasn't even drawn his gun yet. Maybe he gave up? I don't care. I'll make him try. The 10th tick hits, and I immediately begin to move. But only one foot hits the ground before I hear a series of bangs so close they might have been one, and the world goes black. Elizabeth Stroudwater. We're 2 weeks into this journey to find an amazing coltsmith, and Primrose is already completely done with Earl. I'm slowly nearing my limit as well. We've spent over 2 whole weeks straight on a wagon speeding our way to the timberlands, which surprisingly both don't have timber or much visible land. Most of it is covered with annoying grass that prickles and stings when it touches the skin. Don't know where the timber comes from in the name. Maybe further in the trees appear? Dunno. Today, however, we finally reached the largest town in the timberlands. Only about 4 days from the border of Bone Dunes lies Pridestead, a sizable bustling town that is close to 10 times larger than Rustbank. It's probably better to call it a small city than a town. I get out of the wagon as I hear Primrose yelling at Earl for everyone to hear. The woman truly is irritable, to say the least. We have no damn clue where we're at. Your stupid little adventure is wasting so much time. And it's stupid. We're not going to find anything here or anywhere else. I snort with laughter and try to plug it so neither can hear as I walk away to get something to eat. There is a bakery nearby, and I'm starving. Thankfully, Johnny lent us some money for this trip, both to potentially pay off the coltsmith and to help find them. Needless to say, we got quite a bit. I know exactly where we're at. Can't you for just 1 second not be such a bitch? Oh my, how can anyone even deal with you? You'd be bitchy too if you were just hospitalized and forced to follow some dumbass bumpkin who thinks he's a genius in some random direction, hoping for a miracle to occur. Do you know how many fucking people live in the territories? You're looking for one out of millions, you shitrag. That doesn't mean you have to be a bitch. I have a plan, and why won't you just? I make it far enough away for the sounds of the town to beat away their arguing. They were terrible when we started, with little gripes here or there. But after 2 weeks, I think one of them might kill the other before we find whoever we're looking for. I push away the thoughts of them for a short break as I step into the bakery and order a loaf of bread from the baker. He's pretty kind and a fantastic baker, as within just a few minutes, I'm outside eating bread and watching the two dumbass fight. It's like watching an older sister and a younger brother fight. Kind of reminds me of, no, Elizabeth, don't think about it. They are long gone and likely all dead. The world is better without them. Eventually, I eat my fill and then sigh in frustration as I walk back to them. Their yells return to me as I approach. Why did you have to touch that? It was not meant to be moved. The mixture within, blah blah blah. I needed somewhere to sit down. You're not a licensed doctor, alchemist, or craftsman. So why do you waste all your time with this bullshit? That doesn't matter. I don't need something telling me I'm good enough to create. A little bit of genius and a sprinkle of luck is the best fuel for growth. Can you put a little bit of that genius and sprinkle of luck towards taking us the fuck back? I climb back into the wagon just as Primrose screams at the absolute top of her lungs. The argument only took about 5 minutes to escalate to imminent violence. And that's when I finally feel the need to step in. They're going too far this time. This isn't stress release or anything, as Primrose has green ether swirling between her fingers. I yell at the two of them with yell, and Inspire conjoined at the hip with my ether. Chill out, both of you. Leave now. Opposite directions. I pull the trick on them I did with Lonnie and Esther if they got angry with each other. They both glare at me, and I return it right back. Earl quickly submits to my gaze and walks away, angrily sliding off the back of the wagon. Primrose just harumphs and turns to an almost invisible cloud of gas after a few seconds of contest. The two are way too much. Had I known this was what was in store for the trip Earl signed me up for, I would have refused 10 times out of 10. Now that they are both gone, though, someone has to watch the wagon. So I guess I'll just sit here and practice some ether while they're gone. I sit on the wagon's edge with my legs dangling as I start flowing ether, trying to learn physical strengthening. I got sneak a few days after we left Rustbank, but it's been hard to do anything else with these two arguing all the time over stupid stuff. From why did you sit there to don't touch my stuff? It's all so annoying. Wyatt told me I don't have much aptitude for the physical skills, but should still learn them. After spending so long trying to learn this stuff, I'd have to agree. I don't have the talent. It's not at all like when I was learning Yell. That came so naturally. I wonder if there are any other skills like that. For the next hour or so, I carefully flow ether through my right arm, trying to figure out the best way to enhance it with said ether. If I'm not careful, my ether could go out of control and damage me significantly. The substance requires full attention almost all of the time. Only when using skills you have used hundreds of times before and created a type of muscle memory for can you lapse focus even a little bit. I first tried to learn ether from Wyatt, but that careful precision is why I had to learn from Earl instead. Wyatt simply lacks it. It's almost like his body is created for ether. Only when he uses it like a child with a sledgehammer does he even manage to hurt himself. Meanwhile, everyone else is always that child with a sledgehammer. If he didn't almost always get hurt from using it too much, I'd start to wonder if he was even human. Other races have to worry about ether saturation and strain, but far less. They are more worried about the strength of their skills than how many they can use. After this constant and careful practice for about an hour, Primrose returns and lays down behind me in the wagon. Once again, does she distract me from learning? I really don't understand why he's so insistent. This is a lost cause. Our efforts would be much better used fighting and stealing resources from hunters or something else. I take my focus away from the ether and retract it as I do so. I don't want to hurt myself when I talk to her. Ether strain can last quite a while. After all, a week at minimum. I am careful, though, not to be directly antagonistic to Primrose. If she wanted to, she could kill both of us. What did you go out and do? Primrose puts one leg over the other as she talks straight up into the air, not even directly facing me, as I give her much respect. Wanna go eat? And I talked around a bit. The food we brought was awful. I don't mind bread and jerky, but hardtack is awful. What's the boy genius out doing? I heard nothing about a coltsmith. I don't know. He hasn't returned yet. She heaves a deep breath of air in forlorn depression. He's probably getting robbed and shanked in an alley. The kid has no sense of self-preservation. He argues with me like I can't kill him. Does he do that to everyone? I laugh an awkward laugh as concern does start to build for Earl. He has been gone for quite a long time. He doesn't argue with everyone, but he certainly is willing. He doesn't like to be wrong. She agrees with me and starts to get up. Yeah, but we gotta check on him. Johnny won't be too happy if the little shit dies. I try to refute her but realize that she actually cares a little bit about him because she's willing to help find him despite how she acts toward him. He's not. Never mind. I slide off the back of the wagon and pat off my clothes as I hear a yell that instantly makes my concern for Earl skyrocket. Guys, guys. I turn and look toward the sound, and I see Earl sprinting toward the wagon and me with a large piece of paper in his hand. My concern wanes a bit as I see no one behind him. Look at this, Elizabeth. I found it using my reshuffle while looking around at the bounty board. He runs straight up to me and holds the paper up for me to see. I guess he forgot that I can't really read all that well. The only words that I can make out are wanted, alive, and $100,000. That and a black and white picture of a woman with tied-up hair and a face covered in soot. I can't read, Earl. You know that. Oh, right. I was too excited. I'll read it out to you. And you too, I guess. Primrose. Primrose exits the wagon with a slam on the ground as she hops off it. I can read too, genius. Earl looks at her, unbelieving, and I already see an argument coming. What, really? I never would have guessed. I step in immediately before Primrose gets a chance to respond as she fumes. I can see her face start to turn as pink as her scarf. Just read it. Earl listens to me and starts reading it out, using his finger to mark the words for us. It seems quite a bit different from Wyatt's in both format and content. Morgan Weiss. The Icarus. Wanted. Alive $100,000. The woman is wanted for treason and the murder of a colonel, as well as the theft of highly expensive artifacts. Her threat is low, but she is hard to catch. Wanted only alive. If you kill her, you gain her bounty. Last seen near the Red Gulch in Blackreach. Sigil is craftsman. Do not hurt, damage, or otherwise maim the woman's head or hands. Should you do so, the bounty will also transfer to you in retaliation. 121. Sinskreek. Wyatt Graves. I am welcomed by a bright light and a splitting headache as I wake up on a moving wagon. My head sits on a simple pillow of spare clothes, and Otto sits beside me. The man notices my wakefulness almost instantly. The first thing I hear as I open my eyes is him calling me stupid. You try to fight him? Are you brain dead? Why did you think you'd even stand a chance? Dumbass. Otto shakes his head as he looks out around the wagon, observing the surroundings, which have significantly changed. Slowly the sand seems to be disappearing into bits of grass. Here or there, small green shrubs grow as I sit up and look around, noticing just how stark the change is. I turn to Otto. What happened? How long was I out for? Otto snorts in laughter as he points at my head. Check your head. You were out for almost a week. If Johnny wasn't so good, you'd be dead right now. Can't believe you tried to duel him, at range nonetheless. I run my hand along the side of my head, and I feel a deep indent on the left side of my head that is soft and goes along the whole side of my head like a gutter. I check the right side, and there is one there too. Still confused about what happened, I try to get more details. What happened? Did he shoot me in the head? Once again, Otto laughs, but he turns and faces me this time. No, he didn't shoot you in the head. He shot along the side of your head and then the other. He gave you a massive concussion from the impact along the side of your head and knocked you out instantly. How dumb are you? You know he's many times more powerful than you, right? Both in experience and sigil, my fingers stick to the gutter-like scars on the sides of my head. I thought I stood a chance. He wasn't that strong in the fight against Ura, right? Why didn't he do any of that to the demon? He would have died so much easier that way. I try to explain myself to Otto, but he cuts me off halfway. I thought I could win because he didn't do much. Against the demon of storms? Yeah, the demon was quite the foil to our gunfighter. He could sense bullets from afar, easily block, and even redirect bullets. Johnny had to be super careful not to hurt anyone with the raging winds all around. Have you tried shooting in the middle of a hurricane? I look down at my dirty hand as I begin to see his logic. Kira was simply a perfect counter against someone like Johnny. Had he possessed almost any other skill set, the demon would have died to the gunfighter without any casualties. That I'm sure of now. I'm also sure that Johnny could kill me in a heartbeat. His hands genuinely are one of the fastest things in the world, not to mention the bullets that leave his downpour. But it doesn't always have to be that way. I'm improving every day. One day, it'll become a possibility that he can no longer kill me instantly. Then, it'll become a maybe if he can kill me at all. Eventually, it might even reach where it is the other way around entirely. How strong would I have to be for that? I'd have to be incredibly fast, so much faster than him. No? Wait, maybe not. Alexos had the counter against speed. Even if I hated how he did it, he stopped Marion in his tracks with a single word. I don't think I can do that, but maybe I can do something similar with chains? I've been learning quite a bit from both Otto and the first book, and I've learned the power of combined skills or quilts, and I've seen it firsthand from Marion, who was said to be excellent at combining his wealth of skills. He was able to resist Alexos' illusions simply due to his wide variety of skills, and he almost got Alexos, if only the phantom pain couldn't just paralyze people with words. Maybe, just maybe, within my potential arsenal lies something that could give me a victory over Johnny. Probably not now, but I can see it being a guarantee in the future. I sit up and move over to the side of the wagon next to Blake, who has been quiet this whole time. She glances at me with a small smile as she returns to her book. Otto harumphs because I don't reply to him, and I'm too distracted. Whatever, just only talk to me when you need me. Won't take care of you next time you get knocked the fuck out. I only roughly listen to him as my brain starts to move in ideas. I just give him a quick sorry as I get lost in my thoughts. I've been so focused on learning new individual skills that I've never considered combining my old ones. But first, I need to know how to. Start simple. Real simple. I flow the ether for sneak and physical strengthening simultaneously, directing both to my feet specifically. When they reach, however, all that happens is the dampening of the sound my feet make against the wagon and increased foot stability and strength. Nothing else. I have to be missing something. The next thing I try to do is combine the ether as it exits my core and enters my body, but that doesn't work either. All it does is scramble it all up and leave a sting in my chest where they combined. Luckily, the ether strain seems to have fizzled out and healed while I was out. After that, I try combining the ether at the feet, where I want them to quilt together and synergize. Ether only really shows what skill it will become by how you move it in the focused area, so this one will hopefully work more. Otto said it works like vibrations and sound, whatever that entails. All I know is that loud sounds grow louder together sometimes and, other times, cancel each other out. This new idea seems to be in the right direction, but the ether still scrambles after a short second of interweaving, leaving behind another sting. I hold on to this idea because of the small success and work further towards stabilizing the weave. Hours rapidly fly past as I sit still, playing with my ether, but eventually, the scrambles of ether leave behind enough residual damage that I'm forced to stop. My feet pulsate in terrible pain like I spent an entire day doing nothing but walking barefoot in the woods. I had hoped to make progress doing this for so long, but all that I ended up doing was making the weave of 2 skills last for half a second. In that short amount of time, which I only managed once, I couldn't even notice what the combination did. Because of this, I have to stop practicing, and when I look around, I once again see that the environment has changed. It is now roughly half and half between sand and grass. The grass must be the sign that we are getting closer to Sinskreek, although I thought the place was supposed to be a marshland, not a grassland. It doesn't matter much, though. I'm sure I'll learn more about it by traveling through it. Blake is still reading her book, which seems to be all that she brought with her. In the corner of the cabin is her bag that has tomes literally falling out of it. I grow curious as to what she's reading, as that seems to be all that she does. What you reading? The woman with a buzz cut and a short-sleeved robe turns her attention away from the book. She turns her face to me but doesn't look directly at me. It's a book about tunnels. I wanted to learn to make one if I ever needed to. My eyebrows squint as her words leak a lot of information. How did she get this book? And why would she need to make a tunnel? We only learned about possibly needing one after we spoke to Alonzo. Did she know previously? When did you get that book? Did you know about us potentially having to dig downward? She shakes her head frantically as her face goes beet red. The woman tries to explain herself, but mostly just stutters. No, I didn't. I borrowed it. She still isn't making much sense. From who? From Alonzo. My face goes wide as I realize she spoke to him while I was unconscious. Why? Why did you speak to that madman? How could you? You know all those undead he's made. She kind of squirms in her seat as she barely manages to eke out an answer. I just wanted Titia to learn. People normally don't give girls books, even if they can read. Understanding finally reaches me as I see her massive pile of books. She must carry as many as she can or keep everything she reads because it's hard to get more. I know that reading is not all that common, but is it really that bad? Can girls not usually learn to read? I thought it was just a rarity in general. I feel bad now for calling her out on it. She didn't talk to that crazy guy for anything other than to read a book, and Alonzo didn't seem to be one to discriminate. He seems to hate everyone equally. I try to recover my mean assumptions and leave the conversation as I'm starting to feel a bit awkward myself. Damn, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was like that. Well, I guess I'll let you get back to your tunnels and stuff. She just nods mutely with that face still wholly red. I turn around awkwardly and return to practicing with my ether, but this time I try to learn reach. It is a different location entirely, my arm, so it shouldn't be affected by the previous practice. While I sit and put my focus into my arm, I see Johnny dozing off in the corner of my eye. Looks like the man does sleep. I think it's the first time I spotted him falling asleep since I met him. The man is always doing something. Even when we're on the road like this, heading long distances, he's the one watching out and taking care of any threats. I pick up the blanket put over me while I was unconscious and drape it over the man, and I take his spot at the head of the wagon with the undead horses. A driver isn't needed as Alonzo controls the undead horses, but leaving the wagon without a driver doesn't feel right. Once there, I finally truly start trying to complete even a single use of reach with the subtle snores of Johnny in the back of my senses. The mini explosions of ether within the arm to expand it are risky. If I mess up just a little bit, I'm forced to take a break from the damage that lingers. But I do feel that this technique of ether control is versatile and can be used for more than just extending my arm. Though it is still limited to within my muscles, it uses my body to detonate. And while a bomb coming from my arm sounds cool in theory, it would be disastrous in reality. Hours pass rapidly, and before I know it, it's morning. Johnny wakes up and gives me a subtle nod of thanks. Some progress has been made on my ether, but I'm sore all over and return to my spot in the wagon for rest. I take out another one of Heath's sleep aids and fall asleep before I can even get comfortable on the floor of the wagon. Days pass in this manner. I practice ether until I can't anymore, then go to bed. All the while, we move closer to our destination, and the dunes entirely disappear. The sand is replaced by muddy bushes as the grass slowly gets wetter and wetter. Insects buzz, and sparrows caw, signaling the come of an entirely different world. We're all forced to get out of the wagons around the 1-month mark of leaving Rust Bank. No one's happy about walking through a swamp, but we must. The wagons can't make it through the deep mud, not to mention the almost entirely submerged sections. We do, however, get some good news from Alonzo as we depart our rides and leave them hidden behind some dogwood trees and place some marks to find them again. He tells us that Laughing Reeds should not be that far and provides a bit of advice free of charge. We've come quite far, and it'll only be a few more days until we reach the area we need to. It's quite close, just a bit more to the southwest, but travel in Sins Creek is difficult. If you've never been to Sins Creek before, be careful in the mud and water. Snakes and crocs are everywhere. Tie a pair of socks tight around your boots to keep anything from slithering or crawling in. We're going to be moving slowly and carefully from here on out. Eyes peeled and feet light. I take his advice seriously, as Blake does the same. She is from this region. After all, she must know almost everything about this place. I've learned little pieces here and there just from talking to her, like how she cut her hair so that nothing venomous would get lost in it and potentially kill her. Most people in Sins Creek do similar things and wear simple but protective clothing, as well as having very little hair to prevent any crawlies or small serpents from getting them without their notice. I wince a little bit as I start to step in the squelching mud. The feeling is uncomfortable and will surely slow us down should there be a chase or something. I try to ignore the awkward wetness and copy what Blake does. I wish I could copy Alonzo as he makes his undead carry him safely, but I cannot. I have to brave the marsh, and I do this by following right behind Blake. She constantly looks around, both at the ground and at the branches of the trees near us. I do the same and look for anything that may be dangerous. Spiders, snakes, beetles, and even the butterflies and moths here are venomous. This is one of the few places in the world where it doesn't matter all that much if you have a sigil, or not unless it is soldier or freak. The venom from these creatures can put just about anyone down if you're bitten by the wrong one, or if you bite the wrong one. Not to mention that many of these things have sigils of their own. Our progress slows to a crawl as we move 1/10 of what we did on the wagons through the wetlands. I hope that this place is as close as Alonzo says it is. While my thoughts drift a bit from the surroundings, something jumps toward me, and Blake reacts before I do. A whip of a black-tainted bandage comes and smacks the frog lunging toward me. Blake catches the thing with her bandage and yanks it back to her. Blake then mentors me on Sins Creek, and I notice that while doing so, she doesn't stutter or mumble at all. You need to be alert, Wyatt. This is a poison bullet frog. They shoot at prey and stab into them like a bullet to kill them with their poison. Keep your eyes open. Also, in this place, never go close to open water or wide areas of dryness. I nod thanks to her and proceed to keep myself from getting distracted. Because of the focus required to prevent myself from getting envenomed, I cannot continue my practice with ether even the slightest. I leave it off at a reasonably good place. I could concentrate and keep the mixture of sneak and physical strengthening for almost a full second. In that short second, I could see the future of the combination and know what to look forward to. It could both silence my footsteps and make me walk incredibly lightly, preventing indentation in the wood beneath me from my weight. I preemptively named it Lightfoot, but I'll have to see how it works when it is fully completed. It might be able to help me move more quickly as well as quietly. Some progress was also made on learning Reach, but most of it was how best to not hurt myself with the miniature explosions. Even with the guidance of Otto, it's not easy at all to learn. I wonder how long it took the two of Marion and Otto to make it. After a few hours of rapt focus and killing the odd few critters that jump out at us, Blake doing most of it, we reach an area suitable for a break. A small clearing exists with fallen logs, and Blake spends a few minutes ensuring it's safe before we all rest. She clears out the log of the few serpents inside, pulling them out with her bandages and killing them with a concurrent stream of black and green ether. It must be a sigil skill from her sigil that combines sexton and abbot, and so, we all take a break in the middle of Sins Creek, but just as we start to get comfortable, footsteps resound in the mud from where we came from. A single pair of squelching feet tap toward us. 122, careful in the creek. Footsteps approach slowly as we all turn to look in the direction they are coming from. Even Alonzo pays attention to the noise. I can feel my heart begin to beat in preparation, as if what is about to appear will be highly dangerous. I trust my instincts and immediately get my ether flowing as I see a wave of darkness emerge from the forest, blanketing the entire northern side of the clearing. Rapturous, Struggler's Defiance, and Night Vision are active before the owner of those footsteps even walks out of the dark that seems to consume the march. But when the owner does, my ether skips along with my heartbeat, my right arm pulsing in phantom pain. An old woman steps out of the dark with a face completely covered in darkness, obscuring her face. I hear Johnny curse beside me under his breath as he frantically readies himself for this encounter with Darkstep, the lady who killed Levi and cut off my arm. He, however, seems to be preparing to escape as I see him load several of his stunning rounds, bullets that explode with bright and sound on impact. The woman, however, laughs at his attempts and flashes a compass at him swiftly. "You can't run from me, Johnny. I've got you locked down, and I brought some friends who want a piece of you, too." Alonzo looks around, confused for a second before he realizes what's going on, and I see him step to the side after realization strikes him. The surgeon puts his arms up and retreats from this open area. "I'm not a part of their group, miss. I am only a guide." Darkstep's shadowy face somehow seems to squint at him before nodding. Alonzo takes this as an opportunity to run, and the surgeon for the undead runs for his life with his undead carrying him. "She only cares about us, huh?" But she's also not the only one here. I see 4 more people step out of the shadowy cloud behind her. They start to fan out to try and block us in. Instantly, I activate Chain Eyes to assess their strengths. My face turns to Johnny with extreme worry as I see the results. 2 6th sigils and 2 5th sigils. He then looks at me in return and closes his eyes for a brief moment before sighing. He reaches down and unlatches Death's lantern and passes it to me before yelling to everyone else. I take the lantern and latch it onto my belt. "Scatter. She can only track me. Make it to our destination alive." I'm confused by his words for a split second, but Otto is the first to react, almost instantly darting out of the clearing on his own. Ether covers him in a pattern best suited for speed as he hauls ass out of here. I see one of the 6th sigils follow after him, a man covered in a vestment of raven feathers, disappearing in a cloud of ravens and flying after him as the flock. I'm the next to react as I yell at Dakota and sprint for one of the open sides of the clearing. "Come on, boy." I hear his paws splash against the low water and mud as he follows after me as fast as he can. But he's not as fast as me when I'm uninjured and boosted by all my ether, so I pick him up with my one arm and run, pivoting real quick to see what's going on behind me. I notice Blake uses her bandages and that spirit she devoured to create a whip to fling herself to a nearby tree and begin to run away. One of the 5th sigils follows after her as he merely runs along the branches and jumps from tree to keep up with Blake. I also see the 2 that decide to follow after me, a 5th and a 6th sigil. Fuck. No way I'm winning this fight. The 5th sigil runs at me like a juggernaut as he breaks down every tree of obstacles that comes his way. Meanwhile, I have to go around and dodge the things in my way. The 6th sigil is a woman who merely saunters after me as she draws a bow, knocking an arrow made of obvious ether. The last thing I see before I fully commit to running to the Laughing Reeds is Johnny standing alone against a wave of darkness. The lone gunfighter spins a loaded cylinder in his revolver as he looks up from the gun toward Darkstep. He aims his gun, but I do not get to see it fired as I feel the whistling wind of an arrow through the air. I try to dodge it by looking back to see where it's coming from and moving away from it, but the arrow seems to track me. Frantically, I twist my body sideways before it hits me for a final attempt at evasion, and Dakota darts his head out and catches the arrow with his powerful jaw. "Good job." I praise him as I see the arrow shake rapidly in his mouth. It's still being controlled. I continue running as I move him in my arms and slam the arrow against a tree we run past. The arrow explodes outward toward where the tip is pointing, blowing a section out of the tree and leaving me surprised by its strength. The only move is to hustle. These 2 will undoubtedly kill us both if they catch us. I need every advantage I can get to keep them away from me, but what else can I do? I'm running for my life, barely keeping the train of a man who is destroying everything in his way behind me. If he reaches me, I am surely dead. But simultaneously, if the woman hits me with her arrow, I'm likely dead. Can I try to hide? Possibly, but how would I even do that? Gunshots that resound constantly bring my attention behind me again. But I'm too far to see Johnny any longer, and all I see is an arrow flying toward me again. I curse and move Dakota from my arm onto my neck and shoulders. He's much too big for it now, but I need my arm. The arrow screams at me once more with its deadly ferocity. As it gets closer and closer, I dart to the side, trying to get it to hit a tree, but the arrow shifts velocity and circles around the tree, going straight for me. With a quick shuffle and a terrible bubble of ether, I put around my hand in an effort to protect it. I grab the shaft of the arrow out of the air. Its speed isn't as bad as its damage and maneuverability. I feel it vibrating and trying to escape my grasp as I do so I chuck the arrow at the thin water below me, causing a massive wall of steam to emerge. This small opportunity is taken to full effect as I pull no punches. I breathe in a deep gasp of ether for Struggler's gasp, and for the first time ever, I don't use it to fight. I just use it to fucking run. My chains loosen drastically as my entire body speeds up by a whole nother level. Almost all of my abilities that could possibly help my speed are active. Struggler's defiance flows ether throughout my body and weakens the chains slightly, and Struggler's gasp does a similar thing but at a grander scale with ether from outside my body. Even Ironheart and Chainlink Boots are helping me move, the duo helping to coordinate every step to make sure I don't trip in this marsh. The only two skills that aren't used are Adrenaline Surge because it can't be used alongside Rapturous, or at least I don't know how to yet, and the other is Daydream. My caution against the Bloody Palm is at an all-time high because of its long period of silence, so the skill will remain to guard me until the last possible moment. I run past the steam cloud I made and book it for the deeper parts of Sinskreek, doing everything I can possibly do to go faster. Water splashes, and creatures move in the presence of my footsteps, but I ignore all the threats of the world around me and only focus on those that are chasing me. I see crocodiles try to bite me as I run along a deep section of the wetlands, but I outspeed them and keep going. I spot a series of trees that grow out from the center of this river-type spot and jump toward one. All my decisions are made on split-second considerations, so only a few are optimal. This one, it is not one of those. The jump only gets me about 3/4 of the way to the tree growing out of the river, so I'm forced to frantically swim to the trees as I feel creatures move beneath me in the water. I stroke my arm as fast as I can, managing to keep ahead of whatever is beneath me. I reach the tree coming out of the barely flowing water as I reach up for a branch to pull Dakota and me up with. But the second I touch it, I regret it. The branch reacts with a hiss as it twists around with a serpentine flow and tries to bite me. Dakota jumps off of my shoulder and bites the snake as it takes the battle into the tree. This delay, however, let whatever was beneath me catch up. Something powerful wraps around my ankle and instantly drags me beneath the water. As it pulls me down, I look at what's beneath me, and with night vision still active, I can see it clearly. A massive abomination resembling a grizzly bear crossed with a lizard and a fetus lies beneath the water. I recognize this terrible creature with a spine and scales like a lizard, the size of a bear with its horrible claws and jaws and a face that holds rows of several teeth, yellow eyes, and a pair of small arms on the side of the head. It's a Latish. The first mentioned one of these in one of the pages I read. He said that they are one of the apex predators within the Sinskreek. Every region has its own, and one of the two top dogs of Sinskreek is the Latish, along with the Rougarou, a shape-shifting werewolf. One owns the waters and shores, the other's all that is even a little dry. I struggle against its grip as much as I can. Through the murky waters that my night vision can pierce, I see the two hunters begin to catch up, but I'm in the Latish's territory, and it is determined to drag me to the bottom of the swamp to drown and eat me. I kick, punch, and stab at it as much as possible, but its scales are problematic, and the water slows my efforts, rendering most of it moot. I am forced to make a quick decision as I am rapidly getting closer and close to the bottom and farther from the surface. With an internal curse, I once again do something stupid. But if I have no other choice, is it foolish? I push all of the ether out of my chains from Struggler's gasp in a Herculean effort and drive it all back into my left arm, which has just barely recovered from the last time. I then swing this fist full of a momentous amount of ether straight at the Latish's hand holding my foot. I see its little arms on its head shake with excitement at dragging me down as it opens its jaw to bite me. But before it can put those teeth on my skin, my fist makes an impact. An explosion comes from my hand alongside a burst of crippling pain from my ankle as the Latish lets go. I see that its hand is bleeding badly, green blood seeping out. It looks up at me and roars from within the water, causing the entire body of water to shake and thrash violently, bringing me even lower. With a situation that only seems to worsen deep underwater, there is not much I can do but gamble. I try to take another struggler's gasp. The worst thing this will do is fill my lungs with water, but if it works like I think it will, I should absorb the ether in the water, calming it a little bit like it does with ether in the air. There is also the chance of ether saturation, but I'm slowly increasing my resistance. I think I can handle another struggler's gasp at this point. I spent almost every day traveling, practicing to my limit, and reaching the edge repeatedly. Johnny himself said that it would do wonders for me over time, increasing my resistance if I could keep it up. Doing that type of thing, especially if you actually go over and return from the edge, increases your limit just as aging would. And so, I take a deep gasp. This time, instead of air, water is what fills my lungs. Water filled with ether, as only the immediate water around me calms. It seems as though this water is denser in ether, and while I grow in power from my chains weakening once more, I feel supremely uncomfortable with the water in my lungs. But I disregard all my discomfort and swim up as fast as possible while the Latish tries to catch me again after its roar. My hand slaps the water, and my legs kick as much as I can to get away from this monster. I guess I at least understand why we were so careful moving through the marsh, though. A creature like this yet dwells within human territory. Or is it even human territory? It doesn't look at all like it, and certainly doesn't feel like it as I emerge from the water, grasping toward the tree. Dakota seems to have successfully killed the snake as the fox pushes an actual branch toward me that is firmly connected to the tree. I grab on and pull myself up just as the Latish emerges. It roars at me once more, making all the water twice as crazed as before, splashing, swirling, and funneling up in some places like waterspouts. I ignore its movement and glance at the two hunters on the shore. Their faces are furious and annoyed at an interloper occurring in their hunt. I see the woman nod at the man as she pulls an arrow and fires it at the Latish. I guess she decided to get rid of the monster and let the other one get me. My guess becomes true as scales fly off of the monster, and it groans in pain, turning around toward them. The man then dives into the water, swimming toward me rapidly as the woman focuses on the monster. I turn and jump to the next tree and grab Dakota as it starts to get submerged by the crazed waves. Why did they not leave it to kill me? Do they need something from me alive? Or do they just think it wouldn't have succeeded? Doesn't matter to me what they want or think, though. This works out for me as I jump precariously from waterlogged tree to waterlogged tree as the water slowly rises. Steps slowly grow more and more difficult as I push my mind to the very brink of its multitask capabilities and activate chainlink boots. I can feel my mind strain at simultaneously holding so many skills up, but I need them all. So all I can do is push on and get to safety as fast as possible. The boots of ether help stabilize my feet with the sharp chains that emerge from them, allowing me to walk even on parts of a tree almost entirely covered with fast-flowing water. I take a quick look around as I see the entire vicinity is being swept by a wave of growing water. The Latish chases down the sixth sigiled woman, who uses her arrows to jump into the air and stay out of the water, each one breaking after a single step. I watch with an impressed gaze for a short moment before I see the man getting closer. It seems as though he's gone underneath all the waves to try and reach me, but I'm getting closer to the shore, even if the shoreline is moving further away from the muddy tsunami. My feet only grow faster as everything starts to crumble around me. My chest pulses with great pain as the water in it and the ether fight against me, trying to rob me of my stolen strength. I hold on to it for a bit longer, though, as I jump off of the series of trees and make it to the other shore, where the water is almost 3 feet deep and only continuing to grow and spread out. This Latish is insane. I try to keep my head and Dakota above water as I move as quickly as I can away, barely outpacing the water flow but not outpacing the man hot on my heels. Before I fight him, though, I want to be on at least a bit of dry land. So I keep moving despite the fact he is now right behind me. I can even hear the man's heavy breathing as he closes in, and I am forced to surge forward to dodge a grab from him. After just a few more moments, we reach a place that has water only up to our ankles, and I turn around to face him. My ankle fires a flare of pain up at the movement, and numbness ends. But my focus only lies on the man just before me. He gives me a long smile as he pulls a hatchet from his belt and starts to circle me, utterly silent. Actually, now that I think about it, none of these people have spoken yet. That's quite odd. However, I don't have time to dwell on it as he rushes me down. 123 in plain sight. Before the tall man garbed in soaking wet leather armor reaches me with that menacing hatchet of his, I shift back and forth, loosening my muscles and trying to think of a strategy on the fly. Dakota, beside me, fans out to try and get the fifth sigiled man from behind, the same type of thing he did against Alexos. I approve of the move as my mind soars through possibilities. If I fight this to the end, Dakota and I are both likely to die. I'm already starting to reach my limit on ether. Too many skills running all at once, and I've already taken a gasp. Not to mention I'm missing an arm. This man is obviously not weak, based on the fact that Darkstep brought him and how he was chasing me. So, not a fight I can take then. What about running? It's a possibility, but he's likely to just catch up to me as I run out of steam. This man is a higher sigil and therefore will run out of ether long after me. I doubt I could run all the way to the Laughing Reeds without getting killed. The man pushes me out of my thoughts, and I take a few quick side steps to think a bit more and buy myself some time. He presses me harshly, but I play my cards carefully, allowing Dakota to distract the man here or there. Hiding then? That might work. I just need to take off my chain-link boots because they attract attention. Wait, fuck. That's why the Latish focused on me despite the fact I did nothing to it. Only when it was getting seriously damaged did it leave me alone. How will I hide, though? I need to get far enough away to successfully hide Dakota as well. How will I do that? I need to either go faster or slow this man down. I can only really do the latter. Another gamble it is, then. I need to hit him hard enough to stagger him or cripple him so he can't chase. This is the only way I get far enough away to hide successfully. I could use Dakota for bait to get the hit in, but I'd never do that. I'd rather be the bait and the hook. I stop backstepping and moving away from the man as I've made my choice. I only have one shot at this, so I put everything I have into it. The remainder of my ether in my lungs from the water I breathed in is all forced directly into my arm once more. At this point, I might as well name this a different skill as I do it so much. I'll keep it nice and straightforward. Explosion, that's all it is, after all. Pain lashes up my arm from the strain of the ether in using explosion, as it is much more violent than any other skill I have, exploding the ether in my arm for instant strength and power by the pure volume of the substance in one place. I approach the hunter with the hatchet in hand as he growls at me in a fury. I ignore his plans, attacks, or anything else this juggernaut of a man might have and put all of my focus into a single swing, crouching and twisting my body with all the strength I can manage. I send my fist straight into the man's right knee with a sharp left. The impact sends a reverberation through me as I see the man's entire kneecap explode from the crash and split out of the bone, showing the insides to the out. My own hand does a similar thing, but it slowly starts to repair from what I glance at. I immediately try to return as weakness, pain, and everything in between suffuses me from the ether leaving me. The explosion gives me a bit of backward momentum, but it's not enough. The man catches me with his axe despite his primal roar of pain. A blade sinks into my back from my shoulder as it comes straight down at me while I retreat. I take a short second to assess the damage, both mine and his, hoping I succeeded without paying too much of a price. Agony screams from my arm from the second explosion of the day, and this will definitely be the last, if not forever, because I see very minute cracks of gray light shining from the flesh on my left arm. It's almost like I'm ripping the bloody palm apart, but it's not doing anything about it for some reason. Despite the nicety of it not reacting, I do wish it would. Its healing would be crucial right now. Blood streams down from my upper back in large clumps, which will need to be treated very quickly as the wound reaches near my heart. However, the pain from my back is vastly overshadowed by the ether strain in my left arm. It seems as though maybe I didn't fully heal from the previous uses of explosion. That or these were more powerful due to my practice. I'm unsure which. The only thing I know is that the man is bleeding just as severely as I am. Blood pours from his kneecap as he starts to breathe heavily, eyes reddening while staring at me. I also noticed Dakota's damage while the man was distracted. He tore out a piece of the man's ankle on the opposite side from where I struck. The fox then immediately darted away and now circles the outside. After I finish looking at the result, I fall to the ground on all fours as I cough up all the water in my lungs. Dirty and murky water leaves my lungs and exits my body through my mouth as I take my first breath of air in almost a full minute. I breathe heavily as well as I try to recover from all my vast uses of ether, as many of them fade. The only thing I leave up is Struggler's Defiance for the increased strength and speed that will likely be vital. But my heavy breathing is entirely different from this man's. Mine are for recovery, yet his breaths seem to almost be a kind of preparation. His face is slowly turning redder and redder like a lobster. I realize what's happening only the moment before he opens his mouth wide. The man was charging up a skill. His face bulges outward from his body as he roars at me. The sound is so loud that the literal wind emerges from his mouth, shakes all the trees and bushes, and even moves the water at our feet as it slams into me and knocks me on my ass. I'm flung several feet and roll through the murky water at our feet. My head begins to buzz as I see Dakota flung from the blast as well. What the fuck was that? I've never seen someone charge up ether before. I try to shake out the definite concussion as I look at the attacker, and he is slowly shambling toward me with the destroyed kneecap. He seems to be affected quite heavily by that damaged knee, as he isn't charging like he used to. The momentum he had earlier was inhuman and undoubtedly resulted from his sigil. Based on what I saw earlier, most of his strength must be focused on that roar and his charges. The man is mighty in group fights, but he is a bit lacking in one-on-one. Not that he can't kill me, he certainly can, but that doesn't mean I can't escape either. As he nears me, I slowly start to recover enough to stand, and I see him rearing up for another roar. This is bad if I get hit again. I'm already having issues focusing from the damage to my body and the bang to the head. So, I pull out a quick trick, one of my earliest, a feint, making the face of a man knocking on death's door for a permanent residence. I hold up death's lantern and point it at the man, opening the slide to cover him in its blue light. The man sees my seriousness and uses his good leg to jump to the side, canceling his roar but getting out of the light of the lantern, which is harmless. The second I see him fall for my feint, I sprint straight for Dakota, who is moaning on the ground from the impact of the roar, and pick him up, water splashing the whole way as I run with wobbly feet. I have to quickly put him on my shoulder as the little guy groans in pain because my arm seems to leak ether or something else from damage. Sorry, buddy, but you did good. Let's get out of here. Far away, I hear the roar of a latiche and the detonation of those arrows made of ether. Their fight is likely nearing an end by the fevered sounds and rapid explosions. I need to go. Now, I take a quick glance up at the sun and orient myself southwest to get even just a little bit closer to our destination. Then, I run as fast as possible from the man behind me. Blood leaves a trail behind me in the water, as he follows with that bum leg as quickly as he can. His speed is only further affected by the bites Dakota left on his other leg, because he was too focused on killing the human instead of the fox. And as he runs a few painful steps, the man realizes the futility of chasing me in that way and just charges up another one of those roars. I can hear him take a deep breath as I shuttle through the waters with mud beneath. I try to get as far away from him before the roar hits, but this one comes even more powerful, slamming into my back despite the distance. I'm thrown forward and onto the water as I struggle to stand back up again. And as I do, I hear a gunshot as a bullet slams into my right calf, the man returning the favor for his knee. Pain once more courses through me as I grit my teeth and move into Edmund's preferred style of movement, bloodhound step. I drop to all fours, well, threes, and stop using my leg for anything other than the most simple movements as I continue to push myself forward. Gunshots ring out a few more times behind me as I struggle to dodge side to side low to the ground in a serpentine motion, but after the sixth, a pause ensues as the man has to reload. And based on his actions, I am now sure of something. These people don't want me dead. They want me alive for some reason. Otherwise, that lady would have shot me in the head with an arrow or him a bullet. Hell, he could have even chucked that axe at me and landed a lethal blow. Why do they want me alive, though? That's the question that needs answering. I can't think of anything I have that they might want and can't take without first killing me. I disregard these thoughts as I hear a dying roar from the Latish, one filled with pain and suffering, as I continue to get away with Dakota on my shoulder. Blood only continues to seep from my shoulder as I quickly get out of sight of the man and try to find somewhere to hide. Damn it, I need to bandage myself so my blood doesn't give me away. I kneel behind a tree and pull out some bandages from my backpack, a special kind that Heath gave me. They accelerate healing rapidly, allowing cuts to heal in just a few hours, gunshot wounds in a day or so, and deadly injuries in a few days. He gave them to me as a farewell and good luck gift, using the very last of the mandamin. Disoriented from blood loss and from only having one arm, I managed to bandage my wounds after a frantic minute behind this tree. I even bind the weird cracks on my arm, hoping they will help. Just as I finish, though, splashes come from nearby. I slowly peek over from the tree and see the woman with a drawn arrow looking around, searching for me. I remove my eyes from her and try to stabilize my breathing. Dakota looks up at me as he's still concussed, and I put a finger to my lips. The fox barely understands me and stops his groaning. I follow and take off Struggler's defiance for stealth. Complete silence and a level of skill unbecoming of me are required for this. I need to channel Virgil. What would he do in this situation? Well, he'd find a good place to attack from and simply wait until they reach him. Then, he would ambush and kill them in one fell swoop. Sadly, I don't think I'm capable of that. I need to copy his ability to walk through an entire battlefield without ever being seen a single time. The intangibility and invisibility of the Darkstalker are a thing to behold, that's for sure. Carefully, I peek again to try and get a bit more information, only allowing a tiny bit of my pupil around the tree to see the woman, a trick I learned from Virgil. It makes you harder to see even if you end up seeing less. The woman seems to be getting a bit closer to me with the glowing arrow of ether. Damn it, can't I get a fucking break? I need to breathe. In and out. Think, what would Virgil do? How would he get out of this? My eyes scan the environment as I struggle to think of a solution. Splashes only continue to get closer and make my heartbeat speed up even further every time they occur. Only as the woman gets within 100 feet or so does an idea come to mind. Instead of looking up and around, I look down toward the water at my feet. I see a dead snake, possibly the one that Dakota killed, at the bottom of the water, almost invisible due to how unlikely one is to look under the water. It reminds me of Virgil walking amongst crowds, hordes, and even a demon without being seen. That's it. Invisibility in plain sight. Stay where you are least expected. They are expecting me to run and hide. Not just hide, quietly without making any noise because of stealth other than the soft splash of movement. I lay down and submerge myself as deep as I can, pulling Dakota with me. Before I do so, though, I take a deep breath and have Dakota copy me. Then, we go beneath the shallow waters that only just cover me because of the increased depth from the Latish's rage. Quietly, we lie underneath the murky water as I keep my eyes open, watching. I hold my breath and try to slow my racing heart so as to not waste oxygen. But it is challenging to do so as the woman walks within 20 feet of me, looking all around with that drawn arrow of hers. Should she see me, I am dead without any chance at life. I'm lying down underwater and holding my breath. She'd kill me with that arrow before I even surfaced. Despite this fact, I lie entirely still, and Dakota follows me. The fox stares at me with rapt attention as if it is copying the movements of its mother or father. Together, our air slowly dwindles in our lungs as the man also stumbles along, looking for us. The duo searches all over, up high, behind trees and bushes, behind rocks, and even underneath a dead crocodile, but they never look simply underneath them. The man with the broken knee walks so close to us that all I would have to do is reach out with my arm to touch him. I feel my heart move at 1,000 miles an hour, burning all the air within my body and making my chest burn in need. But I don't relent. I hold my breath and stay still even as my body screams for air. I can see little Dakota do the same as his eyes start drifting, the lack of air making him fall unconscious. I start experiencing the same symptoms as black edges start to wrinkle in my murky sight. But as I continue to hold on to this desperate breath of air, they slowly start to move onward, coming to the conclusion that I must not be over here. Before I can emerge and breathe, though, they must be far enough to hear me. So, I wait even longer. Even as the fuzzy dark eats at the center of my sight, I hold steadfast in my decision. Only when I can absolutely not hold on even a second longer do I surface and take a gasp of air, pulling Dakota up with me. The fox does the same as we both start coughing and struggling to breathe while still trying to be quiet. But after a minute or so of this, I look around and see nothing but flooded waters and Dakota. The hunters are gone. 124, treading high water. Shakily, I stand up while breathing so heavily it sounds more like coughs than inhales and exhales. My body is so starved of oxygen that everything in my vision swims and swirls. The world around me is so squirmy that I barely even notice Dakota has just as many issues as me. The little fox held his breath under the water just as long as I did. The poor guy is hacking up water beside me as he also struggles to recover from our several minute-long life or death hide-and-seek with the hunters chasing me. I pat him on the back a few times before slowly picking him up and holding the little guy. He's still slightly out of it from that man's concussive roars that hit us. My legs then begin to carry me southwest with stumbling steps, but I hesitate. The hunters know we are trying to go in that direction because Johnny said so. I should take a detour or something so that I don't come across them again. With the wounds I suffered just now, I'm surely dead should they come across me again. The bandages Heath gave me are great, but they will take at least a few days to heal me completely. The bullet wound in my calf, the gash in my back, and the damage to my arm don't seem like easy things to heal. Shaking my head, I leave all those things for later. I need to get moving in case they come back. I don't think that trick will work again, especially if they come with more people. And now that I think about it, I don't hear the gunshots from Johnny, who was fighting Darkstep. That is quite ominous. I hope he's okay, though. Johnny can be an ass, but I've learned he means well. That, and he took the hottest heat for us all when we split up. I can't imagine how he'd escape that crazy old lady. When I fought her for just that little bit before, it was almost like she moved faster than I could see. 1 second she was there, and then she wasn't, and vice versa. Her speed is crazy. I know it has to be a combination of many skills, or maybe even a combination of quilts, if that's possible. It has to be. Otherwise, she'd have to be a 7th sigil, or something to move like that with just one. My feet slowly carry me straight south to begin as I slowly meander my way west as well, trying to go around the hunters and not get caught. Luckily, though, the surrounding area seems relatively safe as the Letitia's fury drove away most of the dangerous critters. That's a blessing for me, as I know very little about this marsh and that which lies within. I constantly check vines, mosses, and dark corners for anything that might be hiding, and I'm thankful for that paranoia. Several times I barely notice something alive before touching it. This whole place is an environment of poison and survival that constantly is at odds with each other. My attention can never falter as I move through this swamp with Dakota. One mess up, and we both could die. I'm already wounded, and I'm confident that we're dead should we get ambushed before these bandages do their work. So, even while I move carefully, I use the remaining amount of my ether to move through the swamp under stealth. Not a single foot is placed without the swirling clouds of ether within my body to dampen the sounds. But not all sound can be dampened as I'm splashing about, even if it is carefully. Around the time the sun goes down, the sounds of Sinskreek grow so much louder in volume. Everything puts me on edge, from gurgles to ominous crickets in the air. Even Dakota is constantly looking back and forth as we move. Thankfully, we haven't been caught yet by anything actually dangerous. Only a few small snakes or toads here or there. Nothing is truly a threat to our life. But I feel like that will change with the coming of the night. Should I try to find a place to rest and stop moving? Probably. But I have no idea how to. Everything here looks the same. Greens, browns, and in-betweens meld together seamlessly, confusing me immensely. The only way I'm able to keep my sense of direction is through the celestial bodies above. The sun aided me during the day with its obviousness, even under the canopy, but the moon is a bit harder to notice. I have to partially climb one of these trees to see it clearly, which is not an easy task with a bum leg, one arm, and a fucked up back. But hey, gotta do what you gotta do. I take a quick moment to do exactly this as I lose my direction because of a detour around a snake that was hanging from a tree in front of us. Dakota was the one who spotted it and growled toward it to inform me. And after a few minutes of painful and stressful climbing with a slip here or there, I make it to the top of this mangrove tree that grows from the knee-deep water. I take a quick glance at the moon to reorient myself, and then I start to head down. But right before I do, I take a few minutes to look around for any danger from this vantage. Nothing is obvious to me at first, but something ahead in the direction I'm about to go catches my eye. A tiny flicker of movement behind a tree, one that is larger than any other I've seen so far out here on my own. I slide down the tree and slowly make my way to it. There is a chance it's Otto or Blake. It's highly likely I found them as we are all heading the same way, albeit with slight detours to avoid capture. They might be wounded and need my help, but there is an equal chance that it's one of the hunters as well, or even a dangerous monster that lurks in this place. I'm not sure, so I take my time. Slowly, I creep in a roundabout way. Gradually, the figure that alerted my senses comes into view as I near. My heart sinks as I recognize who it is. A man is slumped against a mangrove with blood covering his whole body, dyeing the surrounding water red. His right hand is clenched around a necrotic wound on his stomach, and his left is on his neck, which has a similar injury. Both look absolutely terrible, with a foul smell that emits from them. Johnny's eyes are half-lidded and barely open as the man doesn't even acknowledge me walking up to him with my shambling steps. He's so out of it that he is unconsciously staunching his wounds with his hands. I drop to my knees in front of him and pull out all my bandages from Heath, using them all with hesitation on the man before me. I wrap several around his neck after moving his hands and many more on the rest of his body as I realize how many wounds he is covered with. Every last one of my wraps is used on him as I try my best to stop the bleeding and the spread of whatever Darkstep got him with. A kind of black tissue spreads from every wound he has as if he was hit with pestilence manifest. I'm forced to simply cut away this tissue to save the healthy tissue. And I thought I was wounded. Damn, Johnny, what did that lady do to you? How did she do this to you? You about killed me with a single second on the clock, yet you've been reduced to this. How did you even get away from her in this state? I pull up his eyelids to see if he's awake or not, and I see that his eyes are rolled all the way back. I expect him to be unconscious with these wounds, but the thing that shocks me is that his eyes are entirely red, almost as if they are about to burst, with slight golden veins running alongside the edges of the eyeball. I don't know what any of that means, but I worry for the man's vision. Hopefully, Darkstep didn't leave him blind. The man is out cold, but at least his heart is still beating. I spend almost a full hour making sure that the man is all right before I rest, sitting beside him, and as I do, I realize that almost nothing he brought with him is still around. The only things remaining of his belongings are spent cases that have rolled off his clothing and his colt that has sunk down into the water beside him. I have so many questions, but none of them will be answered. The man is barely alive, let alone capable of answering my endless inquiries. I lean my head back as I talk to Dakota. Looks like you've lost your spot on my shoulders. Gonna have to carry Johnny that way, buddy. Like a complaint, I hear a low moan come from the fox as he splashes a bit of water toward me. Sorry, buddy, and I hate to ask, but can you watch out for a bit? I need to sleep. You napped here or they're on our walk here. I give the fox some motions as if I'm going to sleep, and the fox moves over beside me and sits on a dry part of the tree I'm sitting against, looking out. I nod at his movement and pull out another of Heath's sleep aids. No way I'm falling asleep naturally like this. No way in hell, but I need to. I'm hurt, and resting is the only way I get better. My head leans back and rests on the mangrove as I put the needle into my arm, but right before I put myself to sleep, I remember something. Something so vital that I can't believe I didn't immediately think of it when I saw Johnny. The compass that Darkstep had that could track Johnny. I need to go. Now. Right this fucking second. With a burst of renewed energy, I place the syringe away and move over to pick Johnny up as a bit of pain at being unable to taste the sweet release of sleep. Dakota looks at me curiously as I do so, struggling to put the man on my shoulder with one arm. Johnny's being tracked. We must go right now and get to the Laughing Reeds as fast as possible. Sorry, buddy, but he's gonna get my shoulder instead of you. Can't be dragging him through the water. I hear a groan come from Dakota as he stretches and moves back toward me, once more entering the water of Syncreek that is just about everywhere except the higher trunks of trees. With a huff and a groan of my own, I manage to put Johnny on my back. He's heavy, very heavy, especially with my fucked up leg, but I won't put him down. It'd be easy. Very easy to just leave him and walk away, but I won't. Maybe I would have had this occurred before that conversation on the rock with him. But not now. After I figured out how vulnerable this man is, he acts all tough, but in reality, he's doing this all while hanging on by a thread, trying to make a better world despite there being no other reason for him to do so besides his own morality. His daughter is gone, and most of his friends have died or left him. Few remain, and yet, the gunfighter will still draw his gun. I respect that. I respect him far too much now to leave him to die in this hellhole of a swamp. I respect him enough to die with him, should we get caught by that crazy old lady. Demanding steps come as Dakota follows behind me, struggling to walk with this extra weight. And it's not just physical weight that I'm working to carry either. It feels as though I temporarily take upon his responsibility and the weight he holds for the rest of us as a leader. My steps become a bit heavier, yet not actually producing any extra force. It's a weird phenomenon that I think I only notice because of the essence of my sigil. It seems to be all about restrictions, responsibilities, and the mind. I try to ignore this weight as I force my way through the swamp, desperately wading the waters southwest. Dakota takes up the mantle of battling any dangers as we walk. The fox catches and kills several serpents, frogs, lizards, and even a tiny crocodile as I shuffle my way forward. Every time I want to help, but I am simply too weak. My muscles feel like lead, and my mind is like the mud beneath my feet. Thankfully, Dakota is a bit rested up from earlier to defend me for a few hours. But eventually, he begins to grow weary as well, minor injuries stacking up alongside the exhaustion of moving through the high water. It goes up to his chest in some areas. After all, we become so severely tired at some point that we both just fall over near a fallen log and rest on it. Before I take my rest, I put Johnny on it as well, but not as carefully as I should have. I feel a twinge of guilt at how hard he lands on the log, but I can't help it. My arm won't even move anymore, and I don't have any room for ether to get it moving forcefully. For the first time in likely over a month or so, I fall asleep without the help of Heath's pain medicine. I jump awake to the sound of ghostly screams that resonate in frequency and gunshots that are followed by bestial roars. I look to my right and see Dakota already primed and looking around for threats. Then I look to my right and see Johnny breathing shallowly. With a glance upward, I see that I only fell asleep for an hour or so at most. The moon was almost set when we collapsed, and the sun barely rises now. I wipe the grogginess from my eyes with my hand and stand to attention. The one thing that seems to always be able to destroy any semblance of sleepiness from me is danger. It must be an instinctual habit or something. The screams sound like they are coming from every direction simultaneously, but the gunshots are southwest, the path that everything seems to be on at the moment. Otto or Blake are likely the sources of that, possibly even both of them. Blake does have that one ghost under her control, after all, and Otto carries around many different types of weapons. After spending a moment to shake the rust off of my arm and to get myself into motion, I pick Johnny back up with a heave. Then, I start walking toward the danger, looking to join in the fun. Or not so much fun. Everything has a little twinge of hurt to it. After all, my rest was cut short. Only an hour or two at most by the weight of my eyelids. I know Dakota feels the same as the little guy groans, standing up beside me. 125, Marshborn. Blake Nightingale. I run and throw myself to the ground as a man so agile, he might as well be a bird flings himself over me with a claw over his hand, rolling several times and dirtying my clothes in the water of my homeland. I feel as home as I quickly stand back up and summon forth the spirit I warded within myself. The Nalusophilia, or that I've come to call internal Nali, tries to rebel against my control, but I force my will over it and make it bend to my command. The hair of the creature emerges from my finger like tough, sharp threads that can wrap around and suffocate people. The man that chases me, however, lands adeptly on a tree and turns to face me with little effort as he starts another one of his rebounds. My eyes briefly flicker to my south, where Otto is fighting the sixth sigil. We've all been at this for hours, if not close to a full day, running, hiding, and resting whenever we can. About 10 minutes ago, me and the man who had followed Johnny for much longer than I met up, making an impromptu team, but we were quickly split up when we were found by our pursuers. The one who can turn into a cloud of ravens is perilous, and only by virtue of Otto's vast repertoire of skills is he still alive. He seems to have a move to counter almost anything the Raven guy does. I can't focus on his fight, however, even as I see him throw a rope dart with a small piece of dynamite at the end of it. I merely prepare for the explosion's shock as I send out the threads toward the bounding man as he bursts toward me with speed. My strands of hair, however, are only from a relatively weak spirit, as I have not found any better yet to ward within myself. Because of this, the man breaks through them, and I dodge, knowing that it would happen. The reason I did it, though, was to slow him down and cut him just a little. Once again, I splash into the water as I roll past him with a claw whooshing past my head and scramble to stand again. Ether flows through my hands as I slowly make my way to Otto. If I can't somehow help him wound or get rid of that raven man, we can take care of this jumper. Death Touch, my previous sigil skill as a third sigil expirator, allows my hands to siphon life from those I touch. It's pretty slow on its own, but when combined with a skill from my old guide, Dragoon, called Seize, one that allows one to take small bits of ether around you to fuel other things, it speeds up rapidly. I place my confidence in this combination as I rush forward toward the Raven Man as he flutters and lands beside Otto, showering him with a rain of metal feathers. Otto spreads his hands and creates a thin film of ether that acts like rubber as it absorbs some of the impacts. Then the man rolls backward to deflect some of the damage. Several feathers still seem to slice into him, but his actions turned a potentially lethal move into a slight injury. I come in from behind and use Vigor Rush to fuel my steps with the ether of my sigil and water vigor I can scrounge. Quickly I approach the feathery man, but before I can reach him, I get slammed from behind and fall to the ground. Warmth spreads from my lower back as I turn and see the mischievous grin of the guy who's been hounding me down this whole time. He stabs the claw deeper into my back, knowing that he's got me finally pinned. He does, but I'm not one to give up so easily. I know I'm a shy woman, but that doesn't mean I don't bite. Sometimes I do, literally. I force Nally out of my hand as a horrifying visage comes from my palm and bites at the man's hand that holds the claw. It rips a chunk from his hand alongside several fingers as the man retreats, and I take this opportunity to turn around despite the pain in my back. Chilling screams come from Nally, as the spirit likes to talk when it's out, which only further makes the man retreat. Snapping alongside Nally, I grab onto the man's foot with my hand as he tries to back up, and I hit him with the combination of both of my skills. It only lasts briefly before he rips my hand away, but in that short amount of time, a decent amount of vigor flows into me from him, the signature ability of abbots. With my unique combination, I regenerate vigor only from others, unlike most who can meditate or exercise for theirs. I take this vigor from him and direct half of it to my wound as a cool sensation lets me know it is rapidly healing. Not as fast as stories Wyatt told me while we were traveling, but enough to staunch the bleeding in a minute or so. The other half goes straight into my knees and calves as I use them to jump back at the man, the vigor strengthening my movement just as much as ether, only I'm able to double up because of vigor coming from the body and not the soul like ether does. The man tries to jump backward, but I transform that gaping maw of darkness from Nally back into its black hair as I whip it at him. Sadly, he is able to move far back enough that I miss him entirely, but I take this time to get up and move back toward Otto, who is nearby. It seems as though the Raven Man just left him with a pretty nasty wound across his gut. Blood trails down his body as I see the man repeatedly use 2 fingers to rapidly pinch and close the wound with force. We end up back to back for a moment as we both take a second to breathe rapidly. This is the most I've fought since this chase began. Most of it had just been me running from the man and using my knowledge to keep him at bay, but eventually, he caught up. The sigil advantage is quite decisive and hard to overcome, even with home field advantage. Don't know how Otto made it this far with the man who's after him. He's only a 4th sigil like me, right? Or did he advance and not tell anyone? Because he's not fighting like me at all. He's aggressive, angry, and confident. Not at all like my cautious and careful style of combat. Despite that, he's not dead yet. Does he even understand that we need to get to the Laughing Reeds, not kill these hunters? I take the short moment to ask in a quiet whisper over my shoulder, as I need to know. It would change our strategy if he did advance. Thankfully, in such a high adrenaline situation, my constant stutter where my mind is faster than my body doesn't hurt me as every part of me is moving at maximum speed. Are you a 5th sigil, Otto? I turn my head slightly while still trying to keep my attention on the jumper, and I see Otto take a moment before nodding. He did advance, after all. If he's a fifth sigil, we can play this quite differently. The gap isn't as far between him and the Raven, and I have faith that without a sigil disadvantage, he can rapidly kill the jumper. Swap. Kill the hopper as fast as you can. I'll hold this guy. He looks at me in surprise at how clear my speech is, but I ignore it. He wouldn't understand. Words are hard, but actions are different. After a second of hesitance, he agrees with my suggestion. Changing the strategy, I twist my way around him and face the Raven Man. Dark feathers congeal out of his arms as they slide down and hover just around his arms. The feathers are very dangerous, and I need to be super careful to buy some time. He takes a single menacing step toward me before sending the feather toward me. I dart to the side to try and dodge as many as possible while I hear Otto engage the other man. Explosions, clinks, and every manner of trick and sound come from the newly known fifth sigil as he pulls out all the stops to kill the hopping guy. That man would be hazardous in a place such as a city with walls all over. Sadly, here in Sinskreek, the only walls are the trees. And I've grown up with these trees, so I know each and every type of them. Few can handle the impact of his jumps. This makes him lose a lot of speed, but every once in a while, he finds an old cypress, a tree that is just as tough as it is aged. I quickly spot one of the old cypresses nearby, and I make a mad dash for it as the cutting feathers catch up to me. Vigor Rush consumes the last of my stockpiled ether from the battle at Rustbank as I slide just behind the tree with water splashing all over me. Feathers slam into the old cypress as the man tries to cut it down like all the other trees. But the wood has had decades, if not centuries, to harden. Resounding thunks come from the other side of the tree in the dozens as I take a moment to gather my breath. Once I do, I quickly peek from the side and see the Raven Man shake his head before forming his feathers to shoot at Otto, who is currently dealing with the jumper. I jump out from behind the old cypress to stop him, returning to using ether to boost myself. Only that ether is far inferior for bodily strength than vigor, as the body will never fully accept it. So, I move slightly slower than while under Vigor Rush as I move with Adrenaline Surge. I only wish vigor wasn't so hard to accumulate. It doesn't matter, though. A threat is in front of me, and I need to focus, not daydream or think about other things. Focus. Focus. Blake. Who cares about what you read earlier when your life is on the line? Fuck. You did it again. I struggle against myself and my terrible focus as I manipulate my ether and prepare my combination of Death Touch and Seize should I reach the Raven Man. My feet move steadily and without issue through the waterlogged marsh. My childhood alone in these swamps might not have taught me to read, write, or even really speak, but it sure did teach me how to survive, how to thrive when everything around you wants your life. And years of life in this place with the Dragoons have prepared me for anything it can throw at me, except for maybe a Rougarou or a Latish. I approach the Raven Man rapidly, and he is forced to send his feathers toward me instead of Otto. I sidestep the first few, but I get caught with a few in my rush, blood blossoming and streaming down from my arms, legs, and torso from the wounds. Thankfully, I use stone to harden my bone, preventing the feathers from going too deep. The skills of Dragoon never seem to fail me. Thank you, old man. I miss you. Enough reminiscing. Blake, back to work. The vast amount of feathers sent at me, however, does make me stumble from instantaneous pain and blood loss despite the fact I use stone. The man tries to take advantage of this with a final swirl of feathers to end me, but an explosion comes from beside us, disorienting him. I expected Otto to do something similar as many of his skills are related to him using bombs to kill earlier, so I forced Nally out once more to scream at the man in front of me. Visible sound waves come from the terrifying visage, assaulting the Raven Man as explosions join its cacophonous symphony. The man steps back a few times before manifesting a colossal amount of feathers to block him from the sound waves that damage his eardrums terribly. With a whip of my head, I turn and see Otto limping away from a body covered in black soot and nailed to a tree with a series of daggers. He did it, although it seems he traded injuries to end it quickly. Sanguineous liquid streams down his legs, joining the dirty water of life beneath our feet. He sees what the Raven Man is doing and quickly stretches his arm in a weird way that allows him to put little pieces of dynamite onto the ends of his rope darts without pulling them all the way back to him. Then, he swings them menacingly, walking toward the Raven Man, who in turn sees the threat and reacts accordingly. The pursuer, seeing that his ally is dead, transforms his shield of feathers into a pair of wings that brings him above the treeline. It doesn't seem as though he can genuinely fly, only that he can glide or jump very high as he doesn't continue to go higher. He only draws a lever action and starts firing at us. I guess all his feathers are being used to keep him afloat. Otto and I both dart to the sides for covering, each of us finding a tree or log to hide behind. Return fire quickly comes from Otto, as the man always has a collection of various firearms on his body. All I have is a simple dog revolver, a snub-nosed kind of gun that is easily concealable but has terrible range. I lean over the log I'm using for cover and fire a few shots at the man flapping his metallic wings. But my accuracy is awful. Every single bullet misses by a mile, and I give up after a few shots. I change my tactic to using Nally, creating their hair strands and trying to extend them up to the man in the air. He can't use his feathers to cut the strands because they are needed for his flight, so I reckon it will work. Slowly, the strands of pitch-black hair sprout their way up to him in the sky as he fires off at Otto. I merely use a single eye out of cover to watch the exchange and my progress. When I reach about halfway up to him, I hear Otto yelp in pain as a bullet catches him in the arm. Damn it! The man continues to fire back at the flying figure, but his pace slows down rapidly with a shot in his arm. I take things into my own hands and reload my revolver before simply firing at him wildly, while splitting my focus as much as I can. I carefully weave the hair toward him even while we fire back and forth, hiding it behind branches and leaves as it slowly goes upward toward him. My teeth begin to chatter, and my knees tremble in anxiety as I see the hair slowly get closer to him, inch by inch. As long as I can grab onto him, I can pull him down to us. The impact alone might knock him out. Even if it doesn't, we can handle it. But sadly, he notices just as the dark strands wrap around his leg. I don't even get the chance to pull him down as his wings briefly transform and cut the hair off of him. I curse internally, but my curses rapidly turn to yells of happiness as a gunshot rings out from a direction other than where Otto is hiding. A burst of fire and shrapnel comes from the top of a tree nearby the Raven Man as I see a heavily bloodied Wyatt hanging on with just his legs and aiming the gun with one hand. The fire hits the man roughly, but the shrapnel mostly bounces off his feathers, losing most of their strength due to the distance. But the impact is enough to throw him off balance as Wyatt continues with a barrage of 4 more shots, concussing the man even further with fire and steel. I use this opportunity to wrap the thread around his foot and yank him down as the feathers are focused on defending him against the spray of the fiery shotgun. Rapidly, like a falling anchor, the man slams into the knee-deep water of this area. I try to follow up to finish the job, but 2 beat me to it. The first is Wyatt's fox, which vaults straight onto the man's face with a menacing growl, and the second is Otto, who stabs daggers straight into the man's chest. For a second, I think that they've successfully killed him, but suddenly he turns into his flock of ravens, soaring toward the sky for safety with many of them dripping with blood. As he does so, though, I see Wyatt jump off his tree and pull the trigger of his shotgun when he gets closest to the cloud of ravens, reaching his arm out as far as he possibly can for extra range. A final shot that puts a ringing in my ears covers the cloud of birds with a blaze as they fall in droves. A smile comes across my face for the first time today as I see 3 final ravens flying away. We might not have killed him, but at the very least, we deeply wounded him. A loud splash and thump wipe my smile away as I turn to the noise, which is most certainly Wyatt hitting the ground. All that goes up must come down. I start making my way toward Otto and Wyatt as I see Wyatt rolling in the water, groaning. Fuck, fuck, fuck. That hurt. Why did I jump if it wouldn't kill him? A small chuckle comes from both Otto and me as we go over to help the young man up. A short glance at his face and the many bandages over his body tells a clear story without a single word. He had just as much, if not more, of a fight on his way here. 126, Golden Eye. Johnny Caldwell. 10 hours before he was found. My feet shuffle nervously before I shut down the act of fear. My charges have left, hopefully, in such a way they can still make it to the Laughing Reeds. Wyatt also has the lantern, and I feel he is the least likely to be put down permanently. As for Otto, I'm unsure how he will fare if he is left entirely alone, but I figure Otto is competent enough to survive on his own, even without Marion. I can only hope Blake is the same. After all, she grew up in these swamps. Dark glimmers that have to be the eyes of Darkstep stare at me through the abyssal haze that covers her face. She only wants me, not them, despite what she might be showing. I know that if she genuinely wanted to kill those three, she would have done it herself. But that's not what's happening. Her orders are to kill me and put down my rebellion. She can stretch them in a bit, either delaying for fun or leisure, but in the end, all orders must be followed. We are but dogs to the pillars. Should we resist, our collars are tightened until we choke. And if someone is like me without a collar, then they will simply send a more significant, more formidable dog to sort it all out like Lennon Hull. The diabolic would kill me without giving me a chance to even blink. The mightiest forerunner plays no games and gives no quarter. Except I've been saving one final trick, an ace up my sleeve, if you will. My only regret is that it wasn't valuable against Hura due to his ability to obscure my vision with his dark clouds. I performed the Gold Eyes Absolution about a year or so ago. The hellish encounter I had that leaves a scar on my mind even now gave me a skill that I have used only once, which was the minute I got it both because of its power and its effect. The skill I promptly named Golden Eye gave me a unique vision. It allows me to see all the organs within someone's body and the exact places to hit them, as well as a 360-degree view. It's part of the secret why my bullets always land true. But that's not all. My pupils turn vertical and golden as I temporarily harness the strength of an angelic sigil, at the very least, allowing me to slightly control time itself with their magnificence. Somehow, somewhere, this sigil is along my possible path. Otherwise, I would never have gotten the absolution. There are two big things I have to be careful about, however. I can only affect what I directly see. Any amount of cloudy sight will hamper the travel of ether. This prevented me from using it against Hura, as he always had a cloud focused on me to stop my bullets and whatever else I might have. Well, that and the fact it only affects the two of us, me and my target. It's useless without an unhindered view of my target. The second is that each use blinds an eye for a whole week. The two negatives, though, do not even come close to the positives. The first and only time I used it, it allowed me to rewind time on an outlaw that was trying to remove my head from my body, effectively giving me a whole extra second to react and take him out. Our little stare down lasts only a total of about 5 seconds after Wyatt, and the rest leave as I prepare my absolution skill and all the others I know. Not just that, but I've loaded my 6 most expensive bullets into Downpour, all of which excel in combating those with darkness attributes in their ether. My decades of saving money have finally come to fruition. Only I've lost it all after just a few short months. Doesn't matter, though. Unspent money is unacquired power. Close to a dozen skills, quilted and singles, coalesce over me as I see Darkstep do something similar, a bit of a glossy shimmer covering her. I try to get the first blood as my eyes begin to turn golden in preparation to manipulate the flow of the only thing that cannot be bought with any amount of gold. I bring Downpour up, firing my first opening shot, a concussive flashbang that covers the whole area with a bright light as I swing my lever action from my back with my left hand. I shoot another shot quickly with Downpour, only a fraction of a second after the first leaves the barrel, but Darkstep is already close to me. My golden eyes barely allow me to see her fastest movements as she travels amongst the darkness behind the light. I briefly notice that the organs within her body are a bit weird, but I just take her oversized heart as a simple mutation that might be why she is so powerful. I take a quick step back to try and recover any amount of distance, but it's futile. My second shot is fired into the air right before she even gets close to me, and that is a flare that goes into the sky, showering us with another white light. My plan is to remove as much shade as possible to slow her down. It will be challenging in a swamp, though, but that's okay. I brought a lot of light in case she were to show up. By the time I go for my third shot, which would also coincide with a bullet from my lever action, Palisade, Darkstep arrives. The shadows bolster her speed despite how few there are. She swings at me with a smug comment and a dagger formed of solidified shadow. You know, you can still turn yourself in. I'm ordered to let you live should you surrender. You won't do that, will you, though, Johnny? Too prideful and too arrogant. Ignoring her, I lean back to dodge the blade as I twist and fire a bullet right at her with Downpour. Another shell filled with ether attuned to light, leaving the barrel with a bright explosion. But just before the lead sinks into her side, she disappears, using the only shadow remaining to reposition. The one under me. I quickly dive away, but I'm nicked in the ankle by her emerging from below me. Some sort of poison and antagonistic ether enters my veins as I try to fight it off with my own. I twist my whole body to turn and fire more bullets at her. And while the bullets bounce off of her armor bolstered by her ether, the light they leave behind slows her down considerably, making the fight much fairer. I attempt to stand as she moves back at me with Downpour's endless cylinder covering me now that I'm out of flares. Bullets bounce off of her ether as the gleam around her shimmers and cracks after a few direct impacts. Darkstep isn't one to be idle, though, as she follows me like a wraith. We trade several more exchanges, most of which end up with me gaining minor wounds, and her only being slightly exhausted of ether each time. Every interaction ends with me retreating. She is so fast and seldom makes a mistake with her experience. Even when she does, it's very rarely one I can take advantage of without trading for injuries. This old woman is just simply too good at killing. That's all that can be said. It's clear to see who's losing this fight, and it's me. Even with her darkness weakened, I'm still getting my ass kicked. I have been told quite a lot that my sigil is simply piss poor for a sixth sigil, only making my hands fast, my eyes keen, and my aim supreme. But that's not all. There are other parts that people simply don't understand. My aim is only supreme because I can feel time. Not quite like an augur who can see into the future, although I feel like that should be my next sigil. It's more of an instinctual sense of movement and timing, and I'm glad for this sense as it's kept me alive far more times than I can count. Several times I just barely dodge or get a bullet off to push Darkstep back as I weave in between her minute mistakes or openings. Things that I can't see but only feel. And I feel them even more so while my eyes are trimmed with this limited gold. I am running out of time to use them, as I can feel the strain building up in my eyes for such a long wind-up. Either I use them very soon, or I stop the skill entirely. Otherwise, I will simply take the blindness without any positives. Absolutions are odd, mysterious, and fathomless, but they are not weak. I get pushed back against a tree from a spinning kick of hers that leaves a wound in my gut. I try to fire a few bullets to get her away, but Downpour is simply not powerful enough, as she is able to withstand several shots without flinching. I need a better Colt. She then follows up with a high kick that flies at my neck sideways. I catch the forceful kick with both my arms as I go to push her off, but before I can, she flows a monumental amount of ether into her foot. I didn't expect anything more than just a kick from this, as the only thing dangerous about her legs are the blades on the bottom of her feet. I try to just push her arm off, but a shoot of darkness flies straight from her boot into my neck, severing my head from my body. I feel everything move in slow motion despite everything happening so fast. But this is not the first time I have been decapitated. The last time was when I gained my absolution, and as such, I know what to do. Just as I did to the man who killed my whole platoon, bar about 10 or so survivors like Levi and Primrose. While my head falls through the air into the water, I focus my right eye onto Darkstep's body. I focus specifically on her heart, which I can see with the golden pupils. The sight is clear as she stops moving to watch my head fall, and nothing blocks the view between us, not even a speck of blood. A weird feeling emerges from me as I feel my eye become inundated with such a foreign kind of ether that I've never sensed in my whole life, except for the last time I did this. Smoke comes from my eye, as it seems to partially combust itself to perform this seemingly impossible act of ether. The world twists before my eyes, and before I know it, I am back to the exact second before she hits me with the spinning kick. There is only one difference. No light comes into my right eye. That is the price I pay for the ability to slip through time. Not slight, but certainly worth it. Now that I know her next move, I prepare for it. I see Darkstep go for her previous feint of a dagger throw before then going for the kick to the gut with a blade on her heel. I retaliate with a shot that would have missed in every single situation except for the one where she feints into a mid-kick. And this is a shot I can only perform because of the extra time I'm given to do so. I see surprise fill her body as I push ether into the bullet as much as I can. I'm not much of an enhancer or transmuter when it comes to ether, but I can manage. The bullet flies out several times faster than usual and strikes her square in the darkness that covers her face as she is in the middle of her kick. No ether is there to defend her this time. I see bits of skull fly out and blood splatter. She stumbles backward for a moment as I finally land a clean hit, and I rapidly follow up with more bullets from Downpour, pushing as much ether as I can before a bullet leaves the barrel with a fiery explosion. I pierce her with steel several more times as blood finally flows from her. All it seems to have taken for me to beat her was to both cheat death and time itself, although only by a single second. My confidence rises further as I put more and more bullets into her, but she still won't go down even after 24 are rapidly fired into her body with fanfire, an evolved form of fast hands that uses my sigils touch. I don't let up the pressure, though, even as she takes several steps back from the impact. I only stop shooting her after close to 100 bullets, each of which comes out right after the other, overheating downpour and forcing me to stop firing the gun. Blood falls out of her in heaps as the cloud of darkness over her face finally fades. Excitement rises at finally knowing what the old crow looks like, alongside the hope of winning this bout. Behind the mask, which no one has seen behind, as far as I know, is a surprise. Behind the act is not a human. It is one of the other humanoid races that vie for land against us. A Nahullo, a race of white-skinned and white-haired giants, most of which are between 8 and 10 feet tall. I believe Abraham is at least part Nahullo with his hair and skin. But what's truly surprising is that Darkstep is not a giant like most Nahullo. She seems to be some kind of disfigured one. Her features are unlike the standard and blocky features of the giants. They are slurred, almost as if melted with acid. Maybe she is only half? Either way, it starts to explain why she always hides her face. I can imagine many people who would kill her because of her paper-white body and hair. I wait another second to see if she will fall over dead after all those wounds. But she doesn't. The old lady, which I now realize, isn't truly all that old because of how long those giants live. She will likely live 2 centuries if she is even a 4th Nahullo. The full ones live almost 4, taking half a century to reach adulthood. Her arms fall limp in front of her as her back bends oddly. It seems almost as if something is happening to her. Something dark. I start to back up and look for a way out, but what is in front of me stuns me with its malfeasance. A prominent phantasmal figure made of dark wood like a marionette holds strings that latch onto Darkstep's body, casting a dark shadow over her so powerful that it removes all light, even that which comes from the sun. A zone of gloom surrounds me wholly. A dark murmur touches my ears without her lips moving at all. Only the figure above her lips moves as Darkstep starts to move like a puppet. You are not the only special one. These things aren't so rare at our level, are they? I grit my teeth and make a split-second decision as I realize what she means. She also has an absolution, which is something that I wasn't expecting because of how long she has been a 6th sigil. If she were to have one and be an average human at that age, she'd feel rushed to advance and would either already be an angel, likely a 7th sigil power by now, or possibly even a virtue. She's old enough that making it the 7th sigil, let alone the 8th, isn't impossible. But it makes sense why she hasn't. She doesn't need the extra lifespan and can take her time. She is infiltrating the hunters like a perfect spy, a half-breed, or maybe even a mutated full Nahullo. It doesn't matter. It just shows the rotten even more clearly. A foreigner has entered the inner circle of the hunters, becoming a figure just below a pillar. What madness. At least I know why she is such a perfect dog. She doesn't want to be investigated at all. If she is ever forced to remove that mask, all will know. My decision, however, is one that I know will cost me. But it will cost me far less than this mistake. I forced her to use this skill because of the damage I did with that very first bullet. This skill likely has a very severe side effect, but the fact that it helps her survive after taking a lethal wound to the head is reason enough to be afraid. I don't want to fight someone like her with such a dangerous ability as I could barely keep up without it. I choose to simply go back, using my left eye this time for golden eye just before I run out of time to do so. There are only 2 problems. I can't see her clearly in the dark, and I can't go back in time that far. At least, I haven't before. It's only been about 2, maybe 3 seconds since I shot her in the head. So, I need to hurry if I want to succeed. And a third. What do I do when I go back in time? But that is something that I can let brew. I need to go back first. With a goal in mind, I push down with my feet and sprint toward the phantasmal puppeteering wraith above her, trying to get close enough to see her perfectly. This is incredibly risky, but I press on regardless. If she is able to kill me before I can see her clearly, then that is that. Through the darkness, I can roughly see her stand up unnaturally straight, but before I can do anything to react, the Nahullo woman is right in front of me, with an arm speared through my chest. Blood sputters from my mouth as it falls onto her pale face. The lightlessness of the puppet sends a chill through my spine as the woman grabs it with her hand. But I am not yet dead. I just have a foot in the grave. But I've learned a lot from my resident graves. Even in the face of imminent death, you don't relent. With the last of my strength in my rapidly fading body, I use an old skill I haven't used in a long, long time. Ignite. This creates a tiny spark, one that is carefully placed within the always full cylinder of downpour before it falls from my paralyzed hand. A gunshot goes off, sending a brief flash through the darkness, allowing me to get one glimpse at Darkstep, one in which I focus directly on her unnaturally large heart, using every ounce of my mind, soul, and heart to rewind time with my left golden eye. I feel time twist and warp underneath my perceptions as my mind itself creaks under the pressure of pushing the skill, but I do not give up, because if I do, I will not go back far enough to fix my fuck up. Fathomless force grates across my mind in a space of timelessness as I attempt to place my will onto it. I am only able to briefly touch a stream of gold before being shunted away with a splitting headache that makes me fall to my knees instantly. But as my open ears take in the surroundings, I realize I am back to just before I shot her. My fall makes me dodge her attack, a whoosh going over my back as I kneel in the pitch black. Both of my eyes are now gone for a month, but the pocket aces should give me the final hand. One that the cabin hinted at long ago when I gained this absolution. Unalloyed. Not because you do not fail, but because you can try again and again until you find the right target. Shakily, I stand up with a confident voice as I find the right target, the only one that might let me keep my life even in the dark. Not all things have to be shot. Sometimes, words are the best way to get out of a deadly encounter. My days as a lawman taught me that. So, what's it like being in a hollow? 127. Snake's Haunt. Wyatt Graves. We all take a short rest by the log that I set Johnny on when I saw Otto firing his guns at that weird flying guy. My whole body is sore from that fall, and I listen to Otto recount his and Blake's escapes while he bandages his gunshot wound and burns. Blake doesn't have to do the same because she walked over to the first man and devoured some of his vigor to slowly heal herself. She can only do it to dead people she's already stolen from. I booked it the second that Johnny admitted he couldn't handle it with that call-out. Just put my head down and ran for the destination. I was debating on coming to help you, so we could make sure the lantern is with us. But I lost track of you very quickly with that bird guy on me. I think I mostly wore him out during our run, but he started out much more dangerous with roughly 3 times as many of those feathers. What about you, Wyatt? How did you find Johnny? I just shrug as I give a short explanation leading up to me finding Johnny. Ran from those 2 people who were after me as fast as I could. Ended up attracting the attention of a Latish by accident, which one went after. Then, I fought the second for a little before hiding underneath the water. Held my breath, for I swear, almost 5 minutes before they finally left. Then, I stumbled until I found Johnny slumped behind a tree with horrible wounds. Otto nods at my recount as he finishes covering his wound and putting some kind of ointment on it. We're all pretty hurt besides you, Blake. So you're gonna have to take the lead from here on out until we make it to the Reeds. I'd guess it should only be another day or so of travel after that chase. But we need to go immediately. Who knows when that old lady will show up for Johnny again? Agreement passes from me as I pet Dakota, who's just recovered from that shockwave from the one man. Blake just gives a short hum as she stands up, and her spirit comes from her back to watch behind her. I think she named it Null or something. We quickly stand up from the short sabbatical and get moving once more toward the Laughing Reeds. This time, however, I share the burden of carrying Johnny with Otto with one of his arms over each of our shoulders. Neither of us can figure out what happened to him, though. As we walk, Otto keeps throwing out guesses, and I refute what I can. Maybe he was able to just outrun her? No way. That lady is way too fast. She was able to dodge his bullets the last time they fought. Maybe he wounded her badly enough that they split, each running for their lives. Not impossible, but I still think it's unlikely. Johnny never wanted to fight her before because he figured he'd lose 9 times out of 10. A few more guesses are thrown out, and even one by Blake suggests a third party entered the fight. None make sense, though, so we just continue on our way, constantly looking out for Darkstep and the other hunters that are still alive. As we move through the swamp, though, a sense of unease starts to creep over me. The air becomes thick with the stench of decay, and the trees hang heavy with moss and vines. Most of our travel so far has been subsumed with the stench of dirty water and moss. Only during combat has it changed to gunpowder. The ground slowly becomes even more soft and squelchy than ever before as Blake starts to slow down in her movements at the front. I, I, I think we're coming up on AD Den. If we were in any situation, I'd rather go around, but something tells me we don't have tea time. I see Otto nod to her words as if he understands perfectly, but I'm left confused and speak up. What's a den? Otto twists his head toward me slightly with a short answer. A gathering of dangerous creatures, like snakes or crocodiles. A haven for rot and death. Okay, I guess that makes sense. But isn't Sinskreek a human territory? Why is so much of it dangerous? Blake laughs with a snort at my question before becoming anxious about doing so. She tries to explain herself. I didn't laugh at you. Just, your question. Only a few territories are actually safe all the way through. The only condition for us to claim one for ourselves is to ensure no other races have large communities within them. It has nothing to do with the monsters inside. Her response lets me know just how fragile humanity truly is. We lay claim to so much land, but how much do we truly own? This swamp is certainly not ours. It is the wild's. My sharp questioning is run dry the second we notice something after her answer. The marsh around us has gone entirely silent. Now and then, we would typically hear the croak of a frog or toad or the rustle of a snake in the trees. But now, nothing exists beyond our breathing. This foreboding sense that begins to overwhelm us makes even Blake hesitate in her next decision, and she's lived here most of her life. Her voice goes quiet as she makes sure it only reaches us who are around her. The den's really close, but I think whatever is behind us is as well. Let's just get a move on, okay? She starts to move as the trees become even denser, and the path we walk on becomes increasingly narrow. At the very least, however, one thing is on our side as the water level that has almost permanently been to our calves has now shrunk to our ankles. The dense canopy primarily blocks the sun, leaving us in the dark. I start the flow for night vision so that I'm not hit with any surprises. My unease, however, only continues to rise. It feels like someone is watching us, maybe even multiple people, or multiple things. Every splash nearby makes me turn and look at it just to make sure it isn't Darkstep returning for our lives. And after a few more minutes of walking through this dark, I feel Dakota beside me growl and try to get big. The three of us instantly start looking for danger on ground level, thinking that it is a hunter, but it isn't until I look up and see the glint of yellow eyes do I realize the actual danger. All around us, yellow vertical eyes peer at us with ghastly intent from trees, bushes, and even underneath the water in some spots. We're in a den of snakes. I draw intervention and activate chain eyes to see if they possess any sigils, and to my own frustration, almost all of them do. Multiple are even shackled by oranges and yellows. I aim my shotgun and let out several blasts as I yell at my companions to run away. Run. They are all sigiled. Otto curses back at me as he helps me pull Johnny. Of course they all are. Why else would a den be dangerous, you nitwit? The fire from intervention lights up our surroundings, as well as killing many of the snakes with their dying hisses. But there are so many more. As we run forward, they start to drop down on us and slither toward us if they miss. Blake does what she can to protect above us with her grasping bandages alongside the hair from her spirit that was bonded to her. She blocks most of the falling ones, and Otto gets the rest. He uses his injured arm to draw several lines of wire that he plants above us, utilizing the wood from the trees. He quickly ties it off with his teeth while he runs. The length of wire slows and cuts all the snakes that try to fall on us as we run. I struggle to help as I have to help carry Johnny, and I only have one arm, but Dakota picks up the slack for me. He rips off the heads of several first and second sigil snakes that dart out to bite me or Otto, while at the same time distracting the few larger third sigils during our dash away. The snakes keep coming even as we run for almost a full minute through the muddy, waterlogged ground that pulls at us with every step we take. Somehow, though, only one of us gets bit as we run, and it's Blake. She gets a tiny bit on her forearm that she promptly tourniquets so hard that it stops all the blood flow. She aims to not worry about the venom for a minute or so, I know that it's not the best way to treat poison, but it's a decent way to stop it from reaching your heart. Eventually, we start to see the trees above us open up, and Blake reaches down and grabs onto a snake with that pitchback hair of her spirit. Then, she uses one of her skills to devour the snake's vigor as she immobilizes it. After that, she clears the tourniquet and uses her vigor to clean the wound. While she's doing all that, Otto and I are clearing out any of the snakes that have deigned to follow us. I am forced to use several more cylinders of ammo from intervention to prevent any more venom bites. Just as Otto kills the last with a well-placed rope dart on the second, to last that he then swings to also hit the last one with. We all take a series of deep breaths. We made it past the den. I take a moment to relax as I look back up to the sun that now reaches us, but as I do so, I hear a whistle, one that kind of sounds like an arrow moving through the air. The second my brain makes that connection, I snap back into action. My head goes down, and my eyes scan the surroundings as chain eyes. The most effortless skill for me to activate comes into being. A little bit in the distance, I see a glimmer of dark blue, the archer, and right after I notice her arrow. It's heading straight for Blake. I drop Johnny and jump at Blake, knocking her over and having the arrow zoom past at the last moment. But these arrows aren't regular. This one turns right back around and comes at the both of us now on the ground. But we aren't alone. Otto takes his turn and hits the arrow with a well-timed and well-placed rope dart, and the arrow turns around, which forces it to hit a nearby tree with the disruption, causing a minor explosion of wooden shrapnel. He looks to be and yells, "What the fuck is that?" I scream back at him as I quickly get up and pull Blake with me. "That archer lady I told you about. She must have heard the gunshots." "Fuck." Otto slings Johnny over his shoulder as he starts our escape once more with his rapid reactions. But a second arrow is already on its way for him. Blake tries to handle this arrow as she throws her spirit in the way of it, making the thing detach from her and consolidate in front of the projectile. The arrow slams straight into the spirit and explodes with a silvery light as Blake yells at us, Follow me." She runs deeper into the swamp, without hesitation as I see her spirit fade from the explosion and disappear entirely. She just sacrificed it to help us get away. Ruthless, but needed. Otto, Dakota, and I follow after her as we run away from the ever-approaching arrows. Whenever one gets close, I turn around and shoot at it with intervention until it either explodes from the shotgun's wide splash of fire, or I'm forced to dodge to the side and let Blake handle it with her controlled bandages. Otto is entirely on carry Johnny duty, not to mention that the bullet in his shoulder is slowing down his defenses. Dakota keeps snakes, crocs, or other beasts away from us as we run. But I do notice in the distance that the man whose kneecap I broke is standing beside the archer lady. Damn it, they're both here. As I reload intervention with my fifth to last cylinder of ammo, I yell to Blake, "How close are we?" "There are two of them." She glances back at me as she starts to stutter, unable to answer. I. Otto shoulder checks her as we run, trying to get her to spit it out because we can't waste any time. We need to know if we need to fight or not. Once I run out of ammo, these arrows are going to get us quickly. Otto and Blake can only deflect so many, and I can only survive a few at most without dying. Speak. Damn it. We don't have all day. They're everywhere, and it's hard to see. We need to go now or we'll die. Otto's force gets her to finally speak as she squeaks out her information, but his wording is slightly exaggerated. "I'm not sure. The water level is starting to rise, though, so we might be close to a place with reeds." Otto and I share a glance at her words, and we make a decision together, but he is the first to react. Run. Combat is not worth the risk. Someone will die. I can sense ether swirling around him as a multitude of skills are activated, and the man starts booking it with the hope that the laughing reeds are nearby. We have come so far in the past day or so, much further than everyday travel through Creek. I follow up Otto with my own skills as I use Rapturous and Strugger's Defiance. As I do this, I lean down and have Dakota jump onto my shoulders. The weight almost makes me fall over, but I recover with steady feet and sweep Blake off her feet with my left arm before running as fast as I can. I take a gamble and ignore the whistling arrow, instead merely moving my body so that the arrow will hit me. I gamble on the effect of Rapturous to protect me enough from the foreign ether to get me some distance away, so that she can't just keep shooting at us. My feet carry me forward despite the weight that I bear. Whistles come at me from the dangerous arrows of ether, and the first few are thankfully caught by Blake and her bandages controlled by her ether. But that only remains the case for a bit. After multiple failed attempts, the archer switches up her techniques. Ought to expect at least this much from a sixth sigil. The first time she does is when Blake goes to preemptively detonate an arrow with an imbued bandage. But before she lands the hit, the arrow splits into 9. Then, these 9 projectiles slam into my back and explode with blinding pain. Fire shoots through my whole body as I stumble for one step, half fall for another, and then regain my balance with gritted teeth. Rapturous is decreasing the damage from the ether, but even then, the impact is brutal. I can feel my back being split open like a whip with 9 lashes. This lady is at least 1,000 feet from us, yet she is so accurate and able to manipulate her ether so deftly from this far. It must be that willful strand kind of manipulation Virgil mentioned so long ago. How else could she reach this far? I push myself forward despite the pain, knowing what will happen if I stop. Those arrows will kill me, and if they don't, that other man beside the archer will. With this force in my mind keeping me going, I take the impact of several more of those split arrows. I take the force and can keep going, but the moment Blake misses a full one is when I'm taken down, the explosion sending me straight into the mud ahead, let alone the damage to my back. Blake is thrown out of my arm, and Dakota is thrown into the bushes beside me. The woman quickly stands and looks ahead, hesitating in her decision as she glances back at me. I grit my teeth and try to stand, but the feeling of electricity coming from my back stops me from pushing myself up. Dakota sees this and comes over to me, grabbing onto my shirt, and tries to pull me away from the danger as another arrow comes whistling. I see Blake keep looking back and forth, continuing to hesitate before making her decision. She takes a step away from me, making my heart drop in betrayal. But after only a short step away, she covers her hand with a red glow that I've only seen before in the one man during the fight in the town square. Vigor. She stabs her hand into one of the trees before ripping off a slab of bark from one of the nearby trees with this hand covered in red like a knife through butter before throwing it directly in the arrow's path, having it take the explosion. Then, she approaches me and throws me over her shoulder before running. I attempt to get up on my own, but whatever that arrow is doing leaves some lasting damage that will take some time to fix. I see Dakota run after us as fast as he can, the loyal fox never for a second thinking about leaving me. After only a few more seconds of running, though, the surroundings begin to change. The water grows higher, almost reaching Blake's knees and forcing Dakota to swim. This helps the two evade the arrows by using the water, but what really starts to concern me is how the trees change and how mist starts to creep into my eyes. The once tall and strong trees that have braved the murky waters of Sinskreek for millennia turn gnarled and twisted. The ends of branches look more like spears than natural bark. But even those gnarled trees start to disappear, and as I turn my head to look forward, I notice that they are replaced by odd constructions of dark wood that grow straight up out of the wood like the grasping fingers of a god. The mist makes everything behind us past 50 feet disappear, and the arrows from the lady quickly fall in volume before disappearing. And it is only when everything falls completely silent do I realize something. I cannot hear the splashing of Otto and Johnny anymore. 128. Laughter. The many objects of wood that come out of the murky water are giant, gnarled, and unnatural in their construction. Nothing here can possibly be called a plant, let alone a tree. I refuse to believe these are living creatures in the way they grasp at the sky like a demented god. The wood is uncomfortable to even look at, but it is the only land amongst this high water. I hear Blake take a gasp of air before speaking quietly under her breath. I can only listen to her because she is carrying me due to my injuries that desperately need to be tended to. Oh my, where the hell are we? I sputter out a question, hoping that she will fulfill it quickly. Can you find somewhere to rest? Or get away from those hunters? I think I'm bleeding pretty bad. Blake breaks out of her awe and nods before wading through the water that now reaches her waist. Why yeah, I'm sorry. I think we're close to a crossroads, or at least one that used to be here. I guess Alonzo was telling the truth. None of this is natural. The woman speeds up as fast as she can while Dakota paddles to keep up. All I can do is watch my blood seep out and leave a trail behind us in the water. I can't feel my toes in the water. I think that lady got me in my spine. Not good. Not good at all. but as I keep my eyes peeled at the edges of the mist behind me, no one appears, even as blood loss starts to eat at my focus. Nothing does. Blake treks this way for almost half an hour before deciding to take a break by climbing atop one of the gnarled fingers of dark wood. A single one is large enough for all three of us, Blake, Dakota, and I, to lay in the finger's curve after some effort. The woman immediately starts tending to my wounds with what she can do, wrapping me in bandages and using a healing salve of her own made by another doctor like Heath. I thank her for this and for coming back for me. Thank you, Blake. I appreciate it. The shy woman shakes her head and stutters in her answer. It's nothing. I try to make more conversation while she finishes up tending to my wounds, as I'm clueless about where we are right now. Are we in the Laughing Reeds? Or a crossroads? Blake looks around at the mist and the finger we're sitting on before shrugging her shoulders. I'm not sure. These kinds of places are normally off-limits for everyone but pillars and forerunners because of their danger, so there isn't much information about them. But now that I think about it, I have heard stories about a region, Satan's Hand, in Sin's Creek a few decades ago that when people enter, not only do they never return, but it's said that they are taken to some otherworldly place by wooden hands. It disappeared randomly, and then people could roam normally without danger. She takes a short break in her explanation as she finishes bandaging my fucked up back before continuing with her own thoughts. I didn't think much of it being connected to the crossroads, but now that we're here, I think it's plausible that the Laughing Reeds might just be the newest form of Satan's Hand because of a crossroads. I've never heard about it before, though, so this one must be new. Her words make some sense. Alonzo did say that this region is known for having crossroads by other sextons, but that they come and go. I wonder why that is. I know that crossroads are creations of natural ether colliding and creating some kind of rift in reality, but how can they just disappear like that? Indeed, there has to be something special about this place. The conversation drifts quickly to Otto and Johnny, who are gone. I ask her what she thinks happened as she knows this place better than me. What do you think happened to Otto? You think he's okay? The woman can only shrug. I'm not sure. I think he might have just outpaced us. At least, that's what I hope. I hope he's not in the crossroads without us. I quiet for a little bit as I think of Otto and Johnny wandering into the crossroads, a place said to be highly dangerous, with one wounded and the other basically comatose. After a few moments, I ask Blake another question, but this time it is about her skills, specifically, her life-draining one that can help her heal. I want to get to them as fast as possible, and I can't do that this injured. Blake? Why yeah. Could you somehow use that skill of yours to heal me? I'm pretty banged up right now, and I don't think I'll be much help anytime soon. She takes a moment to think before shrugging. Maybe? I've never tried before. For most abbots, our vigor, which is what I use during my death touch to heal me, is only useful for ourselves. But mine is a bit unique, as I can only take it from others and myself if I'm willing to devour a bit of my own life to strengthen myself. Unlike others who slowly accumulate it over time, I slightly nod to her thoughts. I'd say it's worth a try, as it's better than me trying to communicate with the bloody palm. I still feel a sense of foreboding darkness just looking at it. It's probably best to wait to confront the bundle of survivalistic hate until I reach the fourth sigil. This means I'm out of an arm and half of my arsenal until then. I try to shrug back at her, but it only manages to spark the pain and make me gasp. Can you try? Doubt it could hurt, Al. She shakes her head in agreement. Sure, you saved my life. I can sacrifice a bit to try and heal you. I watch as Blake places a gray-covered hand on her arm that slowly starts to turn red, the color of vigor, a highly unique form of ether that isn't antagonistic to the average human. I feel guilty for what I'm having her do as I see her face turn pale, but I need this help so I don't stop her. Then, she puts the red hand against my back carefully. A second of nothing happening passes before I feel the warmth flow through me. It reminds me very slightly of the bloody palm's energy, as I am reminded that the artifact also has an abbot sigil within it. It must have its own kind of vigor that it uses. Don't know how the damned thing uses it, though. The warmth slowly returns, feeling to my feet and toes as Blake pulls her hand away from me. Feel better? I nod as I can immediately sit up, the healing doing much more than I expected. Yeah, that was incredible. Can you do it again? Blake shakes her head, embarrassed. No. I used too much of my own vitality just then. I feel really dizzy and lightheaded. I'll need a while to rest. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take watch while you do so. Blake nods tiredly at me. She then kind of lays down on the wooden slant of the odd thing that we are on top of to escape the high water. I watch Blake close her eyes and take a rest. I take a few minutes to test my limits and see how much I've healed, and truthfully, it's not much. Everything still kind of hurts, and the injuries from the first chase still linger as the bandages from Heath take longer than a single day to heal a massive cut or bullet hole. As I do this all, however, I'm very conscious of staying close to Blake as the disappearance of Otto and Johnny is very worrying. Otto was at most 30 feet ahead when he up and disappeared from our sight, hearing, and even Dakota's smell. Blake might have said that she doesn't know if we're in the crossroads or not, or if we're even in the laughing reeds, but I'd beg to differ. I think we are already inside of it. I can just feel it. This mist isn't natural. Neither are these wooden fingers coming out of the swamp. I spend a few minutes looking into the mist from where we came, and after a while, I start to see something. Deep in the fog, twisted, shifting figures with colorful silhouettes reach up toward the heavens like spindly fingers. Laughs slowly creep into my ears as I shift uncomfortably at the sight. The laughs are many and go from light-hearted giggles to downright evil cackles of laughter. The voices can be heard in the sighing of the wind through the black stone fingers that reach up, the reeds, and the uncomfortable laughter that echoes across the swamp and puts my hair on edge. It feels like if I spend too much time listening or get too close, I risk being pulled inside the mist, lost forever to whatever lurks within. This makes me quickly look away from the mist and focus on Blake and Dakota as I have us all get a bit closer. As close as possible without waking her. I try not to look at the mist as that is what caused the laughter, but as I stare at the resting Dakota, the laughter returns. Disembodied cackles creep down my spine and make me look around, but they disappear the second I do so. I get a thought at this point as I whip my head back and forth. Do these things appear when you focus on something for too long? Gingerly, I test this theory as I stare at Blake's sleeping face and start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 56, 50 SE. I make it to 57 before the laughter from nowhere returns, and I immediately pull my focus from her face, searching for whatever is causing this. The thing is that, once again, as I look away, the sounds abruptly fade. Confidence in my idea grows as I test it once more. However, I feel like I looked into the mist and at Dakota far longer than Blake, so I try it at her once more. I restart the count right when my eyes turn to her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 32, 30. A shriek of laughter seemingly from above rips me from watching Blake as I rip my head upwards with a heartbeat that instantly doubles in speed. But again, it disappears without a trace the second I lose focus. My theory seems to be both proven true and worse than it was at first. The time is decreasing every time it happens. I can only imagine that hearing these laughs for long periods is not good for you. They give me a similar feel to the Bloody Palm's whispers, only less directly antagonistic and more accidentally dangerous, like a creature from a different dimension that wants to have fun, trying to reach whoever is here, only that its presence alone is hard to stand. I curl up into a little ball with a sleeping Dakota in my arms as I constantly change my focus. How did these two fall asleep? Am I the only one hearing these things? No way. I'm not crazy. Am I crazy? No. Something has to be going on here. Is it the mist? Is it getting into us slowly? Or is it the ether in the air? Usually, the natural ether in the air is invisible unless moved drastically, like a swift gust of wind that leaves behind a slight trail. But if I use chain eyes, I can roughly see aerial ether. Ether flows into my eyes and gives me sight, and what I see makes me gasp. The mist and the area around me are covered with swirling colors of ether. Every single strand has a different feel and paint, like it's from a completely different source, like it's all from a different realm. It is also supernatural, even in its dangerous splendor. I make a mistake, however, and that is my looking at it for too long as laughs, giggles, and chuckles from some unknown entities reach my ears. I rapidly shift my focus and cut off the sight so that I don't make the same mistake. At this point, the laughs last a second or so, even after I change focus, leaving behind a ringing in my head, one that causes a slight burgeoning pain in my temples. After that episode, I go completely still and constantly distract myself with everything I can think of. It's just that the only thing I have to distract myself besides falling asleep is the book from the first. So I start off by reading short bits from a random page in the first book. Then, whenever I get through a passage, I go looking around like a madman before returning to the words. My interest quickly peaks as the first speaks about absolutions, something I've known very little about for a long time. I have often been asked what a power is by those at the forefront. Power. A curious thing indeed. I do not talk about the concept. I talk about the genuine thing. These are absolutions given substance. Before one becomes a seventh sigil, a power, or an angel, however, one classifies it, their absolution, should they have one, is weak and unrefined. Only when they take the first step toward godhood do they gain true power. Hence, power. My eyes scour the mist for a moment before returning to the page as my interest in angels reaches a peak. No power will be the same, which is the skill given from an absolution. They are all unique and terrifying in their own right. Even two of the same exact sigils will have different powers bestowed. Mine? Well, mine lets me even the scales. That's all I say. From long-distance instant travel to seeing the future, almost any power can exist. The only restriction is the price one must pay, and that the power be based on a sigil that you resonate highly with, hence the absolution you would have gained. These are born from people attempting the impossible, pushing themselves and their bodies to limits unknown, and in response, the angel within emerges. Once more, I switch my attention as my mind drifts to what strugglers gasp might become in the future. It says the version before becoming a seventh sigil is unrefined. But has the skill not already been refined? Maybe it's unique because I got it so early compared to most, but I'm not sure. Above a power on the second step of godhood is a virtue. These are the gifts from a second absolution. Virtues enhance a core part of a person, something that, once again, is unique. No two people are identical, and neither will their virtue be. For my safety, I will not reveal whether I have one. You never should either. Virtues can sometimes be hard to notice, but they are far more powerful than the power that comes before them if used properly. Virtues are about preparation and readiness. Use yours properly. My eyes are ripped off the page as I feel something coming near in my subconscious mind. I think I'm getting the feeling of sensing whatever this laughing thing is. I spend a short moment looking around like a madman before returning to the last two paragraphs on the small page. I grow too engrossed and read as fast as I can so as to not be caught by the laughing reads. And lastly, or at least the last part of the road to godhood, I know, is a dominion. I believe these are also the gifts of a third absolution, but they very well might be the innate powers of a ninth sigil. I truly know very little about this stage other than that a dominion allows you to control some aspect of your sigil without any ether. One gains dominion over something. I'm unsure as to the limitations of such a thing, but I figure they are powerful even with them. I have said this many times and I'll repeat it in this book. Your sigil is the foundation of your powers. Your skills are your hands, legs, and fingers. Your absolutions, however, are extensions of your soul. The parts that shine so brightly give you abilities that can shake the earth. They are unpredictable and unique. They are humans proving to themselves and the world that we deserve to live. They are our records that we were here, the actions of those who accomplish one etched into the fabric of reality. Any can achieve one, but only we, the weak, the woeful, the hopeful, have the advantage in acquiring them. In the darkest dark, seek absolution, and within, hope may still lie for an early sunrise. I barely pull my eyes away from the text fast enough to not be touched by the mist as I feel something come very close to me. Immediately, I regret getting that close to the laughs, but the first words are the only time someone has been able to tell me what absolutions actually are. The hunter manuals were vague, and no one else really had a straight answer. And I mean, the first wasn't entirely straight, but it was understandable. Absolutions are abilities taken from future sigils that one resonates with. They are us proving to the world that we deserve to live in some way. I don't know how all that works, but the experience sounds about right. His words also give me an idea as to what my future might entail. Struggler's Gasp will undoubtedly become my power should I ever reach 7th sigil, but I can only wonder as to what my virtue will be, or how they even really work. Dominions are even more confusing, though. How can you use your sigil without ether? How does that work? I don't know, but I'm forced to change focus again before the giggles return. As I do so, though, I accidentally wake Blake up with my abrupt movement, and she sits up instantly, wide-eyed and shaking. I turn to her quickly and apologize, but she just stares down into the water below. Sorry, I woke you up. Are you good? She doesn't reply to me. Her eyes stay utterly focused on the murky water for far too long. Way too long. 129 islands. Blake stares dumbly at the murky water below us, not responding to me at all. Concern immediately grows as I move over to her and shake her, trying to get her to break out of whatever she is stuck in. She doesn't react at first and only moves after I shake her rough enough to almost knock her off of our spot in this odd construction of wood. Blake frantically looks at me and screams, "What the hell are you doing?" I back up a bit as I try to explain myself. You weren't responding. You were just staring into the water. I thought you might have been gotten by the laughs. She looks at me, and I see concern appear on her face as she tilts her head. What do you mean? I was talking to you? And what do you mean by laughs? There is no one else here? I take a second to look around as I grow confused. She wasn't moving, let alone talking. What's going on here? I take a few seconds to look at her, and apparently, my focus lasts too long, and my confusion blocks out my sense of time as giggles appear in my ears. And as they do, I see her face twist, elongate, and darken in color. It almost turns into a kind of wolf-human hybrid, like a rougarou. Scooting back a bit, I swap my focus quickly, which makes the sounds and hallucinations change. What the fuck is happening? I try to explain myself as Blake raises her arms at me defensively. I think something here is affecting us, or at least me. If I focus too long, laughs appear in my ears, and hallucinations appear that affect how I see you. I think we've been in the laughing reeds for a while, Blake, and that only now is it getting to us. I use rapturous, hoping that it will somehow block out the effect of whatever is happening, and it seems to work as the mist around clears just a tad bit, and I feel the pain in my temples subside. Blake looks at me, even more confused as she tries to understand what is happening. Why is it only getting to us now? And when did we step into it? My sleep was wait. I don't remember going to sleep. Did I fall asleep? I only remember healing you a bit. Then everything went black until you knocked into me. Bewilderment only rises as I try to make sense of everything going on. I think we might be resistant to whatever is happening. I know my sigil helps me resist mental effects greatly. What about yours? And yes, I remember watching you go to sleep. Blake puts her hand on her chin as she starts copying what I do, constantly changing focus and switching back. The woman is quite adaptable, but it does seem odd how much she is copying me and how quickly. I guess that's what growing up in Sinskreek will do to you, though. Mine does. Abbots are known to be the most resistant to external effects of just about any kind, but mostly mental. So your idea kind of works. Otto must have been the first to have the mist creep into his mind, making him disappear or leave us somehow. Her eyes flicker up as she takes a small break from speaking. Her words make sense, though. I think I remember hearing about that trait of Abbott's somewhere. The hunters behind us must have been next either because they were further behind, or because they were higher sigils. I nod to her reasoning, but try to deduce where it started. Do you think we entered it at the den or after? Blake takes a second to think about my question as she looks to where she got bit by a snake, and her eyes go wide. I don't think there ever was a den. Look, my wound is gone, like it was never there. This place has had us since before the den. Blake looks deeply into my eyes. We've been in the laughing reeds for a while. It's finally reached the point that it can affect our surroundings entirely. Realization hits me as I remember that I never actually saw a corpse of a snake after we killed them. I remember Otto's face when he yelled about us being surrounded by hunters and how hard it was to see. The mist definitely got to him earlier. But what do we do now? If the world around us is possibly fake, how do we continue to the crossroads? Are we in the crossroads already? How do we find Otto and Johnny? Not many options exist for us to move forward with in complete confidence. What are the chances that we are already in the crossroads, Blake? That the laughing reeds, the devil's grasp, or whatever it is, are all just a part of the crossroads? Blake takes a moment to think before answering. I think the chances are quite high, to be honest. But the thought is worrying. If we take a wrong turn that we wouldn't even know, we might end up in some different realm. Or forbid, if we are somehow sent to hell. We both go silent at that thought for a few moments. This whole area is 10 times, no, 100 times more dangerous than anyone thought. Something tells me, though, that this isn't normal. Surely, Johnny or Alonzo would have mentioned it was this bad, right? They only talked about the potential otherworldly creatures that could creep through the crossroads, not these bizarre effects. And these effects seem to worsen over time while we're conscious. Blake doesn't even remember going to sleep either, whatever that means for her. Dakota is still asleep, and honestly, I'm unsure if I want to wake the little guy. With our situation fucked and an incomprehensible timer ticking, I try to get us moving. This place only seems to get worse over time. We either find a way out, find a way to the underworld, or die. Let's try to hurry. Blake nods to my plan and slowly starts to slide off of the tree as I go to follow her, gingerly carrying Dakota to not wake him. We reach the water below, and I feel the cool touch of it burn my back through the bandages. This short trip has truly beaten me to all hell. I hate to say it, but I do miss the bloody palm helping me out. Maybe the periodic takeover attempts are even worth it. We consider going back, but quickly put that option away. Those hunters are probably there, and I'd be willing to bet that Darkstep can brave this place. She is a forerunner. After all, the lady is only below the pillars in power. I shake my head and change my focus as I keep Rapturous on, which seems to help a bit. I can keep my focus for a bit longer before having to swap focus compared to prior to it being active. We wade through the high waters for a while as the mist grows thicker and thicker, colors shifting and changing, almost as if there are moving lights deep inside the fog. Deeper, we go into the mist, searching for Otto and Johnny, but we stay silent as we do so. What lurks within the crossroads, the laughing reeds, or wherever we might be is unknown to us. And so, we continue to wade through the water, constantly on the lookout for anything that might appear and attack us, but nothing does. Seconds turn to minutes as minutes drift to hours in the mist. Splash after splash, and eventually, Dakota wakes up from his sleep, but the fox seems unaffected by the fog, at least at first. After a while, he starts growling randomly, and I have to keep petting him to calm him down. Blake even pats him, but the fox doesn't react to her. Initially, I find that a bit odd, but I throw it away as there are more significant concerns. The mist never seems to end as we move through it, and several more times. I am forced to hear the ominous giggles because it grows harder and harder to switch focus as I grow wearier. My eyes resist the rapid movements as my legs move slowly through the water, but I continue on without complaint as Blake does the same. Eventually, though, our effort bears fruit as we enter an area with those odd finger-like constructions again. Only this time, there are more of them, and as we move past them, we find a small island type of thing at the center of all of them. The island of Black Rock is, at most, only the size of a small house, but Blake and I grow ecstatic at seeing it. We spend a few minutes climbing to the top and looking around. As usual, though, our vision is blocked by the mist, but I end up looking down at the island itself. What I see throws me for another loop. The entire thing is covered with writings that are inscribed into the stone that swirl around in madness. I feel something hot emanating from the rock as I use chain eyes. The skill gives me the ability to see ether and not just feel it. And what I see answers a question and gives me a dozen more. Misty ether comes from the inscriptions on the rock. The ether from the rock floats into the air before colliding with the ether already in the air, creating tiny sparks and friction. That's where the heat comes from, and somehow also where the mist comes from. These inscriptions. Is the mist man-made? Is someone maybe trying to block off the crossroads to anyone else? Is that why the hallucinations exist? I ask Blake for her thoughts after I explain mine, but she doesn't really have any idea either. I have no clue. This is all so weird. I bend over and put my finger against one of the words and get a bizarre feeling from it as I inspect it. The words are foreign yet familiar. I can't read anything written here, but I swear I've seen it before. How is that possible? Something is seriously wrong here. We need to move. My gut is screaming at me. Something deep within me is firing at all cylinders, but I can't make it out. It's almost like, I don't know. Laughs rip into my subconscious as an ominous cacophony touches my eardrums and tears my focus away from the ground. I stand straight as the laughs seem so close, almost like they are right in my ear. As I draw intervention, my eyes go back down to the inscriptions below me. I think the sounds are coming from this. They have to be, right? Back up, Blake. I'm going to shoot it. Why? Just back up. It makes me feel off. I think it's the source of the laughs. Okay, Blake follows my lead and backs off to the island's edge as I let out all 6 blasts from the cylinder of intervention. The world is consumed by red, yellow, and white as the lead and fire destroy large parts of the inscription. I take a quick second to eject the rounds and reload as I peer at the rock with chain eyes. A smile touches my lips as I see no more mist from the broken inscription. I did it. Blake walks just behind me, maybe a little too close, but I ignore it for now, and she congratulates me as I laugh out loud. Nice. Maybe it will stop the mist from growing. Her words make me look around as I realize another thing. There is no way this is the only place making this mist. No way at all. It was making far too little for how much there was here. And how is this even possible? How can words make ether? I'm so confused. Too much is happening. It has to be the skill of some sigil, or maybe even the effect of some artifact. Perhaps, maybe even a power. No, that'd be way too coincidental even for me. And I'd be fucked if it was. I just turn to Blake and start making my way off this island. Maybe if we destroy enough of these things, we will be able to find our way to the actual entrance of the crossroads if we aren't already in it. Or maybe we'll just see the person or thing creating all these inscriptions. Let's find more of these to break. She nods at my idea and follows me through the water again as we enter it. I start walking deeper into the mist, wading through the high water as I keep my eyes peeled for any more of those wooden structures or islands. Another hour or so passes as my mind and body slowly become more ragged, but I cannot rest. If I do, something bad will likely happen. No, I'm positive it will. Some deep part of my mind tells me so. And when the entire world around me could probably be fake, I will believe my deepest gut feeling more than the world around me. At the end of that hour of searching for another island, I found another one, but this time, this one is slightly larger, closer to the size of a large house. Not that it matters all that much, only that it is a bit harder to climb onto. The inscriptions will break all the same as long as I break enough of them. I peer at the words and once again grow uncomfortable as they look familiar, but I still cannot pinpoint where they are from. I want to say from some book or something, but I cannot recall any book with letters like these. Or can I? I take a moment to sit and remember before breaking the unknowable words. They are different from the words in the cabin, that's for sure. None of the words in on the shoulders fit either. Those are all in the same language. So it's nothing recent. Is it from my childhood? Maybe? My focus switches as I am cognizant of the giggles and the pain to my temples they bring. I'm sure if I was any other sigil other than philosopher or abbot like Blake, it'd be much worse. I quickly switch back, though, as I am determined to discover where these words come from. I close my eyes and lower my breathing, trying to imitate how Abraham entered my mind and pulled out a memory. There is no way I can do the same, but I figure this technique might help recollection. And as I sit there in remembrance, flickers of light come into mind. Short instances of fleeting memories past, most of which are unimportant. Either me reading under the tutelage of Ma or me reading things the few times we were in nearby towns. But eventually, something of import comes to the forefront. It isn't an actual memory I remember having, though. It is from a hallucination caused by the bloody palm eating my mind while we were getting attached, where Ma looked like an ogre, and the words on the paper were incomprehensible that she was trying to force me to read. The words remind me of those that I see right now. They are filled with spirals, hard to focus on letters, and incomprehensible words. None of it makes any sense, and I can barely even remember anything from this previous hallucination besides a few of these spiraling words. I open my eyes and immediately shoot at the letters below as I hate the connection even occurring deep in my mind. Somehow Ma is connected to all of this. I'll have to ask her when I see her in the underworld. She'll have to tell me about everything, then, right? There is so much she hid from me. It's incredible. 1:30. Where is here? Blake Nightingale. My eyes open, and all that greets me is silence. I can tell it's night even through the mist as I sit up and look around. My whole body is still suffused with exhaustion from healing Wyatt, and as I turn to look at him, I realize he is gone. Fear, panic, and confusion all explode as I frantically search for the young man. But the only thing I find is his fox, whimpering beside where he used to be sitting. Where the hell is he? I go to call out to see if maybe he's nearby and has to do something, but just as noise begins to leave my throat, a chilling laugh comes from within the mist. one that sends a chill down my spine and immediately invokes my flight or fight response, specifically flight. The laughter grows in volume and seems as though it is getting closer as it is joined by a chorus of creepy giggles. Taking a glance at Dakota and knowing that Wyatt would never want the fox to be left behind, I pick up the fox and pull it with me. Dakota resists for a moment, but I whisper yell to it as it growls at me. We need to go find Wyatt, okay? Your master? He stops growling and lets me pick him up as I slide down the wood, using my vigor and ether-infused bandages to protect me on the way down. Just as we splash into the water, I hear pounding footsteps whose sound outweighs the splash it creates. My heart skips a beat as I immediately plunge beneath the stomach-high water. Hiding beneath, Dakota resists for only a short moment as I put my hand over his mouth to calm him down. I flow ether around my heart with the twinge of my sigil, using hibernation to slow down my heartbeat and respiration. This is what I usually do whenever I meet a threat that I am uncomfortable with fighting in Sinskreek. You hide and wait for a later opportunity. Then, I just wait under the murky water's surface as the footsteps grow in volume and force, almost as if they are angry. After nearly a full minute of stressful and fear-induced waiting, I witnessed the creature making these noises. I thought it might have been a Latish or a Rougarou for a while, but my guess was ultimately off. What emerges is a massive humanoid, almost 9 feet or so tall, carrying a cleaver on its back, or on her, as I can see feminine features on the creature. Just looking at it sends chills down my spine and makes me go stock still, almost as if I'm seeing a natural predator. Dakota does the same as I feel him fall utterly limp in my arms beneath the water. I try to sense its ether, just using my own mind by closing my eyes, but the density coming from it is beyond anything I've ever seen before, instantly burning my mind. I rip away my senses and hope it doesn't notice as I also go limp. It stops for a brief moment at my investigation and looks around at the deadwood fingers. Thankfully, the creature doesn't seem to notice us as it walks further into the mist, past the constructions of deadwood that look like fingers grasping at the air. I wait to emerge until the thing is entirely gone beyond the fog, and when I do, both Dakota and I take a huge gasp of air. What the fuck is happening? Was that a demon? An ogre? Or what? I've never heard of anything within Sinskreek with a clever and that kind of height or stature. The Rougarou is the closest but is covered in damp hair, not loose skin and clothes. Not to even mention how ugly it was. The damned thing looked disgusting, and I could only recognize it as female because of its chest. Not just that, but where the hell did Wyatt go? This mist is so hard to see through, and he just up and left? How long ago? He even left Dakota? No, something isn't right. I can't imagine him leaving the fox behind. Something must have made him leave. Was it those laughs I heard? They disappeared the second the footsteps emerged? Maybe. The laughing reeds. Johnny told me, who was told by Alonzo, that they cause hallucinations and eat away at the mind over time, that few have ever walked out alive, and those that do are often aged, mentally scarred, or not the same person. But this is the closest crossroads, or the only known place with a chance of having one that's accessible. The only other one I can think of would be at the bottom of Lawless Lake, and no one can make it that deep. It's just known to be down there. Maybe something from beyond lured him away. That must be it. What I just saw must be from beyond one of these realms, and something must have drawn Wyatt away without giving him a chance to wake me up. With renewed vigor, I speak to Dakota and start walking deeper into the mist to look for Wyatt, Otto, and Johnny. They're all gone, aren't they? At least you're still here with me, Dakota. I don't like being alone. Please don't leave me either, okay? The fox just tilts its head at me. Of course, it wouldn't understand loneliness. It's just a fox. It might be a bit smart, but it's not sentient. Don't be stupid. You need to focus. It is just like it used to be, alone in the swamps. You need nothing else but yourself here. No matter what you might think. 20 years in this place without dying. You can do a bit more, right, Blake? I wade through the high water with a sigh and a quick look at the shrouded moon. I hope I can. So many people have left me, and while few do on purpose, it hurts all the same. This is why I joined up with Johnny. The dragoon died, and I was left without purpose or companionship. Loneliness eats away at you faster than anything else. I've gone several minutes without air, hours on the verge of death, days without water, and weeks without food. but the months alone are what stick with me. Sitting in the corner of an alley or inside a hole of a tree with no one to speak to except for the fear that those around you will take advantage or simply kill you for your meager belongings. That's not even what hurts the most, though. It's when you finally make friends just for them to betray or leave you. It's hard to decide which hurts more, though, a betrayal of a friend or the death of one. That's why I couldn't leave Wyatt behind, even if it might have killed me. It's why I'll look for him until I'm given a reason he wouldn't do the same for me. As my thoughts spiral in this depressive episode I'm so familiar with, I hear laughs in my peripheral, but I ignore them. Delusions are nothing new to me. I was born here. Hallucinations from venom, poison, or spores are common. Over time, you gain a relatively good sense of what is real and what isn't. For me, the way I figure it out isn't some gut feeling like others do. It's the emotional response I have. Most laughter would simply make me feel lonelier because I'm left out, but this laughter, it only makes me feel uncomfortable. So, I'm able to easily ignore it as I search for my friends who left me, hoping that none of them did so out of betrayal or that they are already dead. I am, however, careful not to follow in the footsteps of that ogre that passed me by. Under no circumstances do I want to be found by that thing. After several hours of this stressful and careful travel, with the laughter occasionally in the back of my mind, I find an island of dark stone in this water. It's a small one, only about the size of a small house, but Dakota and I climb to the top of it after a few minutes of searching for a way up. And when we do, I look down at it to see if anything is left behind by Wyatt. A message, a waypoint, anything. And while I do find something, it's not what I was hoping for. There seem to be small inscriptions that were destroyed by lead and fire, a sign of Wyatt's intervention, but above that are long, winding words written with what seems to be the nails of a giant. The text is rough, swirling, and hard to read, and it's not even in Chero, the human language. It's in another language, the demonic tongue of Enochian. There are many demonic languages, though, just as there are many different kinds of demons, but Enochian is the most common. I know a bit of the twisting letters from the many books I've read over my life, one of which was a short book of words and letters of Enochian written by a hunter. Because of this, I can decipher the 12 words written roughly into the stone. You are unwelcome here, young graves. Turn back or meet your maker. I'm not confident that this is the correct translation. Graves could have been tombs, and maker could have been death or fate, but I'm not sure. Regardless of the differing translation, though, it makes almost zero sense. Whoever wrote this, probably that ogre, left a warning for someone. But who? How could it even have known anyone was here? The mist is everywhere and stops all sight past 30 feet or so. Is it me? It can't be. It didn't even see me. Nor does any of this fit me. I stand up from my investigation into the stone with more questions than answers, but at least I got one explanation. Why it was here. I don't know why he shot at the stone, breaking it, but I can see his spent shells on the rock. I'm sure he had a reason. Sighing, I climb down from the rock with Dakota as I head deeper into the mist in search of the crossroads, my friends, and whatever the hell is happening. Meanwhile, laughter touches my mind and stabs into my temples with an eerie pain. The way through the laughing reeds is difficult, especially with this piercing laughter, but I grew up in Sinskreek. No amount of water, danger, or creepiness will keep me away. This place is my home, and its waters are my birthright. I have no issue swimming or wading through this as long as I have to. Sleeping on top of the murky water is not an issue either, although I would rather have a safe place to rest, and I'm sure Dakota would too. The mist only continues to grow harder and harder to see through, and the laughter starts to pierce through my mental defenses as I go deeper. Pain erupts in my temples as I try to focus and defend myself while I wade through the water. It is difficult, though, and I worry about how Otto, Johnny, and Wyatt are doing without the boons of my sigil. Wyatt Graves. As I climb onto the third island, my feet grow increasingly exhausted. This one is even deeper into the mist before, even bigger, and creates way more of the ether from the inscriptions written. Blake follows behind me as Dakota keeps up like usual. Everything is becoming more demanding the longer I stay awake. It's been so long since I slept, yet I have no chance to. Constantly changing focus is making me so tired. But I have to, or else the pain in my temples will spike, and the laughter will grow closer. When I reach the top of this island, I take a short rest, just looking at the swirling, twisting, and winding letters written into the stone. It's beautiful in an odd way. Just the same way that someone with nice handwriting can be appreciated, these words are eloquently made in the same way. This distraction catches my attention for just long enough for Blake to walk up behind me, but when she gets close, I turn around, uncomfortable. "What are you doing?" She just laughs it off and taps me on my shoulder. "Nothing. Why are you so paranoid?" My eyes squint as I look closer at her. She's more confident than usual. That's a bit odd, but it's probably because it's just the two of us. Maybe she loses confidence in groups, and she's normal in one-on-ones. I shrug my shoulders and lie down on the stone for a few minutes to let my legs and feet rest. Wading through such high water is exhausting. At least nothing has jumped out from the depths to attack us, though. I then look up at the mist above as the sun seems to be setting. The colors start to dim above me and hint at the darkness of night approaching. It appears like it's been long enough for the night to arrive at this point. We've been traveling for a while through Since Creek. Blake also takes a few steps away from me before sitting on the rock. I know that I should just break these inscriptions with my shotgun, but I am low on ammo. Only around 20 or so shells left, and Otto, who carries extra ammo all the time, is nowhere near. I know Blake doesn't have any shells because she only has a small pistol. So, instead of wasting bullets, I roll over onto my stomach and start scraping away at the inscriptions with my dagger. I use physical strengthening on my arm to help break off chunks of stone faster, which helps quite a bit. It only takes around 20 minutes to destroy whatever is happening here with these swirling words that I can't read. Once I finish that, we start our journey to the next one. Hopefully, we will find what we're looking for soon, or we'll discover Otto and Johnny. I mean, how far could they have gone? Otto is pretty fast, but is wounded and weighed down by Johnny. Surely he has to be on one of these islands resting, right? Or maybe the mist got to him too bad, and he's running around like a madman. I hope it's the former. As we walk deeper into the mist, it grows thicker and thicker, seemingly more potent as well, as everything reaches the point where I no longer can evade the laughter by constantly changing my focus. The giggles of children, the laughter of adolescents, and the chuckles of adults continuously eat away at my sanity nonstop. Blake doesn't seem too bothered by it, though. Abbott must be really good at resisting external effects like these, as even Dakota is seemingly more aggressive and odd. At this point, I almost permanently have my hand up to my temple, massaging my head as these noises continue to pierce into my brain, making pain blossom every time a high-pitched giggle or low laugh comes from nowhere. Frustration grows as well as tiredness as I can't find what I'm looking for. Not Otto or Johnny, not the cause of this damned mist, and not even the actual crossroads. I simply shake my head and continue to walk in determination. Blake and Dakota follow behind me, the latter paddling through the high water. After several hours of wandering, however, we find another one of these islands, and I repeat the same process. I grind away at the stone while the laughter grinds away at me. Whenever I break the inscriptions, the noises fade briefly before re-emerging with slightly less strength. That alone gives me enough motivation to continue. What I'm doing is working, but something else repeats once more. Blake gets incredibly close while I'm distracted. Close enough that it makes me severely uncomfortable with her breath falling onto me, and something in the back of my mind tingles as I turn to her. She just raises an eyebrow at me when I twist away after finishing destroying the inscriptions. "What are you doing? Why do you keep getting so close?" She just shakes her head. "I don't know what you're talking about." I squint once more at her and focus. She's been acting really odd, entirely unlike usual. Usually, I'd attribute that to stress, but something keeps me on edge about her. But I still don't know what is wrong, so I laugh it off and turn around. I start walking to the island's edge to make my way down. Haha, okay, very funny. Just please, don't get that close. She laughs back at me as well, but her giggle hits me just as my foot hits the island's edge, and it sounds exactly the same as the ones that keep piercing into my mind. The high-pitched, disembodied sound. Her laugh did not come from her. It came from above. 131. Stand tall. My head instantly twists to face her as my heart elevates in power, beating with thumps of strength that spread warmth to my water-chilled body. That feeling of something being wrong strikes at me like a hammer. This isn't Blake. She hasn't stuttered. She hasn't blushed. She hasn't fucked up even once since she went to sleep. Not just that, But now that I think about it, she hasn't helped me at all. Nothing she has said has been helpful since then. Not a single piece of information from a Syncreek native that would be helpful. Just a bunch of, I don't know, and not sure. My hand falls to my side where intervention lies as my eyes squint, and I prepare to fight. This isn't Blake. I don't know what it is, but she is not that shy girl. Blake notices my preparations, and unlike the normal one that might grow confused, I just see this one nod ominously and smile. The smile is far too wide for an average human and stretches the skin so far that it breaks as Blake transforms before my very eyes. And what she turns into makes me almost retreat from the island. It is a pale, skinny, six-armed creature with a gaping maw of endless teeth. The limbs move in irregular movement as it starts to move toward me with raspy sounds that leave its mouth. So naive, so tasty. The second that it speaks, I release the fires of intervention at it. But as I get the first round out, Dakota, beside me, transforms as well and leaps for my arm with a jaw that rapidly turns into a meat grinder. The fox, the size of a medium dog, rapidly enlarges to be more prominent than a human with half a dozen spindly limbs. My eyes widen in surprise as I slip off the island backward, dodging his leap and rolling off the island ass first. Scraps, cuts, and bruises welcome me as I slap against the rock and splash into the water below. Both Dakota and Blake are not honest. They are figments of this place, replaced by whatever the hell these two monsters are. My mind spins rapidly as I try to gain some distance from the two creatures that follow me down the island, albeit a bit slower as I take the fastest way down possible. What are these two things? Shape-shifting? Check. Many limbs? Check. Pale-skinned? Check. My heart skips a beat as my mind comes to the only possible conclusion. Skinwalkers, wait. No, these are not skinwalkers. Those demons are highly intelligent to the point of being innate mentalists, and by the way, they are chasing me as less intelligence and more instinct. These have to be something else. But what? A Yenold? Maybe? Otherworldly creatures, more akin to spirits than actual monsters, haunt people by transforming into loved ones and eating people as said loved ones. They used to be a much bigger problem as they have difficulty living in places with high populations and low amounts of ether. The first mentioned wiping most of them out in his notes. But this place? It has so much ether in the area, either because of the crossroads or because of whoever is writing those inscriptions. I don't even need to mention the limited number of people here. As far as I know, I'm the only person here anymore. I turn around to them as I hear the splashes following me, and I rapidly squeeze and release the trigger of intervention, using every single shell in the cylinder of the spinning shotgun to blow one of the monsters straight to whatever hell it came from. The front Yenold screeches as it dunks beneath the water to soothe the burns, but the amount of lead put into it will surely kill it shortly. After the first one is out of the picture, I draw my dagger and, with a yell, stab at it. Ether flows through me, Struggler's defiance for strength, and rapturous in case this Yenold has some tricks up its sleeve. I try something new out as the maw of the Yenold seems to be quite dangerous when I stab toward it. I backstep into the water and let myself fall backward as I try the trick I did on Johnny weeks ago before he promptly put me in a coma. I transform the ether in wetting and attempt the skill I named Slash for the first time in actual combat. Several links of chains made of phantasmal and hard-to-see ether emerge from the blade of my dagger as I slash at the creature attempting to eat me. And more whip-like than blade-like, the ether slams into the head of the creature as it extends and wraps around its neck. In my mind, I instantly rename the skill to Leash as the creature charges me despite the hit, and with a push against it and a claw to the side, I dodge to the side. But before it can get past me, I whip around and climb atop the monster, pulling the leash as hard as I can. The monster starts to go crazy as it claws, bucks, and tries to get me off, but it's hard to do so in the water and with me holding onto it with leash. After a few seconds of this, I bring the hand of my dagger up to my mouth, and with a gigantic surge of physical strengthening to my jaw while releasing rapturous, I bite down hard enough to hold onto the leash. Then, I draw my other dagger and stab into the back of the Yenold repeatedly until it stops moving. Red blood covers me entirely by the time I'm done, and I'm panting so heavily that the water around me makes it hard to breathe as it presses against my chest. I take a moment to look at the monsters and then at myself. A bit away is the other Yenold that has risen to the surface with horrible wounds. It is definitely dead, as it's not breathing or moving at all. 2 dead and no injuries? That has to be a first, right? Oh wait, no. I feel a sting in my stomach. Looking down, I see a reasonably deep claw mark underneath the surface of the water on my stomach. Adrenaline is one hell of a drug. To clean and bandage my wound with whatever spare cloth I have, I make my way back to the island as I begin to worry for Dakota and Blake. What the hell happened to them? Are they okay? They damn well better be. Or I'll kill whoever is making all this damned mist. What do I do now, though? Do I just keep going forward? I'm sure it'll be a lot easier to find everyone once this mist is cleared. With it, I can only see 30 feet or so in any direction. That's probably the best plan, as I have no idea how to return to where I started. I could just head backward, but I doubt that will work. Footsteps are rarely wholly straight. Once I make it to the island, I make my way up it, going around the parts that have a bit of my blood or ripped clothes on them from my fall. I even use a leash, the newly tested skill that seems to be quite useful, to help hold me up with my teeth as I climb. I only have one arm, so I need to be creative. Physical strengthening on my jaw and leash on a dagger in my mouth put together can act as a rudimentary arm for now. It's crude. It looks stupid. It even sounds impractical, but I just prove to myself that it works. When I'm at the top, I rip off some more pieces of my dwindling clothes and tie a bandage around my torso. Thankfully, I can fend off any disease with ether. Or can I? I haven't gotten sick since I gained a sigil, but surely bacteria and whatever other small stuff that exists can gain ether, right? I don't need to dwell on that bleak future, however. The current one is dark enough. Alone, cold, and wounded in the middle of a hallucinogenic swamp with extra-dimensional fiends that want to impersonate my friends and kill me as them. Not to mention that somewhere in this damned fog is the person who made all these inscriptions. At least they're likely to be here. Huh, fuck me. I tie the bandage tie with a yank as I stand up from my sitting position. I got shit to do, friends to find, and mysteries to solve despite being the world's most ignorant sigilled. Before I move any further, though, I reload intervention. Even further, my supplies dwindle as I reach the bottom of the pack of shotgun shells. 12 extra remain. Very little food as well. I ate or lost most of it during the chase for the cuts in myself, or from my pack. With a curse and a depressed sigh, I slide back down off of the island, safely this time. Somehow things always seem to be left to me. For just once, I'd like to be the person saved. No, that's not true. I hate being powerless, but it does get exhausting. Yet, I'll do it anyway. Ma ain't raised no quitter. And so, I return to wading through the high water for more of those islands, or any sign of my friends. Hell, I'd even take Alonzo right now as company, but I know he ran away in the opposite direction. The coward. Can't believe he didn't even hold up his end of the deal. Yeah, I can. Man's a snake. All he is missing is the rattle and scales. His undead have the venom, I'm sure. The water only seems to get colder as I walk, though, the chill piercing into me. The tiredness of not sleeping and constantly moving, fighting, or hiding is starting to eat at me as well. My eyes are hard to keep open, and each step grows heavier and heavier. I can't keep going on like this, or I might faint standing. With a grunt, I activate Indefatigable, the skill that I learned from Blake to reduce tiredness. Ether pulls out the energy hidden within me as I feel a shot of coffee run through my ragged and weary system. It makes my back stand a bit straighter and tougher. My feet are a bit more stable, and my mind is a bit clearer. It doesn't do anything for the pain in my temples from the constant laughter that I've grown to ignore. Nothing has appeared from the mist or the dancing colors within it either. The shimmering figures just come into vision now and again, but never come any closer. They have just seemed to become a new constant in my life. Hours pass as I move through this water, and I am forced to use Indefatigable several more times, pulling as much energy out of my drained body as I can to stay awake. I can just feel something, and I'm unsure if it's because of what happened to Blake and Dakota or what. But I'm almost certain that sleep is dangerous, that something happens when you close your eyes for rest. A creature must be watching me, whether it is spiritual or not, just waiting to enter my mind for when I rest. This distrust in the reality around me is not ungrounded. Sleep is when the human mind comes closest to the spirits around us as our souls become slightly unanchored. Sleep is the only time that an average human can reach and interact with the extra-dimensional or the supernatural. If I fall asleep, I am opening myself up to whatever might be nearby in a spiritual form. And I guarantee that there is plenty around, with the crossroads opening itself up to just about anything that wanders nearby. Exhibit A is whatever is making all that laughter and phantasmal figures in the fog. But as I see another island enter my vision from the depths of the fog, this one yet again bigger than any before, nearing the size of several buildings, the tiredness starts to eat at me once more. Weary and heavy eyes are forced away by indefatigable once more as I feel a sharp pain run across my body, originating from my stomach. I look down at myself while I'm climbing up the dark rock of the island, and all that I see is my skinny body, although it is beginning to look malnourished and feeble, like when the bloody palm devoured my body to heal me. The side effects of indefatigable energy in exchange for my fat, muscles, and whatever else the ether can get its grubby tendrils on. The pain is my body saying that I need to eat, that I can't go on any longer without food or energy. I should have eaten those 2 monsters I killed. Actually, it's probably better that I didn't. Who knows what's inside those things? I miss Ma's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I claw my way to the top of the island with thoughts of fruit and warm meat, and when I make it to the top, I roll onto my back and take deep gasps. My whole body is being overpowered by hunger pangs. How long has it been since I slept? I don't know, but I'm sure Heath and Johnny would disapprove, although Abraham might slap me with a high five. Thankfully, the hunger isn't at its worst quite yet. I only know this because I've experienced the far fringes of starvation before. The madness, the hallucinations, and the feeling of pure cold. None of that is here yet. That means I still have time. Not much. I'm sure with this cold water and the wounds, my body is healing alongside the lack of sleep, but it will do. It has to. After a moment of a self-pep talk, I roll over and get on my knees as I look over all the inscriptions, releasing misty ether into the air around me. I have to be getting close to the center, right? How many is this? 4? 5? 6? I don't quite remember. To be honest, it all kind of blends together. Drawing my knife, I begin to scratch away at the inscriptions once more, and after an hour of hungry gnawing with my blade, the inscription fails. And for the first time, I feel an immediate effect, as this island is much larger than any of the others. The pausing of mist grants a few seconds of peace from the omnipresent laughter, but it does take me half of the blissful relaxation to even notice that it is gone. I briefly close my eyes and enjoy the lack of sound as everything goes utterly quiet for just a few moments, but after 2 or 3 seconds of this peace, I feel weightless. Instantly I awake from this calm and wave my arms, catching myself before I slam into the rock below. I blink rapidly to push the tiredness away and push a stream of indefatigable to force myself to awareness. I think I fell asleep for a fraction of a second there. The short period of peace was enough to lull me into unconsciousness. Fuck, it's getting tough to stay awake, and as this lack of noise exists, I only grow more tired, even with the shot of pure coffee into my veins. My mind is inundated with feelings from all over as my eyes are practically pulled down. These sensations are otherworldly and cover me with their absurdity. It's almost like the noise exists to protect me from something in the mist, something that forces, something slimy and crystalline, something flapping loudly, something so. My mind clears as my eyes open once more, staring at the blade in my thigh. Fuck. The pain clears the tiredness and sleepiness for a little bit, but after a few minutes of me sitting here, waiting for the laughter to return, the tiredness returns, and I'm forced to twist the knife. Damn it. Blood runs down my leg and dyes the black stone beneath me a slightly red color as I do everything I can to stay awake. Indefatigable isn't doing anything against this. With only one other thing available that can help me, I spread ether through my body in the motion and sensation of rapturous, and I immediately start to feel better. The extreme tiredness exits, and I'm left with a pounding heart and far too many consecutive uses of indefatigable running through my system. I stand, ignoring the bleeding in my leg as my heart beats nearly thrice per second. The Gatling gun in my chest makes me feel like I can do anything right now. With the shaky energy in my hands, I feel like I could kill a god. That's quite arrogant, though, and as I start to walk toward the other side of the island, I come to my senses. Indefatigable has some other, more hidden, side effects. I was not expecting the confidence and hot-headedness that comes with consecutive uses, but it could come in handy. As I reach the other side, though, I also notice that the laughter returns to my ears, only that it is quieter than usual. Almost like I damaged some core part of whatever was producing it. But just as it disappears, I can almost swear I hear the sound of leathery bat wings flapping, which instantly puts me on edge. But just like usual, as I look around, there is nothing but mist, rock, and water. 132 Little One. Otto Henderson. I awake from a quick rest on one of the odd pillars of black wood as I lean up and look around. But what I look at is not where I fell asleep. Not at all. I only lay down for a short rest from the pure exhaustion of carrying Johnny. But what I wake up to sends shivers down my spine. Thick fog so oppressing that I can't even see my feet covers my whole body. But deep in that fog, shifting figures remain. Figures that invoke a primal fear. One of the unknown, of the dark, of what lies beyond the threshold of consciousness. Momentarily, I am able to regain my mind as I look over and see the rope I tied between Johnny and me. It held firm despite whatever change occurred while I was resting. That's good, at least. I spend a few minutes looking over the unconscious man and ignoring the figures and fog. I need to see if he'll wake up soon. Could really use his help right now. My mismatched sigils of rogue, trapper, soldier, prowler, and Comanche, the last of which I got from Marion's body after his death, make up adapter. My sigil is excellent for overcoming various challenges, but it doesn't have Johnny's firepower. Nor am I truly as adaptable as Marion. Despite the name of my sigil, I only have around half as many skills as that man, and I am half as proficient in most of them. What Marion could do in just a few seconds from a large variety of skills he's acquired over his life and the plethora of challenges he had to overcome, I am forced to accomplish over minutes or hours. My most recent skill, adaptation, allows me to become more resistant, perceptive, or really anything as long as I am in a situation where it is needed for my survival. The damn cabin was a bit vague in its description, but so far, it's worked quite well. Exhibit A is this bullet wound. I've been using adaptation on it every chance I get, and it not only makes it heal fast but also causes it to hurt less and seemingly makes the part of my shoulder stronger. Because even with it wounded, my arm is almost as strong as it used to be. I use this increased strength to roll Johnny over as I inspect his wounds. It seems as though those bandages Wyatt got from Heath are pretty effective, as all of the necrosis is gone, and Johnny is healing quite well. He should wake up soon. I check Downpour and make sure the revolver is fit snugly into his holster for when he does. Don't want it falling out while we move. That'd fucking suck. But as I inspect him and recollect my own shitty situation, in the corner of my eyes, I see the figures grow more distinct, less blurry, and fading. Fear for the unknown gets my heart beating rapidly as I grab Johnny, wrap a rope around my back, and tie him to it. Really starting to run out of rope as, at this point, I'm using the cord of my rope darts to help move the older man. Might have to make do with dissembled thread from my bags at some point. I enjoy and fight the most success with explosions because of how adeptly I can control ropes, string, and whips, allowing the detonations to get people where they least expect. Flex and Tense are the two most vital skills for this, and probably my two most used singular skills. Once I have him secure, I activate a quartet of skills and a quickly made quilt before jumping off the tree. They are in order: Adrenaline Rush, Tough, Prowl, and Quiet. One of them is a general skill, close to the most basic, while the other three are sigil skills. Altogether, they create one of my go-tos and something passed down from Marion. Grim Prowl. It's pretty hard to activate, requiring a delicate balance of ether output, strand density, and even emotional balance. But when they are put together successfully, the result is impressive. I am swift, I am silent, I am tough, and I am strong. The quilted skills complement each other, and the result is more significant than their sums. I wouldn't say it could compete with an absolution skill or a power. Those are in a league of their own, but I reckon it can compete with most of the mighty skills from sigils, or even some of those estate-made skills that are passed down. So when I land in the water, I do so almost silently as the ether that barely extends past my skin softens the landing and inserts me into the water without much conflict by sliding me into it without a splash. From there, I move as fast as I can through the water and activate an additional skill. The only one I know for water. Swim? Sounds rudimentary, and that's because it is. All it does is create a coat around you that pushes water past, allowing you to move with less resistance through the water. I wish I was able to upgrade it to water walk, but the technical skill required for that is beyond me, even with Marion's tutelage, as was most of his skills. If only Alexos hadn't paralyzed him, he would have a dozen ways to defend himself. But it does not matter. He is dead, yet I will bring him back. I will use the information from Alexos, the lantern from Alexos, and the rage he has given me to bring back my best friend. The hole that has been left in my life will be filled. And if for whatever reason it cannot, I will go out in a fiery blaze. I might be uninteresting and weak, but at least once, I want to shine like everyone else. I don't want to die like Marion without a chance to show what lies beneath the geode. This is what pushes me forward as I claw my way through the water deep in the laughing reeds. I just need to find the crossroads, then I will wait. I will wait for Wyatt to arrive. That little fuck can survive just about anything. And I have little doubt he'll escape from those hunters or whatever else is here. Most of this place so far has been mental, and the Wendigo is known for his fortitude. If he can resist an artifact attached to his arm for months that is several sigils higher than him, he can withstand just about anything. I don't care too much for that Blake girl, but if she makes it out alive, all the better. The more, the merrier if we're going to the underworld. All the while, I think, my focus never leaves the fog, but seemingly, I don't leave its focus either. As I stumbled through the thick fog, I felt a creeping sense of unease wash over me. The omnipresent mind-hurting laughter is removed and replaced by something far worse. The swirling mists seem to coalesce into spectral forms just out of reach and comprehension, whispering secrets that only the dead could know. They tell me of how my route is a dead end, how my goal is impossible, how no one can be brought back once their soul leaves the world and embarks for the cardinal. I ignore them as much as I can, but they press closer to me despite never indeed gaining shape or form. I could feel their icy breath upon my neck, their ghostly fingers brushing against my skin. The spirits moved in a dance of death and chaos, their forms shifting and swirling like smoke in the wind. I swipe at the smoke and stab at the shifting colors, but nothing is there. They just dance barely beyond my reach. So, I use reach, and using miniature explosions of ether in my muscles, my arm extends several inches. Still, when I touch the specter, it disappears entirely as a frigid feeling enters my arm. The chill makes me stumble and almost fall as it goes throughout my whole body and threatens to freeze me. I rapidly flow ether from the core in my right ankle and have it collide rapidly as it flows throughout my body. These collisions produce friction and heat that fight against the cool in me. Warmth is a survivalist's need to have when you're alone in the wilds. But for the next several steps, the cold lingers and affects my speed as I learn my lesson about attacking these specters. As I stumbled deeper into the mist, the swirling spirits grew bolder, their whispers growing louder and more insistent. I could feel their presence all around me, pressing in from all sides like a swarm of hungry insects. But as they grow louder, preaching to me that all my efforts are useless and that I'm walking to my destined death, I hear another sound from deep within the fog. But for the first time, since I entered this place, the sound is solely from one direction, forward. A low yet melodic hum that continues for a few seconds before being cut off by a thump. Then the drone continues as another thump occurs. A thump that reminds me of a cleaver cutting apart fish on top of a table. I get lower into the water, only having my eyes and red hair peek from the murky water as I continue toward the thumps. All the while, I tune out the specters. They will not deter me from my goal. No one will. When you find a partner, what do you do when you lose them? You get them back, at any cost. A team only ends when all its members are in the ground. Marion took me out of a dark place when I had nothing to live for besides making others suffer. I'll do the same for him. Wyatt Graves. My feet carry me deeper into the waterlogged mist as I only continue to grow weaker and wearier. It is getting harder and harder to even tell if it's day or night as the fog is so dense, and the colors that emerge from it overpower any light from the sun. It's like I'm in a world of my own right now. Maybe that's the purpose of all of this. Who knows? Doesn't matter. Forward is the only way. I've come too far to just turn around. There has to be something here. There has to be. Whoever made those inscriptions has to be in the center of this fog. No, either protecting the crossroads or whatever else is in the center. Like a zombie, slowly and exhausted, I move through the water. The chilly water bites deeply into me, and it becomes hard to feel my toes from the cold. I'm running out of time. I thought I had longer, but it won't be the starvation that does me in. It will be hypothermia. Not that it's even freezing either. It's just that the water is cold enough to sap me of my heat and my strength. That, in addition to the tiredness and lack of sleep, is slowly devouring me. Both of these two things I cannot solve, however. I have no idea how to generate heat to keep myself warm, and my attempts to do so with ether have failed. I'm no genius with ether, only good at some aspects of it. I also have no way to sleep currently. I'm not willing to risk whatever was making me so tired when the quiet arrived. The only solution is to find what I'm looking for. Not that I even really know what I'm looking for. After another hour or so in this incomprehensible part of Sinskreek, another sound joins the cacophony of laughter, and as it slowly replaces it, I grow cautious. Spectral forms enter my sight beyond the fog and lick at me with whispers instead of laughter. Whispers that tell me things no one should know, and some other things that simply make no sense. I've gotten pretty good at recognizing disembodied whispers, though, so I can make out several of their meanings despite how hard it is to truly understand. He doesn't fear us? How? 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 I need it. He'll freeze. No one will ever have it. Give it to me. Give it. Give it. Give it. Human. Is he? Give it. Don't take it. Just observe. She's nearby. Right. It's not right. No. Yes. Death awaits. My eyes constantly shift back and forth, trying to find the source of each of these phrases, but it's impossible. Each of the sentences can be easily attributed to a different specter deep in the mist, as each voice has its own pitch and rhythm of speech, but it seems as though even the replies come from different ones instead of the original ones. I just ignore the whispers with a shake of my head as I walk forward some more. Their appearance must be a good sign, a sign that I am nearing my destination. I've grown used to having other things speak in my head, so much that it honestly feels more normal when other things intrude on my thoughts. The bloody palm has left some severe habits and odd normalities within my mind. But hey, it's kept me alive. I just hope that when the damn thing breaks out of whatever the hell it's doing that it doesn't just kill me. All that I know is some quiet conflict rumbles within the palm, something far beyond my understanding or my senses. After another hour or so of walking with these specters in my ears, continuing to ask and say inane things that make no sense, I start to hear another sound that joins them. A melodic hum, one that gives me an odd sense of familiarity, but I don't know where it originates from in my memory. Regardless of its familiarity, I move toward it rapidly, the exhaustion momentarily leaving my bones as I use indefatigable to reach my destination faster. At this point, I truly feel the fat eaten away by the skill and the cold. It's like a less insidious form of the bloody palm's hunger. All that remains on my body is muscle, nerves, and bones, and that's not good. The low level of fat is affecting me dearly. It makes every heartbeat feel like a wave of nausea and every movement an uncomfortable slam against my bones. My brain feels clouded by weakness, and my eyes are darkened by hunger and the lack of nutrition. I don't know how long I've been in this fog, but I'd say it's been a while. Several days at least. Time moves weirdly when you can't see the sun or moon and haven't slept a wink. Wait, that's not true. I fell asleep for half a second before. Despite this, I move. Every step through the water rattles my bones and makes it harder to breathe. Slowly, I make it to the sound of this familiar hum, one that instills comfort and phantom warmth the longer I hear it. Step by step, through the resisting water that surrounds me. Eventually, the fog reveals another island in my vision, one where the hum seems to be coming from. With the destination in sight, I become filled with a burst of energy, the kind that only comes when the end is in view. I use this burst of energy and strength without hesitation as I have a goal, and if death leads me to her door before I complete it, then I'll drag myself back. Then, I'll dive right back in to find Ma and Edmund. I want to revive them, but something deep down tells me it's impossible. If it indeed was possible to bring people back to life, then doubtless it would have been done before. If it was possible, then why was the first never brought back to life? These questions are why I hesitate on the goal of bringing them back. Instead, it is to just see them again. That, and to help keep my friends alive. The two seem to go hand in hand for motivation as I pull myself with bloody fingers over the high rocks of the island the size of an actual small island, at least a quarter-mile wide. And as I roll over the side of the rock, the humming abruptly stops as I hear two loud footsteps, almost as if a giant is turning to look at me. Frantically, not wanting to get murdered the second I get up here, I twist and rapidly stand on my feet. What meets my eyes makes me stop in confusion at such an absurd sight. A giant lady with an incredibly ugly face full of wrinkles, warts, and scars sits on an equally massive rocking chair, staring at two men crucified on two identical crosses. But with my appearance on the small island in the swamp, her face turns to look at me as her hand quickly moves to the cleaver, large enough to match the giant next to her. But her hand stops just as it touches the handle of the massive weapon, and as I move into a crouch. With her pause, I also pause in my movements. I don't want to escalate and get myself killed, but I keep the ether moving within me. Everything is firing on all cylinders. Even strugglers gasp as the mere accusatory gaze of this woman makes my vision water, my legs strain, and my head tremble. Curious about what she's doing, I watch as I see her face shift from caution to a smile before a colossal laugh bellows throughout the whole of the island. The little one, so glad to see you alive and well. 133, layered confusion. My eye twitches at the loud voice and the bellow of the giant ogre-like creature before me. But as it doesn't immediately attack, my focus turns back to my friends upon the crosses. Otto's head is falling from the suspended position as his eyes begin to flutter. Johnny, on the other hand, is still unconscious, but I think I see his trigger finger twitch for a moment. Their conditions run through my mind as I turn back to the ogre. Did she do that to them? She had to. Fuck. I can't give up already, though. Maybe Otto weakened her during their fight? Not that I see any of her blood anywhere. All the blood around is stained upon Otto's crucifixion cross. Before I can do anything else other than analyze the situation, the ogre speaks again. These your friends, little one? Sorry about that. I thought they were here for me. You know, it's not uncommon for hunters to try and kill me. Tell me, how did you find me all the way out here? Did you find your father? Her voice is rough and loud, but her words sound like she can read my mind. How does she know they are my friends? Yes, I can read your mind. Huh, let's just get this whole thing over with. I can sense any active thoughts or emotions. No memories unless you're unconscious, though. What the fuck? She can read my mind? How am I supposed to fight? She will just anticipate everything I do. The ogre once more interrupts my thoughts and answers my question to myself in an almost bored fashion. Yeah, that's kind of the point, and I'm not sure if you've noticed yet, but I don't want to fight you, little one. You might have broken some of my pillars, but it's not that big a deal. I'm here for a walkie, the jar of extinguished slumber. As long as you aren't here to intrude on that specifically or to hurt me, you're free to pass. What the hell is happening? Am I just getting a free pass? How? After all this? I do apologize about the trip here. The crossroads here is a tad bit unstable. Some things slip through that shouldn't, and I can sense you met a walkie. Its taint lingers on you a tad. Hopefully, it leaves you alone. However, the crossroads is artificial. After all, I made it to give me a good shot at a walkie. The bastard isn't in our realm, so he's quite a hard bugger to reach without a crossroads as a jumping point. What? Who? How? My brain basically short-circuits with confusion as so much is being thrown at me at once. Who even is this person? What is a walkie? Was it that thing that almost put me to sleep? How can you make a crossroad? At this point, I almost expect the ogre to answer my mind's questions, and she does with a sigh. A lot of questions, I see. Well, we have plenty of time. Or at least I do. You have quite a bit less. I am Aniwai Mui. Surprised that you don't remember it yet? It should all be clear by now. Oh, I see what happened. Interference. Anyway, Iwaki is a creature made of consciousness within one of the many spirit realms, and I seek the artifact that will be born from it once I slay it. She just continues to run me in circles so much that I don't even know what to ask, say, or think anymore. The ogre takes a short pause to make a swirl with her hands in the air. Another thing I don't understand. Making a crossroads is simple if you are wise enough to learn the technique, yet incredibly difficult. I learned the technique from your father as payment for a job he had me do. Using the souls of those killed nearby, both human and inhuman, and forcing them to dream of reaching the outer realms along with a wide variety of inscriptions made using ether. You can create a storm of ether and souls that can tear holes in reality. This opens doors for other dimensions to come in as they please or us them. There are also the rare instances that send you to other places in our world. At this point, I believe that she won't kill me, and if she wanted to, it'd be so easy for her, only a snap of the fingers. Because of the futility of my actions and how unlikely she is to kill me, I just walk over and bring down the two of my friends. She seemed to be apathetic to them, so I could probably help them without her drawing her ire. Thankfully, they were only tied to the cross, not nailed. Still don't know why she did that. Oh, there she goes again. Tied to the cross so I could eat them later. Gotta dry out my food before I chow down, you know? Don't want the taste of iron in my food, but I would never eat your friends. I look at her, and she answers before I can even verbalize my thoughts. Yes, I am a demon. Is that a problem? I go to say something about how it is, but I immediately stop as I see the severe gaze of this giant woman. I don't want to make her angry, even if I don't know why she won't just kill me. That's simple, little one. It'd be a whole lot of wasted effort to kill you. Now take your friends and leave. Either go to your destination or turn back. I have a power to slay, and you cannot be nearby while I do so for your own safety. Your mind would be ripped apart from our conflict. I want to follow her directions so that I don't get us killed by her wrath or whatever the Awaki is. But not only are not all of us here who entered the mist, I don't know where to go. But just like every other time, I don't even have to voice my concerns. They are already heard. There is a tunnel that goes down behind me. It leads to the cavern that is the center of all this swirling ether. The crossroad is beneath us. No need to worry about your other friends. If they are to make it, then they will be here soon. Otherwise, they will die. Just go and wait at the entrance, but leave immediately should you hear any rumbling. A great battle is short to begin, and the next time you see me, you better remember me, or my feelings will be quite hurt. I just nod dumbly as I see her face curl into faux hurt. Then I drag Johnny and Otto with me past her, my eyes constantly watching her in case she decides to attack, even though I know it is pointless. That cleaver of hers could cut me in half easily. She wouldn't even need to use ether with how weak I am right now. Half of me wants to stay and figure out what the hell is happening, but I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. I'll take my free pass and move on. That's for damn sure. All I hear is a hearty chuckle from her as I move past her and find the stone staircase that leads down behind her. I take a moment to rearrange the two with my single arm, putting Otto on my shoulders with a juggle and dragging Johnny. The staircase is roughly made with bits of jagged stone jutting out here or there as the steps abruptly start in the middle of the island behind Aniwai. The second we go under the rocks and can no longer be seen by Aniwai, Otto wakes up in a hurry from a fake sleep. He whispers to me with frantic panic, "Shit, shit, 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 shit. We need to get out of here right now, Wyatt." I try to calm him down and explain why we can't. We can't. We gotta wait for Blake and Dakota. I see his face distort as we move down the stairs in anger. I don't care about your fox or that woman. Do you know what that is up there? I shake my head. It doesn't matter. They let us live for now. Seems as though we are but bugs to them. No reason for them to kill us. No, and I don't care. They let us live. We should wait for Blake and Dakota. If it wasn't for them, I'd be dead. And you'd be dead too. I'm sure she can still hear us. If she can read minds, she can surely sense where we are. Otto takes a deep breath as he stops his movement with another curse. Fuck. She probably knew I woke up a while ago. Why didn't she kill us? Surely it'd be easy. I reply to him as we move down the dark staircase made of stone downward. I think it'd be too much of a hassle. It sounded like she had something important to do, and we only annoyed her at most. Do have to admit, though, after all that through the swamp, it was quite underwhelming, to say the least of an interaction. Otto scoffs as he almost trips down the stairs. The man wobbles a bit as he walks, showing severe weakness. I do the same, but that's from exhaustion. His is from obvious bruises and possible broke bones all over. You only say that because you weren't picked up like a chicken leg and tossed 50 feet into unconsciousness. I've never felt so fucking weak before. It was like I was a child. That ogre is definitely a 7th sigil. Devil seems to wager us in the Red Court today. Let's not do anything to have him place judgment early. Soon our discussion pauses as we make it to the bottom of the staircase with a set of double doors at the bottom with a small flat area to rest in. We both immediately slump over on opposite walls as I take my first true rest since I entered this damn swamp. Otto pulls out some food and tosses me some as he starts drinking water like a madman. I take the jerky and tear it into it, giving my desperate body the nutrition it's been craving for. While I do so, Otto finishes drinking and, with a gasp, laughs out loud. I still can't believe you thought that was anticlimactic. I've never been so terrified in my whole fucking life. Watching you somehow stumble into safety was frustrating yet relieving. Don't know how you know that ogre, though. In between bites and shoveling the food into my mouth, I tell him how little I know. I don't know who the hell she is. He scoffs again with a head shake before looking up at the rocky ceiling above us. So many secrets. Sometimes I just wish life was simpler. Shit's only about to get crazier, though, once we step through this door. Then, you'll see anticlimactic. I raise an eyebrow at him and take a short break from eating to speak. What do you mean? Behind this door is the crossroad, right? That's where we need to go. Otto laughs once more with a head shake. The man then sprawls out and puts his legs up on the stairs to relax. Legs that go over the unconscious Johnny. He won't know, though. He's asleep. No, dumbass. I can't believe how slow you are sometimes. I'll give you some slack, though, 'cause you're just a little one. I interrupt Otto as I hate being called little, young, or anything like that. It just doesn't feel right. Feels like someone is calling me useless. I'm not little. Just tell me what's behind this door. Yeah, not to me, but to that ogre. You sure are. Anyway, that's enough bullying for a little child. Behind here, yes, is the crossroads, but have you misremembered? We need to go to the gate of death. This is only a way there. A highly dangerous one at that. I would rather be in there than up there with that ogre. I ignore Otto's second joking jab. He's just taking out his stress on me. Nothing more. My eyes move over to the door as I use night vision to see more clearly in the dark. Some light still comes from above, but the mist isn't the brightest light source, so the skill helps me see the door. And when I look at it, I see inscriptions similar to the ones on the rocks previously, only these are far more numerous, smaller, and more intricate in their writing. The writing hypnotizes me for a few moments before I'm able to pull back, but when I do, for some reason, a blurry image of thousands of roads leading into every direction that converge at one central point comes to mind. Like when this door is opened, we will be able to enter that main point and go to any of those roads. The only difficulty will be finding the right one. My attention goes back to Otto as I ask him one last question. What kind of danger will be behind this door? Will it be like the mist, or something different? Otto shrugs as he closes his eyes to sleep. Dunno. I'd imagine it'd be pretty similar, though, if only worse. The things that reached us in the mist were only outliers. Soon, we'll meet the rest. The thought of meeting innumerable spirits, most of which will want to either kill me, dissect me, or investigate my innards, is not a pleasant one. Although, based on the specters that spoke to me while I was walking, not all will be malevolent. Some seem to be eager to help, if only in their weird ways. Without much else to do after I finish eating the remainder of our rations, and a sigh from Otto at that discovery when he reaches for some, I lean back to fall asleep. But as my eyes close and my body wants to sleep, that instance where I almost fell asleep earlier keeps coming to mind. The pressing darkness and the irresistible slumber. The feeling that if I let the candle extinguish, it will never reignite. This feeling makes it nigh impossible for me to close my eyes fully. I don't know what it is, but it just feels uncomfortable, like something inside of me is resisting sleep. I try to look deeper to realize what is happening when I feel a slight pulse from the bloody palm, almost like it's telling me to not sleep. Something is wrong, and maybe it doesn't even have anything to do with that ogre or Otto. Something tells me it is from when slumber almost claimed me. Slumber, the jar of slumber. I don't remember the second part, but I can only assume it has two absolutions because it has two fixes on its name. Although, I thought that absolutions were only for people. At least that's how the first put it. Maybe it's a more metaphorical thing. I don't know. This isn't my type of thing to think about. I pull out the book from the man and try to find anything else about absolutions because of my distraction, and I find the page from before after a few short minutes. I reread a line that I had forgotten about. Any can achieve one, but only us, the weak, the hopeful, have the advantage in acquiring them. The first said that anything can gain an absolution. It's just that it's easiest for humans to do so. I guess I have met a lot more people with one than monsters or demons with one. Only that ogre has had one, or at least I assume she does, as it is required to reach the 7th sigil. But what is all this distraction leading to? Oh, right, the walkie, the slumbering, something. It's getting hard to clearly remember things as I grow more and more tired. It's also getting harder and harder to focus. Right, right, that angel. I think it got me somehow. Either infected me with ether from it, or did something else. Even the bloody palm, which has put me on the silent treatment, gave me a small nudge. And I'm unsure if that's because of the level of the threat, or because the palm is slowly warming back up to me. It did start to get a bit close to me before Johnny ruined that connection by forcing us together. The ogre also said something about it, leaving me with its taint. I wonder if this is what it's talking about. It's just getting so hard to stay awake, though. With a full belly and this warm door, it's just so hard. No. Another blade goes into my leg as I sit up in a panic. I can't fall asleep. The wounds do not matter. I need to stay awake. But no. I sit up and slowly make my way to a standing position as I continue to twist the knife in my leg. Standing alone is incredibly difficult, and I almost fall. My vision wanes, but I'm unsure if it's from the massive amount of blood I've lost recently or the tiredness. I push through the exhaustion once more with a shot of indefatigable. Then, I start to walk over to Otto to wake him up to help me, but as I do, I hear footsteps on the rocks above me. My focus falters for just a split second as I see a figure at the top of the stairs with my blurry vision. Because of this distraction, I lose balance and fall with my wobbly legs. As I fall and the ground becomes increasingly less blurry to my vision, I try to force ether through my body to make me move fast enough to catch myself, but I don't. I'm not fast enough. All I hear before everything goes black is a high-pitched yell. Then emptiness emerges. The great darkness with a single candlelight illuminating the void. The flame is flickering and feeble before me, almost as if a simple breeze could extinguish it. I feel the need to protect the flame, so I stand slowly in the dark to get closer to it. I only am able to take a single step before the flame flickers and turns to barely a cinder as another chuckle rings out, the laughter of Aniwai. The second her voice reaches me, the flame reignites fully and starts to grow in intensity beyond the average capacity of a candle. You ignorant child. Well, I guess you are my work of art. Can't blame anyone but myself? Don't draw the attention of a power near the edge of virtuism if you don't want to die, little one. I'll see you when you resurface, WY. We got a lot to talk about. Have fun in the underworld. I quite miss its atmosphere. Say hi to your father if he's there. He owes me. Oh, and if Iva sees you, don't mention me. As my mind spins in circles of confusion at her words, the dark rapidly turns to light, and I hear the sound of leathery wings being cut by a cleaver, followed by a horrible screech. 134. Opening the doors. Voices fly past my ears as the white slowly encompasses my vision, but they seem sped up and impossible to understand. Minutes seem to pass before they slow down, allowing me to understand them. But even then, all that exists for me is the whiteness that the ogre left me, alongside the many questions she left me with. The first speaker I can recognize, even with the sped-up voices, is Blake. It seems as though she somehow made it to us. Maybe she was the figure I saw. We need to go now. The other voice is Otto's, the man seemingly waking up from my fall. What about these two? We can't just enter the crossroad with two unconscious people. Not to mention, I don't even know what's wrong with Wyatt. Blake seems incredibly frantic and does all she can to make Otto listen to her. You don't understand. It is 10 times safer in there than up there or here. That ogre thing might have let me pass for some reason, but the sky went black the second I made it to the staircase, and giant leathery wings peeked through the fog. Otto seems to realize what she's talking about just as we all feel a massive tremor, which seems to wake me up as the feeling returns to my body. I still can't move or open my eyes, though. I think whatever Aniwai did to me is taking time to clear out my body or something. Fuck, that must be that bitch getting ready to kill that angel she was talking about. What? Let's go. Now. They finish their discussion, and I feel a warm, wet feeling on my face. One that opens my eyelid and delivers me a short glance at my surroundings. Blake is covered in red vines, and Dakota is on top of my slowly coming to consciousness body. The fox is licking me to try to wake me up, and it seems it works. As Otto curses and picks Johnny up, I wake up before Blake does the same with me, sitting up abruptly when my mobility and senses all return spontaneously. Otto merely looks at me and shakes his head as he moves toward the door. Under his breath, I hear him curse again. What the fuck? So dramatic. The man presses a shoulder against the door as another rumble shakes us all, and Blake pulls me to my feet shortly afterward. She looks a bit concerned, but we both save it for later. I don't know entirely what's going on, but I do know we need to go. I remember when I was in the crossfire of the fight between Edmund and Alexos. It felt like I was a rat before a man. I can't imagine being in the crossfire of two angels fighting to the death, especially two that have mental abilities. Their splashbacks are likely not that devastating to the surroundings, but they will surely be deadly to anything with a mind. We both turn and face Otto, leaning against the door, and another rumble comes as we do. But it's at this point I realize the booms aren't physical. They are mental, shaking our vision due to the concussive force. Everything begins to spin in my sight, and altogether, we push the double doors open. Even Dakota helps as he tries to slam into it with his shoulder. After a short moment of dizziness, the door opens with a loud creak, and cool air comes from the inside. The entire atmosphere changes the second we all enter the cave, with the crossroads artificially created within. The cave becomes a portal to many different worlds and realms, each with unique characteristics and features. My eyes glitter with wonder and fascination as I notice the cave walls shimmer and pulse with a strange ether that is hard to describe. The air is thick with an otherworldly mist that obscures one's vision, but not enough to tune out the pulsing ether. I take another step toward the crossroads, feeling a sense of unease and anticipation wash over me. The air grows colder, and I hear strange whispers and murmurs from the darkness beyond. Voices seem to come from every direction based on the pulses of ether on the walls. None make any sense, as all of them are in unknown languages. At the center of the cave, my wide eyes see the crossroad itself. It is a massive, intricate structure composed of shimmering crystals and precious stones that seem to shift and change in the light. The crossroad pulsates with an ever-shifting glow, and I can feel the nigh-limitless ether emanating from every surface. All of us seem to be stunned by the majesty and the wonder in front of us. It is not at all like the danger we were warned of, but as we look around, another impact strikes our minds. Both Otto and I are sent to the ground as a wave of nausea hits us both, and I frantically use Rapturous to stop the forces. Just as I feel relief with the distorting ether running through me, Blake pulls me to my feet with a yell. Don't use ether, just take the brunt. We don't want to be seen by what's deeper. Her words remind me of the warnings given. How it is easiest for humans to traverse the crossroads due to us not naturally outputting ether. My ears and eyes notice shimmering specters gathering around me, and I quickly stop Rapturous. This makes them wander away, fading back to the color walls. But another spike of power strikes our minds, and I once more fall to the ground. Otto is already on the ground and shaking. He either has a weaker mind or far less protection than I do. But Blake seems to have the most as in the corner of my eye. I see her stumbling toward the door to close it. I can barely even comprehend that it's a good idea as she moves in stuttering frames due to my pounding head. If the door can hold this place's ether back, it can probably hold back the force of the fight above. Several stressful moments pass, and one more wave of pain from the mental splashback from the two absolute monsters fighting above us before Blake manages to close the door. By the end of her movement to the nearby door, she's on all fours and collapses after it seals itself with her body's force as she falls onto it. Breaths of relief come from all three of us, and the pain seems to stop, or at least it is muffled. The waves of mental force now only account for a metaphorical slap compared to the previous gunshot. Almost a whole minute passes before any of us even manage to stand, Blake being the first as she checks on Otto. The first thing I do when I'm able to move is roll over and check on Dakota. The fox has blood running from his nose, ears, and eyes, but he's breathing stably now. I give him a few pets before picking him up and shakily moving to Blake. Another slight slap of mental force arrives when I reach her, but I bear it easily. My focus then turns to Otto, whose face is covered in blood that came from every orifice, mouth, eyes, nose, ears, and even a few from the pores on his face. The man's entire face is dyed red. Blake ruffles through her pocket before pulling out a small stone. It smells so rancid that I have to cover my nose. I ask her what she's doing as she cracks it against the floor. What is that for? Is he going to be all right? She shrugs at my second question, but answers the first. It's a wake-up salt. Break it, and it emits a smell that will wake someone up. Only works if they fell asleep recently, though. I'm just hoping that Otto was tough enough to survive that and not go brain dead. Blake takes the small yellowish crystal and puts it under Otto's nose. A few seconds pass of nothing, and both our shoulders sag at what it means. But just as she pulls the crystal away, it slides across his nostril, and the man wakes up with a jolt and a scream. Where am I? We both hold him down as he struggles. I talk to him as he rages. You were knocked out by the crossfire of the angels above. We are currently in the cave with the crossroad. Otto shakes his head a bit as he puts a hand over it. He sits up almost drunkenly before nodding and trying to stand. He needs a bit of help from Blake and me, but he is able to stand, holding his head like he has a hangover. Otto then pushes the duty of carrying Johnny to Blake. Yeah, I'm God. Can you get Johnny? Blake? Everything is spinning for me, and Wyatt is still missing an arm. She nods and moves over, picking Johnny up off the ground. Poor guy has been tossed around like a bag of potatoes. I hope he's all right, but I'm sure the constant fights for our lives haven't helped his recovery. We then take a short moment to gather our focus, and I use the wake-up salt on Dakota, silently wishing the little guy is all right. Thankfully, the fox wakes up instantly, much to my relief. His powerful nose must have helped. I position the little guy on the ground, as he also seems to move a bit drunkenly. After seeing that, I borrow Otto's huge bag, swapping his for mine, and put Dakota inside of it. He barely fits and is quite heavy without ether to enhance me, and I wrap the straps around my shoulders so I can carry the fox without any arms needed. Once that is complete, we are ready to enter the crossroads. We all believe it is better to go now than wait any longer. The fight between the two up top could change at any moment, and none of us want to be here if that ogre loses. And honestly, not even if she wins. I don't care if she seems to know me or my father. So, we all begin to move toward the shimmering crystals and rocks in the center of the cave, shrouded by dense fog. The fog that circles the center like a tornado. As I approach the crossroads, I notice that the air around it seems to be alive with strange, ethereal creatures. Some are tiny and delicate, flitting around like butterflies, while others are massive, hulking beasts with razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. These creatures peek out of cracks in the air for very brief moments. Moments so short I could almost convince myself they weren't real. But they are. Very. A short little thing with orange skin swipes out at me through the crack, and I lean back, but not fast enough. A large scratch covers my chest, one that seems to fester almost instantly. Before I can retaliate, though, the little orange thing disappears with the crack it appeared from. I go to use ether to try and fight off the festering that is caused by ether of a similar color as the skin of the creature with an odd feeling, but I stop myself. No ether can be used here, or more will come. Instead, I just take my knife and, with clenched teeth, cut off the pieces of skin that are festering. Then, I continue forward. Blake and Otto seem to have similar issues, only less dangerous. It seems as though the ether I used earlier is having consequences, more seamy than they should. Closer, we get to the center as our steps resound alongside the whispers and constant shimmering creatures that appear. Only now do I truly realize the breadth of a crossroad as I get closer. A crossroad is a gateway to countless different realms with unique inhabitants and landscapes. The short instances of creatures popping out are added onto by full-on views of random destinations for just as short a time frame, barely enough to grasp the details. I catch glimpses of a deep underwater scene with massive leviathans that give me another headache just looking at. High skies with birds so large they make me feel like an ant as they tower over clouds. Tops of mountains that are never without lightning for a single moment with people impaled all over its grounds. I even see hell, where a massive castle of black stone is filled with countless demons who cavort in rivers of molten skulls. I also see glimpses of worlds so foreign and bizarre that they defy description, filled with creatures that seem to be pulled straight from the pages of ancient myths and legends. Wobbling, spiraling, and incomprehensible realms also appear, each of which is removed from my memory the second they disappear. I only know they existed because of the emotions they left me with, helplessness and sadness, and every so often, I catch a glimpse of a realm filled with bounty and harvest, where fields of golden wheat stretch out to the horizon, and ripe fruit hangs heavily from the trees. Those realms seem happy at first, but I see them reappear repeatedly, almost as if something is trying to coax us to go into them. And as I look closer, the illusion breaks. Underneath the serene and beautiful illusions is a gaping maw the size of, I don't even know, but it seems endless. That one leaves me with a final understanding. Caution is the utmost priority, and we all begin to move slower, careful not to bump into any stray creature or vista. I'm sure that those views are why a crossroad is so famed. You touch one, and you go to it, transported somehow by this bit of reality that has been cracked and altered so much by the swirling ether. As we walk closer, these instances last longer, both the ones of creatures jutting out, giving them more time to attack or lure us, and the scenes of worlds. There are just so many. I never knew that, well, everything was this large. A few more stick with me as I move. A realm seemingly made of complete darkness. But within that dark moves humanoid figures. I can't tell if they are actually humans or not, though, but they seem to fight against something terrible that lies in the dark with them. I only realize what it might be as I hear a leathery flap as the scene disappears. A walkie, or at least another of that thing's race. That must be where it comes from. The second scene is less stressful and more melancholic. An old man, so old that I worry he is even still alive with all his wrinkles, sits underneath a tree with pinkish-red flowers. The flowers fall and land beside him. And while these scenes last longer the further in we go, this one blows my mind by the time split that occurs. In the short few seconds I watch, I see over a dozen seasons pass. Spring, summer, winter, and fall all come by numerous times as the man just sits motionless. Even as the scene disappears, he doesn't move a single muscle. The last one that gains my attention is something that is actually partly recognizable. I see a vast city of black stones that has built huge buildings and is full of people. Carriages come past, and street lanterns are lit by fire as it descends into the dark. This must be Onyx Gate, and as this scene passes by, it moves like a floating wind over to a wretched man who is carried along by shackles and being escorted by rows of hunters decked out in weaponry. As the view floats past him, I see red blood-colored eyes glow in his sockets before he bursts with strength and ether. A flood of blood flows from him, pushing everyone away as his entire body is covered with red veins that pulsate with bloody light. I only hear one thing from the scene before it fades, and that is a scream from one of the hunters. The blood beast. After that scene, I finally can peel my wonder and focus on finding the gate of death. I wonder why we can't just appear in the underworld through this. Is it because it's underground? None of the other scenes were underground. Wait, no, hell is. Nothing was indoors, though. Maybe the underworld is one colossal structure? I mean, why else would it have a gate? I nod my head as I come to a conclusion. That must be it. The crossroads can't take you anywhere that is indoors. I don't really know how that works, though, but I have seen much weirder restrictions to ether. My steps carry me further as a flutter occurs at my feet. I look down briefly and see a newspaper that seems to fly out of one of these scenes and hits me in the leg. The top line reads, "Tornridge has fallen, but Darkstep steps up. Is she our next pillar?" I kick it aside in my hate for that old woman. Then, I continue to walk, the shimmering scenes nonstop changing in my vision, but slowly, we approach the center with the crystals. And as we do, the vistas become more and more real. Heat shines in from some of them, burning my skin, while the cold of others gives me instant frostbite. I grit my teeth and move on as, in the corner of my eye, I see Otto attacked by a tendril of green moss that he lights on fire with a match and a bottle of liquor. He drunkenly stumbles further towards the center as he struggles to avoid getting injured by everything around us. Blake has less trouble as her reaction time is near perfect, and the woman stays low to the ground. I follow her lead after an attempt on my life by a fish with an actual rusted sword hanging from its lip that tried to bite me before disappearing back into its world. I have to drop to my stomach and hug the ground not to get bit. And while on the ground, I see something beside the crystal. Over a dozen vistas seem to be permanent by the center, one of which is filled with dull grays, gargoyles, and a giant gate covered in stone skulls. I instantly know in my heart that it has to be the Gate of Death, but beside it is a dozen other scenes that are just as stable. And the one beside it has a giant pupil looking through the road connecting the two planes. The massive, nauseating floating eyeball peeks through the rift with unblinking curiosity. It appears to be twice my size, and its irises are a sickly yellow, with veins that pulse and throb as it looks around. I try to stop my movement as its eye moves past me, but not fast enough. I feel the pressure of the floating eyeball as its pure black pupil focuses directly on me. 135, Gate of Death. I stand stock still as the gruesome and sickly eye stares at me through the window in reality. But the eye's focus is already on me, and I feel something rise within me as it stares unblinking at me. My legs grow stiff, and I look down to see what's happening. The boots I'm wearing start to turn to stone, and I can only assume that my feet are doing the same due to their stiffness. This rapid change in my health makes me move as fast as I can toward the eyeball in an attempt to stop it. As I do so, I hear the striking of stones against the ground as I force myself into movement despite the petrification that is happening to me. Behind, I listen to Otto and Blake try to follow me, but I just focus on stopping the floating eyeball. The path becomes shaky and unsteady because of my now stone feet that lack feeling, and more rifts start to appear. So many appear that it is impossible for me to dodge them all, and some of the creatures that peek through get me with a quick claw, bite, or even blade. One of the creatures that peer through a rift in the air for a moment is a long lizard with a head that breathes out noxious fumes that I slide underneath. Getting up is quite tricky as the stone has wriggled its way to my ankles, but I manage my recovery as I continue to shakily book it at the floating eyeball. More and more rifts appear that are other worlds, but my eyes stay focused on the Gate of Death and that disgusting eyeball in the nearby rift. I also realize another reason for us not using any ether as we move through the fog toward the core of the crossroad. The ether here is so dense that it just flows straight into you like paper-absorbing water. So rapidly does my ether saturation rise that a headache blossoms while I run. The pain, added to the headache that was just starting to fade, makes me stumble even further as I almost trip into an open rift with the waiting jaw of some coyote-like creature with black fur. Before it can bite me, however, a hand grabs my shirt from behind and yanks me backward. Turning my head, I see Otto's angry and frustrated face as the man yells at me. Go, go, go. That thing is turning us all to stone. His words make me glance at his feet quickly before I start to run once more. All the way up to right underneath his knees is made of stone. Mine only go barely past my ankles while Blake, who is right behind him, has them going up to her calf. For some reason, I seem to be more resistant to this. I don't question it, however, and take it in stride as I rush toward the floating eyeball once more. This whole cave has been deceptively big. When we first came through, it was large, sure, but it did not run for multiple minutes without even reaching the center large. The density of ether is either skewing our perception of the cave or the cave itself. Not sure which one is worse, but I finally start to get close to the eyeball, or at least close enough to shoot at it. With my left hand, I pull out intervention and level the barrel at the eyeball as I run, but as I do, I see stones start to curl around my hand. The eyeball's focus is directly on my hand while I move toward it, and I can see small writings appear on the stone that takes my fingers. I'm only distracted long enough to read Apocalyptic in a swirling script before I shoot the shotgun with my pinky finger, the only one that is not yet stone. Fire and steel fly out from my gun, most of which barely even reaches the eyeball. Might as well call it the weird writing that is on my hand. So Apocalyptic it is. As I get a bit closer, though, I push through the slight bits of stone that grow on my pinky finger and continue to fire as much as I can. I get all 6 shells out, including the last one, but I'm knocked on my ass from the recoil. The stone feet and ankles significantly affect my ability to handle the recoil as I roll head over heels backward. As I do so, though, I hear a popping and a swirling wind before something catches me. I look up as I try to recover and see Blake struggling to carry Johnny as her legs turn to stone. Despite her struggle, though, she reaches a hand down and helps pull me up. Then, without saying a word, we hobble our way toward the center. The Apocalyptic seems to have either died or fled from the final shot from intervention. The only bad part is that now I'm down to very few bullets. Very few. Less than 20 shells now remain for my shotgun for the entirety of the underworld. There is a good thing. However, the stone seems to be fading now that the creature is gone. I slowly gain mobility in my stony limbs as we move. Flakes of stone, peeling off as others, are simply turned back to flesh. Carefully, we hobble our way to the floating scene of the Gate of Death, one that would be useless for anyone but us, people with Death's lantern. All of us, including Otto, stay low to the ground as we move, and Dakota peeks his head through the bag, letting me know that he is fine. Apparently, the stoning gaze didn't affect him as he was inside the bag. When we make it to the floating scene, we all take a short moment to look at each other, and I gaze upward at the crystals that are the center of this crossroad. I squint my eyes and look deeply into them as Otto and Blake check themselves for everything they may need. The core of a crossroad is a truly mysterious and awe-inspiring sight. At the very center of this mystical phenomenon lies a cluster of glowing crystals, pulsating with an otherworldly ether that hurts my mind just to look at, and that seems to shift and shimmer with every passing moment. These crystals are what facilitate the creation of the rifts that connect different dimensions and realms, and are the source of the immense power that flows through the crossroad. These giant crystals are ether collected so densely that it has become physical, something no human could ever survive having within them. One of the higher states of ether manipulation is simply condensing ether into a gaseous state from its normal incohesive state. That requires one to be a fifth sigil to do so, and I imagine to handle a plasmic state of ether like Johnny's mentioned within your body would need to be an angel, those on the path to godhood. To possess physically condensed ether would kill any living man. That is something I can feel just looking at it. Not even a monster such as the Prime could survive something such as this. I just can't imagine it being so. The power within, it's otherworldly. I have no idea how that ogre managed to do this, nor do I know how my father learned the technique of doing so. I only know it is rooted in insanity and exploitation of the power hidden within souls. Looking closely at the crystals, I notice that they are not simply transparent or translucent like glass or quartz, but rather seem to be infused with swirling patterns of light and color that are constantly in flux. These patterns hint at a depth and complexity within the crystals that are beyond the understanding of my mind. My eyes try to follow the complex designs, but I quickly lose track of what I'm looking at in a daze. I take one step closer to the crystals, my curiosity unwilling to let this opportunity pass by. As I get close enough to touch them should I reach out, it feels like standing on the threshold of something vast and unknowable. A great weight falls upon me, as if the very fabric of reality is pressing down upon my body. No wonder this thing can create rifts in the world. How could it not? But despite the unsettling nature of the crystals, they are also undeniably beautiful, radiating a powerful and entrancing light that won't let my eyes do anything but be drawn inexorably toward them. I feel some deep connection with these crystals, like family. I don't know how else to describe it. They feel warm yet cold, kind yet forceful, safe yet dangerous, like a usual mother-father dynamic. I suppose that is something I always lacked with just Ma. I start to move my arm toward them, reaching up toward the glittering crystal, but before I can get close enough to touch it, a hand yanks mine away. Dumbly, I am pulled to see Otto's screaming face. What the fuck do you think you're doing, you fucking dumbass? Don't touch that. Do you have no sense of self-preservation? I stutter as I try to explain myself. The crystals don't feel antagonistic. They aren't. Otto interrupts me with another yell as he pushes me toward the rift to the Gate of Death. Shut up, you psycho. It's an it, not a they. Let's just get the fuck out of here. Standing next to these crystals makes my heart beat 1,000 times per minute, and I'm running out of saturation to spare. His words bring me to focus as I realize what the hell I was doing. I was about to touch the center of a construct that creates rifts in reality. What the fuck? How could it feel like family? What in the hell? I also noticed that my headache has grown exponentially and that Dakota is groaning in pain in my back. Sorry, buddy. I don't know what came over me. I watch Blake toss a rock through the rift as it lands safely on the other side in front of the Gate of Death. The gate is a bit hard to see through the rift, but some features, like how it is made of stone, steel, and skulls, are pretty obvious. Blake nods at the two of us before speaking. I think we're good to go. I don't want to wait any longer in case something else peeks through one of the rifts again. Best if we just go through now. Otto agrees with her and steps up first to go through. The man cautiously puts a hand against the rift before abruptly disappearing and reappearing on the other side as he falls to the ground with bits of skulls flying up into the air. He turns around, confused and peeking around, but it seems he can't find where he came from. Blake and I look at each other worried about our way back. But Otto leans down and picks up a bunch of rocks before throwing them in the general direction he appeared from. A shower of stones flies through and lands on Blake and me. At that, we have our answer. The rifts must be invisible to normal sight, but they are still there. Hopefully, my chain eyes can see them, or Johnny's specialized marksman vision can see them when he wakes up. Blake gives me a nod before doing the same as Otto, putting her hand against the rift. Instantly, both she and Johnny, who is tied to her back, disappear and reappear on the other side of the rift. I'm up next. As I step up to the rift with the giant gate made of stone, steel, and bone, I give the crystals one final look. But as I'm about to leave, I give it a special one. I activate chain eyes, ether flowing from the back of my skull into my eyes as the world around me changes completely. Metallic chains of every color of the rainbow hang in the air around me, with bundles of very dense chains being the locations of rifts. Some rows of chains even seem to have knots flowing along them before a creature peeks through. The extreme density manifests even before my wakeful eyes. They look almost real in their density and creation despite the fact I know they aren't truly physical constructs. I ignore the chains in the air, however, as I focus on the crystals behind them. And the view I see makes my jaw drop. Deep inside the center of the crystal is a heart. A human-sized heart that slowly beats despite its lack of a body. One wrapped so densely in vibrant magenta chains that it is almost impossible to even see it as a heart. Every single time it beats, the chains in the air vibrate, rifts appearing and disappearing at their whim. This must be how the artificial crossroad is made. It uses an angel's artifact, which I assume is the color magenta for chain eyes. As where else can it go after the dark blue of the sixth sigil? And with this artifact, it somehow condenses ether. Sounds a bit simple when I put it like that, but I think that is the gist of it. Any more in depth would be lost to my understanding. I'm no master of ether, after all. I know few skills, and those I do know are shallow compared to others. Before I have any more time to inspect the beating heart, though, in the corner of my eye, I see a large knot flow along a dark blue chain. I quickly stop the flow of ether as I recognize the threat that is coming. It is likely to be a sixth sigil, something I do not want to mess with. So, I put my hand against the rift, and just as I do, a humanoid creature with spikes jutting out of every limb, including its head, lands right next to me with a stab going straight for my eyes. The last thing I see before the darkness of the gate of death covers me is a bloody bone spike flying for my eyes at a pace I can't even react to. Really should have listened to the warning? Then almost as if it never happened, I appear in a pile of bones next to Otto, Blake, and the unconscious Johnny. I quickly stand up as I notice just how dark it is. I activate night vision, but even then, it is so dark I can barely see anything. The pitch black makes me pull out the lantern at my waist and twist it open, dyeing us all with its blue light. Otto nods at my actions and looks to make sure we're all here. Then he turns around, and our gazes follow him as we take a clear look at the gate of death under the light of death's lantern. Looks like we all made it. What the fucking shit fuck? My eyes peer into the structure that is the gate of death, and once again, today, I am stunned. The gate of death is a macabre and imposing entrance into the underworld, one that I was hyping up in my mind but not truly ready for. The sight alone makes us all take a hitched breath at once. The atmosphere is cold, ominous, and bleak. The feeling of finality pervades the area, and I can see our breaths enter the air from our mouths despite the lack of chill. The path that we are standing on that leads to the gate is lined with stone gargoyles, their twisted expressions conveying a sense of foreboding and death. Hundreds of skulls are piled up along the sides of the path, serving as a grim reminder of the fate that awaits those who enter the realm beyond. That's not even to mention the countless bones and broken skulls that crunch under our feet. I take a short second to turn around, but all that I see after 50 feet or so of the tunnel is black, even with the light of the lantern. The lack of any other direction makes me turn back to the gate. The gate itself is a massive stone structure carved with intricate designs that seem to writhe and twist in the flickering light from the lantern. The surface of the gate is rough and jagged, as if it has been worn down over centuries by the passage of countless souls. We take a few steps closer together as a deep, powerful pressure descends upon all of us. It feels like we are being warned to not take another step. Otto and Blake both turn to me and speak in unison. Use the lantern. Can you use the lantern? I nod as I bring the lantern up and inspect it with my eyes. Johnny's explanation to each of us of how its basic powers worked running through my mind. You have to bathe someone unmoving in the pale blue light of the lantern for a full minute when they are either unconscious or willing. Then, their heart will be sucked into an open port in the lantern. Only 6 total ports exist. I follow the directions from before, doing it first on myself. A full minute of pale light passes, and I don't feel much besides a growing feeling of uncomfortable heart palpitations. But after the full minute passes, something incredible happens. A glowing light that flickers like a fire comes from the open port and sinks into my chest, replacing my heart. Once it does so, I instinctively get the feeling that as long as I can reach the lantern with my ether, I can extinguish the light of whoever's heart I took. From there, I went on to do the rest of us, as we all knew what we signed up for when we began this trek. It's also not hard to remove yourself from the lantern. All you need to do is hold onto your heart within the port, what Alexos did in the few moments he had looting Hira's body. He couldn't rip off the lantern but could take his heart back. The lantern works just as simple as it did for me for all of them, including Johnny and Dakota. 10 minutes later, 5 of the ports are closed off with beating hearts inside as the last one gives us light. I take one last glance at the skulls surrounding us before stepping toward the gate and pressing my hand upon it. The pressure builds with every step I take before peaking at a terrible pain in my chest when my hand goes against the stone and steel of the gate. But as I look down, I see that there is nothing wrong with the light that has replaced my heart. At worst, it is a little dimmer. So, I just continue and push open the gate, revealing the underworld to us all. 136, Damned. Virgil Boone. I swing my legs off the mare I borrowed from one of Johnny's men as I land on the fertile dirt of Bearworth. The wind of a sunny Sunday blasts at my hair, putting the long strand on my face as I gather my inner strength. I don't wipe the obstruction away as I take painful steps toward my family's house down the road. So much effort was put in to gain this land years ago. The Timberlands isn't the safest of all the territories, but it's up there. It borders Blackreach, if that says anything. Buying the house for my siblings was just as tricky as gaining ownership of the land. Blood, sweat, tears, and many lost friends. That is the life of a damned. Eternal pain and hardship under the confines of an estate. Mine, in particular, was the Harveys. They beat, tortured, and forced me to do unspeakable things. I was young, about as young as Wyatt is, when they took me off the streets. Many broke under their ministrations, but I would not. I could not. I had a family to protect. After a week of initial trials, they allowed me to go home, and from then on, I would get a chance to come home once every few days. Just barely could I keep my young siblings alive. Back then, it seemed much more hopeless than it did now. But only now did I lose one of them. Vernon, my little brother, joined me to make my life easier. I know that, but I never thought he was willing to die for me. It hurts. So bad. I'd give anything to trade with him, but I cannot. I've experienced enough death and met enough Two-Faces and other people who did not heed the warnings of the hunters. They may be cruel, but they know how ether and sigils work. Mostly, at least. To go beyond your limits is supremely risky. Very few ever get to turn around once they cross the edge. Sadly, my brother is not one of them. And now I have to go break the news to my sisters and remaining brother. I have cried enough. A whole month of suffering and self-hate. Now, I must be strong. A pillar for them to lean on, no matter how I wish to crash and fall. I wipe my eyes and make sure there is not a single speck of water coming from them as I continue my walk to my house. I do notice that something is odd, however. Bearworth is not a noisy town, but it is pretty quiet today. Too quiet, way too quiet. No chirping birds or rustling rabbits. No crackle of fire or chopping of firewood. I activate vigilance. The combination of listen, farsight, and physical enhancement is powerful and heightens all my senses, especially hearing and sight. I make a detailed quilt of the 3 skills, and my surroundings become so incredibly focused that I can listen to and see everything nearby. But even as I listen closely, nothing comes to my ears. The lack of noise is far worse than the presence of it. At my current distance from my house, several hundred feet, I should be able to hear voices. I probably can't pick up whispers, but Nora, Aaron, and Victor would have no reason to whisper in the middle of the day. My instincts rear up as I know something must be wrong. My mind whirls with possibilities, and they settle on one and only one. They've come for me, the Harveys, and they are using my family to bring me back. I grind my teeth as I prepare for what might be in store when I walk through those doors. I earn my freedom. I have already done the impossible. What more could they want from me? Is assassinating a 6th sigil not enough to gain my freedom? A few rough steps leave obvious footprints before I rear in my anger. Calm down, Virgil. Peace of mind is the only way you and your family can survive. Breathe. In, out, in, out. Now, what do we do? I take a short moment to collect myself, talking inside my mind to help gather my resources. The only step I can take that doesn't guarantee the death of my family is to just walk through that door. But that doesn't mean I do so without any preparation. I need to know what awaits me. At this point, I'm only 100 feet away or so, and I stop. Trees block my sight line to my wooden house, but I don't look at it. I can't afford to be seen. I get low to the ground and force ether into vigilance, momentarily pushing it past its limits. I can feel my ears immediately start to ring, and my vision shakes from the overuse of the skill. But with the risk comes reward. Now that I'm closer and my skill is pushed further, I can just barely hear what is going on inside the house. 6 voices, no, 7. I hear Nora crying and Aaron trying to console her. The 2 twin sisters are fragile, especially Nora, who is always sick. She's the reason why I am still collecting bounties. Her treatments are expensive, and my teeth grind with extreme force at the thought that she is crying. I listen a bit closer, slowly reaching the limit of my ears without bursting the eardrums, as I hear the soft breathing of Victor. I only recognize it because I've raised him since he was a babe. Identifying my family through breathing is easy. I do it all the time to find prey through walls. It seems as though he's unconscious, though. Vernon used to joke that Victor was a coward for not wanting to be a hunter, but it seems as though the young lad will step up when he's needed. Not that he stood much of a chance. The 5 voices I hear that are not Nora or Aaron speak in hushed voices. The first complains and communicates with the second before a third jumps in. The 4th and 5th have their own conversation going. When will he get here? I'm tired of waiting. Shut up. You know who's coming. Be on guard. Watch the road. Yeah. The big bad Virgil. I still don't get why he got his freedom. The bastard was only a 3rd sigil. After all, no absolution, or nothing either. If you killed a 6th sigil rebel as a 3rd, I'm sure you'd also get your freedom. Virgil is not powerful, but I have no doubt he could kill each of us if we were alone. Phantasm has very few skills, but they are honed to perfection. None are as good as him when it comes to stealth and assassination. Now, focus like Red said, or you're just asking for a dagger to enter your back. Fine. The second conversation is harder to hear, almost as if they are in a different room. Even with my vigilance pushed to the absolute limit, I can't pick up all the words. How close is Daff? Close. Like a away or a away? Like, oh shit. The bits of their conversation I can hear immediately make me go on high alert. I've been flickering and masking here or there to keep any auger off my ass, but it seems as though I lost my focus. They found me. Fuck. The second I realize this, I flicker and mask and move through the trees in a circular motion around the cabin. I move as fast as I can and go from dark area to dark area, using every ounce of training and experience I know to remain unseen. I make it to the other side of the cabin and hide with my back against a large oak as I take deep breaths. The whole sprint was done within flicker, and I had to spend a few moments recovering and pushing the otherworldly sights from my mind. The realm of spirits and clouds that comes to me every time I use the skill is jarring and only seems to get worse the longer the stint is. Once I calm my breathing, I use vigilance once more and listen to the inside of the house. But the happenings break my heart. Come on in, Virgil. Hands up and weapons outside. We will know if you're armed or not. We have guns to each of your sisters' heads and a knife to your brother's. I'll give you 60 seconds before I blow out the back of the pale one's head. I hesitate for just a single moment before the decision is made. There simply is no other one that can be made. I have to go to them. I'm only here to keep them safe. And there is no way I can keep Nora, Aaron, and Victor all safe at this point. I was simply outmatched to start with. They brought an augur, and a good one at that. Mask and flicker both affect foresight of any kind, yet it could get to me. Sure, I was distracted, but that meant only a little bit. The augur must be a fourth or fifth sigil. That, or there are two of them. I do think the second is unlikely, though. Each is a valuable asset. For them to come for me with one is both unexpected and curious. The possibilities run through my mind as I walk toward the cabin with my hands up. I'm coming. Either they came for me because they need me to assassinate someone, or they regret letting go of me. The first feels unlikely. Surely others can do the job better? Wait, who's the head instructor of the damned again? Wasn't it Darkstep? I never met her myself while I was a damned, but I heard about her. She is the one who oversaw many of the illegal groups like the damned. The trials to teach us stealth and assassination likely came from her. She must have recognized me somehow in that town square. But how? Wait, it doesn't matter. She just has to be the reason. Why else would they be here waiting for my return? Darkstep must have heard about our victory somehow and my survival before sending people to collect me and force me to work for her. What can I do about it, though? Knowing the reason for them being here is nearly pointless. It won't change anything. At this point, the door is only a few steps from me, and I take a deep breath as I slowly remove all my weapons. First, my Bowie knife, then Vernon's pistol, then my lever action, then my extra blades, before I finally pull out the derringer in my sock. I don't try to pull anything over them. These people, who I can only assume are fellow damned, have an augur among them. Their extrasensory can likely see every weapon on my body. After I remove all my weapons, I slowly put my hand on the knob and open the door to my house before stepping in. When the inside is revealed to me, my heartbeat accelerates at the sight. Nora and Aaron are on their knees with a revolver to each of their heads. Nora is shaking with sweat dripping from her face, the telltale sign of her disease acting up, and by the shimmer on the gun barrels pointed at them, I'd be willing to bet they are Colts. To the side of the twins is Victor, who is unconscious with a trail of dried blood on his face. The young artist has a knife pressed to his neck. Everything is fucked. Both of the twins are also gagged, so they can't even speak when I look at them. Tears just fall from their eyes. They probably think that Vernon will show up at any time to save us. Not this time, girlie. The other two people in this room both have weapons pointed at me. One with a shotgun is resting on one of our dining chairs, and the other with a crossbow set on the table facing me while they sit. They are all dressed in the usual damned garb, at least the usual for the Harveys. All black with bandanas over the face. No revealing tattoos or scars. Those are the only things they are willing to heal for us when we need it. The one with the shotgun seems to be the leader as he speaks up when I enter my house. So nice to finally meet you, Virgil. It's been several years since you last served. Huh? I'm sure you don't want to waste any time and want to be with your family, so I will be quick. The man sits up straight as he feels in control, which he is. There isn't much I can do. I just stand and look at him. I make sure not to put much defiance or confidence in my face. Just the right amount. I don't want him to take my countenance as a threat. You will become a damned again, and you will sign another contract. This time, it will be to the mistress herself. Then, you will complete a mission for us immediately. I nod at him. There is little I can do to refuse or negotiate. I just hope that the mission isn't to attack my recent friends. If I had to choose Wyatt or my family, the answer is obvious, but it is painful. I do ask for more details, however. What is the mission? The man slides a piece of paper over toward me along with a long parchment. The document has a newly made bounty on top of it. I glance over it quickly and pick up the name, rank, abilities, and reason for the bounty. Edward Dudley. Blood Beast. Fifth sigil. Assumed to be a combination of Comanche and occultist. Wanted. Dead $100,000. The Blood Beast uses a variety of blood-based ether skills and is a master of many talents. From tracking to warfare, the Major is adept in many forms of combat. Trained by his father, the Bloodhound, he is a force to be reckoned with. He recently escaped from his execution and is now on the run. He is wanted only dead for the murder of dozens of righteous hunters and civilians. I look up from the paper after just a second. I instantly call bullshit. I don't bring it up like it is false, however. I use it as more of a joke. I laugh and look at the man. Haha, what do they really want him for? Taking some rich man's daughter's innocence? The man seems to take my inquiry as genuine and answers. Damned have our own relationships, even if we are forced to go against each other quite often. Huh, not quite. He tried to remove the bounty on the boy named Wyatt that killed his father, spouting some nonsense that Edmund couldn't have possibly died to some child. The mistress vetoed him, and he got angry. He challenged Darkstep to a duel, saying that she is why so much darkness lingers in Onyx Gate. One thing led to another, and he was caught after killing several innocents in a bloody rage. I nod at his answer and sigh. The estates can indeed do anything they want, can't they? Ruining the life of a talented young man is nothing but another day to them. And my today, it seems. I look down at the parchment in front of me beside the bounty and feel psychological pain at reading it. The contract, a piece of paper written by high-sigiled lawman scholar mixes. Their words can bind people and force them to follow the directions on the paper. This one is the damned contract. I don't even bother reading it entirely, though. I just give one last glance to the man on the chair before picking up the pen that was left on the table. As I lean down to sign it, however, I hear a whisper in my mind, one that has no sound yet has substance. Buy me time. I'm pulling out a big one. I don't externally react to these words, but they astonish me. I recognize the voice as Abraham's, and my eyes briefly glance around for him just to not catch a single trace. Was the man following me? Doesn't matter. Buy him time. Any means necessary. This is my family we're talking about, and I clearly can't make him retreat, so it's all or nothing. Is this contract any different than the one before? The man on the chair chuckles while the rest are silent. That is the rule. After all, while on a mission and with a non-damned in the room who can fight or otherwise may be a threat, only the strongest may speak so that stories and lies are not confused. Yes, this one has no way out like usual. Even if you assassinate an angel, you will never get out. I just slowly nod, sigh, and pick up the pen as I falsely hesitate to write. Several seconds pass as my hand shakes on the paper, and it seems as though my hesitation is frustrating the man on the chair as he stands up and starts to walk toward me. But before he can even make it halfway, the air above the table shimmers and glitters with the falsity of nightmares. Abraham, the nightmare is here. A considerable man in plate armor with a crossbow, in one hand the size of the man sitting down and in the other, a giant sword lies. Before anyone can even react, a mental blast runs through us all and momentarily stuns us, even me, as Abraham cannot differentiate between friend and foe. Then the knight moves with inhuman swiftness. A bolt lands in the chest of the man holding Victor, and the two holding guns to the twins have their heads removed with a swipe of the giant sword before the apparition disappears just as quickly as it appeared. Abraham can only pull so much from his own nightmares. After all, it is my turn, though. The two remaining damned recover and point their weapons at me, firing the second they get the chance to, but I'm no longer the man I used to be. I flicker through the bolt from the crossbow and the blast of the shotgun. Only minor wounds are left because of the ether in the weapon as I step right up to the man who sits in the chair. I raise my hand with necrosis flowing through it. Seems as though I brought backup. 137. Beneath the world darkness knurled. Wyatt Graves. On the other side of the giant gate, stone gargoyles and skulls line the path for a few steps before giving way to a desolate and barren landscape. I can only see as far as the light of my lantern goes out, though. The darkness of the underworld is suffocating. There is no moon, sun, or lights. Only darkness, as far as I can see. Being present in the duo of moons, Alaji and Muha, is rare above ground, but at least one is almost always present. Yet here, no light at all exists. I take a few steps forward to inspect the area further as I hear footsteps follow behind me. I even hear the scrambling of a man waking up, but my focus is on the otherworldly scene before me. Loose and unmoving skeletons litter the ground, piled upon each other in a macabre display. Broken and rusted weapons are scattered all around, seemingly remnants of forgotten battles. The thought of fighting down here is odd, but I suppose maybe some souls somehow come with their weapons. The air is thick with the stench of decay, and the sounds of wind and rocks settling are all that can be heard besides the movement behind me. The sky is pitch black, as if the rock of the earth has swallowed up all the light. The only source of illumination comes from the death's lantern I hold, its blue light casting a melancholic glow across the desolate landscape. It protected me from the pressure of the gate of death, just as it now protects me from the darkness of the underworld. I take a few more steps and continue to walk, and while I do so, I can feel the weight of the underworld pressing down upon me, suffocating and oppressive. The shadows seem to move and twist in strange and unsettling ways, and I can't help but feel as if something is watching me from the darkness. I point the lantern outward and try to find whatever might be watching me, but all I see are bones and rusted weapons. Some broken pillars of stone also exist, but they are just as old and decayed as the dead. Even listening closely to my surroundings with listen bears no fruit. Silence is all that reigns beyond the light of the lantern. Before I can take another step, a hand touches my shoulder and I jump around, instinctively preparing to fight, only to meet Blake's worried face. Don't walk away from us. None of our torches or lanterns work here. All fire seems to get expunged the second it is lit. Only your lantern has light. Also, look, the pressure of the gate woke Johnny up. Wait for him to recover a bit, will you? I turn around and notice that she is right. Otto is trying to light matches, and the second they ignite, omnipresent darkness flows in and douses the flame instantly. Not just that, but Johnny is standing wobbly as he walks very carefully, turning his head constantly with his eyes closed as if he's listening for the way to go. His movements worry me, and I ask him what's wrong. My first thought is that Darkstep blinded him. Are your eyes fine, Johnny? He turns his head toward me and speaks slowly as if he had just woken up recently, which I guess he did. No, yeah. I used the skill given by my absolution when I fought Darkstep. It has some side effects, just as yours does. I will likely be blind for a few more days. Otto looks up from the matches and laughs as he throws them to the side. Well, you don't have much to worry about, at least in the seeing department. We can't see much anyway. It's dark as well. You would expect the underworld to be. No sun, no moon, no lights, only Wyatt's lantern. Johnny nods as he tries to follow our voices to keep up while we slowly walk forward by the blue light of Death's lantern. I look at the man oddly for how he seems to brush off the coma he was just in and press him about it while we move. Johnny. The man is still quite injured as he walks with an arm to his chest and a slight limp, so he just grunts instead of saying something at first. He has been out for multiple days now, though, so I think he will recover soon. Those bandages from Heath work like a charm, and I'm sure someone like Johnny knows a way to heal faster with ether. How'd you escape from Darkstep? I just found you randomly in the middle of the swamp behind a tree. Had I not found you, I think you would have died. Johnny takes a few moments to answer, and we all take a few more steps in silence as we all wait for his answer. Rotted bones crunch under our feet as the dry ground beneath them has sucked out all their moisture. I used a variety of skills alongside the skill from my absolution and found out that Darkstep was a Nahullo, not a human. Using that knowledge, I made her think that I had known prior and set up someone who would release that information should I not survive. The lady wants to be the next pillar and, I guess, infiltrate humanity's upper echelons. Because of that, she let me live. For now, I can only guess that the moment she learns that I bluffed, she will be back. Otto chuckles dryly while he walks close to the lantern to be able to see. Well, if you tricked her, then why are you so fucking beat? Each of us had to drag your sorry ass for miles in a swamp. Darkstep beat your ass even after you pulled that trick out of your ass? Johnny laughs back at Otto, not taking offense to the man's coarse words. No. I got away from her just fine, but a blind man in a swamp full of danger is not a recipe for success. Ran into a bunch of deadly creatures that slowly whittled me down alongside that Nahullo's poison from her strikes. Eventually, I just laid down on a tree trunk and passed out, hoping that my body could fight off the poison. Damn, Johnny will be quite a bit weaker without his eyesight. At least it's not permanent, though. But that revelation about Darkstep is enormous. A Nahullo. My mind spins to remember what a Nahullo is, and the description comes after a second or two. Giant white-skinned creatures with pale hair. They are known for living in the frozen wastes high up north, and for their toughness. There was a bit of detail from them in the first book, but not too much. It is incredibly worrying that one of them could somehow become someone as important as a forerunner in the hunters, a type of hunter where there are only about several dozen or so in all. That And based on the newspaper I saw in the crossroads, many people think she might become the next pillar. That would be disastrous. If a non-human were to become a defender of a whole territory, we would surely lose it. An idea comes to mind about Johnny's lie, though, as I kick the bones at my feet while I walk. It doesn't have to be a bluff, though. Johnny gets a bit confused and asks for clarification, but figures it out halfway through. What do you mean? Only we know. Oh, I see. We release the information when we get out. Putting her on a bounty poster herself? I nod. That was my idea exactly. Yeah, let her feel what it's like to be on one of those things. Maybe then she will leave us alone. Johnny nods at the idea, but Otto seems to disagree. It's a decent plan, but what do we do when she is cornered and has nowhere to run? A man is most dangerous when they have nothing left to lose. Surely she'll come to us for revenge. Silence hangs for a while as Otto brings up that fact. He's right. Currently, we are just a high priority for her, but not her only one. Should she be hunted for her life, she will surely come to kill us. But at least it will just be her, right? That's true, Otto, but at the same time, she will be alone. No other hunters will follow her once they know she's not human, right? I see his shadow-covered face nod to my words under the blue light, and he goes to presumably agree with me. But before he can, Blake cuts in. Her voice is shaky and anxious, almost as if she's afraid. Am I understanding the emotion right? I think so. Gee guys, have you noticed it yet? This whole place is wrong. Nothing is like it should be. We all stop moving instantly and turn to her. Johnny is the first to speak to her. What do you mean, Blake? What's wrong? We made it here, did we not? She shakes her head sideways frantically. Yes, well, no, we made it here. But is here the underworld? Sure, there was the gate of death. But what about everything else? Where are the white fields of comfort? The gray salts of loneliness? The black dungeons of agony? Or even the red court of suffering? All that is here is darkness, rubble, and skeletons. When she reminds us of the regions in the underworld is when my brain finally understands what she's saying. None of the places in legend are here. There are no white fields. There is salt and rock beneath us, but it is not gray. It is brownish-black. The broken rubble, however, is a very dark stone. But even with that slight correlation, nothing else really fits. Are we in the underworld, or were our stories wrong? And if they are wrong, then what else about the world we know is a lie? I know facts, truths, and stories shift over time, but I figured something this important would hold true. Johnny brings up the same thing as me as he thinks with a hand to his chin. You might be right, Blake. The legends about the underworld say that all souls first visit the white fields and only move deeper should their souls be darker than the ground. This keeps happening until they arrive at the Red Court. So, we should be in the fields right now, and if we aren't, there are only two possibilities. I cut in here as I want to put my thoughts in. Either our legends were wrong, or we aren't in the underworld. I feel really confident in my guess, but Johnny shuts me down. No, not quite, Wyatt. We are definitely in the underworld. There is only one gate of death, and it is at the highest point in the underworld. It is the only way that death can go up and down, but based on how you all described it, it looked quite unused. The other option, instead of our legends being wrong, is that a huge change occurred down here. One that no one could possibly know about because no living man ever came down here. The last time we would have known about it was when humanity used to have contact with the gods before they went mad. Johnny takes a deep breath before he finishes his last sentence, one that condemns all of humanity. If that is the case, that means the white fields of comfort may no longer exist. Another bout of silence ensues as all of our minds spin with the idea that something so massive could have occurred that the entirety of the white fields is gone. The greatest afterlife possible is just gone. The place with the world's greatest people and young children who have yet to do any wrong just gone with the passage of time. What does this mean for us, the living? My feet stop moving, and everyone else joins me in my pause. What is the point of living well, then? If there is no chance of peace after we die? Are we just condemned to the gray salts of loneliness at best? Or maybe the black dungeons of agony? The Red Court? Will Edmund or Ma even be here? My mind reels with these possibilities as I notice something higher up than usual at the edge of my blue light. It stops my spiraling thoughts and puts me into survival mode. It looks to be a figure perched on top of some kind of structure. I point it out to the rest silently so as to not alert it. I see Otto whisper into Johnny's ear what is in front of us so that the blind man may know. Our pace goes from a pause to a crawl as everyone draws their weapons, and as we approach the figure, I notice what it is under the blue light of the lantern. It is a gargoyle made out of white, gray, black, and red stone. The creature is perched upon a nearby rock, its massive wings folded neatly behind its back. Its body is covered in a mosaic of colors, the white, gray, black, and red stones creating an intricate pattern that seems almost alive. No, it is alive. The chest is slowly moving, almost as if it is breathing. My grip on intervention tightens as I prepare to use some of my remaining bullets. I've learned from experience that a shotgun is quite good at breaking rock. But before I just fire, I look a bit closer at the gargoyle. The gargoyle's face is twisted into a fierce and menacing expression, and its eyes glow with an otherworldly intensity. Its sharp claws are bared, and I can see the muscles made of stone in its arms and legs tensed, ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Despite its fearsome appearance, there is an undeniable beauty to the creature. The way the colors of its stone blend together to create a seamless and fluid form is truly breathtaking. It also doesn't seem to be inherently dangerous, as it just slowly breathes even as we cautiously approach it. And when we get close enough to shoot it with shotguns, strike it with rope darts, or entangle it with bandages, I call out to it after a round of affirmative nods with the others. Hello? Can you hear me? Or understand me? I speak loud and try to imbue my voice with confidence as it rings out through the vast darkness. Sweat gathers on my hand as I prepare for whatever might happen the second this thing wakes up. But I'm given very little time to do so as the gargoyle immediately picks its head up and peers straight at me. A high-pitched and chipper voice comes from the construction of stone that completely offsets its dangerous atmosphere. Living? Living. It's been so long. Lennox is so happy to see you all. Come, come, come. The creature of stone beckons us closer as it waves its rocky arms for us to gather around it. None of us move at its words and just watch its antics. None of us are dumb enough to fall for something like that. Even me. But the gargoyle, or Lennox, doesn't give up. The creature hops off of its perch and walks toward us as divots appear in the ground from its seemingly appropriate weight to its look. Lennox won't hurt you. Lennox is here to help. Johnny takes the lead as usual as the currently blind man draws downpour and points it at the gargoyle. Stop moving then. Lennox obliges and stops in its tracks immediately. Then it nods like a dog asking for orders. Johnny obviously can't notice this, but he continues anyway. Where are we, Lennox? The gargoyle hops to one foot and then the other in a crude movement as it answers, but the gargoyle seems to have already hidden something from us. The old fields, of course. My turn now. What's your favorite color of skin? The answer cements our theories, while the question confuses us quite a bit. It does seem to set a dynamic for our dialogue with this gargoyle, though. I turn and look at Johnny as the man, by habit, just looks at his skin with closed eyes. Mine, I suppose. Lennox claps his stony hands together happily as he spins in a circle. Wonderful, wonderful. What else do you need help with? I ask the following question as I'm dying to know the answer. I need to know if an afterlife exists. What happened to the underworld and its regions? Lennox twists its head for a quick moment as the creak of stone on stone rings out. Only after it returns to its normal stance like a gargoyle does it answer. The invasion of hell, of course. Her Majesty Death rallied the souls to help fight the rising demons long ago, using her godly powers to give them all their sigils back from when they were alive. That caused the collapse of all the regions, creating many new ones, although only 3 remain now. The old fields, the new fields, and no man's land. My turn now. What does the inside of your shoulder look like? My mind whirls with possibilities and confusion at the short answer that was absolutely jam-packed with world-changing details. Hell invaded the underworld? When? How? Death rallied the souls of the dead to fight? Everyone? Is Edmund fighting right now? Is that all that awaits us? Fighting? My thoughts swirl for apparently too long as Lennox moves a bit closer. I notice that more gray, black, and red start to appear over his stone as the white begins to fade. The longer I go without answering, the more it happens. Instinctively, like not wanting to put your hand on a burning flame. I know not to let the stone turn entirely red by not answering, so I do. I turn around and answer the question in the easiest way I can. I roll up my shirt and pull off the bandage that is covering the wound on my shoulder from that juggernaut-like man. It's healed quite a bit, but one can still see the inner workings of my shoulder. I sigh with relief as Lennox takes that for an answer. It appears so far as the more detailed the answer, the more grim the question. Otto is the next one to speak as he seems excited, if not absolutely ecstatic, to hear that we are, in fact, in the underworld and that hope exists for the dead to not be gone. Lennox, can you take us to our friends? Lennox turns to Otto and nods. It does seem as though he takes such a little thing as a question, though. Of course. My turn now. What's your favorite way to kill someone? Otto answers quickly, seemingly just wanting to move on to finding Marion, Edmund, and whoever else we all might want to see. Explosions. Don't have to actually see them die. Take us to a man named Marion Byers. Lennox spins rapidly, full of happiness and cheer. As they move toward the darkness and out of the lantern's light, I glance at everyone as the gargoyle runs, and Otto shrugs before following the weird creature. I don't know what else to do but follow because I'm the one with the light, and if I don't, they will be blind in the dark. So I do. Into the darkness of the underworld, I sprint to keep up with a rocky creature that, for some reason, needs to ask us these inane questions with a mind reeling with catastrophic questions of my own. 138. Wake-up call. Our speed through the dark underworld, only lit up by the cerulean light of Death's lantern, gradually increases to a full sprint to keep up with Lennox, the living gargoyle. Or is it undead because it's in the underworld? I don't know. Much of this is confusing and not what we were expecting. I check behind me constantly to ensure that Johnny is keeping up with us fine, and it appears the temporarily blind man is quickly adapting. He must have some skill related to perception that helps him move, because I'd imagine it's impossible to run at a full sprint while blind in both eyes. Or he's just that coordinated to catch himself. It could be either. I see him stumble a few times, but he quickly recovers and keeps going. Looks like it might be both. While we run to keep up with the gargoyle that is far too fast for the creature's weight, Blake asks her question. We've all gotten at least one off, so it's only fair that she does. Hey, Lennox, how do the dead fight the demons? Lennox twists and runs backward for several steps as it skips and claps happily at a question to answer. I can see his face twist in joy despite being made of stone. Her Majesty imbues them with her power, undeath, and returns them to their former strength when they were alive. This gift persists even if the person were to die again, only that their soul is damaged after every death and the subsequent gift of undeath. Weapons are rare here, though, so only those who can fight without them truly shine. My turn now. Who was the first person you killed? Blake seems to have expected this kind of question, and she answers after only a moment or two of thought. I killed another for food when I was young. I don't remember his name or his face, though. Lennox takes this answer gleefully as he skips under the blue light of the lantern like a naive child. Wait, what is he? Is it a he, a she, or an it? Is it even truly alive? I ask that as my next question. What are you, Lennox? He. I'm just going to call him he, as his voice is a bit more boyish than girlish. Claps once more before answering. I'm a stoneclad, of course. My turn now. What is your middle name? Iron. What is a stoneclad, Lennox? I've never heard of one before. Lennox gives a high-pitched giggle as he answers my last question. Stoneclads like myself are the souls of children who survived the invasion of demons without being devoured. Her Majesty was unwilling to let us fight, but so that we wouldn't slowly fade away without the white fields of comfort, she had Shiloh, the Stoneheart, clad our souls in stone to keep us safe. There are not many of us left, though. It's been a long time since any more of us were made. My turn now. Who is your favorite person in the whole wide world? I'm sorry to hear that, Lennox. I didn't know you were that alone. My favorite person, would probably be my ma or Edmund Dudley. I look up to them both, and they are why I'm here. Johnny picks up at this point as he acquires a question of his own. I'm surprised that he's able to talk and run while blind, but slowly, I grow more acclimated to the things he can do while eternally in the dark. Lennox, what happens to the damaged souls when they die? Are they able to die infinitely? The question spoken is one that I never even thought of. Being able to die infinitely would be incredible. It would also mean that just about every human ever would be down here, right? But it's possible, right? I mean, it is a god that gives them the gift. Lennox sounds a bit less cheery now as he speaks, but he still answers. They slowly lose who they are. Most can only die once or twice before being turned to shells, only able to instinctually fight. Around 3 is when most fully fade, their soul dissipating as the mind holding it together breaks. Some can last much longer, but all fade eventually. Her Majesty knew this would happen, though, so she created 2 murals to remember all those who had fought for eternity, the heights of hope and the depths of depravity. My turn now. What do you see when you look down the barrel of your gun at an enemy? Johnny goes quiet for a moment as I watch the colors shift on Lennox's body. He doesn't let this pause go on for too long, though, as he answers after about half a minute or so. A target, no. When I look down the sights of a gun, I see more than just a target. I see a moment in time, a memory that will stay with me forever. My eyes linger on the man as I hear his voice turn sentimental. Johnny has some real attachment to weapons, and it seems that the gunslinger never pulls the trigger lightly. Every person he shoots is burned into his memory. I wish I could say the same. Many of those I've killed I barely even remember the face of. Is that for me not caring about taking a life anymore? Or because I'm more focused on my own survival? I'm unsure. Our questions seem to end there as everyone goes quiet. We all just quietly follow Lennox in our silence through the old fields. While I think about my own morality, tiredness strikes once more. The novelty and adrenaline of entering the underworld have started to fade, and in its place has come exhaustion and depression with the ever-consuming darkness, one that I don't think I can push away any longer. My feet begin to slow, and so do my thoughts. I try to rally my ether to give me a shot of indefatigable, but the ether is stagnant, almost as if the force of my mind is missing, and what remains cannot move the substance within me adeptly. The world slowly grows darker as my eyelids close their shutters to my soul. Before everything goes dark, though, I feel the world go out from under me in weightlessness. All that I can do before I crash into the ground is twist so that I don't land on Dakota. My eyes flutter open to blue light and the sound of fighting. I sit up quickly from wherever I am lying and stand as fast as I can. Sleep still weighs down my eyes heavily, and it feels as though something is stuck in the back of my mind. But I move toward the sounds nearby where the blue light of the lantern comes from. My steps start off slow but grow in speed as flashes of darkness explode in my eyes and leathery wings flap in my ears out of nowhere. I stop to look around but see nothing in the dark. Unwilling to stay blind in this dark, away from the lantern, I push ether into my eyes, night vision giving me sight. But even with the ether increasing my view in the dark, I see nothing around me, nothing that might make the sound of leathery wings. The dark spots still exist, however, and I rub my eyes, causing them to disappear. I just shake my head in confusion. It must have been some kind of dream. Then, I focus on those near the lantern's light. I see phantasmal creatures locked in combat with Otto, Blake, Johnny, and Dakota as Lennox watches from the side. I instantly recognize them as ghosts as I imbue my hand with wedding and take it one step further for leash with my dagger in hand. I would use intervention, but bullets are a limited resource right now. The first thing I end up doing when I wake up is fighting as I dash straight for a ghost, sneaking up behind Dakota. All of these ghosts appear to be primarily opaque figures with a bluish or greenish tint to their skin. All of them are also wearing tattered and worn clothing with bits of colorful skin peeking out here or there. Their eyes are also non-existent, pale flames replacing the eyes in their sockets. I leap at the one behind Dakota and sink my dagger into its back, which is enhanced by leash. The ether around the blade tears through the ghost as it turns around to be with a hellish scream. The hair on this one is wild and unkempt, and in place of its eyes are flames burning with pale madness. I go to just take it out of its obvious misery as I rip away with the dagger, making the strand of ether of leash tear away as well. This strand of ether literally cuts the ghosts in half as it fades rapidly, its soul no longer powerful enough to hold it together. Though the sight is odd, unlike what I would expect from a ghost, like when the Bakwas simply faded into nothing upon death. They fall to the ground before dissipating as they slam into the coarse dirt. I turn around to help some more, but it seems as though everyone kills the rest of the ghosts while I am dealing with mine. I do get to catch the final glimpse of Blake pulling one inside of herself to bond with. She did lose her old one to catch a bullet for me. Curiosity does rise at the attack, though. I thought everyone was given this undeath. How are ghosts here? And why are they attacking us? Apparently, I'm not the only one thinking this, though, as Johnny curses at Lennox. I thought you said all souls were fighting the demons with undeath. Why are there ghosts here that want to kill us? Lennox awkwardly twists a bit before answering, almost as if he's embarrassed he didn't mention it before. Souls that die a lot and lose cohesion, the fading, lose their minds and turn partially translucent if they are weak. Anyone but the most hardened in mind will attack anything nearby that has not also lost its cohesion. One final death puts them out for good. My turn. How does it feel to permanently kill someone, giving their soul zero chance of salvation? Johnny's face twists as he wipes off the barrel of his gun, which he used to beat ghosts to death with. They weren't extreme, and Johnny is blind, so he dealt with them up close and personal, but that personal touch feels wrong. The gunfighter seems uncomfortable at the notion of permanent death, and so am I. Not good. These ghosts we just killed were people, and now they are gone forever. That just doesn't sit right. In the corner of my eye, I see Blake shake her head sadly. I think she's thinking about letting go of that spirit. My concern is about something else, though. How long was I asleep for, Johnny? Everything kind of looks the same. I want to know how far we've come and whether or not we are close to finding Edmund or Ma. I feel bad for killing those ghosts, but those two come first and foremost in my mind right now. Johnny twists around rapidly to face me as I notice he's grown quite acclimated to blindness. I cannot believe you went so long without sleep that your body shut down. Do you know how unhealthy that is? Johnny stomps toward me, but he doesn't seem to be looking at me quite ideally. His open yet blind eyes look over my shoulder. You are going to get yourself killed if you keep this up. Either your body will simply drop from exhaustion, or your tiredness will cost you in a fight. You know that we had to feed you the rest of our rations, so you wouldn't up and die? That artifact of yours seems to be the only thing keeping you breathing, even if it hates you. But there is a limit. I try to defend myself with the circumstances, but Johnny is having none of it. There was no time. Johnny crouches just a little bit so that his face is level with mine, even if not perfectly lined up. I do not care. This goes for any time, not just in the swamp. You need to take more care of yourself. Have you looked in a mirror, Wyatt? You are pale, skinny, and quite honestly, you look like you are dying. No, you look more like those fading than you do a living, breathing human. You are covered in scars that perpetually exist in recovery and eyes that are darker than the underworld. At this rate, Wyatt, I'd give you 2 more weeks before even your body gives up. I open my mouth to say something, but nothing comes out. He's right. I take too little care of myself. I always go forward without hesitation and trust that I can handle it. And while that's been the case so far, the human body can only withstand so much, and I no longer have the bloody palm to put me back together again when I'm torn apart. Well, I guess I do, but it's not interested in helping me at all. It just cares enough to keep itself alive. I know it's planning something, though, and I'll have to watch out for it. Not that I'll tell Johnny it's his fault, though. Johnny shakes his head and turns around to move back to Lennox, but he leaves me a few words. You are tough, Wyatt. Extremely, and anyone who says otherwise is more blind than I. But you are not a god, nor are you inexhaustible. Change how you live soon, or I guarantee you, you will either die or get a lot of people killed. I will do what I can to help, Wyatt, but I can stop no man from committing suicide. I am left to myself as he walks back to Lennox with Death's lantern on his belt. I take a look at myself while he does so. It's hard to see with the meager light that reaches me, but I'm disgusted by what I see. Every part of me has bones showing through the skin like a recently dead corpse. My fingers are blistered, bloodied, and blackened. My limbs are covered in cuts, either bandaged until the bleeding stops, then the bandage is moved or left alone if it wasn't bad. My torso is wrapped in so many blood pieces of cloth, dressings, and even one part is mud from the swap used as a stopper for blood. My legs are just as fucked up as I finally take a moment to look at them. The last body part one observe is my missing arm. The most prominent example of carelessness is this one from Ether. That time the Latish hurt my ankle comes to mind, as it looks like a closed fist is jutting out from my foot. And don't even get me started on my feet. The sprints through the swamp left them disfigured and severely damaged. At this point, most of the pain is simply blocked out by my subconscious. But when I redirect my focus to it all, finally, the pain comes back with a vengeance. My entire body, from my disfigured toes to my bruised skull, throbs with agony as I realize how fucked up I am. Just looking at myself makes me wonder how I'm still alive. There are more bandaged parts of me than unbandaged ones, more blood outside than in, more skin showing from torn clothes than skin hidden by ruined cloth. Only one part of me holds true, and I place my hand on it as I take it off my head. Edmund's hat. I've been conscientious not to get hit in the head, and it shows. It also shows that I can be careful. I must be conscious of it. The hat, while not pristine, is nowhere near as banged up as the rest of me. I wipe off some dirt, grim, and a little bit of blood before limping my way back to the rest of the group. Dakota trotters behind me as he tries to nudge me, but I have to stop him because just touching my legs almost makes me fall over. Later, buddy, that hurts real bad right now. He whimpers but stays beside me. I'm going to have to take the rest of this trip quite differently. I don't think fighting is an option anymore, or at least how I usually do, if I ever want to recover, if I want to live. I just slowly follow behind the rest of the group in my pain. I half miss not being able to feel it, but I know it's for the best. Gritting my teeth, I listen to them talk, although I miss the question Lennox is currently answering. We should be close to the new fields by now. The gate of death is close to the edge of the old fields. Any minute now should the fires of undeath appear on the horizon. My turn. What would happen if you stopped trying to learn new skills and focus solely on honing the ones you already have? Lennox gives Otto a question that stumps him instantly. The man doesn't know how to answer at all, and even stops moving for a second. It's almost as if that possibility never occurred to him. Slowly I limp past him, and that wakes up his thoughts as he speeds up to reach the gargoyle. I never thought about that before. I just always followed Marion's lead. I guess I'd become really good at one thing, really good. Silence reigns for a little longer before Otto spots something in the distance. He has the best eyes out of all of us now that Johnny is blind. I see something far away, almost like a white light. Lennox speaks up on his own for the first time without being asked a question. He claps as he gets giddy about whatever is in front of us. Yes, those must be the fires of undeath. The only flames that can burn in the underworld are the soul fires within people's eyes. They burn white and can be taken out to use as fuel, as long as it's done before they reach finality. The notion of using people's eyes as light is disconcerting, but so are most of the things in the underworld so far. Uncomfortable, odd, or downright weird. From stoneclads to whatever those murals were called, heights of hope and depths of depravity, everything is weird. Everything is foreign. Our pace picks up a bit as I force myself to move a bit faster. Blake does come to help me walk, though, letting me throw an arm over her shoulder as we proceed. I appreciate the help and thank her for it, but we are too focused on what's ahead of us to have a conversation. We hurry toward the light, and as we near, we notice that it is not one light, but instead thousands of white burning fires. Some are put within lanterns at the top of large poles, but many are from the resting undead here. The new fields is a vast open area that spans as far as the eye can see. Tents, small buildings, and even one large building of stone exist in the distance. Lennox only briefly described it, but it is far better than the old fields. The ground is barren and covered with dry, cracked earth, and there is no sign of life except for the army of soldiers that rest here. The soldiers of death, the once dead souls of man who have been granted the gift of undeath, lay scattered across the fields, their bodies positioned in various poses of rest. Their eyes lack eyelids and show perpetual white light even as they are sleeping. Heads are tucked as some sit against rocks, and others lie along the floor. None move nearby, and only those by the tents seem to be in motion. I give Otto and Blake a look as we whisper to Lennox another question. What's the difference between those sleeping here and those at the tents? Lennox, who has been growing more and more cheerful as we get closer to the undead people, skips as he speaks loudly. None of the undead around us seems to react to his voice, however. It's almost as if they are in stasis, unable to wake unless ordered. Those here are warriors, the lowest rank of the undead with the gift. These are those who either had no sigil in life, or had only one. Those at the tents are likely headmen. Those are those who had one rare one or up to 3 sigils in life, or undeath, as you can still advance, only you can't go through a metamorphosis. So you're locked in the realm you died in. Usually, at least. My turn. What makes you special? I just shrug and answer simply before asking another question as we near the tents. None of the undead nearby are moving with us arriving, and Edmund is more likely to be a headman than a warrior. Nothing really besides exhaustion, I suppose, and cold, I guess. What other ranks are there? Is it built like an army at all? Lennox nods as he dances from side to side with a gleeful movement. Oh, so fearless. There are 3 more ranks. Braves are the next, those who had around 4 to 6 sigils in life or undeath. Chiefs come next, and they are from 5 to 7 sigils. Everything is relative to strength, though. So if a 5th sigil can best 6 days in combat, he will be a chief. Lennox turns as he makes motions of people fighting with his stony fists. He truly is a child put into stone, personality and all. The last rank is the highest, of which we only have 3 undead who are still capable of thinking, Supremes. These go from 7th to 9th, once again based on strength. And yes, Death's army is built like an actual army, only that we have 2 divisions, Hope and Despair. Her Majesty leads the former, and the Devil leads the latter. The former is built off of those who would go into the upper regions from before the war, and the former is of the others that would go to the lower. Oh look, we're at a Hope station right now. Lennox points at a flag atop the nearest tent that is finally recognizable as we get within 100 feet or so. My eyes are attracted to its intricate craftsmanship even as one of the headmen turns and walks toward us. I notice an oddity as Lennox doesn't ask a question of his own with the undead walking toward us, but I put that in the back of my mind to focus on the flag. The flag Hope is black with an image of a white skull in the center, surrounded by a wreath of red spider lilies. I briefly wonder where the cardinal is, and the lilies are down here, but I'm pulled back into the flag. The skull has a single white flame in its left eye socket and a single black flame in its right eye socket. The word Hope is written at the top of the flag. I can feel the emotion written in those words just as I read them. Down here, they are left with nothing but hope, are they not? Hope that if they fight long enough, the demons will lose, and they can return to a peaceful afterlife. One where they slowly fade away in happiness instead of one where they are condemned to fighting until their soul fractures. It resonates with something deep inside of me. The fight against an inevitable end, just trying to choose your own ending. 139, drachma. My attention on the flag is broken by a man walking toward us with a spear and an atlatl in the same hand as well. I think those are used for throwing spears. Not that they are widespread for anything but bear or buffalo hunting. And the man in front of us isn't what I would call normal. His skin is more similar to the flesh of a corpse, and within his eye sockets float bright white flames with specks of gold inside of them. Based on how he looks at us, I feel a vague sense of threat from him, and I use chain eyes to investigate him. This headman is wrapped in bright yellow chains, the signature of a 3rd sigil. Only the chains are a bit odd. They have flickers of white come off of them constantly like sparks in a flame. That must be the sign that they are undead and death's power in bringing the undeath. He notices us, but only speaks once he gets close enough to see us all clearly, and us him. The headman is tall, very tall, over 6 feet tall at the minimum, and has a thin white line around his neck. Other than that, his garb is quite normal compared to the warriors. He is a little worn, but he is fully clothed with nothing torn or destroyed. He speaks to us first as we are all surprised by everything happening. But he seems to be just as surprised as we are. The headsman does recover quickly, though, and tries to take us to someone who would know what to do. Are you for living? Oh, Death, you are. Oh my, this is way above my pay grade, haha. I'm Cleveland. Nice to meet you, I suppose. Come. Silas will want to see you. Even you, Stoneclad. He's over there in the brick building. Cleveland then walks away from us, using his spear as a walking stick as he moves past the tents and toward a brick building. We look at each other for a second before just following him. Seems like a pretty nice guy, and we have no idea what's going on. Lennox has given us some ideas, but I feel like the gargoyle is more trick than treat when it comes to talking. His questions alone are suspicious. We follow Cleveland's steps as we walk through the series of tents. Dozens of other headmen look at us as we do so, gawking at each and every move. The weird light made of people's literal eyeballs gives just enough light in the camp to see clearly. I guess the living are truly a miracle down here. Makes sense though. Getting through the gate of death not only requires a particular trait, but you also have to find it. I can't imagine surviving the removal or crushing of a heart is very easy for anyone. nor is finding your way to a legendary location located deep in the earth. Before we move too far, my curiosity overrides my sense of shame. I imbue ether into my ears as listen becomes active, and I catch a small conversation before we get too far away. The voices are a bit muffled as they come from inside one of the tents, but it isn't too hard to understand, at least at first. Tomas, did you hear that the crazy lady is moving? No way. Who told you that? Do we need to hide? Rupert told me, he said when he went to report for Silas. Chief Birdie mentioned that Iva was looking for something fun to fight. I think we're fine, though. We're only half a day's travel from Heights. Surely she wouldn't do anything crazy with Sir Isaac so close. That's true, but she doesn't act like most. Who knows what she's doing? The conversation interests me, but I have no clue who they are talking about. Isaac, Birdie, and Iva are just names. They mean nothing to me. However, I do note the characters in my mind for later. The walk isn't very far, as all the undead seem to be quite close together. The brick building is at most a few hundred feet from the series of tents, and as we near it, I can see in the distance, in what I can only assume is north and south, more fires of undeath. Seems like each of these bases has a few dozen headmen and maybe one brave. Many of these bases together likely have a chief that looks over them, and many of the chiefs likely have a supreme watching over them. At least that's my guess. Makes sense based on what I've seen so far and my knowledge of hunter military formations. Above the surface, a town usually has a third sigil or so guarding it, with a more extensive region being protected by someone stronger, and so forth, until it reaches a whole territory with a pillar overseeing it. Now, this isn't a very hard rule as hunters go out commonly to hunt, at least near the wilds, but it stands pretty strong deeper into the territories. Sometimes you can find regions bereft of a single hunter because most are out killing, while it is also possible to find a small town with a group consisting of all wondrous sigiled. My thoughts drift from the surface to the depths as we arrive at our destination. The brick building we arrive at is simple yet proud, unadorned with anything but the flag of hope on the outside. It gives off a sense that the man inside is, well, brave. Cleveland walks up to the stone door and knocks on it. Silas, there are some people here you're gonna want to see. A voice comes from inside, slightly muffled yet clear in pronunciation. Is it Andrew or Calvin? Tell him I'm busy. I'm smelting right now. Cleveland shuffles from foot to foot as he yells back nervously. It's not either of them. They are still in their houses, as far as I know. We have a group of living out here. The voice inside the house doesn't reply for a moment, but when it does, it grows curious. You said what? A living? Cleveland nods to the air as if the man can see him. Yes, sir. I hear a muffled curse from inside the building, and after a few seconds, the door is ripped open, revealing an undead with disheveled blonde hair adorned in a variety of jewelry. My eyes are first attracted by the gold all over him until I notice they are just coins hanging on necklaces, earrings, and even rings. One side has a lady with a scythe, and the other a man with a scale. The man with fire in his eyes, Silas, looks at us all with obvious surprise on his face before waving us in. Come in, guests. No, not you. Cleveland, go and calm down everyone else. Oh, and not you either, Stoneclad. I don't want any of my things to go missing. Lennox's face sinks as he is pushed aside by Silas's words, so he just goes to the side of the house and goes still like a gargoyle. I feel a bit bad for Lennox, but something about the Stoneclad just puts me off. Silas then moves to the side as the gold on his body jingles and jangles. I wait to walk in just in case it is a trick or something. I'm being as careful as possible right now. I don't want to let Johnny or anyone else down by killing myself through exhaustion and carelessness. Otto, instead, is the first to walk into the small brick house, and there seem to be no tricks whatsoever. The bejeweled man leads us through the small house adorned with very little, only a few pieces of furniture, and literally nothing else besides a deck of cards on top of a chair. After just a few seconds, we are taken to a dining room with 8 chairs surrounded by several lights on the walls, once again made of the fires of undeath. It is really starting to gnaw at me that these are eyeballs, but I guess it's just normal down here. Silas sits at the head and waves for us to take the other seats. He leans forward and puts his head on his palm as he looks at us all. Sit, sit, sit. I'm sure you all came here for a reason, right? Enlighten me. I wish to know how I can help you. And if you have a way out, I'd be glad to help you get out if you know what I mean. I give him a brief look with chain eyes and am pretty surprised by the result. Light blue, almost cerulean chains wrap around Silas, and they seem to congregate on his coins. Is his sigil money or gold-based? Do those even exist? What combination could possibly create that? Johnny seems to share none of my curiosity, or I guess my vision to realize how strong this man is. And especially for a brave, he's on the higher end and tries to get more information from Silas. We did indeed, and we do have a way out. I'd be willing to take you to it if you guide us a bit. The underworld is not quite what we expected. Silas nods repeatedly as he thumbs a gold coin between his fingers. I heard about another living who made it down here a while ago, and he is said to have spoken the same thing. Something about records being shitty. Funnily enough, it's the only thing we ever heard him say. What you need to know, fellows? I'm happy to take you around. I got a little bit longer of a break, but if you want to go into no man's land, no can do. You'll have to find a chief for permission. Isaac is strict on living fighting without someone to look over them. We all pick up on the fact that another person was down here, and Johnny inquires about the man. This other man who made it down here, do you know what his name was? And when? Silas twists his head in thought before answering. He points to his neck, where two white lines wrap around like scars. Not sure of his name. It's been at least 15 years or so, and I've died since then. That's why I'm out here and not fighting. Takes a while to fully recover from a death. Coming back does quite a lot to your memory, mind, and personality, and I've died twice so far. Only got a few more in me, I'm afraid. Would like to see the sun one last time, if I could, though. If you want to learn more, I'd reckon Chief Birdie would know better. She ain't died in close to 50. The lady specializes in healing and defense, after all. His answer solves multiple mysteries. The scars on the neck must dictate how many times one has died. I'm a bit disappointed we couldn't learn who made it down here, though. It'd be nice to find someone down here who is still alive. Johnny rolls with this answer and asks another question. How long have you been down here? What's the average? Undeath-like? Silas shrugs and only has a general comment on his unlife down here. It's been a while. Not sure how long exactly because there is no sun or moons, but I'd have to guess at least 50 years. I think I died in the 1640s. Hard to be sure with the memory loss. Most people down here fade within 1 year, though. All new souls are sent to the front lines to fight and serve. Only those that live a year are given rest, and most souls that come don't even have a sigil. What year is it for y'all up there? I answer this question as I follow up with one of my own. It's the winter of 1685. The new year passed a few weeks ago. Where could we find a soul that died 3 to 4 months ago? Do you have any ideas? Lennox said he could guide us, but he only brought us here. And frankly, none of us really trust him. Silas agrees with my thoughts on Lennox and presents us with some courses of action for finding recently dead souls afterward. Damn, it's only been 40? Shit. Whatever. Who cares? Well, yeah, if I were you, I'd get as far away from a stoneclad as you can. The children that were put in those things are long gone. All that remains are fragments of what they used to be. Millennia have passed since even the most recent one was made. None of them are right on the inside, but no one wants to kill them. So we just deal with their odd presence here and there. Silas then stands and moves away from the dining table to a drawer on the side, also made out of stone. He pulls it open while we watch and brings something from the inside of it before placing it on the dining table for us all to see. It's a map, a very crudely drawn one, but a map nonetheless. 4 sections are on the map, with the farthest right one being Old Fields. Currently, we stay in a blood-red dot named Drachma Camp that is alongside over 100 other ones in the new fields. There are 3 big dots, each labeled with a name and a place. One is very close to Isaac Heights, written by the dot. The other 2 are Warren, Apathy, and Iva Depths. And only a little ways away from the other camp is a large strip of land that goes from the top of New Fields all the way to the bottom. A long, no man's land runs across that strip of land, and on the other side rests a massive portion of land, one much larger than the other 3 put together, that is titled Lost Steps. Within the Lost Steps, several other smaller places exist that are written in small ink. The Cardinal River is one of them. Silas briefly explains each of the regions to us, but focuses on the New Fields and No Man's Land. His fingers trail each one as he talks about them. You all seem to have come from Old Fields. That is our final resort. and where we will retreat to, should new fields fall. It is also where we bury the nameless dead that die eternally. At this point, really only fading that reconstitute from a death away from others, and lonely stoneclads stay there. Silas slaps his finger right on the red, toward the edge of old fields. Camp Drachma or Drachma Camp, either work, is mine. About half a day from no man's land and heights. Souls are allowed in the old fields to rest, recuperate, or practice new skills should they be allowed to. Each of the Supreme's bases is also here. Iva, the Vicious, One-Eye Isaac, and Warren the Gray. Should you need to speak to them, I can ask Chief Birdie to arrange a meeting, though I recommend you speak with Isaac or Warren. Iva is quite insane. It is said she will top the depths of depravity when she is finally put down. His index finger trails a line to the long vertical strip of land. As he does so, though, Blake butts in with a surprised pitch. Iva, as in Iva the Butcher? She's still alive? She died over 100 years ago in Sinskreek? Silas nods at her in confirmation. Yes, I believe that is another name she used to go by. The woman is not a good person, that's for sure. But any and all will be taken down here. Well, except for a few, but I don't know all about that. Someone like Isaac or Warren would know best. Her Majesty has her discrimination against those who would go to the dungeons or the court, but their skills are needed. One may hate Iva as a person, but no one can deny her skills in murder. Silas shakes off her follow-up questions before putting his fingers back on the strip of land. He makes me think back to the two men in the tent. Iva, why is a woman like her on the move? I thought people with that level of power don't move very often to keep the balance of power. Like if the Prime were to move, then so would the binary lords to meet him. Maybe it's different down here, though. Now, this is no man's land, where most of the fighting occurs between us and demons. Sometimes they make it over to old fields, and sometimes we get to the lost steps, though the latter is rarer. Those you are looking for are likely somewhere on this edge fighting if their fires have not yet already been extinguished. I can take you there, but I am not allowed to fight for another 3 months or so, I believe. Chief Birdie wants me at my best if I am to fight. Then, his finger moves to the last region on the map, the Lost Steps. Johnny does give me an eye as Silas mentions fighting as his best. I blush a bit in embarrassment, but just take it in stride and focus on the information. And this is the Lost Steps, or just the Steps. Most of this land used to be the Black Dungeons, or the Grey Salts. Thankfully, the Red Judge moved the Red Court beneath the old fields when we started to lose a lot of land. Demons come from below like crazy without stopping, and it has only been getting worse over the years as well. Supreme Warren believes that the Mother below is slowly waking up for some reason. I'm inclined to believe him as he's the eldest person still down here. Silas then claps as he leans back from the map. Anyway, I believe that answers most questions you might have. I know I went into decent depth for things you might not have asked for, but I figured I'd get it out of the way. Johnny thanks him for his information and offers for him to come with us. I appreciate your help. You've been accommodating so far, and I think we'd all appreciate it even further if you would guide us to find who we're looking for. Then Johnny leans in close and whispers. Curious to hear what he's talking about, I listen closely. Just between the two of us, we have an extra slot to get out. I'm not sure if you can even leave the underworld, but should you help us, Silas, I'd be happy to let you come up with us. A great big smile emerges on Silas' face as he nods to Johnny. Then he flips a golden coin in his hand before holding it out to Johnny. Take a drachma as a gift then. It has a bit of my ether in it. I have 3 very rare sigils among my 5, a trio of hawkers, 3 of which I found down here. The rest are a mix of augur and trapper. Should you ever need to make a decision that only has 2 options, flip the coin, and it will lead you in the right direction. Probably has 2 to 3 uses in it, depending on the fate of the decision and how long you wait to use it. All things have a price, you know? I can only get a bit of a discount. I can do the same with any coin myself, but I am limited to 1 a day. My mind correlates his sigil's name, his coins, and all the gold all over him together. Most of his sigil skills must be focused on money, or something like that. I do grow curious how he got 3 of such rare unconfirmed sigils, but it must be from the demons. From what I've seen so far, they have more rare and unique sigils. And the rule from Lennox about not having a metamorphosis has already been broken. From the sound of it, Silas came here as a 2nd sigil and fought his way to be a 5th. Either a sign this man is more special than he lets on, or that Lennox lied. Johnny takes the gift with a smile as he slides it into his pocket. That could be very, very useful. Silas then starts heading to the door after rolling up his map. Once he makes it to the stone door, he turns back to us with an undeniable aura of anxiousness. He must really want to get the fuck out of the underworld and see the sun. Come on, you are all in a hurry, are you not? Let's go find whoever you're looking for. 140, walking. We all follow Silas out the door of his stone house. Nowhere to be seen is Cleveland, but outside sits Lennox in its weird gargoyle-like state. The child-turned statue moves over to Silas like a lost puppy. Silas tries to shoo Lennox away when he gets close, and the face on the gargoyle stabs at my heart as he does so. You're not wanted round here, Stoneclad. All you do is steal, play tricks, and mess around. That's why Her Majesty didn't make any more of you. Liquid stone tears fall from Lennox's heart as the Stoneclad looks at the coarse ground. He doesn't look at Silas, but I can hear him sputter out a defense. It's not true. Lennox tries his best. It's just that Lennox and his brothers and his sisters are scared. And Her Majesty loves us all. She's just hurt from the nasty mother. That's why she hasn't made more of us. Silas just shakes his head and walks away from Lennox. He waves his hand at us, dismissing the gargoyle. Deal with him however you'd like. Few of us are willing to endure their nonsense. Stoneclads might have been children once, but enough time has passed that they should be mature. Yet all they are is tricksters. Johnny ignores Silas' words and walks over to Lennox first, kneeling in front of the gargoyle. The blind man is unwilling to leave a child behind so quickly. Johnny speaks softly to Lennox while looking him in the eyes. Hey, it's okay. I believe that you try your best. You've been very generous so far. We wouldn't have made it here without you, you know? Lennox looks up at Johnny. The expression of a child who has never had any mentor is obvious. The rocky tears affect the Stoneclad's voice by making it sound slightly deeper instead of the typical snotty sound of a child. Really? Lennox did good? Lennox wasn't annoying? Johnny shakes his head, indicating that the child isn't annoying. No, you weren't. Not at all. Your questions might be odd, but they give you personality. And I'm no god, Lennox, but I am a father. I can guarantee you that death did not abandon you or your siblings. Lennox leans forward and falls into Johnny's arms while the rest of us look at each other, confused. Did Johnny just adopt a gargoyle? I mean, I do feel bad for the little guy, but according to Silas, they are tricksters. I'd rather believe the man who's been here a long time than have faith that this creature that asks inane questions is an innocent child. Johnny pats Lennox's head as he tries to console him. If you are afraid, Lennox, then we are the best people to join. You see Wyatt over there? Lennox nods quietly, his head shaking up and down in Johnny's arms. He's fearless. Truly, I've never seen him shiver or hesitate in front of any danger. If you want to learn to do the same, watch and learn from him. Lennox asks a quiet yet audible question while his face is in Johnny's arms. Is he braver than a brave? Johnny, without missing a beat, agrees.
Yes.
A chief?
Yes.
Supreme?
Yes.
Then you? Only when Lennox pulls back and looks into the blind eyes of Johnny does the older man hesitate in his answer, but he gathers his resolve and nods.
Yes.
Then Lennox will follow you all. I want to be brave. All my brothers and sisters that have died did so because they were afraid. If I can be fearless, then I will be. I will be immortal like Her Majesty. Johnny stands up and motions for Lennox to follow him. Silas is merely watching from far away with his hands on his hips. The man seems to not approve at all, but Johnny doesn't care. He asks him a simple yet complicated question. Silas, can Stoneclads gain sigils? Dunno. The cowards always run from a fight despite their tough bodies. Most die while running. If you had to guess, would it be yes or no? Silas twists his head and thinks for a moment before nodding. I'd say yeah. As far as I know, any creature can possess a sigil, and Stoneclads should be no different, even if they are altered by Her Majesty. The part of being too immature for a sigil must have passed long ago as well. Johnny hears this answer and seemingly makes a choice. He looks to Otto, Blake, and me for validation. Next thing we find that has a sigil, we will let Lennox kill and take it. I shrug in agreement, as it doesn't matter to me. Blake nods heavily as she seems to agree with his thoughts, but Otto shakes his head annoyed. He seems to find this all to be a waste of time. Yeah. Can we get going now? Johnny waves his hands forwards and makes sure Lennox is moving with us. The Stoneclad is quite agile for how heavy he must be, and he sticks very close to Johnny as we proceed. Yeah, let's get going. Lead the way, Silas. Silas nods his head and whistles with 2 fingers out into the open air for several seconds. Out of nowhere appears a cloud of night that coalesces rapidly into the form of a horse, even under the bright light of Death's lantern. Silas introduces the horse that has puffs of black smoke coming from its hooves and hair. This is Darkmane. All braves are given a ghost horse when we are judged to be worthy. Well, most of us. There are only so many, and only Her Majesty can make them. I have one because few braves are willing to challenge me for her. They are used for quick movements and to save our energy when traveling. Silas swings his legs and hops atop his horse before having it walk ahead of us. The undead man waves us to follow. Come on, we got a ways to go until we reach Chief Birdie. She's the one that will be able to help you find who you're looking for. She is a kind lady who fights defensively in no man's land quite often, but I'm sure we can speak to her to figure something out. We all speed up a bit to follow him, and the pain in my legs comes back with a vengeance. I want to rest, but doubtless, I can when we get to Edmund and Ma. And while we walk away, I see Silas take out a coin from his belt and flip it into the air as he whispers into it. Leaving, return, soon, keep, stable. Silas uses 5 short words to inform, I assume, his second-in-command back at the tents. From what I've seen already, the man's abilities seem to be quite wide in variety. He can see the future through his coins and speak to people from a long distance. What else can he do? Surely he has a way to fight if he is a brave. The ranks are based on strength. After all, the walk lasts a little while in silence, with Lennox trying to ask people random questions here or there. The Stoneclad seems to be opening up and becoming more social, but only Johnny and Blake really speak with him. I'm too focused on walking on my own. Every step hurts, and I want to ask Silas if I can ride on Darkmane. I don't want to be rude, though, so I just walk and push through the pain. I just need to not fight. Surely I can handle some walking, right? Rest will be soon. Otto, however, keeps asking Silas questions about undeath. I assume he wants to learn more about how it works. The only time I truly pay attention, however, is when he asks if people can be brought back to life. Silas, can you actually come with us to the surface? And can other people come back to life? Silas looks down at Otto, walking beside his ghost horse, and laughs. I'm not sure, to be honest. There are stories of people going back up, but they are incredibly rare, and all of them involve either Her Majesty or the devil themselves letting them leave. The common thought is that only they can let an undead come back to life. Silas then looks into the far distance, where vague white lights exist. However, I have a theory of my own. Only the dead can pass through the gate of death into here, and only the living can go back the same way. Undeath is a mixture of the two, so we can neither go in nor out. We are eternally stuck where we are given the gift. There might be other locations that we can sneak our way up, but they are likely deep inside the steps and lost to time. Silas takes a short pause to thumb a coin in his hand. And I know I'm being a bit long-winded, but it's important for some background. I think that if I can temporarily shift my state of life to be living, as only the living can go up and the dead down, I can make it through that gate without being killed. Otto asks another question. I am even curious as to the answer to this one. How would one do that? Can anyone do it? Silas shrugs. He doesn't seem to be sure either. He just seems to be willing to gamble another life of his, though he does have quite the strategy. I have a way to possibly do it. I have an absolution, the wishful absolution. If I expunge gold, I can make a wish, and depending on the amount, the wish can be large or small. I've used it before to great effect, only every time I use it, I am basically neutered as all my skills rely on coins, so it is normally a last resort. I figure with enough money, I could make my heart beat once more, even if it's only for a few minutes. There are more restrictions, but I won't speak of them. As for other people, I have no clue. Perhaps a powerful enough sexton could make it through by emulating Her Majesty's powers, or maybe even take others with them, while there is a chance a powerful enough abbot could simulate life using their vigor. But I am unsure, as no supreme has ever been from the 2 Sigils. The fact he has an absolution and is so willing to admit it surprises us all. Most people seem to want to hide the ace, and that includes me. I wish I had to use it less than I usually do, like Johnny, but I'm almost always outmatched, and Struggler's gasp is the only thing that narrows the gap, even if only for a single breath. Silas only notices our surprise when Otto mentions it. You seem really open about your absolution. Do you trust us that much? Or is it something else? The undead lifts his head up in realization as he looks across our group. Oh, I forgot. Sorry. It's been a while since I last walked beneath the sun, and I sometimes forget what it's like up there. Absolutions are far more common down here than up there. Ether resistance comes much slower to those with the gift, and we fight much more often, which leads to many near-death or actual death situations, of which we do die quite often and are given a few extra chances to absolve ourselves. Because of those conflicting pressures, absolutions shine much more. Silas puts his finger on his chin as he thinks for a moment. I'd say 1 in 10 have one down here if they've survived their first year. Past 10 years, probably 1 in 5. 25, 1 in 3. 50, 1 in 2. And if they've lived past 100, it's basically guaranteed they have one, if not two. The revelation about how much more common absolutions are down here is startling. The highly dangerous and unique abilities will be all over the place down here because the people at Silas's rank will have a 1 in 3 or maybe even 1 in 2 chance to have an absolution. My eyes glance to Johnny as I realize we won't be all that special down here besides the fact we are alive, which in itself is probably a disadvantage. All the benefits of being undead are starting to make being alive look pointless if death just gives all this power out. I look up at Silas on his ghostly horse as I inquire a bit more into what it's like to be an undead as we walk toward the edge of no man's land. Sounds like being undead is pretty great, Silas. Why do you want to leave so badly? The undead man scoffs as he turns to look at me. I can see the look of disgust on his face. You're but a boy, lad. You have no idea what it's like to be down here. You spend just about every day fighting until you literally die and have your soul shattered. Sure, we get breaks, but they go by fast. There is no sleep, for none of us ever shut our eyes or blink. What you saw in those fields was stasis, a meager replacement. There is no food to eat. You are sustained entirely by ether. Even the carnal desires of man are gone. I lust for nothing anymore. All your memories of what used to be are shattered, fragmented, and thrown around after each death, leaving you to pick up the pieces of who you were. Not to mention the constant nagging of those above to work harder, fight better, and improve more amongst this. Skills are hard to improve as most of our ether is spent keeping our bodies intact. Silas speaks to me directly as his horse slows down at his want. The gift of undeath is a gift, but everything, especially immortality, has a price. When I die, I want my soul to be at peace and my mind to be intact, not ripped to shred by the ether of demons or whatever else takes us when we are gone for good. I don't believe that is too much to ask for. I've done my part. I can't do it anymore. I just can't. I just want to feel the sun again, run my hands along a river, drink liquor, and have one last hunt for a deer or bear. Something simple, you know? Anything just to remember what my family used to look like. Or what my wife's name was, anything. His words make me go silent at imagining each of the things he said. There are benefits to being undead, but oh my, the negatives. They are catastrophic. Escaping the underworld, even for just a little bit like Silas wants, sounds like the obvious thing to do. In my silence of rumination, though, I am once more awakened to the pain in my body, the call for rest, the limit of my chains that pull onto me. That was my answer for the first metaphor, right? That what restrains us is our own bodies. My mind can go much further, and so can my ether. But it is always the body that holds me back. It was less so of an issue when I had an artifact that was willing to supplement that fragility, but without it, I truly feel it. Each step sends a jolt of pain straight to my brain alongside a wave of exhaustion. I need to rest. Johnny has made that painfully apparent, but at the same time, this could be an opportunity. One to prove myself so that I can advance further. A proof requires one to either prove your answer to a metaphor by acting it out or by breaking through the restrictions you placed upon yourself with an answer. If I can do the latter here with my first answer, then I can advance whenever. And since the demons down here are likely to have rare sigils, they might have a philosopher for me to take or something equally interesting. But there is a glaring problem. I need to overcome my physical limits first. The rest of the group is beginning to outpace me, and Dakota, who I've given up on carrying at this point, keeps turning back to check on me. I wave the little guy off as I force myself forward. My feet drag as my knees no longer have the energy to raise them. The bruises, welts, and cuts prevent the muscles from working correctly, but I marshal Ironheart to force things in motion regardless. My very will imbued with ether gives my body the momentum to go further than it has any right to. But even then, I don't feel anything but pain. The telltale sign that the hunter manual spoke of about proofs is missing. The internal click that's said to go alongside a settling of your body is nowhere to be seen. I believe it is the same as the click when I first accomplished an absolution. So, I trudge forward, seeking that foreign yet familiar feeling of when I gained my absolution. The walk only continues to grow more difficult, and my friends turn around several times to check on me, but I wave them off. I don't want help. I need to get better, stronger. Then I won't have to worry about this. But Johnny is having none of that. He has been paying close attention to me ever since he yelled at me earlier. He stomps over to me the instant he notices and smacks me right upside the head. I feel my head shake, and my vision trembles from the blind man's strike. How stubborn are you? Do you not know how to ask for help? We have someone with plenty of room on his horse that can carry you. Not to mention one of us would be willing to carry you. When I said to take care of yourself, I was not just talking about fighting. I swear, Wyatt, you are going to get yourself killed before we even leave this place. 141. Revelations. Johnny grabs me by the arm and pulls me to Silas, who has stopped his horse's movement. He doesn't let me do anything against his strength with a glare that warns me of any action at all. The undead looks at me with an evident smirk of laughter on his face. The white flames instead of eyes do make me a bit uncomfortable, though. Silas offers the back of the horse to me with a burst of laughter. Haha, is he like that always? Reminds me of an old friend of mine. Do wish I could recall her name, though. Some things just slip by whenever you die. She was as tough as an ox and as stubborn as a mule. Feel free to hop up here with me, Wyatt. Darkmane's got plenty of room. Just don't pull on her hair. I look away from the fires in his eye sockets as I reach an arm up. Silas bends down and pulls me up with a measure of unexpected strength. I must quickly recover and stabilize myself behind him before falling off. The pain in my feet wears off soon as I no longer walk on them. A dull throb still flows throughout my whole body, however. The entire group returns to traveling just a few moments after my episode, almost like nothing happened. Only Johnny seems to care as he keeps looking at me with worry transparent in his eyes. I don't want to disappoint him, but I felt like I was approaching something there. How else am I to get strong enough to survive whatever might come at me with the soon-to-be fall of the hunters if I do not take risks? And that fall, I feel, is only a matter of time. A demon like Aniwai in the middle of Sinskreek is proof enough. We can no longer hold our own. Kai Vinson, the Rugura hunter, the pillar that guards Sinskreek, let it slip past him. One of the fairly more active pillars getting played like that toils the knell for the rest. The more and more I see of the world, the more sure I become of Johnny's prediction. A storm is coming, and it's not going to be a relatively small one like Ura was. This next one will likely reach all of the territories. At the very least, it will graze all of the border territories, though. The high-up prime may be okay all the way in Onyx Gate, but those of us near the border will not be. I loathe to think how the territories only guarded by a forerunner like Kuhn, Seaside, Northene, and Gravecross will perform when the shit hits the fan. I think we might have held it off a bit by not letting Rustbank fall, but at the same time, it is not the full truth. Johnny mentioned that if news gets out that I, a Graves, was there, the defense of the place would likely be attributed to me and not the strength of humanity that will give the demons and whatever else might want our land, like the Nahullos or Pygmies, the assurance they need of how weak we are as a whole. While I didn't do much in the grand scheme of things in the siege of Rustbank, that's not how anyone else will see it. My family is known for being loners and doing things on their own. None of those who are weighing the risks genuinely know me and will simply base their choices on the past. And in the past, graves were a secret weapon, one that cannot be compared to the average human. I mean, we do have a territory named after us. Can any other family say the same? Well, yes, both the Valens and Kuhn territories are named after individual families, but that's not the point. As my thoughts whisk me away from the travel and the pain now that I don't have to focus on walking, I slowly begin to drift to sleep. But before I can fall to slumber naturally, Silas turns around and faces me with a coin lodged between his thumb and forefinger, presenting the woman with a scythe to me. You look pretty rough, buddy. If you have some money, I can help you out. My eyebrows raise at this man. No, this undead. I know his sigil is based on money, but come on. Is he really trying to gouge me for cash in the underworld? How can he possibly even help me? I shrug my shoulders and pull out a few silver dollars, several quarters, and about $10 of paper money. All that I have on me. What can you even do for me? And is this a lot? Silas laughs at my meager display of wealth. But hey, it's hard to have money when you have a bounty on you. Not much legal work you can do, and most of my cash has come from Edmund, the outlaws I killed, or Johnny's generosity. No, it's not. I have a skill, stipend. I can take the money someone gives me and turn it into ether that either rejuvenates your body, energizes your mind, or temporarily eases your control with ether. But that little amount won't do much for you. For it to do much, normally, 100 or so is the minimum. At most, a small cut will heal with the 15 or so you got. I sigh softly as I put the money away. I won't ask for Johnny for any more as he's done enough for me. I'll just try and get some rest on the way there. Silas said it'd take about a day with breaks to rest, right? I should get enough sleep to recover a bit. No way I heal even enough to fight without worry that I'll just break down. But maybe my feet will hurt less. So, I lean my head down and try to get comfortable to fall asleep. I don't want to waste Heath's sleep aids as it is pretty calm right now. I'm excited to see Edmund, but I don't feel like there is a blade to my throat. As such, sleep should come much quicker, even if when I close my eyes, I see a flicker of bat wings. Again, however, my sleep is interrupted by Silas. The undead must not realize I'm trying to sleep. He can't, after all. The most he can do is whatever stasis is. I do have something else I can do, though. Another skill. Double back. I connect us with a strand of ether and flip a coin. I call the side before I do so. Should I get heads, which I always call, your injuries double in severity? Depending on ether resistance, it can be a bit lower, but that's beside the point. While that just sounds shitty, it's not because if you win, your current wounds are split between the two of us. It's a very risky skill to use in combat, so I don't think about it much. Silas plays with the coin in his hand for a second or two before continuing, as if he is considering using the skill or not. My eyes light up at the offer of healing, but they quickly dip at the truth of it. But I am willing to do so for you. None of you seem to know regeneration. I'm judging from your small cuts and scrapes. It is one of the hardest, if not the hardest general skill to learn, after all. I know it, however. Took me 2 decades to learn. But if we split wounds, I should be mostly healed by the time we get to no man's land. Silas might be willing to take my hurt, but should it land on heads, I'm dead. 100%. And I reckon he is underestimating the wounds on me. Should he take even half, he might just potentially lose his last life. I am forced to turn him down. I like taking risks that I can't deny, but this one is unnecessary. I will heal with enough time. Thanks for the offer, Silas, but I'm good. I'll die if it lands on heads, and I like being alive. He nods at me in understanding before turning back around to face the front. I wait a few minutes to see if he'll turn back around to speak with me, but he gets distracted by Otto asking him more questions. With that opportunity, I take out Heath's sleep medicine. Earlier, I didn't want to waste it, but I'd like not to be woken up. Interrupted sleep is $0.25 to $1 compared to a full slumber. I inhale a deep but emotion-filled breath as I take a rest of my own volition for the first in a while with the needle entering my own. My exhaustion is so profound I pass out just walking, or some angel that rips me into the darkness. Just good old sleep. I recognize that something feels off the instant my brain drifts off. Dreams have been missing from my slumber for quite a while, but they return for some reason now. And not just that, but I'm fully conscious in the darkness of sleep, kind of similar to when I entered my memory with Abraham. I figure it might be because of what Awaki did when it entered my mind. I don't know what it did to me with the time it had before on EY, but I can only imagine it was terrible. Probably just as bad as what the Bloody Palm has done to me. The difference in time would be made up by the power gap. The Bloody Palm made me angrier, more bloodthirsty, more rash. Those things seem apparent even to me, and its abilities deal with those things. But Awaki? According to Aniwai, it specializes in sleep, memories, and dreams. These thoughts run through my head as the darkness swirls around me, and coalesces a scene before me. One similar to those I saw in large quantities before the bloody palm arrived. Once it did, I actually don't think I got any of the same kind. Past memories are distorted into barely recognizable things. Sure, there was that odd trip to my house with the undead thing that replaced Ma, but I think that was just concoction-induced madness. The only real difference between this distorted memory and those that I saw before is the clarity and length. No longer is it foggy, fuzzy, or hard to understand. The late morning sun above a nearby field to our house that appears before my eyes with a young me and a youthful Ma is startlingly clear. I can feel the wind breeze in my hand as I raise it to touch my face. I can smell the newly painted wooden box just across the duo. Seems like this is another one of those memories like the one Abraham saw with me. Don't remember what he called it, though. My focus turns to the mother and son duo in front of me rapidly as they start to move within my memory. Ma puts a small derringer in my hand, and I must be at most 6 or 7 at the time. And I hear her speak to me with ruthless direction. Hold it straight. Point it at the box. No. Steady your hand. Don't shake. Take deep breaths. In, out. When you feel confident, pull the trigger. 6-year-old me follows her directions to the best of my ability. With trembling hands from the weight of the pistol and the harsh wind, I take aim at the box and slowly squeeze the trigger with closed eyes. A loud bang resounds, and I jump backward as Ma yells at me for both completely missing and my reaction to the round being fired. She doesn't seem to appreciate my, I don't know, weakness? Inability? Can't be fear, right? I'm fearless. Damn it, Wyatt. How many times do we have to do this? Focus. Don't be affected by anything else. Get it right this time. Again. Reload the gun. Under the loud yells from Ma, I begin to cry and whine, asking to stop. Can I go home, Ma? I don't like guns. I'm hungry. My mother's response to the younger version of me shocks me to the core as it reveals a part of her I never thought existed. She walks in front of me and screams into his face. No, you can go home when you hit the box. No food until then, and if you don't succeed by sundown, you can eat tomorrow. Tears only continue to well up in my eyes as my own heart trembles. I don't remember her ever being like this, and I quickly get the answer why. At my reaction to her yelling, she just curses and puts her hand on my head. Her face distorts into frustration mixed with focus. You? Fucking hell, Jay. Let's try this again. I see sparks of pinkish purple come from her fingers that sink deep into my brain, making me fall unconscious almost instantly as the memory turns exceptionally blurry. However, I can somehow still see what's happening, even if only vaguely. Ma takes a few moments to reload the derringer before picking me up and placing me standing with the gun in hand. She whispers to herself as I struggle to contain my shock. Ma was a sigiled? What? How? Why? When? 8th time's the charm? Knew that the last one wouldn't work. I lost my patience a bit early. I don't know if this is worth it, though. We've been at this since sunrise. Oh well, it's what Killian asked for. Even I think it's a bit cruel, but whatever works, right? The realization that Ma had wiped my memory hits me like fucking train, and in the dream, I fall to my knees. Breathing rapidly becomes difficult despite how fast I'm inhaling and exhaling. With frozen eyes, I watch Ma tap my head with sparkling fingers before I shake awake and look at her. Before my eyes reach her, though, a gleaming smile is twisted across her mouth in such a way that the young me would never know what is happening. Instead, he gleefully asks her a question. What are we doing out here, Ma? Ma smiles lovingly at me before replying with a sweet yet calm voice which instantly disgusts me and makes me want to puke despite the fact I can't in a dream. So only the feeling exists, not the response. We're out here, so I can teach you to shoot? You want to be a hunter like your dad, right? This is the best place to start. W.I. Little cheerful me nods like nothing just happened a moment ago, which I guess for him, nothing did. Why would Ma lie to him? She's only ever been a perfect mother to him. Perfect, because she's had many attempts. As I sit there, barely comprehending what is happening, the memory begins to break and show me something else. At the same time, I get a flap of leathery wings in my ears and a quiet curse that goes alongside them. Inside my mind, I desperately hope for the next scene to show me something different as I start to question reality and my sanity. Of her being kind, of her being the loving mother I remember. But it is not the case. The colors rapidly shift before my eyes and instantly reveal something that changes everything I've ever known. A me around 8 years old kneels quietly inside a dimly lit forest, the only light being the single twin out in the sky. Ology. Ma stands stock still in front of me, seemingly waiting for something. I don't have to wait at all, however, as I can see it in the distance. Instinctively, chain eyes seem to activate and show me a large creature, a giant, walking toward us with thundering steps. But the vision only lasts for a single moment as bright magenta chains blind my right eye, which sees the giant more clearly due to the trees in the way. Not just that, but a mental shock runs through my mind, one similar to the one from Aniwai. I fall to the ground, shaking from both the pain of seeing the angel and the shock of everything. I barely manage not to spasm as I force chain eyes. Once the skill is deactivated, I look up carefully and see a large female ogre enter the part of the forest lit by the light of the moon above. Just looking at her and the cleaver that is attached to her back makes my vision tremble. I watch with utmost caution as Aniwai walks forward toward Ma and reaches down with a single giant finger to touch her head. The same deep voice comes from the ogre as she does so. Words that reveal to me far too much than I can handle. You've done well. Here's a bit more ether. Looks like I won't have to swap you out for another persona. You're a bit more impatient than the others, but at the same time, you are less empathetic. Ma kneels as Aniwai speaks to her and talks like a slave to a master. Anything you desire, maker. I exist to serve. A rumbling laugh comes from Aniwai as she turns around and starts to walk away just as quickly as she appears. Just keep raising the little one. I'll be back in a few more years to check up on you too. I gotta go try out that thing his dear old dad gave me, though. I'd love to get a few more toys from whatever is willing to deliver themselves unto me. Just as the giant ogre that is close to 3 times the height of young me disappears into the dimly lit forest, I hear a flapping of leathery wings behind me that send a shock throughout my flesh. I scramble to get up instinctively and jump to the side before looking behind me. Nothing is there, though, just the empty forest of a long-lost memory. My eyes scan the darkness for any hint of something within, but the cracks and crevices of shadows relay nothing to me. Nothing but confusion, sadness, and anger. 142, 2 childhoods intertwined. I wait slightly longer in this dim forest with a surprising lack of wind, sound, or even movement. The young me and Ma stay still, almost as if they are frozen in time in this memory. Something doesn't feel right. I finally understand what Abraham meant by saying he felt like we were being watched. Only this time, I feel more than just one set of eyes as he did. I feel multiple, at least 2. I just have no clue as to where they are. But I'm not waking up either. I've tried pinching myself and slapping myself, but neither do a damned thing. I think something or someone is keeping me here in this memory. So, I stand up and move through this slice of my past, frozen in time like a portrait. The trees nearby remind me of the forest just by my house. Tall and sturdy oak trees surround me in their comforting smell, look, and feel that is rapidly changed to discomfort because of the circumstances. Every tree I pass by, I search cautiously for something hiding behind it, but it seems that no matter how far I walk through this frozen forest, nothing is there. The 2 pairs of eyes that I can feel watching me never disappear no matter what I do. So I just keep moving. Ether swirls through my dreamlike body as I realize it must work in at least some manner as chain eyes worked previously, but I struggle to actually perform any skills. This dreamlike state might prevent me from using any skills consciously in my true body. Only those that are so deeply connected to me that I can use them in my sleep, like daydream, chain eyes, and probably struggler's gasp, are available to me. The darkness slowly grows as I walk through the forest, encroaching on every aspect of these woods, almost like I am nearing the end of the memory in my mind that was likely stolen from me. I didn't see it happen, but I figure Anwai doesn't need to touch a child to wipe their memory, even if her clone or copy does. I'm not sure what that was, she said persona. So maybe it's another part of her personality overwritten onto a person. Things begin to grow static and fuzzy in my line of sight as the absence of light covers all. My feet still bring the sound of crunching leaves to me, but no longer can I see any trees. All that exists in front of me is void. And after just a few more steps, even the crunching of leaves fades, leaving me in complete silence. My steps rapidly slow as I become supremely cautious. The feeling of being watched suddenly grows, and all the hairs on my body rear up in preparation for danger. Some instinctual, animal part of me is preparing for a battle to the death, but I see nothing. I hear nothing, and I feel nothing. Yet, without any other options, I take some more steps into the dark. The only thing guiding me is my perception of my own body, for even with eyes closed, ears deafened, and nose plugged, I can still walk. Silently, I walk, and I walk, and I walk. The endless void seems to stretch on forever, and the stalkers whose presence I sense only become more apparent. It's nothing like a sound or even a true feeling. It's just something in the back of my mind that I have become more and more aware of. Eventually, this feeling grows so powerful that I can only scratch the back of my head to relieve it, and when I do, something incredible happens. The dark instantly transforms into a deep gulch, and I begin falling through the air. It's almost like touching my mind broke something in the memory. Wind rushes through my hair, and clothes meeting me with a frigid cold. I flail my arms, looking for anything to grab below, but there is nothing. Only 100 feet down is there something, and it seems to be a sharp rock. As I panic and search for a way to survive the fall, constantly attempting to use skills and ether to save me, I hear a leathery flap above me alongside a deep chuckle. Twisting in the air to look above me, I see two figures in the sky, floating like gods above ants. A giant ogre with a cleaver in one hand and a gelatinous eyeball encased in a vast crystalline jar with massive leathery wings connected to the jar that flap to keep it afloat. A booming voice leaves the figure of an ogre as I plummet toward the dreamy land below. I thought I told you to leave him alone, Iwaki. This is a fight between us. How petty are you to involve a child? A single leathery flap resounds in my ears as the surroundings grow even darker, the light of the moon on the gulch disappearing, leaving only the natural luminance of the crevice in the earth and the radiant ether emitted from the two angels within my dream. Alongside that flap of wings comes a deep, scratchy, and soul-stirring voice. The voice doesn't go through the air like most sounds. It enters the mind directly with nails on a chalkboard. I see the gooey eyeball spin within the jar and stare directly at me as I fall. Yus seemed to cared for this child. I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. His soul glows so radiantly. Would you join me, child, in eternal slumber? The eyeball bounces off the insides of the jar, eliciting gross noises that pale in comparison to the power of its words. My vision shakes with every syllable as the dream itself does too. The angels are breaking me just by being nearby. I'm unable to even reply as Aniwa yells back at him and reaches out toward me with a hand. Only as she does do I realize that I am just about to hit the bottom of the ravine. The two partially divine creatures above me have distracted me far too much in their dispute that is only going to leave me dead or brain dead. I don't know what will happen if I fall in this dream realm, but thankfully I will never find out as Anawai's reached out fist closes in my direction. This fight is pointless, Iwaki. We both have such little power this far away from our bodies. Just stop. My eyes go wide as pinkish-purple ether sparks from Anawai's giant ogre hand and strikes me. I feel nothing, but as I look around, I notice that the length of the fall seems to grow and stretch. The entire ravine around me is stretching alongside me as Aniwai manipulates the very reality of this dream. The ground and walls of the gulch stream by me endlessly as the ground refuses to even meet me from her touch. How the two of them can reach me with their ether is incredible. The distance from the swamp in Syncreek to the old fields in the underworld has to be astronomical. It must be because they were both in my mind before I even left. Maybe that removes most of the cost of the distance. It doesn't matter how much it weakens them, though, as sleep is their realm, or more specifically, Iwaki's, and the creature from some unknown realm makes that dreadfully clear. The uncomfortable, raspy voice without substance comes once more with a sense of desire. You are the one with little power. This is my realm, and this child allowed me in. He will join me in sleep, and so will you. Another blinding flap of wings echoes throughout the ever-expanding ravine and entirely puts me back in the dark as a sense of tiredness washes over me. And so, I'm left spiraling in the night, hoping that the ogre that wiped my memory as a child saves me. A simple choice to sleep transformed into one of the most dangerous and hectic events of my life. My hand is still shaking from learning that Mom might not actually be my mother. And if she is, then Aniwai took her over. Or maybe that ogre, that demon, is my mother and merely left behind a simple persona of hers to raise me. I'm not sure which idea raises more hate and disgust in me as I revile my skin, but at least she is protecting me, right? Maybe deep down, she cares? But even if she does, am I really the son of a demon? An ogre? No, no way. I refuse to believe that. I am human, 100% human. I can feel it in my veins. If I wasn't, and I was instead born a Hiawatha, a half-demon, half-human hybrid, I would have been born with a sigil and matured much faster. But I was not. I was born as weak and as feeble as any other human, and I share no characteristics of any demons either. So that means I am not her son. Mom might not even be my mother either. I was not prepared for any of these when I took Heath's drug to sleep, and I'm sure that choice only made things worse. The drug will likely keep me in this hell until it runs out in my body. That means I'm stuck in here with the angels fighting, one for my life and one for my death. I doubt my friends can help either. None of them have any skills or knowledge in the realm of dreams, memories, or sleep. Abraham would if he were here, and something tells me so would Cicade, but neither is, and I can't even watch the two angels fight or try something to help. All that exists is the wind flying past my body as I eternally fall into this ravine. I flip again and again, seemingly endlessly, as I'm left here in the dark, alone and helpless. Every once in a while, a spike of psychic pain sparks through my mind like a lightning bolt before quickly disappearing. It must be the blowback from the two fighting. It is remarkably less than before, however, and I can only assume that it is from the distance. They truly do seem much weaker. Not that it matters to me, though. The difference between getting your head blown up and a single bullet entering it is null. So, I am left with only my thoughts in this nightmare of a dream. Things like this are why I don't like to sleep, and I have to agree with Abraham. Sometimes it's better to just stay awake. It seems as though the mind opens up to dangers when it is unconscious, and Abraham likely knows that all too well. Those of us with sigils that open our minds or souls seem resilient yet dangerous to the minds of others. As I fall for what seems like hours in this pitch black that has been forced upon me, I can only reflect. My heart begins to slow as my body comes to the realization this fall likely won't end anytime soon. Could I have been more careful entering this dream? Possibly, but I don't know how. There is very little I can do when an actual angel has infiltrated my dreams and is simply waiting for me to fall asleep. I could have just not gone to sleep, but then Johnny's prediction would come true. I would die from overexertion. I think I've just been fucked from the second I broke those inscriptions. They were enhancing the crossroads and keeping Iwaki at bay for Aniwai to prepare. The moment I started to break them, I sealed my fate. I allowed Iwaki to emerge sooner than it should have. But how could I have known? I just did the only thing that helped stave off the laughter. I ran from one danger right into the jaws of a much larger beast. Everything about this trip has gone to hell the second we entered this swamp. I know that Blake loves her homeland, but I certainly don't. This dirty, wet, and nasty place full of danger is far worse than the Bone Dunes, where the only form of water is when someone bleeds or cries. At least there, you find a creature only every few hours while moving, not every 2 seconds. I know what I should have done. I should have paid more attention to the bloody palm. It might be insane, inhuman, and just as likely to kill me as those angels above. But at this point, we are one and the same. My life is its life. My death is its death. No? Reconciliation after what happened with Johnny might be impossible, but surely it's worth a try. The artifact never seemed to like me in the first place, but at least it helped when it was needed, even if it tried to devour me just as often. Now, all that happens is that it sits there quietly, preparing, building, and waiting for something. For what? I have no idea. Maybe for a moment of weakness. One where it is sure I will lose, and it will win. If anyone knows me best, it is undoubtedly the palm. We've been together 24/7 for months at this point. It knows my every move, my every emotion, and probably my every thought. It will surely be able to find a time when I am defenseless and take advantage of it. That is, if I survive this. Maybe it would even want me to die in this dream. Perhaps if I am put to eternal slumber, it will be able to safely take me over turning me into a full Wendigo. Who knows? I certainly won't ever find out the answer even if it succeeds, as I'd be dead. So many questions do remain, however. Like, how did Ma die if she was a persona of Aniwai? Would the ether given not protect her? Or maybe the ether run out? Aniwai did say she'd come back to deliver more, but maybe she never did. Maybe something stopped her from doing so. Or maybe my father never showing up made her stop. Ma did slowly grow more and more sluggish over the years, gradually losing her ability to do anything. Why am I still calling her Ma? I don't know. I can't help it. Even if she might not be my mother, she raised me. Even if she was harsh, brutal, and cruel underneath the facade, she is still my mother. The memories of her love are just as powerful as the ones of hate. Her dabbing my head with cold rags when I was sick as a child with the flu. Her singing me lullabies to help me fall asleep. Her delicious cooking could pull me out of any slumber. Her everything. These conflicting memories confuse me so profoundly that I don't even know what to believe. Why? Why is all this happening to me? The one solid rock that I had throughout my whole life. The one person that was always there. The only person to ever love me. The memory of her has been shattered into a million pieces, yet I claw at the shards, cutting myself for every detail I grab. Tears fall from my eyes, but they fall upward because of my weightlessness in the air. Why did it have to be her? Why couldn't it have been my father who was the evil one, although it seems as though he might be in on this somehow? I don't even care if I slam into the rocks below. I just want to get this all over with. What point is there if my whole life has been a lie? Just as my mind turns to despair and hopelessness, something happens in the dark. A deep, thunderous heartbeat that shakes me to the core resounds. It vibrates my whole body so hard that the entire world in this dream begins to shake. And after a short moment, this vibration breaks the dark with a burst of light. And instead of falling into the ravine below, the pulse pushes me to go flying forward straight ahead. I tumble through the air out of the gulch and onto the terrain nearby. I roll for dozens of feet painfully as I get scraped, cut, and bruised along the whole tumble, but I don't resist. What point is there? Slowly I sit up underneath the soft light of Ology, the first sun, high in the night sky of this dream. In front of my eyes is a trembling Aniwai. Her chest is heaving with breaths so deep I can feel it from at least 30 feet away, and her massive cleaver is over a dozen feet away from her body. The ogre struggles to breathe as she collapses in front of an unmoving pair of leathery wings. A broken crystalline jar lays shattered on the grass as Aniwai holds the eyeball of a waki in her palm and a sizable beating heart in her other. The heart reminds me of the one from within the crossroads crystal. Is that the one and the same? Probably not. It is a dream. After all, Aniwai might have been able to summon it somehow. Simply out of morbid curiosity and nothing else, I ask her if she killed the angel. Did you kill a waki? The ogre shakes her head. A deep yet faltering voice comes from her chest as she tries to catch her breath. No, I only slayed the bit it put inside of you, little one. I'm sure my main body and it has either slain the other or have come to a temporary truce. The persona I left within you, this bundle of ether, is rapidly decaying, though. That tramp was a hassle to put down, even for me, and I can't imagine the full one being much different. Had your mind not been on the battlefield, it would have been much easier, though. I just nod dumbly at the angel as I watch streams of blood fall from her body. When the crimson liquid from the demon hits the ground, the grass of the dream decays and shrivels rapidly. Apparently, her blood, even dreamlike, is enough to damage my dreams. Slowly, the demon begins to fade, just as she mentioned. The pinkish-purple ether that used to come from her with blinding intensity sprinkles out in poots of such magnitude that even I could copy. Aniwai turns around as she does so, and of course the angel, who specialized in the mind, notices my mental state. She comments on it as her dreamlike body breaks into segments of ether. I see you found out the truth. You were meant to learn much earlier, but that thing in your hand stopped the release of the information slowly. It was never meant to come all at once, for I believed it would destroy you. But you will persevere. You are a struggler, after all, aren't you? I see for a single moment. The face of the ogre turns. Caring? No, that can't be it. Demons can't care for people. They only care for themselves and their own race. Nonetheless, her face makes the expression a mother would when leaving their child forever. The one Ma made on her deathbed. A splash of sadness, a handful of pride, and a mountain of hope. You will persevere. I did not truly make you, Wyatt, so I cannot claim the right to do so. But what I did do was give you a gift no one else could. I gave you both a caring childhood that would act as a stone to keep you stable in any hurricane alongside a cruel one that has given you the instincts and drive to thrive in that hurricane. After she finishes, I go to ask a question, one that I want to know the answer to more than anything else. I don't care what she did at this point. I just want to know one thing. Why? 143, Frozen in Dreamland. I receive an answer cut off abruptly to my desperate question as the persona left behind my aniwai within my mind fades entirely, turning fully transparent before disappearing. The partial explanation only serves to demoralize me further. I was at the lack of anything to help me understand what has happened since I fell asleep. I just fall back onto the ground and stare up at the dreamy moon above. Some deep part of me wants all of this to be an incredibly lucid dream, but I know it was not. I helped some otherworldly angel break through Anawai's preparations early and, as such, made it grow interested in me. And the ogre who created Ma to raise me protected me. The scenes shown to me before they appeared as well are not something that can simply be dreamt up. They were memories ripped up from the conflict deep in my mind. The tension and fighting between two heavily weakened angels in my mind overcame whatever block the bloody palm had on my mind and revealed much of what was supposed to come slowly all at once. And as I lay here in my melancholic hate, I hear a quiet voice from the sky. It sounds pretty much like Johnny, and while I can't decipher the actual words, it sounds urgent. I stand up with a groan as the injuries from rolling just a bit ago seem to remain. I find it curious how I can get hurt in a dream, but it must be metaphorical or not an accurate representation of injury. I shake off some grass with my left hand and cup my ear to the sky, but by the time I do so, the voice fades and doesn't return. Maybe Johnny is trying to wake me up. I think with whatever Iwaki did to me, that won't happen too quickly. I can't imagine I'm going to get out of this unscathed. Hell, I'm surprised my memory didn't just get wiped again. Although, I bet it is more difficult for Aniwai to wipe the memory of sigilled compared to unsigilled. Without the voice coming to me and no other options, I just let myself fall back to the grass below like a snow angel. Only that there is no snow and none of the happiness that comes with the childish glee of the substance. It reminds me quite a lot of ether, now that I think about it. Dangerous in large quantities, every flake is different in its own way and supremely fascinating. One might only interest a young child, but the other holds a limitless realm of possibility. I move my hand up to my eyes as I try to gather my ether into the palm of my hand. It is difficult, very difficult, so much so that I don't even notice any ether coming to my hand, and I give up for a moment to try and use chain eyes to watch my progress more closely. The skill comes quite easy, yet it still takes almost a full 10 seconds to activate consciously in my dream compared to the instant while I'm awake. Then, I go to try and gather my ether again, wanting to try and create a snowflake, but I stop myself. What's the point? The point is to be able to use ether while dreaming. But why? Nothing really matters, right? If I die, I'm just going to be sent into another war to die in eventually, and even if I survive, there is no one watching me excel. I always had the thought that Ma was watching, commenting, and cheering me on throughout everything I did. That semblance in the back of my mind has been a huge motivator, if not the biggest. Edmund was similar. I wanted to make the old man proud and make up for killing him, but he's likely dead by now, right? Silas mentioned something about how it's the cowards who survive the longest in the underworld, the ones who know when to retreat and save their strength, the ones who let others die instead of them. Edmund is not dumb. I know that for sure, and the old man would never get himself killed for dumb things. But to him, saving even a single innocent life is worth it and the opposite of dumb. He proved that to me when he was willing to guard me throughout the whole break, leaving his duty of protecting the vault without hesitation. Put him in a never-ending war where he knows he can die and possibly return, where there are thousands if not millions of unsigilled. He will run himself dry until he completely disappears. I learned a lot from him, but maybe the most important thing I learned was his determination. The eyes he had when we were alone in the forest. Pure care blended with absolute devotion and determination. If anyone indeed raised me, it was that man. We only had a week together at most, but he left a mark on me that will never fade. No matter what Aniwai says, I refuse to accept that she gave me the skills or mentality needed to survive this world. It was Edmund. That kind old man had a personality that none can compare to. In a single week, and he changed my whole life. Before I stumbled into him, I was a wholly lost child, one without any power, knowledge, or truthfully much drive. I had a simple, naive goal of becoming a hunter, and while that goal seems to be an impossibility, I do not blame Edmund for that. He showed me, not just told me, what a hunter must be and what they must have. Grit and determination are the most important if you want to survive long enough to accomplish any goal. Knowledge and the skills to survive are needed to actually accomplish those goals. Next is adaptability. This lets you react on the fly to whatever shitstorm might be thrown at you. The last, something that Edmund might have never mentioned but certainly displayed, was empathy and patience. The last two will keep you not only an alive hunter, but a good one as well. Edmund had each of those in spades, which is why I need to carry those forward. I was his last student and the one that got him killed, even if he isn't here to see it. Even if Ma never cared for me like a true mother, even if my whole past was a lie, I will carry his will. I will get his artifact back from Alexos, and I will put him to rest, even if it is just for me. But for all that, I need to survive. There may not be a point to this madness, but I can make one. There may not be anyone watching me from the sidelines to cheer me on, but I don't need them. My foundation might be shaken and possibly irreparably damaged, but what part of me is not the same? I am out of an arm, and not a single part of me is missing a scar, bruise, or laceration of some sort. My mind is obviously damaged as well. I am rash, prone to anger, and bloodthirsty. These are things I realized a while ago but have no way to fix besides getting stronger. The bloody palm spends all its time slightly altering me while it waits. I know this, yet there is nothing I can truly do. It is my only arm. I don't want to cripple myself in exchange for a clear mind. Some things are worth enduring. A body broken, a mind altered, and memories twisted. What remains? My soul and my sigil. All I need is myself and complete mastery over my sigil, just as Edmund did. As a simple third sigil, without even an absolution such as mine that levels the playing field, he fought like a demon, and I don't mean that metaphorically. Demons can take several humans at their same sigil without much issue, and sometimes fight up in sigils without being heavily disadvantaged. I don't know how many third, fourth, and fifth sigils Edmund killed while we ran through the forest, but it was more than I could do right now, that's for sure. He even gave Alexos a run for his money with a potential chance at killing him with the spare bullet he took had I not fucked it all up for him. I raise my hand back to my face as I resolve my lack of direction and start to practice ether once more in this dream. The goal hasn't changed, not really anyway. Only the way I will have to go about it has. I need to be more careful and conscientious of what my actions will do. I'll do what I can to help Johnny in his goal, but I need to get that artifact first and foremost. I need to put that madman down permanently. I'm sure Otto would be willing to join me in that. In the view of Chain Eyes see, small fragments of chain links emerge from my palm, little bits of ether that manage to move under my ministrations. Everything is slow, and well, I guess, tired is the only way to put it. Using a simple skill like Chain Eyes requires so much more effort and time than before. Like I have to first shake awake every tiny morsel of ether that comes from my core. But over time, these bits I shake awake start to coalesce in my palm as I try and make a snowflake with them. Gradually, through focus and meticulous manipulation, I create an interweaving pattern of ether on the surface of my hand. Through the vision of Chain Eyes, which makes strands of ether with substance look like chains, I see a snowflake-like pattern of luminous steel. I don't know if this small application of ether does anything, but I don't care right now. I'm just experimenting while there is nothing else to do. I'm stuck in this dream of mine and am unable to use large amounts of ether. So, I'm restricted to the small stuff. With a bit more effort, I interweave the ether even further, making the pattern more and more complex as it slowly grows. From each finger emerges dozens of multicolored chains of ether that stretch to other regions of my hand, overlapping, twisting, and coming together with the others. After about what feels like an hour or so, I complete such an intricate web of ether on my palm that I can no longer see the skin on my hand. All that I can see are interweaving and layered chains of ether that adorn my palm. This is what I need: precision and delicate manipulation with ether. So far, I've been rough and forceful in everything I do. That's why I can't use reach and why something like explosion does so much damage to me. The intricate constructions just don't come to me quickly, but while I'm here with nothing else to do, why not practice? With all these links of chain on my hand, it has become hard to close my palm as if they are corporeal things that can block my movement. I move my palm and place it on my leg, where I feel a repelling force that keeps the two from touching. Interesting. With enough pressure, I can put the two together. But it is pretty tricky. I swipe my hand to the side and try to remake the hand of chains. The web, or whatever. That's what I'll call it for now. It took me at least an hour to make that, and I have no idea how that translates to real-world time, but I'm sure it can't be much shorter than that. So, I attempted again to practice using ether in a dream, a new skill, and more detail-oriented skills in general. Again and again, I create the web. Each time takes a little bit less time, and it comes out a little bit better, more efficient, and capable of repelling my leg. But as I do so, time slips away and becomes harder and harder to keep track of, besides faster and slower. The moon above doesn't move, and there is no clock to watch. All there is for me to look at is grass and a ravine a few hundred feet away that is covered in rocks at the bottom. I don't think either of these came from me, and it's more likely that Aniwai somehow stitched these memories into mine to protect me. Can't have angels fighting in my memories, right? That surely won't go well. Eventually, I get the time to activate the web down to a single minute from the previous hour, alongside reaching the point that I can no longer break through the repelling force with just my arm. And it's at this achievement that I start to worry about just how long I've been here. I figure because of how sluggish my ether is that time is moving slower in here, but that might not be the case. And even if it is, I have no clue how long I've been here. I've heard Johnny's voice now and then yell for me through the sky, but there has been nothing I can do. Or is there? Before I practiced with web, I couldn't use any of my skills besides chain eyes due to their complexity while I'm asleep. But maybe that's changed now. Energized by this thought, I delve once more into the possibilities of ether as I turn to the two skills that may be capable of waking me up. Indefatigable and rapturous. These two are complicated to use, yet at the same time, they might be able to wake me up. The former from its ability to give me energy and the latter to expel foreign ether. I spend a short moment considering which might be more likely to work before I set my sights on rapturous. This isn't any normal sleep. I realize that the second my mind sunk under the surface of consciousness, this is sleep induced by the ether of an angel specialized in sleep and dreams. Focusing inward, I move my stagnant ether. It tries to disobey me in exhaustion, tiredness, or for some other unknown reason as I am asleep on the outside, but I've learned how to work with it. My ether is me, and I am my ether. We are one and the same, and as such, we share similarities. As I've practiced more and more, I've realized something. My ether is just as stubborn as I am. I give it an objective, and it will do it. If it is pushed aside or struck, it will hold on with everything it can. Not only is it stubborn, but it also seems to hate inaction. And the second I get it moving, even just a little bit, the ether awakens and stands to attention. All it takes is a short shake with Ironheart imbued with urgency, and the ether bends to my will just as usual. From there, I move it as usual throughout my whole body, letting the essence of my sigil shine through the ether and activating rapturous. The moment that the skill capable of purging foreign ether is fully activated and streaming through my veins, the entire realm around me shakes like it's under an earthquake, hurricane, and tsunami all at once. My feet become unstable as the air starts to crack into slices of my own mind around me. Memories break through those slices of air and reveal to me more of my past as I slowly awake. The ether of Iwaki is slowly dissolved over a full minute by rapturous, compared to every other time where it's near instant, and I'm enraptured by the scenes that cut through. For every memory of Ma being kind, I see one of her being harsh. I get praised for reading a passage in one, and beat in another for not being able to tie a knot fast enough. Another has me hung up by my feet from a tree for not being able to spot Ma while she was hiding, and the opposite one has me being fed a buffet by Ma for doing my chores. I am cut by a cleaver for cooking an awful dinner, and I am hugged for creating a delicious one. I am told bedtime stories for not acting up throughout the whole day, and I am forced to hold my breath for a minute at a time for acting up before bed. I am beaten to an inch of my life for not killing a deer that I had by bow aimed at, and I am congratulated and given a knife for helping take care of Butter when the horse was severely ill. These dichotomic scenes seem to be never-ending. Nothing good ever comes without something bad, just as nothing bad ever comes without something good. Slowly, I am numbed by these scenes as they grow in number all around me as the world of this dream rapidly crumbles, my ether breaking apart the memory Aniwai placed within me. But as I am entirely surrounded by these memories, one catches my attention just as everything breaks simply because it has no dichotomic partner. A blurry memory, one that either is so old that I can't remember it clearly at all, or one that was purposely forced to be blurry, makes me stare right at it. And within this blurry memory is a tall man dressed in black with two obvious holsters on his hips. The blur covers his face and upper body the most as I see him look at me. The perspective makes him and all the things around look giant, so I can only assume I am incredibly young in this memory. All that I can really make out on the man is a swirling red on one of the guns and a stark blue on the other that, with the blur, appear to be hourglasses. He has a hand on each hip as he looks down at me, and I can somewhat see the skin on his arms under the long sleeves. The flesh on his arms appears cracked, broken, and stitched together all over from what I can see. All I can do before the memory cracks into a million shards and disappears is realize that the figure must be Killian, my father. I did, in fact, have a memory of him. It is just so old and meddled with that it is barely understandable. And from the mind-bending memories, the first thing I hear as my vision and consciousness returns to me is the never-ending and rapid gunfire of Downpour, Johnny's Colt. 144. Hell hath no fury. Earl Garner. Gunshots slam into the brick wall I'm hiding behind and rattle my bones as I scramble to reach into my backpack and pull out my most recent creation. My hands are shaky as I'm unsure how long this wall will hold, but I have complete faith that this will solve the problem Primrose pulled us into. The madwoman got several groups of bounty hunters after us because she revealed herself and then left to try and get Icarus. We got away from all but one. After a few seconds of frantic searching amongst shocks to my back through the bricks, I finally grasp onto something cold and metallic. That's it. I pull out the cylinder of steel with an internal loaded of a stick of dynamite that was put into that adapter that Virgil gave me months ago. It still has a little bit of that electric juice left in it, and from my own testing, it works perfectly to add a bit of a kick to weapons, especially explosives. My eyes meet Elizabeth, who is hiding on the opposite of the half-broken wall in the slums of Blackreach. I show the pipe bomb I made, and she mouths to me, "Heleno, but what else are we gonna do? Soon those bullets will break enough of this brick that will get hit." Primrose is off chasing Icarus, or more accurately, the men after Icarus, so she can't save us. The female craftsman has been extremely hard to track down and has cost us almost 2 months of searching, but we locked her down within this area of Blackreach called Ragmes. While here, I've seen several weapons that should, frankly, not exist, and they've blown my mind. Too bad one of them is shooting at me right now, the semi-automatic pistol similar to Primrose's blasting through brick and mortar quickly. I weigh the bomb in my hand for another second or two and make up my mind. I whisper a short thank you to Virgil as I quickly peek up and throw the bomb as hard as possible. I frantically use reshuffle for my safety and Elizabeth's as I marionette the bomb as far from us as my arms allow. And the second it leaves my hand, I dive for the ground behind the bricks. I don't even wait to see if my throw hits the mark as I've learned to just trust in my creations. Then, suddenly, everything was engulfed in a deafening explosion similar to a thunderstrike as the electricity from the adapter enhances the blast of the dynamite within the pipe, setting it all off at once without any pause. The force of the blast shears off most of the half-wall of brick and sends the debris careening toward me. This debris throws me like I imagine a punch from Wyatt Wood, rattling my bones and sending me rolling as I yell out in pain. My ears rang with the sound of the explosion, and for a moment, I couldn't see or hear anything. As the smoke cleared, I slowly rose to my feet, feeling the shrapnel wounds on my skin and the ringing in my ears. The ground around me was scorched and torn apart, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of explosives and burnt hair. Despite the chaos, I felt a strange sense of satisfaction. I had achieved my goal, and the explosion had served its purpose. It was the first time I ever used it against people. But that satisfaction is quickly torn away as I stumble in my steps to stand with blood running down my face. I reach up and feel a split along my eyebrow, covering my right eye in blood. It's not dangerous because if it was, I'd be bleeding a whole lot worse, and my vision is still primarily stable. I arrange a hand to my eye and look around for Danger and Elizabeth. I see the dozen or so men who were shooting at us are now nothing but rumble and pieces of flesh. Bile rises in my throat, but I force it down. That's the way of the world. Nothing I can do about it. Things get nasty sometimes. Then, I quickly look for Elizabeth and find her under a pile of bricks, trying to dig herself out. I feel relief hit me that she's safe, but trepidation also rises for when she gets out. She's gonna yell at me so much. Despite that, I still help her out. She's stronger than me physically, but that doesn't mean I can't help her dig her way out from the broken bricks. And after a few minutes that just barely give me enough time for my ears to stop ringing, she stands from the rubble and points her finger at me. "You idiot. You." I interrupt her, putting my arms up as I try to defend myself with my backpack, swinging as it hangs just from one shoulder now for easier access. What else were we gonna do? We were trapped? Elizabeth puts her hand to her face as she deliberately doesn't look at the dead men on the other side of the street. Not that. I get we were screwed, but I couldn't even get a fucking countdown. Oh, I didn't think about that. And she sees that. Elizabeth shakes her head as she tries to get rid of the aftereffects of the explosion. I know what it feels like to do, so I know what it looks like. Next time you throw a bomb that can turn half a dozen men into soup, please, please, please count down so I'm ready. I can only dumbly nod in agreeance and try to change the subject. Okay, 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 I promise. But let's go help Primrose. She needs us, right? She's up against like a dozen bounty hunters and could use us. Elizabeth looks me up and down from head to toe before snorting. What? She walks past me and pulls me toward the bodies of the people we killed, finding a better place to hide than where we just were underneath the rubble. Chances are more people might show up soon. Hundreds of hunters are after Icarus. Her bounty is simply too much to pass up, and when they see people trying to take it from them, they don't get thrilled. We're only different in one thing. We want her for her skills, not her monetary value. I feel a bit conflicted about getting a wanted person to join us, but they could very well be like Johnny or Wyatt. Good people who undeservedly got a bounty. First, let's get that eye fixed. Can't have you throwing bombs with a bloody eye. Second, let's check these guys for loot. There's a chance you didn't blow up that pistol one of them had. And third, aren't you forgetting something? I look around, confused, as she huffs and starts to stitch up my eye after wiping it clean with alcohol, something I learned from Heath to stop infections. I get out several ows before she is done. After the third stitch and the boatload of pain, I distract myself with thoughts. Is she talking about Icarus? No, that doesn't make any sense. Maybe I dropped something? Oh shit. If it's one of the adapted pipe bombs, that could be bad. They explode at rough contact. Really? It's been 2 months of you nonstop using your ether to your limit to get us close to Icarus, and you finally just killed people with sigils. Still not ringing a bell? That bomb must have shaken up your brain more than I thought. I still look at her confused as she finishes the stitch, something she's grown quite good at with how often Primrose gets cut up from her fights. She really likes to pick fights, like really does, even if they're pointless with unsigiled people. The girl has some problems, but at the same time, some people are far too vulgar to a lady capable of cutting them into 10,000ths. Elizabeth shakes her head as she pulls back, wiping her hands with her clothes. Your sigil? Oh. I nod in understanding as it finally hits me. I have likely gained enough ether tolerance to advance again. Too bad I still am unsure about my metaphor, although I have thoughts on it. The most impressive feat of sleight of hand. I'd have to say palming. The ability to have an ace up your sleeve that no one may know about is enormous. I'm not sure of that answer, though. It just doesn't feel quite right. Yeah, I completely forgot. But you should be similar, too, right? I still need to figure out my metaphor. What about you? Elizabeth shrugs, also not having complete confidence in her answer. I'm not sure. It asked me what my flock was, who I guide and protect from harm. I'm leaning toward whoever is willing to do the same for me, but it just doesn't feel right. I nod back at her, understanding what she means. These things are hard. If you get the wrong answer, there is always a chance for bad things to happen, and based on my last advancement, this one needs to be perfect. But I shake the thoughts away. Not that Elizabeth is done stitching my eyebrow up and starts searching for any of the weapons that might have been left. My trusty revolver is still nice, but I'd kill. I guess I already did. For one of those colts these hunters had. All the guilt I might have at their death gone after they shot at us first. I do still, however, get a bit sick as I look at their torn-apart bodies. The adapted pipe bombs are terrifying, and this was the first time I ever did more than throw it into a forest to see what they did. I spend a few minutes searching and eventually give up, as every second we waste is a second Primrose might be fighting. But just as I walk over to Elizabeth to stop her from searching as well, she pulls up a damaged Colt with a piece of shrapnel in it. She shows it to me with a smile on her face, covered in dust and flecks of my blood. You think you can fix this? I take it from her and look it over. The construction is odd, and it's only a normal gun, not a Colt, but it will likely take me a few days to even figure out how it works entirely. But it's not impossible. Maybe. I'll need a few days, though. She smiles and nods at me, directing us to move on. Okay, we're good to go then. Let's go find Primrose. She should be talking with the guys who got Icarus by now. I laugh at her phrasing. Talking? Yeah, right. She looks at me and shakes her head. She probably is talking with the hazards, Earl. You just have a skewed sense of her. There is a 5th Sigil and 3-4 THS in that squad, not to mention the 2-3 RDS. She can't take them all alone. She's either bargaining or trying to recruit them somehow before giving up. Her logic makes sense, I guess. But we can't let her give up. This Icarus is a genius. Her weapons are revolutionary. I could learn so much from her. But we can't let her give up, right? We have to get in there to stop her from just rolling over. Elizabeth nods as she pulls out a map of Blackreach, each small street of the heavily populated town drawn small on the piece of paper. Yeah, but we need to do this carefully. No shenanigans like Wyatt. A plan is needed, and we need to execute it perfectly. Got it? I nod, unwilling to go against her. Good. Start throwing out ideas, genius. I counter her unreasonable ask. I can't come up with ideas without information. Start throwing out information then. Where are they? Primrose didn't feel me worthy enough to know before she left. Abilities? What condition is Icarus in? Elizabeth trails her finger on the map, starting from where we are on Odd End Street and ending on Tin Boulevard. She circles a square lot with her fingers. We are 2 blocks away because those hunters saw us as threats on their way to the hazards as well. Primrose said that this was the building they were hiding out in to recover, and that she was just going to check in to see if, by some chance, they were willing to join Johnny's rebellion. We all know she is likely to fail, though, so we need to be quick in case they turn in Icarus. I have no idea how the Coltsmith is, though. She bundles up the map and starts running through the street as people peer out from windows nearby after the gunshots and explosions finally end. Blackreach is a unique place, to say the least. Buildings similar to the frontier made of wood and brick make up the city and are splattered alongside newer buildings made of stone and a reasonably new substance called concrete. This allows for some short buildings that are fragile to be put next to triple or quadruple story buildings that are built more like gates in a frontier town. The people peeking out from windows and looking at us with fear is a far cry from the Timberlands, which we took almost a full month to get through. That was mostly a few towns here, or they're separated by swathes of trees. The volume of people here, however, is mind-boggling, and apparently, Onyx Gate is even worse. But these details on the city get my mind moving and mouth asking questions. I am the planner. After all, if Elizabeth has to plan, then shit's already hit Wyatt level, and we need to run. Are they in an old wooden building or a newer, concrete one? Elizabeth pulls out a scope that Primrose borrowed from a hunter on our way here and uses it to look ahead. Older, made of wood and only a bit of brick. Okay, wood building. Fire? No, that would just kill Icarus. Frozen or bonfire isn't here to control the flames. I need more. Let's break this down, brick by brick, starting from underneath. Is there anything underneath? Basement? Sewer? Elizabeth pulls out the map again as the loud siren from a fire department starts ringing. Far behind us, I can see a red carriage moving to where our recent fight was. At least Blackreach has the personnel to take care of fires. I think so. The sewer system runs along this area, and oh, wait. Yes, underneath is a branch of the sewers. There is a key that says so. Okay, sewers underneath. Getaway? Possibly. How though? My brain moves to the pipe bombs, but they don't have enough oomph. At least the normals don't. An adapted one might, but I only have 2 left. Who am I kidding? It's worth it if it works. Then, how do we Icarus and not kill her in the explosion? I need to get her away from the rest of the hunters, somehow so Primrose can whisk her away with her gaseous form. Do you think Icarus is tied up, unconscious, or injured? Elizabeth answers quickly, barely even needing to think. Probably unconscious and tied up. I doubt they'd injure her to keep her from running with the negative for killing her. She's right. Doesn't make sense any other way. One last thing. Did Primrose know the leader? Anything she said about him while I was gone testing stuff? Elizabeth thinks for a moment before answering right as we reach the block with the wooden building at the edge of our sight. She said something about the Hazard's leader being a tough guy, the soldier or freak type, but she's unsure if that's all. Okay, that is good. I think I have a plan, then. I just hope that the lady with the pink scarf will listen. I relay it to Elizabeth as we stand outside the building at a distance. Okay, so, you need to somehow get Primrose to act like she doesn't know me and to approach Icarus. Then, she stops me, confused already. Wait, what? I back up a bit and try again. I'm thinking too far ahead and talking too fast, skipping over important parts. This time, I purposely speak a bit slowly. Okay, I'm going to walk in there with explosives, obviously as a distraction. You will come in first, however, and try to get Primrose to act like she doesn't know me. She will get close to Icarus in the panic and use her cloud skill to move her and Icarus to safety. You will also want to hide. She stops me again, figuring out where I'm going with it. You are going to blow up the building with your bombs? I nod even as I see panic rise in her eyes. It'll be fine, I promise. Who else knows better than how my explosives work? I can get to safety, and even not. Reshuffle and Marionette should protect me from any shrapnel if I use them ahead of time. She looks at me like I'm crazy for a few moments before shaking her head. Yup, that does it. You are all insane. Is this woman really that important? I shake my head yes vehemently. Yes, we need a weapons maker badly, and one of Icarus' caliber could change everything. Imagine if we all had weapons as those hunters did. Imagine if each of us had hundreds of bullets and didn't have to worry about running out of ammo. Imagine if Johnny had a Colt that matched his sigil. The man could do some real damage. She shakes her head and sighs. Fine, you really believe in this, huh? I nod once more, and she finally relents. All right, if you believe, then I will too. I'll go in first and act like a part of Primrose's group. I'll try to make it sound like I want her to leave while I whisper to her the opposite. Count to 200 before coming in. Okay? Okay. She takes my affirmation before walking toward the old wooden building. People are walking in the street as this is pretty far from our fight earlier, but they are sticking close to the buildings as the atmosphere here has been a bit crazy lately. Can't blame them, either. If I had no sigil, then I'd be just as careful, if not more. Elizabeth slips into the front door after checking for any apparent traps and disappears from my sight. From there, I begin counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, on and on until 200, and while I do so, I move behind the building, careful not to get too close. Once I get behind the building, I put down one of my pipe bombs along with my revolver. Then, I take out a pipe I had in my bag, put it through the piece of steel that holds the trigger, and dig it into the dirt just enough that it won't fall over. Now, the pipe is held up just enough in the soil to not fall. I should be able to reshuffle it even from a distance to fall over, pulling the trigger that would then detonate the pipe bomb. Then, I quickly move back and lie down several more sticks of dynamite. I've spent so much money in the black markets that Primrose knew of on explosives. Way too much, but she can't deny it. I make every single penny worth it. After that, I move back toward the front. And when the number hits the one chosen, 200, I start toward the building, going in the same way she did as I pull out my last bundle of dynamite. The previous pipe bomb will be hidden within the center of the pile, so that I can pull them out quickly with reshuffle without the hazards knowing. Before I step through the door, I take a deep breath to calm myself. You got this, Earl. You got this. You got this. You got this. Phew. Come on. Calm down your heart. Count to 10. I counted 10 slowly before opening my eyes. It didn't help at all. My heart is thunderous and almost as loud as the voices on the other side of the door. Now or never. I move forward with shaky steps that turn stable before I step through the door. As I step into a wide room with furniture tossed everywhere and two groups of people standing opposite with weapons drawn, I scream as loud as I can. I am covered in dynamite. Give me the girl, or we all die. 145, Volcar. Wyatt Graves. My eyes burst open at the sound of gunfire and crackling flames. I sit up, feeling 10 times better than when I fell asleep. And as I look at my arm quickly, I realize quite a bit of my wounds have faded. The large bruises, cuts, and scrapes are still there, but more scars now exist, overlapped on top of each other in the grayish skin that is a part of my arm from the bloody palm. I then feel a surge of something in the back of my mind that I shut down with a moment of focus before letting it grow. I don't know what it is, but it felt wrong. It felt violent. Did the bloody palm reach deeper into me during that chaos? Maybe. I need to be more careful about that. I'll have to ask Johnny what to do about that. I felt quite wrong since I fell asleep. This quick inspection of my own body and mind only lasts a short second as I hear yelling from outside with muffled voices. Wait, outside? Where am I? I scan my surroundings, and it appears to be a small armory. Dull and chipped weapons, alongside some more well-maintained ones, adorn the walls and tables all around me like an orchestra of death, welcoming me back to wakefulness. Did someone just dump me on the floor to sleep in here with no one to guard me? No. I see Dakota at the doorway, so focused that he hasn't even noticed my awakening. But he seems a bit larger. Did he? No way. In a single night's sleep? I move my ether to activate chain eyes and notice just how smooth it all feels. It usually takes less than a second to put the ether into my eyes, but this time it is so smooth it's almost instant. The shock of it rides alongside the view of Dakota in my eyes. Clad in yellow chains, just as I am, sits a sizable orange fox, only that now the tip of his tail is dyed with a stripe of gray. I call out to him, just wanting his comfort after what happened to me. Dakota. The fox twists so fast that for a split second, I worry he will pounce on me, but the expression on his face turns from furrowed brow focused to giddy excitement. His tail wags as the fox, now the size of a large dog like a bloodhound, jumps on me. I cough out a gasp of air as he lands on me and shoves his face into mine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Ha ha ha. Glad to see you too, buddy. What the hell happened while I was gone? I noticed the difference in his intelligence instantly. I know foxes are clever, but damn, is Dakota smart? He turns and growls toward the closed stone door of this armory. I understand that he's telling me to go out and see for myself, so I push Dakota off of me a bit as I start to stand up. The muffled sounds are pretty severe and make it seem like a battle is occurring outside. As I stand, I notice the lack of something, not pain or weariness. No, those will take much longer to fade, but instead a lack of hunger. Not entirely, but the constant gnawing that I've grown used to is now but a subtle pleading. I look down at my stomach through my ripped-up shirt as I pull my tattered jacket to the side. My stomach is less starved. I must have been fed while I was unconscious, and a lot at that. Can you be fed enough in one night to reverse starvation? Maybe with ether? I'm sure that there are a whole bunch of wacky abilities. I mean, Silas can literally wish for something with his absolution as long as he has enough money. I check my weapons first before I pull open the stone door that looks to be a sliding door. Intervention? Check. Daggers? Check. Spare revolver? Check. I also do one last thing before I open that door. I test out what I learned in the never-ending dream. I spend a short moment of focus creating web. An intricate and dense interweaving web of ether forms on my palm as I look at it with awe. The time to make it is a tenth outside of the dream, from a full minute to 6 seconds. I move my hand around as I see it is still challenging to close the fist with it on my palm, but I leave it. I want to see what it can do if I'm about to enter a fight, and 6 seconds is a long time. So, I reach toward the handle to slide the door to the left, but as I do so, the repulsion force of the web on my hand pushes the door without even letting me touch it as I follow through with it. The interaction is foreign, but not unwelcome. The weirder it is, the better. No one will expect something like this. My eyes then go from the door to what lies outside as the sounds overwhelm me. Screams, gunshots, and blades clashing alongside innumerable and unguessable ether skills slam into my ears. The surprise almost makes me reach to my ears to close off the sound. But in front of me, only a dozen feet or so, is Johnny with his Colt shooting nonstop at beings in front of him. Things that I can only assume to be demons, as their appearances are very different from anything I've ever seen. For creatures with green chains, light blue skin that fades to white on their arms, giant horns like a buck that gnarl around in mysterious agony down to cover their faces like masks, and long machetes press onto the gunfighter. In the corner of my eye, I see a rope dart stabbing into a demon's face before promptly exploding. It must be Otto. I don't look further for any more detail as I see Johnny get pushed back by the demons. They are fast and durable, as his bullets don't seem to put them down very quickly. I am surprised by his rate of fire, however, as I would assume he would have to slow down when blinded. I hesitate in fighting for a moment, remembering Johnny's words, but I'm suddenly overcome with the need to fight. For some reason, I just want to fight, to blow off some steam. A need that I rationalize with a look at my body. I'm quite healed up. Surely I can handle a fight. And they need some help, right? I run toward him to help, drawing intervention with a bit of difficulty from Webb fighting the closed hand. Another thing is unexpected as the flowing ether through me is so smooth and practiced that I move with the grace of struggler's defiance before I even expected to. My foot slams into the ground as I burst forward with speed, and I have to quickly raise the shotgun to blast one of the demons away. It turns to me as I point the intervention at it, and I see it bend down a bit before charging at me with odd shifting movements, completely silent. I find its actions odd, but I just pull the trigger with the gun facing it. Nothing but Hura has survived the blaze of intervention to the face, and as I hold back nothing, unloading all 6 as the demon continues to get closer despite the first few stunning it, the last one puts it down with a tornado of fire. I see it spasm oddly on the ground with complete silence as another peels away from Johnny toward me. I briefly smile at my hand as I realize Webb reduced the kick from the shotgun, making it easy to shoot one-handed without any risk of injury. Then, I turn my attention to the approaching demon. It gets low to the ground and holds its machete with one hand as it runs at me on 3 limbs. I glance at intervention as I realize that I can't reload it in time, and I disregard my spare revolver. This demon is unlikely to die from a meager pistol. So, latch the shotgun onto my hip and go to grab my dagger, but I pause. I wanted to try out Webb, right? Is now not a perfect time? No, it's not, you idiot. Demons are all over. Can't you hear them? Grab your damn knife. A short internal consideration occurs before I grab my serpentine dagger and swipe it at the demon that is now very close. The demon leans back and dodges the swing, but I press forward as Dakota darts in and takes advantage of the demon's movement. A chunk of skin is ripped away from the demon's heel and ankle by the fox as the skin on the demon starts to grow black and festered like the flesh of a long-dead corpse. My mind instantly realizes what sigil Dakota took. Of course, it's Sexton. What else would be more prominent in the underworld? My only surprise is that the fox resonated with it. It's not completely out of nowhere, though. He did have his parents die just in front of him when he was a kid. Maybe that attuned him to the sigil about death? Who knows? I'm not against it, though, and instead of thinking, I follow up on his attack. The demon stumbles a bit, and I tackle him, removing the range advantage it has with his machete and bringing him to the ground. From there, I stab him quickly again and again with my dagger as Dakota mauls his arm wielding the machete. This demon doesn't just up and die, though. I can see the bony, antlered face of its twist further with its gnarled bone as it punches me in my left side with its free hand. I cough and sputter as it knocks the air out of my lungs and certainly breaks a rib or two with its strength, but I keep stabbing. It needs to just die. The demon punches me twice more in this same way, again causing internal cracks and breaks, but I just keep shanking it like an outlaw in a back alley. The demon quickly realizes how pointless punching me is and reaches up, breaking off an antler from its head. Then, it spins it around before stabbing it toward my eye. The threat awakens me from my sudden bloodlust, and I fling my hand up to catch the sharp antler purely out of reflex. But as I notice it coming at my palm with Webb, I let go of the dagger in my hand and open my palm to catch the antler. While I was in the dream, constantly practicing my ether, I did plenty of experiments with the skill. And while they were in the dream, I figured they would be fairly accurate as the dream world that was created was realistic. From the grass to the pain I felt, one time, I was able to hold myself up just using the repulsion from the intricate ether wove in my palm, and the little bit of push that my sigil gave to make the skill have its own flavor and not just be a weak construction of ether. The dream wasn't reality, but it was very lifelike. I figure the strength may be similar. So I have a bit of confidence to slow down and reduce the force of this demon's stab, but my eyes go wide as the demon's arm rapidly slows and just barely pierces the skin on my palm with its incredible strength. I can see the demon's arm shake with effort as the muscles on its blue-white gradient arm clench with the force of a bear. I feel very little of this force, however, as web. No, that's a ridiculous name for something like this, as Ironbound binds this demon's pointed antler from going straight through my hand and into me. After this short moment of surprise finishes, I twist my palm and push his antler to the side with the repulsion of Ironbound as I notice the ether begin to fray on my hand. I realize that there must be a limit to how much force this weave of ether can create, and I take whatever might be left by slamming my palm straight into the demon's antler-covered face. I hear loud cracks like a dozen bones breaking after the first strike. Shrapnel of bones goes everywhere as I hear a slight wheeze come from the nose of the demon. But I don't stop at this as a wave of satisfaction flows through me, making me want to hit it again in this gruesome way. I strike it again, and then finally third time in the face before it stops resisting. Then again and again until my hand starts to hurt. I only stop as the satisfaction stops and the smile comes off my face. The only thing that is disappointing about its death is that Ironbound broke after that second hit. The limit is quite short, it would seem. I wipe off my hand on my pants before standing up and looking over at Johnny while retrieving my dagger. He's standing over the remaining demons, looking at me with a bit of worry in his eyes. I can only raise an eyebrow at him as more fighting goes around us. He notices my lack of understanding and briefly explains before calmly firing a bullet over my shoulder. Volkar, tough, silent demons with preternatural senses. Everything within 50 feet they can sense. They use machetes created from the antlers on their heads as weapons. We've been fighting for almost a week now without you. Hope you're doing better. Oh, behind you. I twist around reflexively to fight whatever is behind me and miss the part before that, but the bullet from Johnny seems to be supercharged or something as it pierces straight through the antler mask of the Volkar, dropping the demon in a single shot as smoke comes from Downpour. I do, however, see Otto and Blake fighting two Volkars, with Silas a bit away from them dealing with two of his own. Silas seems to be in a bit more danger, but I don't know the man very well. That and undead have extra lives. So, instead of helping him first, I sprint toward Otto and Blake while trying to weave Ironbound on my hand again, but it is far too difficult to do so while moving. I toss away that thought as I take my dagger and jump toward the Volkar closest to me. The demon reacts quickly, and it twists around with a slash of its bone machete toward me as if it knew I was already coming. And it likely did. I take this in stride and jump backward away from the blade as a trio of bullets slams into its head, creating a shower of bone. The Volkar steps back, stunned, as Blake steps behind it and wraps her arm around its neck. A spirit emerges from her as well and goes straight into the eyes, ears, and nose of the Volkar, which makes the demon spasm as it struggles to remove the ghost from it. But it can't get out as it is hurt from the shots to the face, and I help her finish the job by taking its machete from its hand during its panic struggle. I then stab the machete into the panicked and struggling Volkar. It feels great to do so. A rush of happiness to the brain. Maybe a bit too much. No, these are demons. It's no big deal to enjoy killing them. The demon starts to liquefy as I do so. The skin, flesh, and bones starting to turn to liquid. It rapidly dies under our attacks, with Dakota also helping with its diseased bite as the other also falls by Johnny helping Otto with some extra firepower. He's the only one with unlimited ammo, so he has quite the advantage here. I'd much rather have a powerful Colt with unlimited ammo than a Claymore. Though on the one hand, this machete's ability is quite strong. It doesn't have a sigil within it under my chain eyes, but it does glow with a dim green light. Perhaps the ether in the bones that create the machete persists after the death of the Volkar? I doubt it lasts that long, though, so I quickly collect the other Volkar's machete as well. And by the time I grab the second, Silas kills his Volkar and limps over to us. He seems to be missing a few of his glittering jewelry. I guess he had to use some of it to fight. The one dead over where he was fighting has a crack that runs along its face, the perfect size for a coin. The fight here seems to end as we all gather around. Although far away, I still hear yells, screams, and the occasional explosion or a powerful enough demonstration of ether to reach my ears. breaths slowly stabilize as Otto curses at me with a tinge of laughter and scorn mixed together. He tells you to rest, and you sleep for a week? What kind of nonsense is that? You know that we've been stuck here fighting for a week? I look at him, surprised as the information reaches me. A week? How? How was I asleep for that long? I know that Iwaki did something to me, but a whole fucking week. Wait, maybe it's not that bad. I guess it is better than eternity, though, so I shouldn't complain too much. It also makes sense why I feel so much better. However, a whole week of rest only served to recover a portion of my wounds. I'm not looking forward to the break needed to get fully rested up. I do try to explain myself to the group, however, as they start to look at me oddly. Even Johnny mentions how ridiculous it was. I try to wake you up dozens of times. Every time we had to fight. I try, but you never woke up. Only small pieces of ether moved here or there on your hands. But we couldn't figure out what they were. Figured to just let you sleep. A week is an unnatural time. But I wasn't sure if, it was a part of your family. I shake my head as I put my arms up to defend myself. I wasn't asleep the whole time. Well, I was, but not in the way you think. Iwaki, the angel that Aniwai, the ogre, wanted to kill, made it into my mind when I was in the mist. I was able to stave it off by not sleeping, but I passed out in front of that door, and Aniwai entered my mind to wake me up from Iwaki's meddling. From there, I stayed awake without knowing the threat. Then, when I went to sleep, Iwaki was there, waiting. Silas talks up at this point, asking a question and interrupting my story. He seems unwilling to believe the events that occurred. How'd you survive if an angel came after you? I can't imagine you surviving any chief after your life, let alone an angelic one. I wave my hand at him. Hold on. Will you? Aniwai never left my mind. She put a persona or something within it in case Iwaki decided to want to kill me, which it did. It wanted to have me join its eternal slumber or whatever. From there, the two angels fought and defeated each other's personas in my mind. Aniwai grafted a memory of her own to fight in so that I was left uninjured. Then, I was stuck in the dream until I could manage to unconsciously use a skill powerful enough to wake me up. Everyone, except for Johnny, seems even more suspicious and unbelieving of my story now. He only asks me a single question as the other three batter me with multiple confused ones. How did she know who you were, Wyatt? His question is straight to the point and stabs the main worry. To him, only he, Virgil, Primrose, Heath, and I know about who I am or even of my existence. Well, besides my father, of course. The other people who know are all dead. Oh, and Alexos too, but that man will soon be dead and unlikely to snitch, as I'm sure he feels the same about wanting to kill me. I answer him with as much as I can say. I am still unconfident in any more than this. An uncomfortable feeling rises in my chest as I begin to speak, but I clamp down on it with iron heart, and it dissipates like the need to sneeze. She played a role in raising me. I don't know exactly, but she manipulated my memories while I was a child and left me with a persona of her eventually, who I thought was my mother. His face goes slack-jawed for a short moment before recovering. The others are stunned, silent by my answer, however, while Johnny asks a familiar yet unknown question. Only his is a bit longer. Why? What purpose does that have? What about your true mother? 146, coin toss. I can only shake my head toward Johnny. I have no clue why any of this was done to me. Why a demon would choose to raise me instead of my actual mother, whom I have just as little clue as to who they are, is beyond me. I have no idea. Just as lost as you are. Johnny goes to ask another question, but the ground beneath us rumbles with power and destabilizes all our feet, making him pause our discussion. In the distance of my vision behind Johnny's back, I see a cloud of black and white smoke rise from the gray terrain. I would expect a war-torn place such as this to be covered in blood, but when I look at Silas, I see no red liquid from his wounds. The only thing that leaks out is the fires of undeath, small flickers of pale flame, just like the ones in his eyes. Silas's face goes wide, and the flames in his eye sockets flash with intensity as the man notices the plume of smoke as well. Fucking hell, there goes Chief Denny. We should go and see what we can do to help. I'm sure that the whole area over there is collapsing with his death. Johnny moves his attention from me, and so do the others, but he makes sure to let me know he hasn't forgotten. He points right at my eyes. We'll talk later, Wyatt. We've got work to do, and you have to catch up. Just don't try too hard. Okay? Can't have you killing yourself. They all start moving toward the cloud of smoke as I just stand there, lost. It is a bit brighter here than it was earlier, but only because of the lingering flames of war from explosions, gunfire, and, well, just fire in general. I yell toward them in the shadowy light to get an answer. What the hell are we doing? Are we not looking for Edmund? For Marion? And where is Lennox? Johnny talks to me as he loads 6 silvery rounds into his revolver, his special ones imbued with the ether of some sigil he bought it from. It's at this moment I realize one of his eyes is shut and the other is open. I guess one of his eyes is recovered at this point. I spoke to Chief Birdie, Silas' supervisor. She said that as long as we help repel this current wave, she will find whoever we want her to and let them come with us. The only stipulation she gave is we couldn't request for any chiefs to come with us, and that wasn't a big deal. Lennox gained his sigil during our first fight while you were out and went to find more of his brethren to do the same in the old fields. I tried to stop him, but the little guy just wouldn't listen. I did make him promise me that he'd find me before we left, though. I nodded him in a little bit of understanding, but asked for just a little more explanation. Okay, but what are these waves? How do the demons attack? What kinds are there? Silas answers this question of mine as the fires in his sockets scan the floor for what I can only assume is gold. The tunnels from below to hell are far away from here and quite thin, so only so many demons can come at once. That and the demons that have been sent have their own issues amongst them, causing periods where there are fewer attacks and others where there are more attacks. Right now, we are in a big wave. Deaths of chiefs in these are not uncommon, let alone braves such as I, so we must be careful. It's also the only reason Johnny's demand was granted. Our help is needed. Silas then points to a Volcar as he reaches down and pulls off a small coin in the shape of a bone. Annoyed at his distraction, I call out to him again. You didn't answer my last question. He holds the coin-like thing of bone to the dark sky, as if using the sunlight to inspect it. My voice brings his attention back to me. Knew one of them would have a boat. Yeah, there are hundreds of kinds of demons. The current attack seems to have a lot of Volcar, Champ, Mosquits, and some Stikini here or there. What killed Chief Benny was probably a Stikini. Those witches can transform into half-owl, half-bear monstrosities that are near impossible to injure, while having a variety of other dangerous things as well. A roar that can cause heart attacks and a vomit that eats at souls like acid are only a bit of its repertoire. The description of a Stikini makes me imagine a large bear with white feathers and a beak for a mouth. It even has wings and can fly. The concept alone makes it seem quite dangerous, but if Silas thinks it killed a chief, a 7th sigiled man, then it's on a whole different level than what I'm thinking. I just nod at him, and we both move to catch up with the rest of the group with a short sprint. My feet and generally whole body hurts a whole lot less, but the pain is still evident, so I don't push myself too hard. A stable pace is what I set myself to as Johnny tells us what the plan is. We stay away from any angels, even our own. They attract too much danger, and we will only get caught in the crossfire. Stay on the fringes like we've been doing, and don't go too deep. Stick next to at least one other while you fight for safety. This is a long haul, and only Silas can come back to life, so we play this carefully. After Johnny finishes his small speech, Silas nudges him with a bit of laughter. Hey, I probably only got one left in me, okay? Just 'cause you I-havers are still alive don't mean I gotta risk it all the time. Otto shakes his head by the side and laughs a bit as well. That's true, but only you can't bleed. Also, if we die, it restarts, right? We'll get the gift of undeath too? Silas shrugs as he jumps over the left corpse of some demon that I don't recognize. Dark skin and blades that come from its knuckles. Quite odd, to be honest. I dunno. Haven't heard of any living who died down here. We get like 1 or 2 a century that wash up somehow. There are always a bunch of odd ways to come down, crossroads and endless pits being the most common. I'd like to ask him a question regarding other people coming down as I'm curious because the lily was forged in the cardinal. So my father must have somehow come down here. But I'm unable to as I'm too focused on running and not falling or hurting myself at the moment. Thankfully, the quiet and shy Blake speaks up for me despite not knowing that I also have the same question. Who was the last person to come down here? I heard that the hunters hold a tunnel down to the gate of death, Silas thinks for a moment before snapping his fingers as he remembers who it was. I died after he came, which scrambled my memory of it. But let me think. Oh, I remember him now. It was some man covered in stitches and scars, and who had limbs that were definitely not originally his. I only know what he looks like because Chief Birdie told me about seeing him. She said the man was as terrifying as he looked, ignored all of us, and just made a beeline through the horde of demons. Crazy motherfucker, just created a tunnel of corpses the whole way through until we couldn't hear the sound of his colt. Silas trembles a bit before shaking his head to regain his composure. The man's colt was said to slow down time, and it affected all those that came near to him, allowing him to fight way beyond his sigil as he tore through thousands of demons and even killed several angels on his way through. He created so much chaos that the hierarchs of the demons let him through. All that was left in his path were small blue flowers as the corpses turned to dust, and whenever someone picked them up, time would slow around them until they burnt them. Birdie said he was only a 7th sigil at most, like her, but he fought like an 8th. That was the only time he was ever seen, too. Don't know what happened to him after. My feet catch and make me stumble partially as I hear that the man, who is likely to be my father, tore through thousands of demons on his own. He's that strong? Fucking hell. Guess it makes sense how he got a demon like Aniwai to help raise me then. And that colt? It must have been the blue-trimmed one I saw in my memory. What is with Killian and flowers? First Lily, and now whatever that colt is. And why would he even make Lily when he already has that powerful of a colt? Wait, I know the answer to that one. He made it for me. Lily told me that. After all, at the thought of the powerful colt, I also think of Alexos and how we are currently living his dream, being in the underworld and going to meet our fallen dead friends and family, even if some might not be here as we were expecting. A smile is pulled across my lips at his suffering. I'm not one to wish pain onto another, but for that man, I'd wish him hell and 10 times more. Can't believe he made me believe his innocence, even for a little bit. The man was only ever out for himself. But that gleeful smile is quickly torn off of my mouth as the ground shakes again, and in the distance, about a quarter mile or so, shines an incredibly bright light, one that nearly blinds me just from a glance. Another curse comes from my side as Silas recognizes the person fighting. Fuck, that's Birdie over there. Come on, we need to go help her. Johnny yells back at him, trying to remind him that that's not a part of the plan. No, we can't. It's stupid for us to go and help an angel fight. Angelic realm has its own battles, and so do we. Maybe if we all were 6 sigils, we could help, but not as we are now. 2 bases and 4 wondrous. We'd get our asses spun around. Silas, why do you even care? I thought you wanted to get out of here. Silas yells back at him in frustration as the man seems torn. But underneath that tension is a resolve, just as strong as his will to escape the underworld. Maybe he's not so selfish after all. Yeah, but she's a good person. Amongst thousands who only want violence, she's one willing to heal and defend. I'm selfish and rude, I know that, but Birdie doesn't deserve to die. And if she dies, how will we find your friends? She is the one you made a deal with, remember? Without her, we'll never get to speak with Isaac, the one who controls heights. Only he can truly help you find people with his resources. Otherwise, you'll have to wander the fields until you spot someone. Here, I'll toss a drachma. Okay? I just watch the argument back and forth, and Otto and Blake do the same, their eyes shifting back and forth, just as mine do. But Johnny seems to relent on his just-made plan. A small sigh and an old phrase come from him. Man proposes, angels depose, and the gods end it all. Yeah, go ahead. I'll trust your coin flip. It worked out the last time. The phrase is old, and one that I heard even as a child. No matter the plan you make, someone with more power than you can shatter it, and the gods can simply flip the board, erasing anything you've ever accomplished. The coin flip Johnny mentions must have occurred while I slept, and this one starts as everyone pauses their movements for Silas Drachma. Silas speaks to the air softly before flipping the coin into the air, and as the gold coin he chose flies, it turns to silver. I call heads for forwards to Birdie, tails for away from her. The calls have to be simple, or they won't work. He told us that originally when he described them. All of us hold our breaths on this flip, as the consequences could be disastrous. I don't want to even see another angel after what happened in my dream, but I don't call the shots and don't want to go on my own. My palms grow sweaty as the coin spirals up before it starts to fall back down. And as the coin falls through the air with silvery light reflecting off of its surface, it turns to bronze, then to iron, then to stone before finally turning into an inert piece of wood with the head of the coin shown on it as it lands on the back of Silas' hand. A lady with a scythe is shown to all of us. Fuck, it's toward the damn angel. All of our shoulders sag beside Silas, but even he looks a bit conflicted at the choice. I want to argue against it, but Johnny doesn't. If the gunfighter agrees with Silas Drachma, I will also. He has a much better knowledge of this world than me, and he has seen the skill work before. Johnny knows better, and I don't want to go against it. Plus, Silas was right. If they made a deal with this chief birdie and she died, then what do we do? Go find another chief and start this shit all over again? I haven't fought all that much, but it's evident that my companions have. They fought enough that Dakota advanced by a sigil. The young fox is moving just as rapidly as I am through the sigils, although I suppose he's been under similar pressure this whole time, and beasts generally progress faster than men. And so, we all buckle up our sorrows and move toward the light in the distance. Chief Birdie is primarily a priest, if I remember correctly. Her ether should be focused on light, healing, and utility. Then, I don't really see how she could go toe-to-toe with another angel like that, but I'll see soon as we are getting close. Maybe her power evens the playing field. The luminosity only grows more and more radiant as it reminds me of Vernon and his bombs of radiance. Slowly, we come into sight of the battle, and an angel versus another angel is not all that we see. Around two figures whose every action forces those nearby away are dozens of undead locked in deadly combat. I see Chief Birdie try to stop the demon she's fighting from hurting any of the people as what I instantly recognize as a Stakini goes for a roar at a nearby group of undead. A huge stream of light comes from her back, covered in spikes of light as they move in front of the roar and create a pane of opaque white light. Johnny draws his gun and moves in to help the chief first, as he is the most powerful here. Silas joins him as he fills the spaces between his fingers with golden coins. I look at Otto and Blake briefly as we all share the same thought. Fuck that, and go to help some of the nearby undead fight Volkar. Better the enemies you know you can handle, right? So, us four, counting Dakota, rush into a pack of a dozen silent Volkar from behind. The demons notice us before we even get close, but I am given enough time in the sprint toward them to create the intricate web that is ironbound. At the same time, Otto primes two rope darts with explosives, and Blake conjures the spirit she has locked within her. This one is less grim than Nally, but it seems to be a bit weaker as well. Otto is the first to strike as the Volkar closest to us turns away from an undead, whose head it was about to remove with its machete. Otto throws a rope dart at it, and the Volkar reacts by swiping at it. But before the demon can cut the rope, Otto yanks at it, and the rope dart's direction shifts so that it goes straight into the Volkar's face around its bony blade. An explosion resounds as a second follows with the second rope dart Otto has, and I rush to finish the Volkar off as the smoke clears. The bone on its face is fractured like a pane of glass, and a second demon is very close. So, I quickly slam Ironbound into its face as it tries to recover from the explosion, sending the demon straight into the ground. Then, I quickly turn and have my palm meet the incoming blade of the next Volkar. The blade is stopped by Ironbound, and I start to feel its weave break apart. With the time on the skill ticking, I grab onto the blade and pull the Volkar in close. However, the second I do, my breath hitches as the pain of the broken ribs from the last one I fought spikes with the movement. I flinch for just a moment long enough that it lets the Volkar rip its blade of bone out of my grasp and begin to swing it toward me. Before its blade can reach me, a large fox jumps onto its back, causing it to move toward me and only hit me with its arm. Even just the weakened blow from its swinging arm elicits cracks in my shoulder, however, as we fall to the ground. The antlers of the demon grow like snakes and stab at me, but I break them all with a single strike of Ironbound. Unwilling to stay pinned and to get skewered by antlers, I rapidly palm it in the face as it tries to get Dakota off of its back. 1, 2, 3. Ironbound breaks, but the skill left the demon with an incredibly fucked up face. Bone shards are everywhere, and the eyes of the creature below are revealed to me. I force ether on the surface of my hand as I stab its eyes with my fingers coated in wetting. My appendages easily enter its eye sockets as the creature flinches backward and pauses in its attacks on me with its antlers and Dakota with its fists. Quickly, I take advantage of this pause and draw my dagger before sinking that deep into the left eye socket of the Volcar and finally making it fall still. Bastards are hard as hell to put down. Is that what it's like fighting me? Surely not. My face is visible to all. Does feel good to fight it, though. I wonder if others feel the same against me. The taste of blood on my tongue is sweet. That's odd. Trying to ignore the sensation, I push the demon off of my body as its blood that looks and feels more like water than blood runs down my body. I take its machete and add it to my collection as I hold the weapon in my remaining hand. Standing, I look around to see that several of the demons have been killed now that we have joined this fight over here. Many remain, however, about 8 to my quick count, and I rush toward the closest with Dakota right behind me, his near silent footsteps the only monument of his existence. 147. Catch. With the bone machete in hand, I raise my arm and slash at the Volcar that is closest to me. It is currently mauling an undead and turns to face me as I get near. Their perceptions are incredible. Not a single time have I gotten without 10 steps without one noticing me. They even detect Dakota. The Volcar goes to block my machete with his and makes a surprising move I was not expecting. His blade catches the middle of mine, and with a quick twist and pull of great strength, my machete goes flying out of my hand. The unexpected skill with a blade from a demon makes me backstep rapidly as I draw a backup machete. One extra now remains of the ones I took from the dead demons. It follows me as I step back, however, and a flash of bone flies at my face as I reflexively lean back. A warm sting comes from my lips as its blade cuts a clean line across my mouth, opening up my jaw with its sharpness. The demon twists its blade and goes for another slash, but Dakota jumps up and grabs the demon's arm with his jaw. Ether drills into my face from the cut, turning my flesh into watery liquid as I force Rapturous into effect. The purging ether flows through my body quickly and allows me to recover in just a matter of a single second. This fast ether is incredible. I should have practiced speed more before. Now only the cut on my face remains with the little bit of watery liquid that joins the blood coming from my face. I spit the flowing blood out of my mouth from the cut on my face as I cut at the demon's sword arm that Dakota is desperately gnawing on. I feel a bit of resistance before the arm falls off, and Dakota falls to the ground. The Volcar kicks Dakota away as it rips off an antler from its head to stab me using its remaining arm while whatever remains of the other one starts to liquefy. Now it's an even fight, though, as we both are missing an arm. Dakota whimpers on the side as I feel bad for letting the little guy get hurt. I'll finish this one on my own, buddy. I spread ether over the surface of the bone machete quickly, the increased flow speed coming in to be a massive help here as the Volcar charges me and wraps a leash around its leg with a seemingly useless swipe. Then, I quickly sidestep and yank the blade that is holding onto its leg with a chain of pure ether. I feel a huge amount of resistance at first, the demon's strength being far greater than mine, but I plant my feet into the ground and put my whole body into it as opposed to the demon's leg. This contest of strength ends with it on the ground because of it moving at me at the same time as my pull. From there, I throw the machete at its chest and land the blade straight into its flesh. I see its chest start to bubble as it silently starts to get up. How these demons react to pain is unnerving. They are seemingly unfeeling. While it stands, I take a quick second to reactivate Ironbound. Intricate chains start to cover my hand once more, but I have to pause the skill prematurely as the demon rips the machete out of its chest and throws it at me. I duck and jump to the side to dodge the sword spinning in the air toward me at the speed of a released arrow. The blade just barely goes past me and sinks to the bony hilt within the ground. The Volcar finally finishes standing, liquid dripping from the hole in its chest and the spot where his arm was cut off. Then, with a small shake of the head and half arm, it once more charges at me. Dakota moves around it like a stalking hunter as I stare at the approaching demon, machete in hand, just waiting for it to get close enough. The undead it was mauling has also recovered at this point and nods to me with thanks. The poor guy is missing half of his chest and his left leg up to his knee. I expect him to be unable to do anything, but he yells at the demon, his voice carrying a unique sense of power. "Stop! The Volkar's feet pause for a single fraction of a second as it moves toward me with demonic grace, and I realize the sigil of the wounded undead. Lawman. With that realization, I take advantage of the hesitation and throw my machete at the demon as I reach down and pull the one it threw at me. My thrown machete stabs into its thigh with the help of the undead's pausing voice. The Volkar only gets slower at that, and I meet it in close quarters shortly after. I dart in and out, slashing and stabbing it here and there as it is now too wounded to keep up with my speed. It dies after just a short moment of this, the wounds and effects from the bone machete piling up over time. Once it falls unmoving, I step over to the undead with panting breaths that make the cut across my lips sting with every exhale. I don't say anything because of the obvious, but I pass the man a machete for him to use. Then I move over to help Dakota, who joined Blake in her fight against the Volkar. I may not know the man, but everyone deserves at least a fighting chance, and his voice alone is not enough. I come from behind the demon with panting breaths, but I hesitate to get too close. They can sense everything nearby, right? How about I just make the only thing they can sense too fast for them to react to? Blake and Dakota fight the Volkar with shifting steps and careful movements, the human using her spirit for defense to block any dangerous strikes and the fox its speed. While they fight, I toss the machete in my hand in a practicing motion. I've grown to like these things quite a lot in this short amount of time. Just something about the simplicity of a blade and a handle, you know? Doesn't hurt that they carry the ether of their makers past their death. After tossing the machete a few times and starting to get a feel for its weight, I push the limits of Struggler's defiance with a burst of extra ether from within and follow up with adrenaline surge. The increased strength makes the machete feel as light as a kitchen knife as I rear back my arm from beyond the Volkar's senses. I wait to throw it, however, despite being ready to do so. I do not have nearly enough skill to hit a moving target, so I have to wait until it stands still. My eyes track the Volkar as I also use night vision to see even better in this partial darkness. The bright pulses of light and dim constant light from Chief Birdie make it not too difficult to see, but I need to be sure. I don't wait without action, however, as I finish up the web of ironbound on my hand. The defensive and attacking skill is rapidly becoming my favorite. The only downside is how quickly it breaks apart. I'll have to improve it. Seconds pass as it goes back and forth with the two in front of me, yet I wait a bit more. I wait as it leaves a thin cut on Blake's neck, her life coming far too close to forfeit, but I trust in Dakota to back her up. And he does. The oversized fox jumps at the Volkar crazily from the side and repeats his move on the one from before, chomping down on its sword arm. Blake recovers from the near-lethal strike quickly and uses her spirit that comes forth from her arm to wrap its phantasmal hands around the Volkar. The demon stops moving for a split second under both of their actions, and I set loose the machete. It flies out of my hand in an instant, the stored-up strength built from my ether raging through me enough to send it flying out just as fast as the demons did earlier. An arrow of bone stabs straight into the back of the Volkar, as it can only slightly turn its head toward the danger before the blade almost entirely pierces through him. And in an effort to both save ammo and get this thing killed, I grab the spare machete that I had and throw that as quickly as I can as a follow-up. And because of the blade sticking out of its chest, liquefying its organs along with Blake and Dakota holding it down, this one pierces straight into its chest as well. It falls to its knees as I run to it, but before I get there to finish it off, Dakota rips out its throat, quickly causing it to die before it even hits the ground. My steps slow when I get near them, and my labored breaths paint a descriptive canvas of pain along my ribs. These demons really like to punch me in the sides, but I guess I do put them in positions where that's all they can do. I check on Blake real quick as she kneels to siphon the vigor from the demon's corpse, likely to heal the threatening cut on her neck. The two simple words I say elicit pain and blood from my cut, but I just spit out the fluid when I'm done talking and endure the pain. You good? She nods at me silently before pointing behind me with her free hand that isn't siphoning vigor. I turn and see that Otto is on his knees, heaving for air and bleeding profusely with the Volkar's prominent liquidation at his wounds. It's not all bad for the man, however, as he shows how he gained those wounds with pride by the 4 Volkar laying motionless around him, dead, along with 2 undead. I take a step toward him as he seems to need help far more than Blake, who is healing herself. But before I take even a single step, I hear a faint sound of something. Ether swirls in my ears in a fraction of a second as my eardrums are so close to my core, and I hear a swirling wind, like an approaching arrow. I react instinctively, part of me somehow thinking that the archer from the swamp is back, and I swing my palm covered in ironbound toward the sound. I feel a burst of pain and recoil as I am flung half a step back from the force of whatever slammed into my hand. But that's better than its original destination. Blake's skull. A glance at my hand adorned in ironbound shows that the skill is barely holding together. After just one hit, damn, this isn't good. But I don't give it too much attention as I focus on the new threat. All the Volcar around us are dead, either killed by us or the undead. And the new threat seems to be a Volcar as well, only this one is much more imposing. It is a bit taller than the other ones, only by a foot or so, but its antlers are much longer, and in its hands are shards of bone obviously broken off by its hands by their chipped nature. Far behind it is a large group of fallen undead, the men and women behind it achieving another death and possibly their last. I pull my hand back and step in front of Blake to take the Volcar's attention, but I am surprised by its next action. The demon reaches up to its mask of bone and breaks it off with a powerful flex of its hand muscles. The Volcar reveals its face to me, and for the first time, I see what they look like under the masks without lethal wounds. Under the mask is a pale white face, one that is perfect and lacking any imperfections whatsoever. A wide smile almost the same width as the cut on my face that goes from the edge of each cheek to the other grows on the demon's face as it speaks. Only the voice is rough and difficult to understand, almost as if the Volcar does not fully know Chero. Hello, Vakiyu? My eyebrow raises at the demon's speech, but it isn't all that surprising. None of the demons I've met so far besides Hura and that Nain Rouge could speak, but those did have many years on the surface. Well, I guess on EY, too, but angelhood changes things, even for beasts. The ones down here, however, are not given the opportunity to learn how to speak Chero other than when they fight people. My eyes go even wider as I realize what a demon capable of speech entails down here in the underworld. Only a demon who has encountered enough humans would know how to speak. And the only ending of an encounter with a human for a demon down here is death for one of the sides. I ignore the demon's attempt at conversation as I rip out the machete from the other dead Volcar beside me and point it at this. Vwaki. I assume that's a name, but I won't give it any satisfaction. Blake slowly gets up beside me as I see the cut on her neck has stopped bleeding, as well as the effect of the machete's liquidation disappearing. Dakota slowly starts to stalk along a wide circle around Vaki. My chain eyes tell me that this Vaki is a fourth sigil, light blue chains wrapping around the demon's body that seem to gather on the wrists of the demon. I take a step toward the demon cautiously after seeing how dangerous it is. The fourth sigils from earlier were difficult enough. A fifth? That is likely too much for even the three of us. But what else can we do? I turn slightly to look toward the fight between angels, and I am almost blinded by the direct glance at the radiance. The demon that transformed into the giant owlbear mixture is insanely powerful. Chief Birdie uses her light nonstop to create hard light walls to protect herself and others, but they are broken through easily. I can see Johnny continuously do his best to help in the fight, but he is heavily limited in what he can do. His bullets barely even sink into the hide of the transformed Stakini, and Silas, who is nearby, is barely keeping himself out of harm's way. The three of them seem to be getting their asses kicked, but who knows? Johnny hasn't used his absolution yet, and neither has Silas or Chief Birdie. My focus turns back to the demon that seems to be growing impatient. It speaks once more with two fingers pointing toward Blake and Dakota, one to each of them. You, me, they, no, us honor. My brain can barely comprehend what he is asking for. Is he asking for a duel? Just between the two of us? What? What? The words come out of my bloody mouth before I can stop myself, and Vwaki seems to chuckle. Only its laughter is completely silent despite its body making the movements of laughter. He then speaks once more in broken Chero as his face motions toward the dead behind him. You worthy. You catch. They not. Does it find me as something worthy to fight? What the hell is this? A demon looking for a worthy fight? What the fuck is happening? Frustration rises as a demon has the audacity to challenge me like this. It feels wrong, like I'm being looked down on somehow. I grip my machete tight as I take a step toward Vwaki. I give Blake a glance and nod at Dakota as we all start moving toward it to fight together. Fuck this one-on-one. There are 3 of us. Why would I do that? Who fights fair? With honor? That's stupid as fuck. I'll stab you in the nuts to win if I have to, even if it's Tinan. Vwaki doesn't seem to like this answer, however, as the demon's smile shifts to an ominous, twisted expression of glee. It then stares at Blake's face before it pulls its mask down and takes a step toward Blake and me, who are close, before rearing back an arm. I see its arms stretch far more than any arm should stretch as its joints turn to some kind of liquid. I recognize what it's about to do is the thing from earlier that came flying at us like a bullet, and before it can throw it, I reach out with my arm to cover Blake's skull, but she is too far, and my hand doesn't reach far enough to cover her face as I hear the sonic boom of the bone shard being released. The projectile doesn't even register in my eyes, but it does in my mind that is moving as fast as possible. My ether moves faster than the speed of sound into my arm before detonating as intricate snowflakes within my muscles. I instinctively activate reach just as one would when trying to grab something just outside of their reach, muscles, tendons, and flesh stretching. The internal explosion occurs within my muscles, and for the first time, it succeeds, if only because of my recent practice with ornate ether constructions. So, my arm extends a whole 4 inches beyond what is humanly possible as the tendons and muscles stretch, allowing me to catch the bone shard aiming for her skull with iron bound. A loud boom occurs as it breaks the skill from the impact, and a slap follows as I hit Blake in the nose with the back of my hand. She retreats in pain from the slap, but she thanks me with her eyes as blood drips from my hand. My efforts aren't without consequences as my arm screams in pain from my rushed job of reach without ample practice, and the pain of a nail stabbing into my hand comes from the palm of the bloody palm. I shake my hand off, throwing blood to the dry soil beneath the underworld. This demon can straight up throw bullets. It's going to be like fighting Johnny, isn't it? My blood begins to boil at the thought of a rematch, even if it's not really him. At least I got a little bit of practice. Who cares if I got my ass kicked last time? 148. Not enough. I don't give myself any time for hesitation and the demon for another chance to throw one of its bone shards as I sprint toward it as fast as possible. The dry dirt beneath me cracks underneath my footsteps as Dakota circles the demon. Blake takes a few seconds to recover before conjuring her spirit from within her. But my focus is not on them at all. It is on the unique Volcar, Vwaki. It shuffles side to side before rearing its arm back once more. Only this time it's facing me. I think it might have realized that I am a threat as I can block its bullets, but little does it know, the construct of ether that defended me is fucking broken. 2 hits were all it could take, and the second one went partially through. Had the tough, bloody palm not been what received the leftover force, the bone shard would have gone right through my hand. Vwaki rears its arm back, and I look at its face to try and get a feel of where he's going to throw, but his eyes are hidden underneath his mask. Previously, he stared at Blake's head before pulling the bone mask down, but I do not have that luxury this time. I have to guess, or estimate. That's probably better. I force my brain into overclock with my mind imbued with ether, Ironheart, which strengthens my focus, and I look deeply at the burgeoning muscles of the demon. But my meager experience with throwing weapons tells me nothing. I'm no genius or augur, so future sight is out of the question. What I do notice, however, before his hand releases the bone shards, is that he twists his wrists right before throwing, and this time, he has 3 bones in his hand. Reflexively, I put my arm over my eyes, and I'm thankful for the instinct as a projectile as strong as a bullet slams into my arm and gets stuck in the bone of my forearm. I look around for the other projectiles on my body as I move toward Vwaki, but I feel nothing except for the teeth-clenching pain in my forearm. My hand goes limp from the injury as I hear a pained yelp and a groan nearby. I twist my neck and see Blake doubled over as she pulls a shard of bone out of her stomach. The spirit she had summoned is fading as it seems to be ripped in two by the simple projectile. I also noticed Dakota limping to my right. The fox had a shoulder sliced up by the bone shard. All the while, I don't let my movement stop, and I sprint at the demon with all my might. I need to get close enough to use intervention, so ether is flowing from me with a vengeance. I feel my blood begin to boil with rage at the injuries around me, and as such, the pain from my injuries fades as that volatile fluid of fury replaces it. Alongside this, fury simmers a dark feeling underneath, but I allow it to simmer. I need all the power I can get right now, and I just really want to fight. Warm rage flows through me as I focus my will on my heart. I can already see the wounds to come, and my primary organ needs to stay beating. I imagine metaphorical chains wrapping around my heart and aiding its function. That is something I learned from Abraham. Your emotions and how you manifest them have power. That's how the man can turn his nightmares physical, after all. I feel a slight resonance with how I use my ether-infused will as the demon rears back another volley of bone shards. This time, 5 are spread out along its throwing hand. A broken Chero word comes from its mouth just before it throws the stones with a sonic boom coming from its hand. More. My feet slam into the ground as I keep my arm over my head, even with the bone shard in it. The only place I can't take a hit is my face. My ribcage should protect my heart, but a headshot is death. So, I end up just running directly into 3 of these bone shards. Warm feelings blossom along my side, hip, and right shoulder as I stumble and almost fall from the force of the impact. None of the bone shards go through me, but they instead sink into my flesh and collide against a bone of my own before breaking apart inside of me. I curse inside my mind as the demon waves its arms and speaks again. Good, good. Us fight. Great challenge.
Fun.
This demon thinks this is fun? Motherfucker. I take a few more steps forward in my sprint as I realize I should be recreating Ironbound as I do so. It will take a few seconds under perfect conditions, so it will take at least twice as long while I'm being shot at. But the demon is quite far away, as it had the range advantage to even start with. Hopefully I can. Oh fuck. I hear another sonic boom as my eyes briefly catch a glimpse of something happening on his arms with chain eyes. But before I can be sure of what I saw, I am inundated with another 3 of those bone shards. Another whimper goes out far to my right as I recognize that as Dakota getting hit again. I want to look out for the little guy, but I need to kill this demon first. Then, we should be safe. Johnny, Silas, and the chief will handle the other monster. Even still, I do hear the soft footsteps of the fox continuing to stalk the demon, even if they are slower and more labored. Glancing out from under my arm, I see I've closed a decent bit of the gap, roughly halfway at this point, and I can see what's happening with his arm during the throws as he starts up another one. His joints turn liquid to increase flexibility, but that's not all. I see the light blue chains that wrap him tightly loosen for a split second before the release of his throw. I duck underneath my arm again as I am hit once more by a trio of shards. I've completely given up on dodging the second I heard Dakota get hit. The fox is far more agile than me and far smaller. If Vwaki can hit him, he can hit me without any effort. But the other 2 aren't as tough as I am. I hear a body collapse as I twist my head backward. Blake has fallen to the dirt, with blood pooling around her. Shards of bone lie around her as I realize she was getting hit every time as well. My eyes still see chains wrapped around her in verdant luminance, so she is still alive. But I'm starting to see what the demon is doing as Dakota limps along. He is trying to make it just him and I. Fucking hell. My teeth tighten so much that I feel they are about to crack as I keep getting closer to him. I need something to fight far away with. The range of intervention is far too short. I'm always trying to get in close, and it keeps getting me or others hurt. The demon seems to only grow happier as it sees Blake fall unconscious, but it seems to turn its attention toward Dakota. Vwaki faces the limping fox with a gray-tipped tail and prepares another hail of bone at him. Soon, my feet slam into the ground as I make an instant decision. A deep breath of ether flows through me just before the demon shoots out the bones from its hands. Struggler's gasp siphons the ether out of the air, and from the demon as my chest fills up with air despite the 2 bone shards lodged in my chest and right lung. This massive siphon of ether flows from my lungs and into the rest of my body evenly as I need every measure of defense, speed, and strength to kill this thing. The ether I siphon from the demon feels incredibly familiar as it slows the speed of his throw drastically, allowing Dakota to move out of the way with a well-timed dodge. I feel awash with a familiar flavor of ether as my whole body flourishes with strength, and only as I burst forward with speed, cracking the dry and damaged dirt beneath me, do I realize the ether inside of me. It's the ether of a philosopher. That unique tang of realization of power and the momentary grasp of it is something I've only ever felt from my sigil. And it makes sense. This demon has incredible strength, but only in small bursts that it uses to throw projectiles. However, I'm sure it could do the same up close. Now that Struggler's Gasp is in effect alongside all my other strengthening skills, I glide over the earth with quick steps, bridging that gap so fast that the demon seems surprised. So surprised that it pauses, throwing the bone shards to crouch down. I ignore its odd movements, determined to just push through whatever it throws at me to reach it. But I am the one surprised this time as the chains on the demon's legs loosen. Then, it promptly jumps backward almost as fast as it throws those rocks, flying back at such a pace it's near impossible for me to catch up to. My heart drops at seeing the power of the demon, but I don't falter completely as I see Vwaki land awkwardly. An ominous chuckle that sounds like steel being bent comes from the demon as a few more rough words come from it while it tries to fix its landing. The demon then stands slowly as liquid drips from its knees, the liquid that is the blood of Volkar. Worthy, fight, sharpen, grow. I see. He has limits as well. He can only break them momentarily, but our limits always catch up to our bodies. That's why he throws the bone shards. It's likely a good balance between power and sustainability. Smart. For a demon from hell. I shouldn't be praising a demon, though, even if it praised me. I don't really understand what it's talking about, but I figure it wants a good challenge to grow. That's quite a human view of things, and it puts me a bit off as I charge toward it. Dakota also comes from behind with a trail of blood, only far slower than usual. The fox is trying to emulate my hardiness without any of the skills or lineage to do so. Putting my focus on the demon, I make headway just as it recovers and sends more bone shards toward me and Dakota. I take the bullet-like shards as I force my way forward. The ether flowing through my whole body and loosening my chains in such quantity has increased the strength of my whole body such that the bone shards now only make it a bit into my flesh. Less bullet, more throwing knife is what feels like slams into me, and I barrel through the projectiles. We repeat this charge through, and the subsequent volley of bone shards 3 times before I hear another whimper behind me. I can't help myself as I turn and check behind me. A deep pain enters my heart, one more so than any of the physical injuries I have, as I see the fox I've raised since it was a day-old kit fall to the ground, bloodied and wounded. Clenching my hands so tight that my nails pierce the skin, I finish ironbound and scream internally at the demon, wishing I could do it aloud. Struggler's Gasp prevents me from doing so as I need to save my breath, and as I barrel toward the demon with more hate and anger than blood in my body, dark red fills the entirety of my vision, tainting everything with blackish vitriol. But just as this rage consumes me, I hear a small pitter-patter of footsteps far behind me. Dakota stood up again. His insistence breaks through the rage, and I regain a bit of focus. Knowing that what I'm about to do will get me hurt severely if not lethally hurt, I turn and face my far too loyal companion. He's treated me with far more respect than I've ever given him. I release my Struggler's Gasp with a powerful burst of wind and a word for Dakota. Stop! I fly backward, now toward the demon, as I twist around to face Dakota, and I land with tumbling movements. I frantically attempt to stand, but the lack of ether in my body and the weakness that follows using Struggler's Gasp prevents me from doing so. My arm gives out, and I fall to the ground just as a quintet of bone shards slams into my back, pushing me ever so closer to becoming an undead and gaining the gift of undeath. Only I like being alive, and I'd like to go back to the surface. I got a bastard to kill who is far worse than any demon down here. Another deep breath fills my body as I feel myself approach my limit of ether saturation almost instantly. The headache breaching upon my deepest recesses is a final warning. 2 Struggler's Gasps is basically my limit, and that's not even counting all the other stuff I've used in the past hour. So, I release all my other skills, save Ironbound as it's already created, and shakily stand. Sadness mixed with pride fills my heart as I see Dakota lying down and watching me as he licks his wounds. One excellent thing about Dakota that I only notice right now, he's not intelligent enough to disobey orders. I only force my back into a vertical before another quintet of bone shards slams into my back. Only this time they are far less painful than the last 5. Though, one does seem to clip my spine, eliciting a shocking feeling along my right leg. I eke out a step toward Vwaki as I start my sprint toward the demon once more. The demon seems to finally get what it's been wanting, and it takes a small break from trying to kill me to hype up our fight itself. Great, our battle. Grow, I will, or you will. Survival of the fittest. I shake my head to push away the pain and fog of anger that is falling upon my mind as I rush at the demon. It quickly returns to firing the bone shards out at me, using its philosopher-type skill to loosen its chains, as well as its innate strength from being a Volcar. The way it moves is just so inhuman, but I quickly reach the demon with struggler's gasp flowing through me, pushing my physical body far beyond what it should be capable of, and Vwaki replies by jumping over and past me this time while throwing bone shards at the top of my head. I am just barely able to cover my head by ducking and putting my arm over me as the bone shards pierce into me. Blood continues to drip to the floor from me, and my wounds only grow as I make my way to the demon again, but it just keeps jumping away. My only solace is the fact I can see its legs breaking down, just as I'm sure it sees my body slowly begin to break down. Its legs have bones sticking out where the knees should be. His skills work similarly to mine. We fight until our bodies break. We are both tough, and that is something I'm sure of. This is a test of endurance, and while usually I'd be supremely confident, I started this fight with lingering exhaustion and some wounds. So as my steps slow and grow weary like an old man waking to his deathbed, and as I use the machete as a cane to keep me going, I see Vwaki's knees begin to buckle and his throwing hand break from overuse. He just switches to his other arm, though, as I grow a bit jealous. We continue this back and forth for far longer than I would wish to, but I've already committed. As my steps turn impossibly laborious and the very moment that there is more bone that he's thrown at me in my body, his legs finally give out. But even as they do, the demon continues to throw bone shards at me. I'm forced to use Ironbound to catch a bone shard to the eye and one to the mouth. I take hit after hit as I take step after step, and as I do, my vision begins to darken. My senses dull, my thoughts slow. My chest nears implosion from the buildup of ether. My heart stagnates with the massive hemorrhaging along my whole body. I feel that unknown edge approaching, like a film of paper stretched over my body, and I realize what it is so clearly. It is my body's limit. Only because of how brutally aware I am of my limit can I know this. I mean, I can literally see them after all with my eyes. What's so different from feeling it? My foot touches the ground right in front of the immobilized Vwaki just as I feel myself touch that edge. Just one more step is all that remains before I can let it all out on him. My strugglers gasp. I dropped the intervention long ago. The holster that held it was destroyed, and it fell off before I could grab it as I had to protect my skull. The limit. It keeps me back. It restrains me. My own body is betraying me. No, that's not true. I betrayed it. Had I had any other way to fight than risk life and limb, I would have done so, but I did not have another option. No, that's not true. Something made me fight him. At this critical juncture, I gain clarity. Something is meddling with my mind, making me angry and aggressive. Or is it? Am I merely raging against the bottled-up emotions of what has happened to me? Or is this just who I am? A man fueled by rage and rage alone? I don't know, but I don't have any time to worry about that right now. My mind can wait. My eyes meet the Volcar as I stop and tremble throughout my whole body like my old home having an earthquake run along it. The entirety of me hinges on whether or not I can get just a bit closer. Vwaki reaches up with an obviously broken hand that has bones sticking out and pulls up his mask of bone. A wide smile is on the demon's face made of blue skin, almost as if it is mocking me, even if I know it isn't. I've learned a bit about this Vwaki over our wild goose chase. It just wants a good fight to improve with, and I noticed that about halfway through as it stopped trying to hit anything other than my head. It learned where my weakness was and went for it, and in response, I have several bruises over my skull from grazes and one spot on the side of my head that is bleeding profusely. The definite conclusion doesn't help as my vision swims with the demon smiling at me with its pale face. I just stand in this kind of limbo for a second or two as my body waves back and forth. But as my loopy eyes run over the shoulder of the demon and spot Dakota, who is now lying next to the unconscious Blake, I regain some energy. I tread the very fine line that is ether over saturation, and I hang from it acrobatically as I use Indefatigable and, for a split second, take a move out of Vwaki's book. As the energy, like a cup of coffee dipped into my veins, enters me, I shift daydream from my arm that is guarding me against the bloody palm and place it on my leg. Then, I start my step before shifting it back. The deft manipulation of ether is only possible because of the time locked in my dream. All that was needed was to lift my leg as I let gravity do the rest. I get closer to Vwaki, close enough to hit him, and I feel something click. The barrier seems to have been broken. The film of paper disappears instantly. But before I can follow up and strike the demon with all I have, the demon uses the only finger left on his body that is not broken and flicks me in the forehead. I can see the chains shatter on his finger as he does so. I scarcely notice the impact before my vision goes black alongside a choppy voice. Worthy but not enough. Proud. Vwaki best. 149. Philosopher. The strike to my head with its released finger elicits a crack along my forehead, and I can feel my skull fracture as the impact cuts off my vision. The bone inside my head feels odd, as if someone is hovering a finger right in front of my forehead, only 1,000 times more severe and painful. But as I begin to stumble backward because of my head flying back, the demon speaks again. Vwaki best. You close. Oh, Assassinate needs help. The sound of the demon speaking and the broken words coming from it make my shaking and trembling brain synthesize some kinds of thoughts, visions, and memories as everything begins to break down. Despite my eyes not working from the impact on my brain, a world created only of chains appears from behind my eyes as I realize something. I've underestimated chain eyes this whole time. Everything within hundreds of feet is revealed to my blinded eyes. I'm given so much information that my damaged mind can barely comprehend it all. But I do know one thing. The outline of the demon. Thin chains cover every part of its body as thick ones cover its wounded hands. The truth of the world. Ponderer and observer of reality. Only at the very edge of death do I understand what it meant. Time seems to slow as my brain shuts off, yet everything is revealed to my eyes. The philosopher's eyes see all truth. You just have to close your eyes to realize what lies beyond. I was naive to think my first skill, my foundation, was so shallow. More lies in the depths of chain eyes, just as more depth remains for all skills. You merely have to dive and find it. I take everything I've learned about ether and hike it up to 11, pushing all my knowledge into chain eyes at once, elevating the speed of ether going to my eyes, the number of streams, and imbuing my will into each of them to give the bits of ether my sigil signature. All the while, I intricately twist the ether into braids for more power. Everything moves in long frames, each second extending into a minute as the instinctual parts of my brain try to find a way to survive, but I can only observe. My eyes go into detail about Vwaki, and I learn more about this demon. I sense its limits, insecurities, and what it does not think it can accomplish. This sense is shallow, but within this extended time, I gain clarity. Vwaki seems to worry that it is not enough, that it is weaker than the hierarch over their fighting chief Birdie. I don't know where that word comes from, but my eyes, no, my mind, tell me it's true. It also realizes that it is wounded, that it pushed itself to the limit, both in ether and physical strength. Any more effort, and it will die just as the human is doing so in front of it. It doesn't seem to regret it, however. Vwaki has some weird sense of honor and dignity that I didn't know could exist within demons, but I seem to understand its point of view, how it sees reality as well. I am a philosopher, after all, and my own ability surprises me as, for a split second, I see myself through the demon's eyes. A human falls backward with a burst of blood coming from its forehead, and literally every single other piece of flesh it has. Its hand is wide open, the machete it held broken and now falling to the ground. It sees me as an obstacle to overcome in its path to triumph. It seems to have lofty goals, but I cannot learn them. I'm just a philosopher, after all, not a mind reader. I can only see what they see. Wait, no, I'm a daydreamer, too, right? How much of my sigil have I ignored due to lack of experimentation? How much does everyone miss because of that? I doubt Earl misses anything, but I do not know. What I do know is that without even realizing it, I begin to imagine a world where I am not falling. One where my fist clenches and my feet stabilize. One where I put my whole body and all of my ether from my gasp into an explosion to slay this demon just as injured as me. My perspective stays with the demon as it begins to turn around. assuming that I am dead from my wounds that would end any human 10 times over. The strike to the skull was the final straw in its eyes. That mode of thinking makes sense, but I have my own, and I can visualize the future of my thinking, of my philosophy with my very mind. And then, all it takes is for me to struggle for it. My iron heart allows me to persevere past what should be humanly possible. The will turns into a strength that flows through my veins, muscles, and body. Only at the very edge of death, and on the brink of being able to advance to the wondrous realm, do I truly understand my first 3 sigils. I've been relying on my absolution and just pure toughness alongside the help of the bloody palm this whole time. Chain Eyes has simply been to see if people are dangerous. Daydream has been supremely useful but limited in function. I've never really thought to use it for anything besides protecting my mind or quick enhancements in strength. Ironheart is similar. Struggler Defiance, I feel, only exists because of my absolution in the first place. Had I not had the absolution, for some reason, I think I would have only gotten Ironheart. I know not how I reached this truth, but at the boundary of death with my eyes closed, much is revealed to me in spiraling thoughts that question the world. I've been far too restrictive in my use of my skills due to a lack of imagination, and that's what a philosopher is all about, right? Testing boundaries, both of themselves and the world, with their creativity to see how far they can go. In contrast, all I've done is beat my fists against a wall, hoping it will budge, never contemplating why the wall was there, or if there is a way around it. I may be a moribund struggler, but that does not mean I have to die just yet. The philosopher's world is built upon truth and imagination. The daydreamer's dreams are not real. The struggler fights against that world's truth while reaching for those dreams. I take a risk, and if this leap of faith fails, then I am certainly dead. But only one future exists for me, the one where I do as the cabin says. I perceive the truth of the world, dream of a better one, and struggle for that world. Never before have I truly done what it asked. I might have perceived, I might have dreamed, I might have struggled, but I've never done all of them together. I sit at the very edge of ether saturation, a region of threat and caution I've grown so used to over the past months. It's almost become a friend at this point. My feet dangle off the side of the wall that keeps my body safe. My limit for ether. I've gone past my body's limit, but another yet remains. And as I feel another sense of a paper-thin bubble wrap around my mind, I slide myself off, taking every ounce of ether I have and forcing it into a trio of skills. My dying brain, with a lack of oxygen, blood, and sustenance, cannot achieve what I ask of it, but I do not care. I push even further as I jump off that wall of the sanctuary, pushing off with my legs into the void, daring it to devour me. I can feel my eyes burn with ether as Chain Eyes is pushed beyond its normal limits, ether flowing through the normal pattern at 10 times what it normally does. I push it even further as I send 24 strands of ether into it all at once, each demanding the skill to work on their own. Then, a final push comes as I twist the ether all at once, braiding it another time for even more power. Instantly, the perspective of the demon grows clear as I lose a direct connection to my body. Only the chains of my body are what I can see. I can feel my mind overheat with effort as a scene replays in my imagination over and over again. Daydream relentlessly combats reality by imagining a new one where I am instead killing the demon instead of dying. All the while, it also defends me from the bloody palm. Ironheart allows me to not only split my thoughts, but also my skills. Why would a philosopher be limited in breadth? Any question can be pondered, any reality thought of, any chain resisted. I can feel my soul or my will. I'm unsure if there is a difference. Burn in agony, as it is the carrier of all this effort. The will of the moribund struggler heaves with effort as I finally see something change in this incredibly slow-motion word that Chain Eyes has given me at the brink of death. No, it's not Chain Eyes that has given me this slowness. That is simply what happens upon the death of the mind. Everything slows as the mind grasps for any way to save itself. Good thing the philosopher uses that very mind to do so. The demon stops turning as it senses movement from my body, and I can feel its confusion and inability to understand. It can only watch in weakness and slowness as my body moves, and I do the same. I do not control my body right now. It is my dream and will that does so. I merely watch from the perspective of the demon as every part of me shudders, a carriage on its final journey. My right leg, which looks more like a turkey leg after a meal, puts an inhuman amount of pressure on the ground, cracking the dirt and stabilizing my fall. My daydream and Ironheart forcing it to hold together by further weakening the chains on my leg. Then, I see my back and chest bulge with strength, bone shards falling out with the movement alongside thin streams of blood as my arm is pulled back. All the while, my head is still flung back as my whole body moves like a puppet of some being's will. Of my will, I feel a huge amount of resistance as my whole body is put into a punch. The demon can only stand still as I move faster than its weakened body can react. I twist with such power that I can feel the wind move from the surface of the demon's skin as this fist of mine approaches the demon and mine's shared vision. Then, just before the fist slams into the demon's stomach, I feel the chains on my body abruptly tighten in strength as everything from my struggler's gasp is funneled into my fist into an explosion. My entire body slows to a crawl, but the ether within my body does not. The bloody palm, saturated in so much ether that even it can only tremble, collides with the demon's stomach softly as my whole body is abruptly restrained from the movement of struggler's gasp's ether. But that's part of the plan. My dream ended with its death, not injury. A split second after the soft impact of my knuckle against the demon's stomach, I open my palm and press ironbound against it as the ether is detonated. An explosion of ether so concussive occurs that my entire arm is blown backward, the bloody palm being severely injured with only a single finger remaining. I realize as it transpires that had it been an average arm, I'd be a cripple right now. A quiet scream comes from within me of the dark agony of the bloody palm's pain as a view reaches me from the demon. It slowly looks down at its stomach and allows me to see the aftermath from its perspective. A hole the size of a coffee table has been blown into its belly, reaching from its hips to its shoulders. Liquid falls in clumps so huge that the demon instantly realizes its death. But unlike the death of Hura, it doesn't seem angry or prideful. It seems to die with dignity as its final act is raising its broken arm and placing a finger covered in its watery-like blood against my forehead, as if it was happy to have fought me, as if in another time, another place, another world, we would have been rivals. Its lips move, but no sound comes out of its annihilated lungs. I am only able to generally learn its existence from the perspective I share. The thing is that it is much more detailed than the words it says. I feel the concept of a pyramid of darkness where one has to climb to survive. A monster chases them relentlessly, and if they stop for a moment, they die. And this person that nearly died in that pyramid of darkness found a way to keep moving forward from another that saved it from the darkness. This other being taught it how to fight, not the actual techniques, but how to treat others with honor, how to enjoy a fight to the greatest extent as that is all it would receive. I only get a single picture in my mind as Vwaki's vision goes black, and I return to darkness. A young Volcar is pulled up by a bear covered in white feathers adorned with a beak instead of a maw. And behind that bear stood a legion of demons, each with a face somehow beaming with a brand of inhuman pride. Before I can understand the many thoughts and feelings that come from the demon, darkness returns, and I fall to the ground on top of the demon's corpse. After I slam into the ground, the feeling of collapse fully returns to me as I come back to my body. Chain Eyes allowed me to see from another perspective and see how they saw the world. It also protected me from the pain and agony of a body heading fast toward death. The ether in my body has far eclipsed what I can normally handle. I'm just glad that the strike to my head has still left me blind, so I don't have to see my body melting apart from the ether. As I lay here, though, I feel a resonance deep within the core of my sigil, and I am reminded of the philosopher sigil within the demon. If I advance, the ether problem will fix itself as it has before. A unique benefit of the philosopher's path of Sigillus. But how? I can't move, and I'm stuck in the dark. How will I reach the sigil? It is likely underneath me somewhere in the demon's body, but I am immobile and can't grab it. Maybe I can use ether to pull it to me, but that will just make me fall apart faster, and time is ticking. But it's precisely because time is ticking that I should do that. I can't see it, though. I stopped using ether the second that I finished explosion due to the pain, so I only have one option. I can feel my whole being neural in the effort, shredding my brain apart, as I force ether through my body and into my eyes, forcing chain eyes into existence. But as the ether wages a war of scorched earth toward my eyes, I feel everything from my core to my pupils turn to mush alongside torture, so piercing that I feel my focus get ripped apart. My brain itself is being turned to fleshy goo from the ether that rips it apart from the inside. Barely am I able to recover before I'm given an impossibly short glimpse of the world in a view of black and white lit up only by luminous chains. But in that short glimpse, I see a blinding light beneath me near the demon's right elbow. It's Sigil. Once more, I force ether from my core through my ruined body toward my hand as I create leash and throw the construct of ether at where the light was. Agony racks through me once more as I feel so lightheaded I forget what I'm doing. My thoughts stagnate, and I stop existing entirely to myself. Only when the presence of a three-sided sigil with one side being metamorphosed enters my mind from the leash do I remember and frantically pull the familiar one into me. The second I do so, I feel instantaneous relief to my very soul and pressure on the soles of my feet as if I was standing. Slowly, almost unbelievingly, I open my eyes, revealing a dark but familiar cabin to my eyes. Dark purple light radiates in from the outside, but no threat exists. No changes have occurred either to this place despite the fact I've advanced into a new realm of being. Or at least, that's what's meant to happen at fourth sigil. I let out a breath I've been holding for far too long. Only no air comes out. I'm in the cabin, after all. This place isn't real, at least not like a physical place. This exists only in the soul, a manifestation of our paths by a long-dead god. A short moment of me breathing in and out air that doesn't exist is the only thing in existence for me. Just a few moments of calm after what happened is what I need. The only place where I can think and spend time is here, for time seems to stop within the cabin. My thoughts fly at incredible speed now that my messy, concussed, and heavily damaged brain is no longer slowing them down. I can't believe I limit myself so heavily in my sigil skills. How did I never figure out chain eyes could do that? Have I really never closed my eyes with them active? Or is it that I've never been put in a situation where I had no other way to see the world than the skill itself? I guess I've never been blinded, nor have I tried to use an ocular skill with my eyes closed. I don't know, but what I do know is that I need to be more explorative in my skills. I feel like I'm learning too much. Most people only have a few and develop them to their very limits, creating incredibly powerful combinations and effects. Like Virgil only has half a dozen or so skills, but he uses them so adeptly and perfectly that it seems like he has 10 times as many. His darkness is used to fight, hide, move, and stay safe. Meanwhile, it seems I have one skill for each thing, and they don't even seem to do a good job at that thing. It takes multiple of mine to do what other people can do in one, and even if that's not the case, they can adeptly combine the skills they have to create new effects. Otto is a great example of this. He has dozens of skills and combines them to create hard-to-beat skills. I have neither of those attributes. The closest I come to combining skills is what I just did, using Chain Eyes, Daydream, and Ironheart to reverse a would-be death. Does that count as a quilt? Maybe. I think I have to use them better in unison for that. I could feel there was room for improvement. A lot. I think that fighting someone using their own perspective alongside my own would be incredibly powerful. I can't read their mind, but I can slowly understand their mode of thinking, how they see the world. With that, I don't have to directly battle reality and force it to my will. I only have to change the world they see slightly enough to give myself an edge. While I stand here thinking, the small glow from the tome in front of me on the purple wood table seems to beckon me, eliciting me to walk toward it without even noticing. And as I stumble into the table, my eyes are drawn to the lines of words already written into the page with an indecipherable glow that enters my mind directly. The reader of this page has proven themselves, in all the ways they possibly could. You have achieved release, your fourth sigil toward freedom and toward limitlessness. You now walk toward your inevitable freedom. You have completed a single act of absolution. As such, your sigil will be slightly shifted to fit and mold with your old. The ebbing captive. A single question remains for your metamorphosis, my dear captive, for only the philosopher may make this accord over their truth and future. Do you prefer to see others' perspectives, delve into your own dreams, or stand tall with a perspective of your own? 150. Perspective. I spend a few moments digesting the new name of my sigil. Ebbing captive. My eyes roam the tome in front of me, tasting in the name of it through the text that can only be understood, not read. Quite an ominous and restrictive name. Huh? But I think I can see what it's alluding to even now. My chains are begging to ebb away from me now that I have gained my release. Not that I know what that even entails, though. And there is only one way I'll find out. By answering the question given to me by the cabin and seeing the details of my new sigil. I rub my hands as I would at a campfire before rereading the question proposed. Do you prefer to see others' perspectives, delve into your own dreams, or stand tall with a perspective of your own? The cabin says this question will matter for my metamorphosis, but how? Why? Doesn't a metamorphosis enhance a part of you with ether? It says that I have this choice because I'm a philosopher, but that makes me wonder what other people's metamorphosis is like. What is the difference between us that gives me this choice? Are there other choices that people get that I don't? Probably. That doesn't matter, though. Not to me. What matters is what each of these choices will entail, and after my recent awakening to the true nature of my sigil, I think I understand the options. The first, choosing that I prefer to see other perspectives, will likely enhance my eyes, and maybe specifically chain eyes. I heard from Otto and Blake that the improvement of your metamorphosis that imbues an aspect of you with ether has the biggest impact on the skill that uses that part of you. An example was Johnny. His eyes were the point of his metamorphosis, allowing his vision to break through the human limit at all times, with no skill needed. Most need to use ether to see things far away or react quickly, but his eyes alone do it for him. The second choice, delving into my own dreams, is a bit vaguer. I can deduce that it will improve daydream, but what part of me specifically will it improve? Sleep? Is that something that can be improved? Sounds a bit too abstract. Maybe a part of my brain? I don't know. I don't know a lot. And there is little point in asking for others' input as this sigil is so rare. I've seen dozens of everything else except for philosopher and gambler, where it is 4 and 2, respectively. Although I have a hunch that my reason for seeing so many of my own sigil is my resonance with it and my absolution. The theory of sigil resonant attraction, or whatever it is called, is probably why I've seen it more than gambler. That and the second one was delivered by Johnny. The third, however, stand tall with a perspective of my own. If the first was chain eyes and the second daydream, I'd wager a guess that this one is either Struggler's Defiance or Ironheart. However, because the first two are normal sigil skills, it is likely Ironheart that the cabin is alluding to. That choice would likely enhance my will even further and my resistance to illusions, mind control, and the variety of terrible things that come with attacks on the will. Which is the best? Eyes, dreams, or will? My immediate guess is leaning toward will. One of these days, I'm going to fight Alexos and kill him, and a more powerful Ironheart that can keep both my body intact and illusions away from me will be vital. Enhancing Daydream isn't really needed, as it does its job quite well as it is. And now that I know I can split the focus with Ironheart, it will be even more useful. Chain Eyes, however, something deep down tells me this is a crossroads, choosing between how I see the world and how I resist it. On one hand, Chain Eyes feels like the weakest link amongst all my skills, only useful for the quick notice of someone's number of sigils, but with my recent discovery, everything changes. Seeing from someone else's eyes is an incredibly useful ability and completely redeems the sigil skill that I at first thought was far weaker than all else. I can't control them or anything, but the reconnaissance and combat utility is massive. Combined with Ironheart, which can split my focus, I can fight and see from the enemy's perspective or watch over an ally. This revelation is so huge I honestly should change the name of the skill, but that can wait until later. If I choose Ironheart, I will become tougher and more resilient, but that's about it, right? All my recent fights have been proving that while my toughness is powerful, it is slowly being beaten down without the bloody palm to help me. My toughness is no longer as useful as it once was. As Johnny said, I'm slowly killing myself. I think the utility and possibility that Chain Eyes can give is far greater. There is also the matter of fighting Alexos, but I think that Chain Eyes can help there too. I've been using the skill wrong this whole time. I figure with my eyes closed and becoming a ponderer and observer of reality, as the cabin put it, I can see through illusions using that world of only chains that was bestowed to me just before. That's it, right? My choice? I think so. Something about answering questions to this unliving tome just feels wrong. even if it only has helped me understand my sigil so far. I take a deep breath before speaking my answer out loud with a firm decision. I want to see the world from different perspectives. If I am to be a philosopher, I should act like one. Only by seeing others suffering can I keep my sanity in this mad world. Even if it might make me a bit too empathetic with my enemy, I'll just have to steel my resolve to not give mercy where it is undeserved. Devil knows Alexos won't get it. I prefer to see from others' perspectives. My quiet yet stern voice enters the empty and dim cabin, echoing off of the dark wood around me seemingly endlessly. I look around at the cabin around me as the echo grows quieter and more distorted as seconds pass in tension. Then, just as the echo seems to disappear entirely, the words shift and come back to me with different words from what I said, yet in my own voice and at a similar volume. I prefer to watch from your perspective. The weird words and unsettling distortion of my words make me look around, confused. I search for something, anything at all in the cabin that might have done that, but nothing exists. The cabin is empty, barring the table and tome in the center. I look around for a bit longer, but the shifting colors of the words on the tome draw my attention back. Shaking my head, thinking I must just be imagining things, I look at the tome once more. The words shift to the normal information regarding my sigil as it is all funneled into my mind. The ponderer and observer of reality, the dreamer of what could be, the struggler against the world that holds all down. Your fourth sigil towards freedom and toward limitlessness. You are no longer simple. You are now wondrous. You have taken a step beyond your race. Many yet exist, but you have proven your efforts, will, and ambition. The ebbing captive, the prisoner in a world where none know they are chained, able to fight against the world of the chained, the dreamless, and the willless, able to release yourself from your chains momentarily, limited only by perception, imagination, and will. You may enhance aspects of yourself, bones, muscles, skin, ears, eyes, and even the heart. You may release yourself to grow in capability. But be aware a captive is still in jail even if they get free of their chains. Bounds will always exist until you become limitless. Your limit of channeled ether has burgeoned further than any other in your position. For the captive's only escape is self-improvement. You have achieved a metamorphosis of being. No longer are you a mere speck in the vastness of the endless. You have grown from being a small, insignificant creature to one that has a small modicum of power. A feat impressive for one such as your kind in such little time. Your choice has changed your future, as all choices do. But this one holds a special meaning. Your eyes, the windows to the soul. For all your life, you have used them instead of your imagination to perceive. That is no longer an option. Your imagination and vision will now forever be overlaid. The pondering philosopher holds all the power within their small, unreal worlds. But when a struggle arrives, you may grasp that which is unreal and make it real. Your eyes, your eyes, your eyes. All eyes are special, but some more so than others. As with all who reach this point, I am overjoyed to congratulate you. But there are always caveats. A simple warning is all I can leave you, or else what remains risks discovery. Not all things should be pondered, not all things imagined, and most certainly not all things perceived. One final boon exists for my dear ebbing captive. Your absolution is growing, ever closing the distance toward the singularity of change. Now, all who are near your gasp of defiance shall ebb, for as your chains weaken, theirs shall tighten. May your journey, while certainly filled with distractions, be glorious, long, and worthy of my aid. The absolute inundation of information almost makes me buckle over. My sweaty hands clamp down on the wood of the table as I struggle to stay standing amidst the hurricane in my mind. So much was funneled into me from the tome in such a small amount of time, and I'm struggling to recover. But after a few moments of silence, except for the panting of my lungs, I begin to return to normal and asses what my new sigil entails. The ebbing captive is quite interesting. I finally gained my first sigil skill with the main purpose of strengthening my physical body. Sure, I have strugglers gasp and defiance, but they are both from my absolution and are in a league of their own. Not just that, but this one likely has just as much depth as my other three. I just have to explore it. I think that might be the biggest weakness of the philosopher. The skills are vague and nearly useless without deep experimentation and thought. Though, it makes sense regarding the name. Being able to release a part of my body from its chains and potentially increase its efficiency tens of times has incredible potential. It specifically says I can use it for organs, so that will be a huge boon for keeping my heart beating. There is surely a limit, however, and I'll have to find the limit. That's not all either. Two other things exist besides the common enhancement of my ether limit, the enhancement of my eyes, and Struggler's Gasp, where all other sigils gain strength, speed, endurance, or some vague concept alongside additional skills. I am merely given a higher limit to my ether and left to my own pondering. The freedom is nice, but a more clear direction could be helpful. Enough of that, though. The enhancement to my eyes is curious. Having my imagination and vision overlaid is something I can only experience once I leave, but I reckon it will help me quite a lot. I can see it indirectly helping Daydream and Ironheart by giving them clearer instructions as well. Finally, the additional effect of tightening the restraints on those nearby my gasp of air will be massive. Strengthening myself and weakening others is all I can really ask for, right? I also pay attention to the cabin's warning as I find it odd how human-like it is sometimes. This place was built by a god in their final moments of sanity. The thought weirds me out and makes me want to leave. Despite the fact I will be leaving the calm of the cabin, I need to get out like usual. Dakota is badly hurt, and Blake's condition is unknown. I need to help them out. To do so, I look at the tome and the words left on the page on the right. I also glance at the new look of my sigil. A trio of eyes exists in shifting motion with chains tightly wrapped around two of them, while the third one somehow appears bloodshot. Besides that large sigil, comprised of three, rests a normal philosopher, the sigil forcing the other three to merge. Interesting. These images truly make not a turd of sense in a shitstorm. I ignore the images and feel the information flow into my mind. A captive is able to use their unique perspective and strengths to reach for freedom in a freedomless world. But for a captive to grow further, they must release their mind alongside their body. And to be prepared to do so, they must find an answer to the captive's metaphor. If our own minds limit our perception of reality, then how can we ever know what is truly real? To begin anew, my ebbing captive, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came. I take a deep breath after committing the next metaphor to memory, and I place my hand and mind within my sigil. Johnny Caldwell. Racked with pain and weariness, I force myself to stand from the recent tumble I was sent on by this Stikini's minor attack. I and Silas have mostly been fighting off the other demons to allow Birdie to fight without distraction, but this Stikini is too powerful for her. Chief Birdie is the only reason Silas and I are still alive, however, but that doesn't seem to be something that will last much longer as I see Birdie's undead and pale face covered in sweat. Her fires of undeath in her eye sockets are dim and show signs of flickering like dying embers, signs that she is running out of ether, the substance that sustains those given the gift by death. For the living, it is merely how we fight. For them, it's their lives. I checked my left arm, the main point of impact from when I was sent flying and slammed into the ground from the Stickney's roar. It has been unnaturally and indeed broken, something that will likely take a while for me to heal. With a short curse aloud, I put my right hand with downpour against my chest as I make sure my heart is still beating with a few pulses of ether. Damn it, we're getting our asses kicked. This demon is far more powerful than Hura, dozens of times in fact, and I'm only a side piece to this whole thing alongside Silas. Just barely are we even helpful to Birdie. Silas has been using his money like nothing else, and he's rapidly running out. Birdie's light, defenses, and healing are helpful, but they can't solve the problem. This Stikini is intelligent, powerful, and way out of our league. Birdie has already used her power, a dome of closing light that will crush any within, and the Stikini replied with its own power. A deluge of acidic water came out of the demon-turned bear and held the dome of light at bay until Birdie had to let go. Demons have more ether available than humans, after all, especially the undead, who have to use a large portion to keep themselves together at all times. From there, the demon now has a cloak of water that it has condensed to protect it and attack in its stead, probably an application of its power. The cloak turns into a tsunami of water at random times, including right now, as I command ether into my hands, both the broken and uninjured one with fanfire, rapid fire, soft step, and gloves. I use the quilted skills to momentarily let me push off of the liquid and jump over the wave with only a bit of lost skin on the surface of my hands. Silas throws a coin in the air and jumps to stand on it as the water flows underneath him, eroding everything underneath, and Birdie just creates a wall of light that is able to block the water. But it quickly siphons back to the center where the Stakini stands. Only now that the water is gone, the demon seems to have returned to its true form. The female demon appears ethereal, almost ghostly, with skin as pale as freshly fallen snow. She stands short and slender, opposite to her form as a bear. Her body is draped in a flowing white robe that has a cloak of water that billows out behind her like a cloud. Her face is covered by a thin mist, and her hood only allows me to see her bright eyes, piercing bulbs of icy blue that seem to glow with demonic intensity. As she moves, taking a single step toward Birdie, Silas, and me, wisps of steam rise from her form, twisting and curling around her like a veil. The cloak formed from her power seems to swirl and shift of its own accord, as if it has a life of its own. A light yet imposing voice comes from the demon, causing me to look around for the first time since our battle began. Looks as though we four are finally alone. The worthy to fight the worthy. How splendid. I cannot wait to grow even further. May I learn your names, humans? We have danced long enough that I, Sakinet, am willing to commit you to memory. I don't truly comprehend the second part of what she says as I look around. All the Volcar around us are also dead. I only killed the ones nearest, which were some 5th and 6th Sigils. I'm unsure how that came about, but I don't think of it as it aids us. Only 3 humans, Silas, Birdie, and I. All the others, including the undead, are either taken out or unconscious from injury. Even the seemingly indomitable Graves is unmoving, though I do sense a higher quality of ether from him. It seems as though he took a step forward. Good. Should we make it out of this alive, his increased prowess will be crucial. I am also quite impressed by the demon he felled, a 5th Sigil Volcar. Inhuman for a young 3rd Sigil to do so, but I guess with an absolution and being a Graves, it's not impossible. His mentor could have done the same. Only makes sense. Does make me worry a bit now, though, that he's catching up to me. I'll have to prove something soon if I don't want to be caught by a child. Either the answer to how does the use of a gun require one to sacrifice empathy for the sake of power, or to can the skill of marksmanship be seen as an art form, or is it purely a means to an end? But before I can even ruminate on my answers, I hear Silas' voice echo in the dry air of the underworld. I am Silas, the Wisher. Would say I'm glad to meet such a fine lady, but you have quite the bite and won't even show your face. The demon giggles gracefully in response to Silas and gives him an offer. If you're willing to join me, I could let you see what lies underneath. I glare at Silas as the man starts messing around just a bit, even at such a risky juncture. I've learned over the past week, though, that humor is his way of dealing with stress. Oh ho ho, and what exactly am I looking under? I tighten the grip on Downpour as I start collating my ether into a bullet. True Shot is the only thing that can hurt her. The bullet's speed, stopping power, and accuracy are near impossible to dodge as long as I have a target in sight. Something tells me, however, that my eye of gold might be needed, so I start preparing that as well. A demon turning into its true form with a power active is never a good sign, especially when the angel on your side's power has been countered. Sakinet takes another step forward as I hear uncovered footsteps against the dry ground of no man's land. The demon waves her arms to the sides with a billow of mist, the cloak of water behind her changing shape to a giant bear. The bear made out of see-through acidic water roars into the air, causing heart palpitations in my chest just as Sakinet speaks to us once more, almost making it impossible to hear her. Why? We have all the time in the world. Why don't we enjoy it? I'll show you some real fun by the time we're done, Mr. Silas. Your 2 friends don't seem very welcoming and only serve to prevent our fun, however. So what do you say I remove them? 151. Wishing well. Johnny Caldwell. I jump to the right as the back of my mind roars in alarm. A tendril of water seemingly materializes beside me, crashing into the ground and melting the ground several inches downward in a wide circle. Some of the water splashes onto me as I roll away, and I'm forced to rip off parts of my clothes for fear of being burnt by the acid. I quickly look up to see what Sakinet is doing, and I noticed Birdie was also attacked by a tendril of water from the bear. The only thing she uses to defend against its onslaught is a wall of light formed by ether. It works, but I can hear sizzling sounds come from both the wall and the ground beneath it. A glance at the bear also tells me that it is a bit smaller after detaching water from it to attack us. Not much, but it at least holds credence to a theory of mine. Powers are, well, immensely powerful, but they all have restrictions. Mine is pretty obvious and severe. Blindness after use. Wyatt's is a severe weakness, although I believe, because he got it so early, it slowly is removing some of the drawbacks. He started only being able to use one use of his future power before nearing his limit, and now he's at 2. Silas is unclear, but I figure the cost of use is a limit in itself. Birdie's requires her to stand still alongside a torrent of ether to supply. The restriction she creates is quite significant and hard to break, however. I squint my eye as I watch Sakinet walk gracefully towards Silas, the demon somehow having a human-like charm to her movements. The habits, rituals, and cultures of demons are odd. Some seem to have virtually no morals and zero limits like Hura, whereas these demons here have some kind of honor. I've caught several glances of the stronger Volcar giving an enemy a weapon when they are unarmed or handicapping themselves for a fight. It's weird, and I can only imagine the source is this angel in front of me. The powerful are usually the ones who set the standards, and I can't imagine it's any different with demons. No, it's probably even worse. My considerations and thoughts are redirected as the bear sends several more tendrils of its acidic water toward me. I jump, duck, dodge, and weave around each of these streams, but some of the liquid still manages to land on me. More and more of my leather coat, cloth shirt, and cloths pants are cut away to prevent myself from being acid burned, but a few splotches get on my arm. The stinging pain seems to dig deep into my flesh as a sizzle touches my ears and a gnarly smell invades my nose. I push the discomfort aside as I see Birdie get the primary assault from the bear, slowly losing substance. Sprinting along a circular pattern around Birdie and the bear, I rapid fire and release as many bullets into the construct of ether as I can. I also try to use Deadeye's gaze to use its paralyzing effect on the bear, but it seems to have no effect. The bear has no mind to scare, after all. My bullets do seem to help, however, ripping out chunks of water with every shot, but that's not always a good thing. It also means that more and more of the ground is being covered with acidic water. Chief Birdie does her best to restrain and destroy the bear, but it's taking us a while to whittle it down entirely. In the meantime, Silas is running for his life and doing everything in his power to keep himself alive as Sakinet comes for him. The female demon moves like a wraith, catching up to him at every opportunity, but the hoarder of gold seems to somehow get out of her grasp with his words and gold. Hey, we don't need to fight, right? Can't you just leave us alone? I know I attacked you first, but come on. Sakinet merely giggles as she pauses for a moment in her chase. She then reveals a twisted sense of chivalry and honor. Why, that's never how you should treat a lady. Where is your chivalry? If a lady wants to dance, you should oblige. If a lady wants to learn, you should teach. And if a lady wants you dead, you should stand still and die. The white robe on the demon explodes with air as Sakinet practically teleports in front of Silas with her insane speed. It's so abrupt in movement that it feels like I'm seeing Darkstep in her element. The second I notice her move, however, I turn away from Birdie to help Silas. The undead seems as though he's about to die to the demon's ministrations. I fire a dozen fast bullets at Sakinet, and a tendril from the bear jumps into the way of my bullets, slowing the projectiles to a crawl by the time they break through. Fuck. If I can't shoot her from here, then I need to at least get close enough for Golden Eye, or actually hit her. My feet burst with power as ether forms soft step and swift. I run with all my swiftness to get close to Silas as he fights up close with the demon to no avail. She swipes at him with a robed arm, and from the air within the sleeve of the robe comes a scream of pressurized air, one that makes my footstep land rockily due to the pain in my chest. I only stumble for a second, however, as I stabilize my chest with ether, pushing out the foreign and replacing it with my own. Silas doesn't seem to be able to do so as he clutches at his chest and backs up with obvious pain in his eyes. The lack of distance seems to make the heart attack, I don't know, way stronger. She swings at him with the other arm so that he can't dodge or fight back with a heart attack. and I see claws emerge from her nails, slicing a quartet of lines across the undead's throat. Then, she twists and kicks him right in the chest, the torso of Silas denting inward so much that it sticks out the back from the angel's power. At this point, I finally get close enough to see her clearly without any chance of the bear interrupting me. I've gone around it, and it's focused on Birdie. The coast is clear to use my absolution if needed, and I raise Downpour toward the demon as she leans down and picks Silas up by the neck. But even near another death, Silas seems to have a powerful will that holds him together. A destroyed torso and slit throat doesn't stop him from reaching into his pocket and pulling out a coin. I try to distract Sakinet, realizing what he's about to do. I put every skill I have towards shooting into Downpour as I fire nonstop at Sakinet. True shot, fanfire, rapid fire, curving, armor piercing. All my skills are quilt into a series of bullets that are my strongest weapon, but in the face of an angel, a single sixth sigil's most powerful move is not enough. The torrent of bullets is stopped by a similarly powerful torrent of air. Motherfucker, not again. I try to force even more ether into Downpour, but the Colt starts showing signs of overheating and damage. Instead, I keep the current distraction up and focus my eyes on her, preparing to use Golden Eye. Sakinet seems to share some sigils and abilities with Hura, but they are vastly different. His emphasis is on lighting and storms. Hers appears to be on water, acid, and internal damage. Sakinet keeps one arm toward me, constantly bursting out wind that reduces my bullets to small pellets instead of lethal projectiles. And as she does so, she looks at Silas and speaks to him softly. I can't hear the words over the sound of gunfire, but I do see that Silas' whole body tenses up. He is then lifted into the air as the fog from Sakinet's face streams out and goes straight for Silas' face, invading his mouth, eye sockets, and nose. While he is being attacked by some unknown force of ether, I am in the process of turning back time with my eye. Blindness is a terrible price to pay, especially after I just got my sight back yesterday. But if one of us dies, the rest will fall quickly. But before I can rewind Sakinet and me, Silas lifts a bloody arm holding a single coin resting on his thumb. Through the fog entering his mouth and doing whatever it is that it does, he speaks. I wish for you to die. The coin is flicked off of his hand and instantly ignites like the fuse of a stick of dynamite. All the gold covering Silas does the same as Sakinet's body moves in surprise. She doesn't let go of the man, however, and continues her attack with the fog. For a split second, it looks like all Silas's absolution skill does is look like a shiny pillar of gold, but out of nowhere, the light disappears as if it was never there. Then, like a bullet, no, it's way faster than a bullet, like the speed of light, something that none can ever hope to beat. The coin he flicked into the air shoots through the air and goes straight through the body of Sakinet. The demon drops Silas as a yowl of pain comes from her. Blood streams out of a large hole put into her chest through her robe. Silas' wishes are pretty interesting. No matter the wish, somehow, the coin he flicks has to be the one to perform the wish, so they are a bit restricted in usage. And in the vein of restrictive usage, I get an idea that streams through my mind for the first time ever. These eyes of mine, they can be used for more than protection. Attacking is always possible as well. My golden eye shifts to Silas' falling form as he goes limp. Whatever she did to him is severe enough to paralyze the man, and I force my absolution into action. I feel that familiar feeling enter my whole body, the odd sensation of simultaneously being in two places at once, 2 times at once, and I watch in amazement, as usual, as Silas and I revert to how we both were just a second or two ago before once more entering darkness. However, as usual, the rest of the world remains the same. The howl of pain from Sakinet still rings in my ears. The only difference is that now Silas no longer has that fog around his mouth and speaks as sarcastically as usual. He seems to have recovered quite quickly from the rewind. I suppose he was expecting it. Nice moves you got there, Witch. You might have all the time in the world, but there are men with just a little bit more. And the right place at the right time makes all the difference, you know? I hear a clink of a coin as my assumption becomes true. Goldeneye rewinds, even the effect of ether. Silas can use his wishing well more, and I can hear the flick of the coin as he repeats his previous move, the sound of the metal so clear and resounding. As he does so, however, Sakinet recovers and roars at him with a banshee's cry. Why won't you join me? I wish your power would break. Following Silas' wish, I hear a deafening sonic boom before a loud splash of water. Then a half-second later, the sound of Birdie using her power, dome, reaches me as well, or the lack thereof, as everything within it, including Sakinet, goes silent. Unable to see anything, I can only listen and regain my sense of seeing without sight from before. It's incredibly hard to do so and requires intense focus, but it will take me a few minutes to get back into the groove of it, even with Deadeye's gaze helping the lack of vision a bit by enhancing my hearing. What I am able to make sense of is Silas' sigh of relief and Birdie panting as she holds the dome up. Every second, her power is live. It just siphons loads of ether from her as it contains those within perfectly with its see-through light. Too bad I'm blind and can't see Sakinet struggle. You got the bitch in your bubble? Yes, Silas. I can't hold it for long, though. Hey, you psycho. Get out here and help. All you need to do is kill it. That's what you like to do, right? Iva. Both Silas and I are confused by Birdie's yell, and a second passes of silence after she calls out Iva the Vicious. Silas talks in a low voice to Birdie as I stumble over blindly to them, slowly gaining my bearings without sight. Are you okay, Birdie? Did that bear melt your brain? Iva isn't here. She's still over in the depths, isn't she? Why would she be out here? I hear Birdie shake her head as the woman's jacket rubs against her long hair. The woman stands by her words. No, she was heading to the heights as of 2 days ago and passed Apathy yesterday, and I could have sworn I sensed her nearby, watching. Fuck. I really can't hold this much longer. Iva, help. How would Isaac react if he knew you let a chief die and let a hierarch live? As she yells, I get close to the two of them and can vaguely get a sense of Birdie holding an arm up toward the noiseless bubble that holds Sakinet within. The inside of it is a complete mystery to me, however, due to the lack of sound. I try to stabilize my breathing in case we have to fight again as my hands tremble. Angels are terrifying. A single wrong step and you're dead by ether that either makes no sense or is far too powerful for you to counter. A trio of absolution skills, one being a power, alongside dozens of other strong skills, is what it took to even momentarily restrain a demon of the angelic realm. The start of it, no less. A meager 7th sigil is what is in front of us. Someone like the unyielding wall could likely handle this himself, possibly even do the reverse of 1 versus 3, but he's a rarity. I can't imagine the true strength of the Prime or the Binary Lords. They must be gods on Earth, or at least the closest things to them, as the true gods appear less and less over time for some unknown reason. I put my broken arm against my other to stop my tremble. Fear cannot be tolerated. Not right now. Otto, Blake, Dakota, and even Wyatt are all out of commission right now and possibly dead. If this was the better case from Silas Coin, I can't imagine the other side. As I stand here and try to recover, Birdie keeps yelling, again and again, to the world around us, almost begging for Iva, who might not even be here to save us. Damn it, Iva, come fucking help us, you whore. Don't you want to end up higher on that ladder of yours when you finally kick the bucket? Come on, I'm running out of steam. Please. The second Birdie says please. I hear a single boot hit the ground beside us and turn to face it. I don't hear the person who landed, but based on the pressure I feel just facing them, I can generally figure out who it is. Iva, the vicious, the terrible, the horrible, one of the worst humans to ever live, or die, I suppose as well. She speaks and lets us all know of her arrival, her voice calm and bored. All you had to say was please, my dear little dove. I was having so much fun watching that boy fight, but then you all interested me as well. I hear an unclipping of buttons, and they sound like the ones on the cuffs of a dress shirt. Is Iva dressed like a merchant? Anyhow, I guess I should aid you all a little bit. Though, I will want payment. This little widow isn't worth my time. Beside me, I hear Silas whisper to himself silently at this development. Fuck, should have saved my wish. A squeal of laughter comes from Ivis as she takes steps toward the protective dome. Oh, you most definitely should have. Then, I hear her pick something up from the ground and throw it at the dome, shattering it instantly as a wave of ether flows through me. This ether puts an irrational fear into my heart and forces my hands to tremble, shake, and sweat so much that I drop downpour. And I hear Silas and Birdie do the same with their weapons. I recognize the effect of the ether on me from her historical accounts, but the destruction of the dome sends waves through my mind as I try to recover. It truly is her. Iva, the barbaric warmonger. At least, that's what she was before she died. Who knows how far she's gone now. 152. Iva, the worst of humanity. Wyatt Graves. I return from the cabin to a thunderous shake throughout both the land and my body, with someone dragging me to my feet. The feeling is weird, as my whole body is tingling. My vision is blurry and unfocused at first as I don't recognize the person helping me up. Still, after a moment of looking at her face and the white light that comes from her to rejuvenate my surprisingly mostly healed body, I realize who it is. Chief Birdie. Frantically, I look around in confusion about what's happening as usually when you come from the cabin, it's instant, no time passing of any kind. But this time, the entire situation has changed. Johnny has a blindfold over his eyes, hinting that he's blind once more, and Silas is bereft of any gold on his body. Otto and Blake are lying down on the ground on small stretchers made of solid light, their wounds fading to small scars. Far away, a single figure covered in ether so dense that I can barely even see around her kicks dust, throws rocks, and speaks words at the demon opposite them, every single action causing a sprout of blood to come from the demon's form. Even as the demon shifts to its bare form, it is being toyed with just as it toyed with Johnny. Chief Birdie seems to recognize the confusion on my face and helps me out with a pat on my shoulder. I see that you advanced, but you were far too injured to actually wake up. The cabin can never fix wounds, lad. Only give you new ways to stem them. Had Iva not arrived to free me up, you would have bled out for sure. Same for your friends. My feet are steady as I stand up straight, and I feel so much better. I look down at my body and see that just about all my wounds are healed, save the missing fingers on the bloody palm and my missing arm. But the fingers seem to be regrowing, from ripped pieces of flesh and bone to small stubs, and based on the scream I heard from the bloody palm when the ether in my hand exploded, it appears to be conscious or at least willing to make some noise. I shake out my limbs just a bit to test them out, and Birdie smiles at my actions. Her face seems quite kind, even if the yellow fires of undeath in her eyes are a bit unsettling. Happy to see you're doing fine, Wyatt. I was worried if I could save you with all that lost blood and how little ether I had left, but you stabilized on your own after just a few nudges. A warning from me, however, kid, you fight again, and even I can't help you. Bodies have a limit to how much they can heal. You ain't getting any more from me for at least a few weeks. Still a bit concussed, I nod to her, not fully taking in what she's saying. My attention returns to the rumbling figure far away. Iva the Vicious, who appears to be fighting the demon that Chief Birdie, Johnny, and Silas were. The second time I look, however, it seems that something finally settles over my eyes, creating an overlaying effect. It feels like when you look at your nose and go cross-eyed, two perspectives overlaid. Only this second perspective is an entirely different way of looking at the world compared to simply seeing from a slightly different point. At the same time, in two different ways, I see the world. One is the typical vision of mankind, the restrictive, easy to fool, and limited view that all have. A world subsumed by darkness, with the only points of light being the constructs of Birdie and Johnny's lantern. I can't see ether in this sight, only the consequences of the substance. Each strike Iva gives off half-heartedly shakes the surroundings with its power, the very air crackling and breaking with the strength of the undead woman. The other vision is far more than the old sight through chain eyes, or even that new perspective where I could see a world created of chains. Information seems to overload me as I am given a whole reality constructed of different bases. Everything is a chain link or a number of chain links put together. All the people around me glow with the unique color and texture of chain. Blake and Otto, who lie unconscious below, are two figurines made of green and light blue chains, respectively. Every link is a small piece, just as a flake of skin is on a person, and many of those flakes create a small piece of skin. And when I look closely, I can see underneath the chains, toward their sigils. I can't immediately see what they're made of, but I can get a feel very easily. Blake's gives me the sense of someone who uses their own body as a container for something far eviler to save others from the torment of whatever they shackle. That must be the point of her sigil, to restrain terrible spirits and use them to your own advantage. Otto's, on the other hand, gives me a general athletic feel, One where someone can do just about any action but excel particularly well at none. My eyes move over to Johnny, and the first thing I notice is his eyes. Dim links create the outside of the eyes, but as I look closer, I see a radiant river flowing into and out of the depths of his eyes. It just seems as though his eyes have burned out from accessing the said river. That must be his absolution skill, golden eye. His sigil also feels sharp yet blunt, kind of like a bullet, now that I think about it. Next, my eyes shift over to Birdie beside me. Her whole body glows with a magenta color, the color of an angel, and her heart radiates ether, visible to my eyes with waves similar to that of a hot day. This view brings a slight pain to my eyes, like a subtle sting, as I quickly look away. Unintentionally, my eyes return to the woman, Iva, who is fighting the demon far away, and instantly it feels like looking directly at the sun. She explodes with a purple so dark it nears black, like midnight if it were a color. Her eyes burn with a rage of bloody light, so dense it feels like watching a red river boil. I can't even look for more than a second to see where her sigil lies as I close my eyes and look away. The cabin, right? Some things should not be perceived. As I do so, I hear Silas, who was behind Birdie in my vision, whistle. Devil be damned. She is a monster. I thought you were exaggerating before, Birdie. Birdie pipes up as she sits on the coarse ground of no man's land. I have to keep my eyes tightly squinted so as not to see the two angels fighting. I don't exaggerate, and Iva needs none. There is a reason why even the demons stay clear of that madwoman. Her power alone disarms any and all with fear. Her virtue is said to make every single object she touches as deadly as an artifact of the same sigil. Her dominion elevates her entire self from ether control to durability with only some deep focus. Few demons are willing to challenge her, even those 5 who touch the boundary of divinity. Remembering the first words about keeping your abilities secret, I ask Birdie how she knows Iva's power, virtue, and dominion. The abilities of a 9th sigil, however, seem insurmountable. How do you know all this? I thought people tried to keep their stuff secret. Birdie laughs at my question as she just watches the fight rapidly approach an end. Just from my ears, I can hear the demon scream wildly. However, it's not for mercy. It's for Iva to take her seriously. She must be like Vwaki, a demon who has some kind of dignity or honor. Ha ha ha, most do, but not Iva. She wants as many people as possible to know how strong she is. The fear of others is worth any amount of adoration or gratitude. We're lucky she even decided to help us. Had we not been so close to Isaac, she probably would have just watched us die. I can only nod and wait a few more minutes for Iva to finish the fight. Unable to watch without burning my pupils, I listen to the sound of fists upon flesh for several moments before she approaches with a mocking voice and a body being dragged behind her. Look at you, Dove. You're so helpful, healing all these people right up. I should give you a gift, don't you think? I try to open my eyes and squint to see a bit better, but it doesn't seem to help at all as I literally hear Birdie shake her hands, refusing the gift incessantly but accepting the derogatory butchering of her name. No, I'm fine. I don't like gifts, but sadly, Iva doesn't take no for an answer, pressing Birdie even more, but Birdie is staunch in her refusal. Ah, come on, Dove. I did all that work just for you. How about a trade? This demon's corpse for a quick night? I promise you'll enjoy it. And I'm sure Isaac would be so proud to see that you killed a demon all on your lonesome self. I'm fine. Really, Iva. Thank you for the generous offer. After Birdie turns her down a second time, the viciousness seems to emerge as I can imagine. No, I literally see what's happening behind my eyelids. The imagination melding with my vision is truly weird when my eyes are closed, but at least this way hurts a lot less. Iva's face twists into pure malice as she spits at Birdie's feet. Fine then, you whore. I save your life, and you can't even give me a bit of attention? Have fun crawling to Isaac. I can only turn my head slightly before 2 cracks ring out in my ears, along with a scream from Birdie. Her high-pitched wail and subsequent flop to the ground from her kneecaps are being turned inwards by 2 kicks so quick that the rocks around us move several feet away from the air pressure. The strike to the one who just saved my life makes me prepare instinctively for a fight. The others who are standing nearby do the same, joining me in preparing for combat with the Supreme. Ether roars through my body with a volume utterly new to me as I breathe in a gasp of ether, funnel ether into my chains, and split my daydream from my arm to guard my eyes as I open them. Strugglers gasp, defiance, and daydream all together allow me to stand against Iva with open eyes, and she looks back at me. But it seems as though only I am able to prepare sufficiently in time. Johnny and Silas fall to their knees merely from her eyes, but I stare straight at her even as my knees begin to tremble, shake, and buckle. Getting an idea and remembering my recent advancement, I use my new sigil skill for the first time, naming it Release. I focus the area of question on my kneecaps as I feel and see the chains on my knees completely break, sucking in ether from the air all around without me even having to use much input. It's entirely different from any other skill. All it takes is my mind, not even ether to activate. Odd. Instantly, I feel the power of my legs double, if not triple, and only continue to rise as I stand straight and look at Iva directly. Her raging fires of blood in her eyes stare right back at me as a small smile is twisted on her face. I see her hand rise up as she clenches a fist, and I try to use Release again, attempting to learn its limits, but I feel a piercing pain enter my mind as I do so, ether slipping through my metaphorical grasp. A feeling of inadequacy enters me as I almost lose grasp on all the ether I hold. I guess I need more practice to do so. The tension only rises as I look down at her, realizing that Iva, despite all her power, is shorter than me. A single second of us looking at each other lasts before Birdie screams out and breaks the tension. Don't fight her. She's just looking for a reason to kill you. We aren't allowed to kill living humans unless attacked. Her words make me back down rapidly, slowing the ether in my body to a grinding halt with a step backward. Iva seems to notice this as she kicks Birdie in the stomach, sending her tumbling dozens of feet before landing. Don't ruin my fun. Do you know how long it's been since I killed someone alive? Felt the warmth leach out of their body onto my hands? Oh, devil. It's been way too long. Iva then turns to me with an arched back and smiles from ear to ear. But you're interesting, little one. What's a child doing down here? And how come you didn't fall? I could have sworn I put enough fear in you to make a virtue quiver. I look her in the eye as all my skills fade except for Daydream Split, that is allowing me to look at her with only slight pain in my eyes, leaving me with extreme weakness despite the short time frame in which I use them. And as I do, I feel a disconnection to my newly found skill, Release. I reach for it once more, trying to send the ether back to my knees in the same way as earlier, but nothing happens. All I feel is emptiness as I grasp the new skill. I try not to let any of this confusion appear on my face as I answer Iva. Can't feel fear, ma'am. She grins even further as she stands on her tippy toes to look me in the eye. I stand incredibly still even as the bloody fires of her eyes get within an inch of mine. Is that so? I can see a bit of resemblance. Tell me, child, do you know a coral or a hern? I nod before I can stop myself, the instinct of answering a question overpowering my realization that this is a probe for information. She laughs as she figures out who I am with such a simple device. Aha, knew you had to be special. Hey, Birdie, why didn't you tell me you had a Lil Graves with you? Tell me, is Coral still alive, little one? And what's your name? I shake my head at her first question and give her my name. The cat's out of the bag from my fumble, and making her happy is likely a smart thing to do. I don't want to end up like Birdie over there, who is trying to mend her broken bones and ruptured organs, especially after I was told I couldn't be healed again. No, I've never met Coral. I just know she's my grandmother. My father is Killian, if you know who that is, though. I'm Wyatt, ma'am. She reaches forward at me, and I try to lean back, but she is far faster than I am. I try to defend myself thinking it's an attack, but all she does is squeeze my cheeks. My struggle ends with her twisting a tad to dodge my fist, even at this close range. That must mean something gobbled her up. I was hoping to see her again someday. Welp, shit happens. And aren't you so respectful? Birdie, you see this? Call me ma'am from now on. Okay, I quite like it. A quiet and painful yes, ma'am, comes from behind me. A quick glance tells me that Birdie's stomach that was kicked in has healed, and her light has now moved on to fixing her knees so that she can move. Johnny and Silas still kneel next to me, looking straight at the ground without moving beside their trembles. The whole situation is virtually owned by this lady. Should we do anything that angers her, we're dead. Or at least Birdie is. That rule of undead not being allowed to kill the living is new. It must not be told to the living normally. I just watch Iva in silence as she moves her head back and forth in thought for a few seconds. The whole area is in complete silence as even those asleep hold their breath. The woman in front of us plays no games but her own. Why you down, Air? Wyatt? Fancy some undead flesh? Or are you after something? Despite how much I want to ask why she wants to know, I refrain myself. Those burning eyes of hers and chains of ether, so dark purple they border on night, keep me from overestimating myself. I'm looking for my fallen mentor, Edmund Dudley. I have something to ask him. She smiles even wider, to the point that it looks almost inhuman, as the flesh on her mouth breaks, spilling blood onto her lips that she licks up. Oh, that's no big deal. I can take you to Heights in a flash if you want. You're most likely to find him there if he's still kickin', da. I start to refuse her, but the shift in her face from a smile to a frown makes me change my mind and accept the gift she's offering. The thought of Birdie on the ground keeps me from refusing. Gee, happy to take your offer. How will you get me there? She laughs again, reaching into the back of her shirt and pulling out an entire spinal cord. It is missing any signs of gore and blood, only made of bone and nerves that hang from it, but the bright violet glow, a color darker than magenta but lighter than midnight, makes me realize its power. Iva is holding the spine of an angel, one that had a virtue, no less. Just stand right there. Don't move a muscle. She starts to talk with a giddy voice as she uses the spinal cord like a whip to lightly tap me before lashing out into the distance. The second a crack resounds from the whip of the spinal cord's bones hitting each other, my vision shifts into a smashing of colors before I fall face first into the hard dirt. Pissed off at her prank, I spit out dirt as I look up, but the surroundings are completely different. Instead of the dark wastes bereft of any plants and the only light being a lantern, I stand in a bustling city square full of undead, the fires of undeath burning in the eyes of everyone passing by. A few look at me briefly but just keep walking after a moment. Most of the people here are adorned with chains more powerful than mine, with the very weakest being at my sigil. And in front of me lie two massive pillars that rise as far as I can see upward, their bodies a bright white and a dark black. The bottom of each holds words that I read instantly upon looking at them alongside the name, just above the words that spiral seemingly endlessly upward. They do, however, share the same description at the bottom. Raymond Bolton, Oscar Kidd. Those who have died for others to live, the fallen, the righteous, the apathetic, and even the evil shall be remembered on these stones. Gone, but never forgotten. Should one be willing to grasp toward godhood and fight hell at the highest level, one will be etched into these stones guaranteed. But remember, even I cannot bring back angels. 153. Capacity for malice. The sound of a bustling city around me almost distracts me from a pair of footsteps getting close to me. Close enough for the man to touch me. Reflexively, I whip around and draw my dagger, but I stay my hand when I see it's an old man standing with a cane. The old man chuckles at my reaction and puts his hands up non-threateningly. Oh ho ho, easy there, child. What brings you here to the heights? You fall in a hole or something? I shake my head. He must think that I am here by accident somehow. My age betrays my experience in the world of sigils. No, I'm looking for someone, and I came here to find them, I guess. The old man takes a step closer to me as I notice the fires in his eye and their unique color. Gray flames burn quietly within his eye sockets, giving me a bit of comfort as I fight away the surprise of being sent here so abruptly. Ah, I see. Why don't we take a look at the heights? What's their name? I look back at the pillar on the left, my eyes scanning for Edmund's name, but I can't seem to find it. What does that mean? Edmund Dudley. I can't seem to find him here, however. The old man walks a bit closer to the pillar as he creaks his head to look up. He might not be dead yet, child. As long as their names are not yet on these two pillars, they remain alive in some fashion, no matter how fragile. Only when the soul is completely lost does Her Majesty put them on these memorials. I nod to his words and take a glance at the other pillar, the depths of depravity, where the seemingly worst of mankind goes. And I feel a pit in my stomach as I notice just how much larger this pillar is than the heights. It's thicker, with more names stacked up, Only the first name has its own row as the names grow smaller all the way up, and it seems to go even higher than the heights. Without even meaning to, I mumble under my breath, and the old man seems to catch it. Why are there so many more? I can hear the old man sigh as he steps toward me and puts his hand on my shoulder. The lack of threat prevents me from reacting like I would to most. You see, child, humans are very special creatures in our world. We are born weak and stay weak for many years, yet we remain. Do you know why that is? I nod my head slowly, thinking of the first words. We survive because we are determined, resilient, and united. Because we are tough, indomitable, and united, right? The old man chuckles, the wrinkles on his undead face pulling apart as the gray flames in his eyes grow warmer for a brief moment. Ahaha, no, we survive because we are the best in two areas, and they give us the edge: innovation and malice. No other race is as good as we are at creating new technologies and techniques to help us progress. From black powder to Colts, that is all us. And no other race has the depths of malice as we do. We have been bullied, attacked, and taken advantage of for all our history. It gives us power, and it gives us strength, even if it may hurt us in other ways. His words make my eyes roam the depths of depravity again. Even if I may not fully agree, it's a hard thing to deny. Our malice is obvious. Even among the nicer people I've met, it can't be argued deep in them is malice, even if it's not against other people. The only question is why? Why? Why are we that way? The old man can only shake his head. I do not know. I've lived a long time, but I've never found the answer to that one. One may either choose the power of malice or the weakness of kindness. There is a line in the center where you can skirt, but it is risky. Should you fail, none will be behind you. I look at the seemingly kind old man that ventured to speak to me for no other reason than to talk and ask him what he chose. Well, what did you choose? Malice or kindness? Or the line in between? He looks up at the two pillars right in front of us, his fires flickering in his eyes, indicating he's scanning the endless names. I chose to not choose. Sometimes a balance is more important than letting either side dominate. I go quiet at his answer for a few moments, pondering it. He chose none of the options given. How can a balance ever be more important? Would kindness winning not be the best option? And why are there so many names on the depths? Are the kind that few? I ask one last question before wanting to go and look for Edmund. This old man has been kind, but I don't want to take up any more of his time. The undead still have their own lives to live. Or undeaths to live, I suppose. Why are there so many on the depths compared to the heights? Are the kind really that few? The old man shakes his head sadly as if the answer is something he is not quite willing to face. We are eternally on the weak side of the world. Sure, some of us may shine bright, but they are few and far between. The brighter the flame, the faster it dims. But our capacity for treachery, for betrayal, for malice is endless. The darker the pit, the harder it is to remove. Sadly, the greatest of humanity are rarely its strongest. His words reach me just as he pauses momentarily, his eyes gazing at the pillars once more before they flicker into the distance toward the gate of death. He's right. The best people I've met are far from being the strongest, and the strongest have been some of the worst. The old man speaks once more, his words echoing against the spires of dark stone. I once met a man who told me something I'll never forget long ago. Hands drenched in blood is the only way for a man to slay a god. How true that is, I don't know. But I know one thing for sure. Before he disappeared from this world, there was one less god to trouble mankind. I turn to him to ask the name of the man, feeling that he sounds oddly familiar. But before I can, the old man is gone. Nothing but the stale wind of the underworld and the undead people roaming around this city square to meet my gaze. I begin to wonder if I imagined him, my sight blending with imagination in the multitude of things that have infiltrated my mind. No one around seemed to notice my conversation, and they kind of just seemed to ignore me, going about their business as if I didn't exist. But the conversation was so odd. A man killing a god? That's what he alluded to, right? Is that possible? No way. The gap is just far too large. And which god? There are about 36 or so known gods, but I can't think of any that died in such an unknown way. Many died against the mother below when her corruption spread among the other gods, just as many killed themselves to save their minds from defilement and believers from damnation. Shaking my head without an answer, I just start to walk away from the pillars. I need to find Edmund. That's why I'm here. With no one paying attention to me and without any directions, I just kind of wander throughout the city and take in Heights. Apparently, it is one of the few cities in the underworld, along with the depths and apathy. The whole city is dark and unlike anything I've ever seen. All my life, I've only ever been to small towns with at most 1,000 people, but Heights? There are so many more here, even if they are all already dead. Most buildings are made of brick and commonly are missing their roofs. I guess they aren't needed when it doesn't rain below the world's surface. All that really exists for the top of buildings are wide canvas sheets that hang atop the buildings and go over a bit to cover some of the streets. The lights on the side of the streets are also unreal. Made out of the removed eyes of undead, pale fires burn on the top of poles within small lanterns, illuminating that which needs light. So many undead are here that I bump into several people, but they just give me an odd look before continuing forward. Sound also inundates me as I walk, but it's with such intensity that I can't make out a single conversation as I stumble my way through Heights. I see hawkers peddling weapons, armor, and even some things that look like bottles of alcohol as I walk past. It seems as though even in such a bleak place, alcohol exists with just as much importance as the tools to keep us alive. I even spot a man in an alley talking to himself crazily as I walk past. He's someone I definitely ignore because it makes me think he's nearing his final death and going mad. Rats? There are no rats. But there are. They are everywhere. You. No. Me. I just keep walking even as he points at other passers-by. The crazy man in the alley is fully ignored as I grow curious about what he's thinking and seeing. Then, my feet abruptly stop in the middle of the street, and I almost facepalm. Again, I forgot the ability of my eyes. I can see through their perspectives. Without even looking at him, I close my eyes for a second and push ether into my eyes, activating the full potential of insight, the new chain eyes, while thinking of him. Instantly, my vision is split, almost like having eyes on the back of my head, giving me another perspective as I see things from the madman in the alley's eyes. The whole world looks almost exactly the same to me, except for two things. In his eyes, there is a child next to him speaking to him and rats darting in and out of the shadows left by the lantern's fires. The difference is surprising as I also can feel the instability of this man's mind. It is fragmented, broken, and permanently altered. Parts are missing, and others are rearranged. The small child in front of him seems to be his son, and I can only get this vague feeling of protection and love toward the young one. The madman then looks up, and I see the frame change rapidly as he looks at a sky filled with teeth and tongues biting and lapping at the world below. Instantly, I cut the ether and open my eyes, heeding the warning of the cabin, and as I look at the madman, he is gone. My heart jumps in shock as I walk over to the alley where I just saw from his perspective. When I turn the corner, all I see in his place is a broken tooth on the ground where he used to be standing. My split sight of imagination and vision shows me that the tooth has a single link of chain wrapped around it. Kneeling, I pick up the tooth and look at it, feeling a rapidly decaying sigil inside of it. The same singular sigil that was inside the madman's undead body. What the hell just happened to him? I move the tooth between my fingers for a few seconds, trying to inspect it further, but without someone to take and make the sigil their own, it fades to the oblivion above. Shaking my head in confusion, I walk out of the alley and glance up. The sky looks normal at first, but a single instance has the horizon of the underworld fragmenting before my very eyes, imagination overlapping reality. The horizon is a twisted maw, a gaping abyss of jagged teeth and razor-sharp fangs stretching endlessly before me. The sky above is a seething mass of writhing tongues, slick with blood and oozing viscera. The air is thick with the stench of decay and the sickly sweet odor of freshly spilled blood. In the distance, I can hear the churning of an endless sea, its waves crashing against the shore with a thunderous roar. The ground beneath my feet turns slick with slime and blood, and the air is alive with the sound of wet, slapping tentacles. I almost trip during the single step taken, but I recover as my body goes stock still from the horizon's edge. I am standing at the threshold of a world beyond comprehension, a realm of unspeakable horror and madness that lies just beyond the veil of reality. Quickly, I look back down as I feel a warmth come down from my eyes and a chill running up my spine. I touch my face and realize the warmth is blood leaking from my eyes. The sight is so incomprehensible that it physically hurts me. The chill up my spine reminds me of when Iva looked at me, only far, far worse. The feeling of danger from just a split-second glance makes all the hair on my body stand up. My heart and lungs accelerate to their maximums, and my ether instinctively moves, going so far as to activate release once more, along with my other skills. I also notice that whatever prevented me from using it before is gone. Maybe after use, there is a period where it cannot be activated again. I guess it makes sense with the metaphor of captive about being unchained for a moment. Have to wait until I'm recaptured fully to escape, right? And so, only with all my skills and ether protecting me, rapturous running through my body with almost maleficent intent, do I begin to calm my overactive lungs. Is that a god? I keep my head down as I keep walking throughout the city. It doesn't matter if it is or not. Just looking at it almost killed me. Another second of viewing it, and I probably would have blinded myself, 2 or 3 more, and it would have been over. I wipe the blood off of my eyes and face with my sleeve as I think of the madman. Is that why undead go insane as their souls fracture? Or is it just another reason? Or is their insanity merely a call to the god? Gods rarely intervene on the surface, but they do still fuck us over here and there. I know of the horrendous horror and Mikhail's massacre as 2 events where a god did something. The first caused an entire city of people to rip out their eyeballs and eat them, with most dying before help could arrive. The latter was when a previous pillar, Mikhail the Masterful, killed over 1,000 hunters that went with him on a mission. It's said both were done by Azabwi, the once god of civilization and progress, who went mad along with all the others long ago. Now, he goes by Coyote, the hungering design, the burning nail. My eyes don't leave the floor as I walk, and after several minutes of wandering, I bump into someone, my eyes blurry from the recent split-second gaze at a possible god. Not that I know what god it was. Maybe I shouldn't have chosen for my eyes to metamorphose eyes. The man gives me a squinted glance before asking if I'm all right. You okay, laddie? What are you doing all the way out here? I look up at him as I push a bit of ether into insight, just so I can see clearly through my bloody eyes that only grow more painful, though I am ready to pull the plug at any moment should what I see not be appropriate. The man in front of me has light green chains that encompass his form, with his sigil being placed at the core of his heart. A priest base, likely then. I also get a feel of sweaty palms from my sight. Not that I know what that means instantly, though. Over time, I'll have to learn what each of these feelings means and what sigils they lean to. Before I can say anything, the man speaks, his voice calm yet full of worry. You all right, boy? Did something happen to you? Open your eyes for me. Let me see your fires. I can only shake my head as my eyes now refuse to open. The pain of moving them at all keeps that from being an option. The only thing I can really do is ask for directions, as I doubt there is much this man can do to help me. Birdie could probably heal my eyes a bit, but I need to wait for them to arrive. I attempt to be respectful even as pain runs throughout my soul. I'm fine, sir. I'm looking for someone. Though, do you think you could help me? His name is Edmund. Edmund Dudley. I was told he was around here somewhere. The man puts his hands on my shoulder, at first not listening to my request at all, and focusing on my injury. No, boy. There is something seriously wrong with your eyes. Tell me, who did this to you? Was it one of those depraved? I swear to death that if it was, I'll help you get revenge. Wait, did you say Edmund? As in. I speak alongside him and copy his next 2 words to answer his incoming question. The Bloodhound? Yes, that's the one. I need to speak to him. I see the man's face constructed of chains shift in an odd way. I can't quite tell facial expressions all that well yet from insight, though, so I just ignore it. He must have just realized I'm a living person. It's probably hard to tell with how dirty I am and my closed eyes. Can you take me to him? The man is silent for a moment, looking back and forth around the now mostly barren street before looking back at me. Yeah, I can, boy, but I'm not sure what you're looking for. And after we do, we're getting your eyes checked out. You know, if your fires go out, you're gone for good. I shake my head again, trying to emphasize that I don't need help. I just need to find Edmund. I need to figure out where he is and get the location of the key to the vault from him. Then, if we can, try and revive him. But if we can't, we go back to the surface. From there, I can speak to Aniwai again and get the truth about my childhood. No, I'm fine. Truly, I know someone who can take care of this. Just take me to Edmund, please. The man looks me up and down several times before sighing and acquiescing to my demand. Fine, follow me. He's in a barracks close by. Old man saved my life several times, and most of the others round here on the edge. Don't get your hopes up, though. I follow him as he turns around and walks through the street. I am forced to take a few seconds to gather my bearings before I can ask him why I shouldn't get my hopes up. That vision of a god, or whatever the hell it was, got me bad. Even now, I'm still stumbling. Again and again. I have to wipe the blood from my eyes until I eventually just give up. The bloody tears will just have to be a permanent fixture until Birdie can heal me or until I recover on my own. But eventually, I get myself together and ask him the question. My heart sinks just as I do because I finally realize the implications of his words down here in the underworld. Why shouldn't I get my hopes up? Is there something wrong? The man turns a corner before reaching a shabby door to a relatively small building with a sign atop it that is unreadable from where. We've been walking for almost a full 2 minutes now, and he looks at me before answering. I can see his chest shiver as he speaks in emotional pain. He is on his last death, and very little remains of who he was. 154, old man. The man whose name I have yet to even learn makes my breath hitch. I knew there was a chance, no, a very high chance, that Edmund was dead or had already lost his mind, but I have been hoping against hope that it was not the case. The man looks at me, and I can see visible sadness even through my current vision made of only chains from insight. He looks away, however, and opens the door to the barack that he's been leading me to for the past few minutes, revealing the inside to my eyes supplemented by insight due to their injury. Inside is a large room with tables, chairs, and a bar that has few people inside, but one that I instantly recognize. Edmund. Even with this disorienting perspective that I have not yet gotten used to, I can recognize the old man. He is hunched over at a table, unmoving and without any noise. Pale white hair as opposed to his standard gray. I can see the sigil he is beating almost rhythmically just above his heart at his aorta, only it seems lacking, as if the purpose is missing. A kind of meaning is lost. I take slow but soft steps into the room toward him. The man behind me says something but quickly stops mid-sentence. Hey, you don't have to. My heart beats faster and faster, reaching the speed that it did when I faced Iva for that split second in an instant before surpassing it without much effort. I can feel it pumping blood throughout my whole body as if preparing for a fight. With a shaky hand, I grab the chair beside him and sit down, spinning it so that I can face the unmoving bloodhound. For a moment, I just look at him. His shoulders sag, his back bent, and his body given up. On the back of his neck, I see only 2 pale white marks. 2 deaths, that's all? It can't be. I refuse to believe that a man such as him would fade after just 2. I call out to the man, some part of me still holding on to the hope that he is okay. That he isn't like that madman in the Ally, lost of purpose and fragmented of mind. Edmund? Old man? My voice hangs in the air for a moment as the whole room goes silent, and the other people in the room look over at me. I ignore and look at Edmund as the old man moves slowly and turns to face me. His movements are dull, unnatural, and entirely unlike the sharp man I knew. Unwilling to merely see him through insight, I bring my fingers up to my eyes and pull at my eyelids, forcing them open. It hurts. It hurts really, really bad, like splitting open already closed wounds with your nails. The pain of seeing that god comes a second, a third, and a fourth time before I can open both of my eyes, revealing the old man to my sight. As I do so, I hear gasps and whispers along the fringes of the room as the undead here realize that I am alive and utterly unlike them. I ignore them as blood streams from my eyes and down my face. I can see, even if blurry, my goal is right in front of me, even if he is a shell. Edmund's eyes, once bright orbs of defiance and perseverance, are now dull balls of fire devoid of feeling. His hands are shaky, and his neck creaks as he simply turns to face the stimulus. It seems he barely even knows his name. No words or sign of recognition even comes from his face. But I do notice one final thing about him. One that I hate to see, but that still makes me proud. Proud to be his last student. Along the front of his neck are not 2 marks that denote the number of deaths. There are 12 on the front alone. 14 total pale spots that each speaks of untold suffering and pain this old man went through. 14 times where he, without a doubt, saved a life as he did to me. 14 deaths, and the old man holds. Maybe not strong, but he holds. Silas was worried about a third. A grim smile of both sadness and pride sparks at the thought. This is my old man, not Killian, not on EY. The voice from behind me from the man who brought me here only further cements my feelings. You must have come very far to see this man. Every single person in this room has been saved by him, as well as hundreds of unsigiled. We stay with him despite how close he is to losing it for our thanks. I don't know what you are to him, boy, but if you came this far, he must mean a lot to you. I see every person in this room whose numbers are in the 20s nod as the man speaks. All I can do is the same, quietly nod as I look back at my old man, who just stares dumbly at me. My voice cracks as I speak up myself. Can he speak? A no reaches my ears, making my shoulders slump like Edmund's. Even if I can't get the answer of where the vault is, Edmund, I'm happy to see you again. I lean in and hug the old man, once again thanking him for everything with a whisper in his ear. It turns out I was more right than I ever thought when I asked him to adopt me. You're the only one that ever cared, truly cared, even if it was for a short time. I'm happy I met you, old man. I'm sorry. Relief hits me the second I finish speaking. My heart begins to settle as I realize that was all I really needed to do. Say sorry. Coming here for the key was just a reason, not the goal. I can feel my heart slow to a more stable pace, with Edmund just blankly staring at me. As I pull back, I hear an incomprehensible whisper come from his voice, one that I can't quite understand due to its volume, or lack thereof. What did you say? He doesn't make any more noise after I ask him, so I just spend a few minutes in silence. I watch him silently as thoughts burn through my mind. The only thing that really comes back is how? How did he reach this state? I know that deaths damage the soul, but it's so hard to imagine his old self in his current state. While I ponder this, the voice from before reemerges. It's a bit shy, almost as if the man doesn't want to hurt my feelings at this moment. Hey, I don't know how you know him, whether you're a son, grandson, or whatever, I won't assume, but just know that he made a difference down here. Almost everyone at the edge of heights owes the old man. Few, even those who would get onto the heights of hope, are willing to defend the souls who are given the gift without a sigil. But Edmund? He didn't care. He'd give his life gladly regardless of who you were. I turn and look at him. My vision is still a bit blurry and highly sensitive to light, but I can manage. The undead in front of me looks young, not teens, but in his early 20s at most, similar to Vernon or Blake. A question comes from me, cracked and raw, but the man doesn't seem to judge at all. How did he save you? My question makes me immediately think of all the times Edmund saved me. From when I first met him in that forest, when he saved me from ratbeaks, to when he saved me in the fight against those beasts. When he carried my unconscious body to the bedroom when I first touched that edge of ether. A kind guiding hand. The man answers as he waves at the other people in the room to leave, and I appreciate the gesture as I'd rather not have an audience. The other undead silently nods before funneling out of the room into the other parts of the building. Some even just walk out into the streets of Heights. It's a bit odd to see, but I figure this man here is their leader or something. Sorry for not introducing myself. It was interesting, to say the least, bumping into you, but I'm Dewey. Some call me Salamander, but that doesn't matter. Edmund saved me during a fight with a horde of ocklets, small demons that manipulate light and darkness together. Edmund, newly undead at the time and not yet proven, saved my whole squad. I'm a brave, so I have to take care of around 100 or so sigiled with me as the strongest in my group. Dewey takes a short break to sit in a chair nearby once everyone has left. The chair creaks against the stone floor of the building and grates on the ears. I'm expected to take care of them all, keep him safe and shit, but that cannot always be the case. We were surrounded and without any backup, as most groups were in no man's land. Slowly our group was being whittled down by the ocklets, and I was heavily injured. When we got down to only 10 of us left, and I was at the door of my first death, Edmund arrived like a bloody storm. He tore through dozens of ocklets in a moment. The old man was far stronger than I despite my higher sigil. The fact embarrassed me at first, but I grew attached to the old man over the weeks and months. Dewey takes a deep breath, unintentionally pausing his speech as I see his throat tremble and his fires dim. I feel the same. Only mine's more of a metaphorical reaction than a physical one. I stayed with him as much as I could, getting him to stay with my squad. We went from place to place, saving as many of the newly dead as we could, mostly those without sigils, as few were willing to care for them. I watched him die, again, again, and again, and again before my very eyes, every single one hurting me just as much as my own death. Slowly, he lost his edge as the deaths piled up, thinking slower, coming up with fewer ideas, becoming weaker, using fewer skills, until eventually he barely spoke and could only fight. Dewey stares right at Edmund as the fires in his eyes flicker to a dull candlelight within his sockets from the usual youthful flame of most undead. Most undead can only die once or twice before our souls fade. Some with stronger souls and wills, a bit more. Only One-Eyed Isaac, the man who split the eclipse, can boast more than 15 deaths. We all thought that after his 6th death, without any negative effects, he was simply immune like Isaac back when the man was not an angel. How wrong we were. Now, at his 14th death, he can't speak and probably can't fight anymore either. And we are all afraid to go out again, even though we have to soon. Our break for our accolades and rest has run out. Within the week, we have to return to no man's land. We both sit quietly for a few minutes as we watch Edmund stare blankly at the two of us. All intelligence, will, and personality he once had gone. Eventually, I break the silence. I came here to see him one last time and to get a location of something he left, but it appears the second won't happen. Thank you for telling me all this. I appreciate it. The old man is truly special, and I don't believe he deserves to die to demons. Dewey nods at my words and agrees with me, the fire in his eyes burning just a tad brighter. Wyatt, someone such as him doesn't deserve for his soul to be ended by a demon. It just doesn't feel right. But what else can we do? I look at Edmund, and I think of our spars. The few fights we had were where he tried to teach me combat. He told me I was a natural, but never once did I not get absolutely destroyed. Old he may have been, but slow and feeble? That's not Edmund. Sharp as a crocodile's tooth and as swift as a bird? That's Edmund. What about one last fight? You think you have that in you, Edmund? Probably not. I just want to show you how far I've come from that kid in the forest. I may not be that much older, but I'm filled with scars just as you are. I don't think I can beat you. Not the old you, at least. But I hope I can best this version of you. At least, it would be embarrassing if I couldn't, right? Ever since I got a sigil, for the most part, I've been fighting up. To get my ass kicked by a third sigil, it would generally suck and sting my pride. But if this third sigil were to do it, I'd have no problem with it. I stand from the chair and ask Dewey what he thinks of my idea. You think I could fight him? One last battle between us two? Have him either kick my ass one last time, or put him down by someone who loves him. Dewey gets up as well, and looks confused for a second before nodding. You could try. The absolute last thing to be lost by the fading are their fighting instincts. Also, despite not looking like it, Edmund is definitely a fading. Only his powerful will hold his soul together from absolute insanity. But before you do so, Wyatt, at least try to see if he can somehow tell you what you need. It's not impossible that fading can remember their old lives, even if just for a moment with enough of a push. I get so caught up in the idea of giving Edmund a good death that I forget about why everyone else came here. For the location of the key to the vault. Heeding Dewey's words, I sit back down even if there is little hope of getting an actual answer from Edmund. Looking into Edmund's fading flames, I ask him a question without truly expecting an answer. Edmund, it's me, Wyatt. Where did you put the key to the vault? I hold my breath as I wait for an answer. Edmund's face turns to look at the stimulus of my voice, but nothing else comes from the fading man. I can only shake my head. Knew it was useless. He's gone, never to return. Pushing the chair under the table a bit too hard and eliciting a crack from it, I stand. But as I turn around to look at Dewey, I hear a quiet voice from behind me, one that I can't tell the meaning of, but that I can still recognize as Edmund's. Spinning around so fast that I almost fall and ether flowing into my ears for listen. I get close and ask him again. My heart speeds back up at the potential of hearing him speak, even if it's unlikely. Where is the key, Edmund? I see that as my tone touches him, the fires in his sockets flicker, a bit of life returning to the fading flames of undeath. He seems to move very slowly, his throat, chest, and mouth moving at such a small pace it's hard to even recognize as a single word comes to be my response. Blood. I can only raise an eyebrow and get a bit closer. Blood? What does he mean by that? His blood? Undead don't bleed, though, so it'd have to come from his corpse. Does he mean the vial? No way. Does Alexos have the key? Unwilling to believe my assumption, I ask again hurriedly, is it your blood? All Edmund does is repeat himself at first, but his arm rises slowly to touch the blood dripping from my eyes. Blood. Is that all he can say? Nothing else? I just don't understand. And I'd rather not know than know it's the artifact that Alexos stole from Hura's body. It would make sense, though, if Edmund himself was the key to the vault. Should he die, it would disappear forever, unless an artifact is formed of his blood. I want to be sure, though, even though I'd rather not know. I have to be sure, because if I am, then Alexos is the next stop, and there is only one way to do so. Insight. I will know if I can just understand a tad of his thinking, even if it's fragmented and broken. My mind instantly creates a snapshot of that god in the sky of the underworld, the pain in my eyes spiking. But that's a risk I'm willing to take. And if a god devours the broken-apart souls of the undead here, then I'll have to find a way to stop that from happening to Edmund. But I have to make sure that Madman wasn't just a fluke, and if the key is possessed by Alexos. But before I use insight, I ask Dewey about it. I shouldn't just jump into danger without any preparation or knowledge. See, Johnny, I can learn. It just takes a few more beatings than most. Aniwai proved that with my childhood. Ahem. I shouldn't dwell on that. Dewey, what really happens when a soul meets their final death? Where do they go? Dewey takes a second to answer and asks me why I'm even asking in the process. I'm not sure. I just kind of figured we broke apart and faded away. Why? Are you second-guessing putting Edmund to rest? I shake my head and give him a bit of my reasoning. No, I'm not second-guessing. I think when you guys reach your final death, you don't just fade away. I think something or someone eats the remnants of your soul. Absolute silence meets my words. Then after a second, I hear a body plop into a chair. I turn and check on Dewey as he holds his head in his hands. What's wrong? He trembles a bit before stuttering out an answer. All those fading must have been telling the truth about Basprit, the all-beginning, the never-ending. Then, I've heard several of them talk about how the once god of the Cardinal, Atlanto, was corrupted to go against Her Majesty and now eats the dying. Are the Supremes and Her Majesty keeping that from us? I can only shrug at him. At least I got my answer, though. That was a god. And if only the fading can see them, then it means Edmund probably can. This will be risky then. Not that danger has ever stopped me before. It just makes me prepare a bit more. And so, I first get ether flowing through my body, first struggler's defiance for strength, then rapturous for defense in case ether invades my body. I take a deep sigh, filling my whole body with calm before sending ether into my eyes. As the world of insight dominated by the chains of reality encompasses my entire vision instead of just the now average split of imagination and reality, I imagine Edmund and close my eyes, doing all I can to bring his world into mine. 155, one last fight. My perspective shifts in a single heartbeat, allowing me to see myself through another's eyes. Insight's ability, which I never knew about for so long, finally came in handy again. I feel a bit of surprise looking at myself from another's eyes, even if they are Edmund's. His vision is slightly blurry with noticeable shakes, but it takes a second before I get anything more from the ether connecting us than this simple vision, of which I notice that I am truly quite fucked up. Not as bad as I was before Birdie had a chance to heal me, but it's still pretty bad. The blood leaking from the eyes, even now, is the most obvious. Bruises and scrapes are all over, with a few lacerations that Birdie didn't have the ether or time to spare to heal. Not that I blame her. She had to keep Blake, Dakota, and Otto alive. Speaking of them, they are probably on their way here right now looking for me. Slowly, the perspective I gain is added onto, achieving both more vibrance and oddities. The room around us shifts, distorts, and breaks apart randomly, turning into a world of simple shapes. I can even feel a presence hovering above me, but I refuse to look up even slightly. I think I am only able to resist this call because of all the ether flowing through me. How the fading do so for so long is beyond me. Or maybe they don't, and that's why they fade faster, that their death isn't the only thing that speeds up their demise. I have zero confidence in the roof above. A simple sheet that adorns the tops of most of the buildings here will do nothing against the distorted god who used to rule the underworld with death herself. I pull myself from this distraction and ask another question as I notice the mind of Edmund is utterly blank. It's bizarre to hear my voice twice despite speaking once, but I get over it quickly and focus on Edmund's feelings. Where is the key, Edmund? My words seem to pull together fragments of him, for I can feel something stirring deep within, his vision crackling more than before. I focus as intensely as I can on his mind, grasping for anything that might be a clue. And as the fragments of his destroyed mind try to gather, he speaks a single word: blood. The second he says this word, everything in his mind collapses like a tower built upon cards. But as it does, I get a look at a shattered memory as it flies to the forefront of his disjointed mind. A memory that is somehow given to me through our connection as his mind breaks into 1,000 pieces once more. It's short, but just what I need. I see a sleeping version of myself from the past. When we stayed in that cellar in the forest for a while, Edmund kneels to my sleeping form, and I can see, hear, and feel him dryly chuckle at my unconscious form. Haha, poor kid. I'll get you somewhere safe, bud. I promise. Whether I come with you or not doesn't matter. He looks at his hand and bites his thumb, making a single drop of blood come out of his thumb before wiping the drop against my own. Then he closes his wound with his own skill powered by ether. I can even feel how he does so. I could probably learn how to replicate it should I ever get an occultist sigil, but sadly, with mine, it's likely locked away from me due to my sigil's lack of affinity with blood. Edmund then stands up and starts to walk toward the exit of the cellar, speaking to himself once more. Back to work. Hope that key comes in handy. These old bones won't last long enough for it to be clear. After his depressing words to himself that tell me that my blood is key, he walks up those creaky steps. After a few seconds of tension, the old man emerges from the dark cellar, with his legs beginning to shake from carrying his frame. I can feel the pain of each labored breath punctuated with a wheeze as if his lungs were struggling to keep up with the demands of his failing body. We are truly similar. Back then, his body was failing. The old man, covered in wounds and days without a modicum of rest, was forcing himself past his limits again and again during our escape. I always forget just how many monsters and people he fought. No, he even fought demons in the other town. Despite all the wounds, was unwilling to show any weakness to me, so I wouldn't worry and so that I could survive. Despite the pain that I can feel and the monumental amount of ether he uses to hold his innards together with congealed blood, Edmund's expression is stoic and determined. His white hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered and stained with blood, both his and those whose lives he cut short for trying to take his and mine. The second he steps out into the sunlight of dawn, he stumbles for a moment, trying to catch his gait, but he recovers, another burst of ether tightening the muscles in his legs to keep him upright. Truly, a master of ether if there ever was one. Those aren't even skills he's doing. These are simply extensions of his will. If only he had more time to teach me. Too many people have told me just how special he was. A mere mortal with the control of angels. It is a pity and a regret I will always have. The old man, however, ignores my thoughts as the memory shatters with him adjusting his hat, the one I'm wearing currently. The last thing I see from the memory before I am pushed back to reality is the light of the morning sun, slightly covered by his arm fixing his hat. When I leave the shattered memory, I come back to my body instantly, gasping for unneeded air. I quickly stop and calm down, but the reaction seems to have come from nowhere and freaks Dewey out. You all right? What's happening? I shake him off and answer simply before standing. I'm going to give Edmund a good death and try to save his soul from Basprit. I don't know how, but I will. Perhaps a combination of insight, daydream, and Ironheart will do? If they could let me fight despite all those wounds I had. Maybe, just maybe, hope lies to prevent Edmund from being devoured. I just used a skill to try and read Edmund's mind and figure out what he's trying to tell me, and I did. Let's go put the old man to rest, okay? He looks at me for a few moments with a concerned face before shaking his head. Yeah, sure. I'd much rather he go out by someone who ventured all the way from the surface and who cares for him than a damn demon. You want to do this quietly? Or can I go get the guys who left? They care for him too. I glance at Edmund, who is dumbly staring at the table in front of him, and I decline the audience. No, this is personal. I'd rather not have an audience. From there, I call out to Edmund, trying to get him to follow me. I call his name several times, but all he does is look at me. I give Dewey a look for help as he got the man here, and he helps. The undead walks over to Edmund before grabbing his arm and gently pulling him. Edmund slowly stands up with the impetus, and we walk out of the building before heading away from the Street of Heights. During my recovery from getting a glance at Basprit, I seem to walk a very long distance, all the way to the very edge of the city. As we take our steps out of the edge of the town where no one will be, I talk a bit to Dewey. Will there be any issues with doing this? He shakes his head while he helps guide Edmund's movements, as the once sharp old man is so dull he can barely walk. How he'll fight me is beyond me, but I at least don't want to have him die from a demon to be devoured by a mad god. Probably not. He has one last fight in him at max, and the chances of him hurting others in that fight are high. Fading rarely can distinguish friend from foe despite other fading. We're actually supposed to kill any fading we come across, but none of us in the Verge, the quarter mile or so around that bar, could. We've been hiding him ever since he reconstituted after his last death. I nod and thank the man. I lucked out meeting him, that's for sure. Thank you, Dewey. I appreciate it. Can't believe how lucky I was to find you on that street. Dewey just shakes his head and argues against my luck. That wasn't luck. Had you met just about anyone here, they would have done the same. A small army gathered around Edmund, with me and Lucy at the front. The only thing meeting me did for you was let you talk to him quietly, though everyone in that room would have likely left anyway for your privacy. After a few minutes, we reach an open field with no other undead in sight. It's a bit dark, but insight makes the level of light not matter. All things glow under the eyes that the cabin improved, even inanimate objects like the ground. From there, I walk a few steps away from Edmund, and Dewey lets go of him, letting the old man stand on his own. Edmund has a bit of a stumble, but he manages to stand, although terribly hunched. Biting my teeth and forcing away tears, I draw my spare revolver from my waist. Dewey goes to say something, but I raise the barrel to Edmund's head before he can finish speaking. And the second the bullet in the chamber lines up with Edmund, the whole atmosphere changes. Be careful. The threat of a gun awakens the fighting instinct deep within the bloodhound, the fire in his eyes turning a dark blood red similar to Iva's as his body tenses. The air turns stale, and my hand freezes. I was half expecting him to just not react and for me to put the old man to eternal rest without any fanfare. But that is not the case, thankfully. I wanted one last chance. One last chance to learn from, according to Johnny, the only man whose self-made skill put him amongst legends, and was why so many wanted him to teach them or their children. Few could rival the old man's skill in ether despite his low sigil. He started his journey as a sigilled in his late 30s, the only reason he stayed so low. My eyes squint as I want to catch a glimpse of the old man, even weakened as an undead, even mad as a fading, even in his old age. The bloodhound's teeth remain sharp. Johnny told me during our trip that my old man is the only man who is not an angel or forerunner, instead only a mere third sigil, who has created a skill that rivals the power of an absolution skill. They do exist, but are very rare and are called zil, an old word for mountaintop or peak, as they are the pinnacle of what one can make without their sigil's touch. From what I know, they take at least 6 simultaneous types of ether manipulation, from single strand to willful strand, working in tandem to create such a thing. Something impossible for just about any but the most gifted of even the 6th sigils. I only ever got to see it in the final fight he had with Alexos, and it was the reason he was near impossible to even see with his speed. Had his mind not been invaded by Alexos, and had he not been fighting a projection the whole time, I have faith the old man would have, at the minimum, landed a few good hits on Alexos. The middle-aged bloodhound made shiver, not necessarily the fastest ether skill for movement, but certainly one of the best. No one knows how it works, but to the eyes, it allows instantaneous movement from any position, whether sitting, standing, or even on the top of your head. And so, As I tighten my finger on the trigger, I prepare for the skill. Ether flows through me with all my skills active, from Struggler's Defiance to Release, which is focused on my arm, removing the chains entirely from my forearm. But he doesn't move. He just stares forward and makes the air feel tenser and tenser even as I pull the trigger. The moment the hammer hits the back of the revolver and signals the combustion of the powder within, though, the bloodhound moves. No longer bound by the limits of his caution for his body, Shiver comes out in full force. 1 second he is far in front of me, and the next, he is in front of me, reaching for my face with his hands coated in blood. I drop the revolver and lean back, trying to dodge the unmistakable claw to my face. As I do so, I draw the last machete I had and swing it at him, preparing for mutual destruction. He's frail and fading. Endurance is the way to win. But he doesn't even let himself get hit, as instead of slashing my face with his fingers, he darts backward without any prior indication, making my swing pointless. From there, he shoots in, foot tapping against the ground as light as a feather, taking advantage of my wide swing with the machete. And I can only watch him fly at me at close to 100 miles an hour before I can pull the sword back. But as he takes another step to increase his speed further, I hear his ankle snap. Still, he shoots forward, fading and dying yet indomitable. All I can do is twist my body slightly as the old man slices a massive gash along my side, passing right by me with incredible speed. The bloodhound only stops for a moment, blood streaming out of his mouth as his fires of undeath burn brighter than any I've ever seen. They illuminate the whole surroundings with their bloody light, casting shadows on both of us in this dark world. In this short moment, I hear Dewey exclaim behind me in total surprise. Apparently, he's seen Shiver before. Makes sense. If Edmund knew he could die and be recovered, he wouldn't care about his safety enough to hold back on the skill. But what he continues to say surprises me. That skill again. Watch out, Wyatt. He's not using it like normal. It might just kill him. I grit my teeth at the thought of him killing himself from exertion for his final death. I grip the machete tightly as I see Edmund shuffle his feet a bit. The broken ankle hanging loosely doesn't seem to affect the fading. And so, with a growl, Edmund shivers toward me once more. The movement is fast but not impossible to match. The really worrying thing is the lack of momentum. He can just stop, move, and restart on a dime, as if he has no weight or inertia. I can never know his next move. I can now see why Alexos was so pressed by him, even as a sixth sigil. Some things are simply hard to beat. I raise the machete to block an incoming swipe, but before it lands, he shivers to the side, making another slash open up on my other side from my armpit to my hip. I step back several times, destabilized as he pushes onto me again. Without holding back at all, I take a deep breath, ether filing me wholly. As I do so, I try to enter his fragmented mind. If I can predict, even just slightly, what he's doing, then I can protect myself better. I feel the chains on my whole body loosen with Struggler's gasp as Edmund stumbles, the discord that my skill forces on the surroundings affecting his ether. From there, I focus deeply on him with insight until my vision splits, becoming two, one of mine and one of his. Using insight with my eyes open on another person is an odd feeling. The split vision is disorienting, but not so much that it's unhelpful. It's like looking through two holes in a fence, only that each delivers you to a completely different world. In his, only I exist, a being made only of blood and flesh that swirls threateningly. Truly, nothing else exists to the fading Edmund except for the threat to his life. Even the floor doesn't exist. That is probably why he keeps tripping and stumbling. But from his sight, I can barely see where he is looking, even if I can't understand what he's thinking. My right thigh is where he's looking. Cripple me? Is that the plan, Edmund? You probably don't even have one in that condition. So, as he darts at me once more, I prepare for his attack. I step back, blood falling from me and bursts from my other wounds. It seems Edmund is good at making others bleed. That sounds about right. When he gets close, I stab forward with the machete, using leash to try and catch him with it to slow him down. But just before the leash reaches him, which is a good foot from the edge of the bone machete, his eyes shift to my neck. Instantly a shiver goes down my spine as I react instinctively, leaning back, swiping the blade, and letting myself fall back without hesitation. Only barely do I act fast enough to save my head from being removed from my body. The claw of blood passes right over my head as my machete sinks deeply into Edmund's side. The bloodhound looks down at me as it growls, blood dripping onto my face from an undead creature that should be unable to bleed. Edmund then abruptly moves to the side, ripping the machete right out of my hand and taking it with him. The only issue is that when he stops moving, the old man immediately crumples, the sound of dozens of broken bones resounding in the air. But the old man is just like me, even broken in body, shattered in mind, and far beyond repair in the soul. He refuses to give. I see the flames in his eyes spark once more, and I prepare myself instinctively as I hear an audible crack of bone. The next second, no, the next moment in time, no matter how small you measure, he's standing right in front of me, arm in my chest, grasping for a heart that is not there. I return the favor and stab my hand into his chest, blowing apart his feeble chest with wetting. Bones, flesh, and blood mix from the two of us as we simultaneously collapse. As we fall, I push myself away from him, releasing my breath of ether at him, which creates distance between the two of us. I look at him now, completely broken on the ground. That last strike was far too fast. Had Death's lantern not taken my heart, I would have died. I shakily stand while looking at the hole in my chest. While it might not have gone through the heart not there, plenty of other things are fucked up. Several broken ribs, a collapsed lung, and massive hemorrhages. My mind flicks to the warning Johnny and Bertie gave, and I wince. I'm doing it again, damn it. Shaking my head in disappointment, I force myself to come to my senses. You dumbass, why do you need to fight everything? Can you not see 10 minutes into the future? Fuck. Who am I kidding? I wanted this. This was a choice, even if it was a bad one. Hopefully, I won't bleed out. Without much time left for Edmund's undeath, I quickly move over to him, and he tries to get up to attack me. But he is far too wounded to do so, making me breathe out slowly as I sigh in disappointment. Not of disappointment in him, either. In me. I didn't beat him. His own skill did. Shiver. At least in his death, he taught me one last lesson. Had he been alive or, at the very least, sentient, he would have kicked my ass. Terribly. Now, as he sits broken and fading, blood pouring from wounds that should not have any, I see his vision goes black, subjecting the once indomitable bloodhound to eternal darkness. 156. One last lesson. Edmund's body slumps to the ground, the old man reaching his final death, his soul no longer powerful enough to put him back together. His 16th if I count the one outside of the underworld. My eyes water at the sight, which has nothing to do with the stinging in my eyes from before or the heaps of blood falling from my wounds. I move close to his dead body as the gift of undeath begins to crack before my very eyes. Death gave her power to all those who die and drift to the underworld, allowing them to revive after death again and again. But it is not without a price. She opens their souls for devouring by other beings by having them shatter again and again during every death. However, I refuse to let Edmund's soul be crushed up into the grinder of some distorted god. But without much idea of how to do so, I kneel and reach toward his sigil, an unreal apparition as his true one is still above the surface. It is the only thing I can see from his fading body to grab. The thing is flickering, fading, and upon closer look, badly shattered. It's almost impossible to tell what it even was from before. What I can see when I touch my hand against Edmund's body that is turning translucent and intangible with the gift fading is a reddening horizon. It seems as though my sight, improved by ether, can see that which should not be seen whenever I ignore my darkening vision from my wounds and the reddening horizon of the god that is likely coming for my old man and instead focus on the sigil in front of me. As it breaks away from the body and begins to float upward, I wrap a fist around it, coating it with leash to hold tightly onto it. It works and holds onto the sigil, and it gives me a sense of the sigil, which blows my mind. Inside the sigil are not the normal sigils that make up a higher sigil like a forest made of many forests. They are all just called one. Instead, I sense emotions, broken thoughts, and the feeling of seeing Edmund's eyes. This is not a sigil. This is Edmund's soul. It might seem like quite a jump in logic, but it makes sense. Souls have power over sigils and ether, allowing us to take and manipulate them. Death has powers over souls, right? So, theoretically, she could imbue power into souls and have them act like a sigil. But the force must not be perfect, for whenever someone dies, damage is caused internally to the soul sigil. That and undead have far less ether to use at once, most of it being used to keep their bodies intact. With this thought, I pull Edmund's soul closer to me with leash and wrap it within my fist, coated with a surge of ether. But just as I tighten my fingers around the soul visible only to my eyes, unique to a philosopher, I feel an opposing force fall upon me. Without even meaning to, I look up, my gaze drawn to Basprit, the all-consuming, the never-ending, my will momentarily taken. The sky is a canvas of unfathomable writhing serpents innumerable in number, a sickening sight that instantly hits my mind like a sledgehammer. The air is suffused with the stench of decay and the metallic tang of blood from me biting my tongue from the shock. Above, the horizon is marked by an immense maw of jagged, razor-sharp teeth, gnashing and grinding together with a deafening roar that seems to shake the very foundations of the underworld. I feel my feet shake and tremble at the sound, all my ether barely managing to even protect me. From this gaping, hellish maw protrudes countless writhing tongues, slick with blood and dripping with foul, viscous fluids. They squirm and lash about in the air, as if seeking to grasp at something that lies just beyond their reach. And it reaches out with countless tendrils of darkness, grasping and pulling at the very essence of those who have passed beyond the veil of death. I can feel the soul of Edmund in my palms scream in agony, being pulled toward the maw in the sky. Unwilling to lose him again, I pull with all my might toward the ground. Ether explodes within me at full force as I instantly take another struggler's gasp. My vision shakes, flickers in and out, and explodes with unknowing colors, but through it, I can see that I am the only one affected by this. Dewey is looking at me, confused, as blood streams down my eyes, ears, and nose, and I pull down the sky. A single thought flashes through my mind as I rear myself to pull again. Only those who see Basprit are affected, and my own imagination brought it to my eyes. I shift every ounce of my being to help me pull and protect my mind as it feels as though the force of the very world is simultaneously crushing me and pulling me apart. My fingers, newly recovered from their recent loss due to the bloody palm's selfish regeneration, are being split apart as the above God demands its sustenance. There is only one thing that is keeping me alive at this moment, and it is not my ether or my endurance by any means. It is a simple fact that Basprit doesn't even notice me. I am just a mere speck to it as it siphons the souls of those who all reach their final deaths. The passive pressure it imposes on all those that can see it is destroying me from within. I can hear Dewey screaming, but the sounds break upon my ears, never genuinely reaching me. My vision is flickering, so much so that even my insight is flashing, a sign that what is happening to me is far worse than the mere glimpse before. I was able to distract myself from it before, but this time I cannot. My imagination is unable to fight something without seeing it. With all this happening to me, I only have one option: throw everything into this. I know the bloody palm is waiting for a chance to strike, and will take it if I give it an opportunity, but some things are more important than me or my survival. Insight, daydream, and Ironheart all combine to allow a philosopher to change the world. Instead of using the ether of struggler's gasp to fortify my body by weakening my chains, I push it without care into these three skills. A fiery path of ether that tears a trench of agony throughout my body and up into my skull where all these skills exist almost knocks me into unconsciousness. I only remain standing by the soul that is being pulled into the sky with my fist. But as I regain my footing, I feel the ether enter their places, changing everything. Ether, a torrent of energy so dense I can see it flow through me with insight, enters my eyeballs, the origin of the skill. It is the first skill to receive this shot of ether, and its effect creates an out-of-body experience. Literally, my crumbling vision breaks from my pupils, and I can feel a pair of eyes open in the air several feet from me, giving me a third-person perspective of myself. The philosopher only makes sense to see from every perspective, I suppose. From there, I gain a clear view without any interference of the next change as I'm pulled a few inches into the air. The suction from Basprit, so powerful I'm nothing but weight onto the soul it wants. But ether flows into my pupils, the dark circles and all that elicit imagination and dreams. From there, I begin to see a dream. No, a reality that will come to be, where I rip away from Basprit's pull and take Edmund's soul for myself. The second my mind shifts to this daydream, I see myself no longer rising as the passive pull from Basprit evens out with the force of my mind. But it's not the whole force. I have only imagined, not struggled. But no struggle is without suffering. If there is one thing I've learned, it's certainly that. Ether inundates my mind, the origin of Ironheart. But there is far too much ether to be safe. Even if I am not going beyond my saturation limit, I'm lucky I was unconscious for a while after that fight and have had some rest since then. There is always a limit on how much can be in a single place. My brain itself begins to burn from all the energy in my mind, causing my hand to shake and my feet to tremble. But with this heat and friction comes power. My heart of iron gives the dream substance. A strength that only exists in my dreams pierces my hand and gives me the substance to rip the soul of Edmund from the grasp of Basprit. As I do so, I fall to the ground from the few feet in the air I was pulled to and feel the soul in my hand now infiltrating my hand, the suction from the god no longer preventing it. For a second, panic rises, but it is quickly pushed down as the soul is warm and welcoming, not dangerous or threatening. However, once again, panic rises as I feel the bloody palm finally make its move. The bloodthirsty artifact does not come for Edmund's soul as I would expect at this moment. Instead, it comes for mine. A torrent of unheard darkness streams toward my mind as the artifact finally wages war against me once more. It picked a perfect time. Truly, either I try to do something with Edmund's soul, not that I even know what to do with it now that it's in my body, or I fight against it. If I fight it, Edmund's soul might be ripped from me again, which it knows I'm unwilling to let happen. But if I don't fight it, the damn thing will win. So what do? I don't know. I lay here beaten by an invisible force on the ground, only able to see the world from this momentary third-person perspective. My old man or myself, is that truly the choice I make? It is. Earlier, I had my mind completely set, but now I am unsure as death nearly approaches. The bloody palm is tearing its way up to my mind with hatred stored for months, and it is already at my shoulder. Edmund's soul just sits calmly inside the flesh of my palm where the bloody palm's antagonism was once stored. I'm running out of time. A brutal truth dawns upon me very quickly, however. Should the bloody palm win, the old man's soul is no longer mine anyway. He would end up devoured either way. Only in this choice I would die as well. I know that is not what he would want, so I make my choice. With gritted teeth and bloody tears, I make the only choice. A more profound pain than the one that currently burns my brain or from one of the god that I merely looked at shakes my heart, the one that is presently made of flame. But that doesn't make the decision hurt any less as I move my focus, my imagination, and my substance to combat the bloody palm. And as my mind clashes against it, I can feel that this is precisely what it wanted from the whispers and murmurs that run along my mind. The artifact wants me to suffer for the short time it was forced to merge with me. The incomprehensible thinking of an artifact will never make sense, but it found the best way to do so. Not to kill me, but to make my life miserable. It hates being forced against its will to do something so much that it is willing to make my life a living hell for the few minutes that we were merged as one months ago. Similarly, by removing my choice, while my mind, fortified by the strength that allowed me to pull Edmund's soul, pushes the bloody palm back into its home, I see Edmund's soul get ripped from my hand, leaving fragments of it as it is rapidly pulled skyward without my protection. I can feel the bloody palm snicker and laugh in amusement as these fragments sink into my body. I don't know what these fragments will do, but I don't care. Rage fills me with what the bloody palm has done, and the only solace I have is the pain I ripped into it as I forced it back into the corner of my body. My sight returns back to my body from the third-person perspective as now that Edmund's soul is gone, I no longer imagine the sight of Basprit, and I let the ether in my body fade before it goes too far, which it is very close to doing so. After weakness fills my body, I just lay down on the coarse dirt of the underworld. Dewey is freaking out and trying to get my attention, but I simply don't have it in me to reply to him. The dark snicker and murmur of the bloody palm are all I hear as the fragments of Edmund reach my own mind and soul. I can feel the small shards of him touch my mind after flowing through my body. I don't resist them. It's Edmund. After all, what harm could he possibly do to me? And my openness to his fragile shards of essence allows them to sink into my mind, bringing small bits of the old man's life to my mind. Instantly, I know why Basprit wants to devour souls. With the souls, even if they are broken and fragmented, come memories and knowledge. And I imagine even to a god, knowledge is power. No, especially to a god. Sadly for me, what I get is a fragment of a fragment. Only a single memory is reconstructed into my mind, almost as if it's my own. Edmund stands in the open clearing near his cabin in front of an adult man, one who is in his mid-20s. He looks similar to the old man, only much younger. The same determined eyes, similar dressing with near-identical hats, and something that really seals the deal. From Edmund's perspective, I can feel a heavy resonance from the younger man's sigil. It is nearly identical to Edmund's. The only different thing is the man who wields it. I realize almost instantly that this is the man in that city from the rift in the crossroads, the blood beast, Edmund's last child. The younger man yells out to Edmund, anger, frustration, and incomprehension evident on his face. He points at him and takes several rough steps into the dirt of the clearing, small smudges of blood being left in his footprints. Why do you just sit here in the middle of the woods doing nothing, wasting away like a senile old man? The world is burning, people are suffering, and the very people you support are the ones doing it. Where is my father? The one who always spoke of righteousness and care, compassion and strength? Where is the bloodhound? Where is the greatest teacher in the frontier? Where have you been? The memory is so fragmented that I can only see what is happening from Edmund's perspective, and I can't even know the thoughts that he had at the time, only what he said. The old man's voice is rough and tinged with hurt as he speaks up for himself. I can't, Edward. Edward, Edmund's only remaining son, cuts him off and gets even closer, his voice rising to a scream. No, you won't. You have just sat here for 3 years now. What have you been doing other than letting things get worse? You're an icon. So many people look up to you. So why won't you just help? Why do you let so many die? The father I used to know would never let that slide, even if it would kill him. A deep breath fills Edmund's lungs, and the old man shakes his head sadly, the vision of the memory swinging left and right. No, I truly cannot, Edward. I made a promise. Edward swings his hands to the side and growls in anger. Who or what could a promise to be worth thousands suffering, hundreds dying, and so many living enslaved by those estates? I see Edmund close his eyes for a second as the vision goes black before returning after a short second. Edmund raises his hand to his eyes. I am old, Edward. Should I join you? I would likely die soon. It is possible I save many before I do so, but it is inevitable. And before you interrupt, no, I am not afraid of dying. I made a promise to the wife of one of my oldest friends. Edmund takes out a small locket from his pocket and flips it open. A black and white photo of Ma and me, Aniwai from over 10 years ago, is in the frame of the small thing. It's the same photo that we took when we went to a nearby fair. My teeth clench at the sight of my young smile in the image. He knew about me all along. I would raise their son should he ever come to me, just as I did for you and your siblings. I am afraid of that child never reaching their potential, not whatever may happen to me. The same went for you and your siblings. Edward spits on the grass below and turns around, flipping a middle finger to Edmund as he does so, leaving a curse. Of course you would, old man. You care more about long-lost promises that may never come and the potential of some unknown child than the suffering of the now. You're a great teacher and a great fighter, but oh, devil, are you a terrible father. I still can't believe what possessed you to adopt us instead of just dropping us at some orphanage and training us after, whatever. Just rot in this forest waiting for that child to come to you since you'd rather raise another person's son than help your own. As Edward walks away, I see ether burst in Edmund's hand like a detonation of a firework. He calls out to Edward before he leaves entirely. I never said I wouldn't help. I just cannot join your resistance, son. One last lesson. Edward, how about that? Edward turns around so fast that it is almost instant, a sarcastic remark already leaving his mouth. And what would you teach me that you already haven't? How to abandon your child and force them to fend for themselves. No, I think I got the gist of how to do that. Edmund shakes his head and gives a single word that shuts Edward up. Shiver. The second the name of this renowned skill is said, Edward's face lights up, and so does mine as I scour through this memory. But my face quickly twists in sadness and loss as the memory distorts and ends abruptly, just as Edmund raises an arm with a palm full of spiraling ether. Once the memory ends, I'm back to the floor of the underworld, filled with defeat and sadness. 157. Meeting. I fight back tears as I stare at the sky of darkness above that eventually leads to the ground beneath the surface. I knew the bloody palm was angry at me for what happened in the fight against Hura, but this? It was willing to give up on taking me over just to fucking spite me? Just to make my life worse? Boiling with anger, I sit up and ignore my injuries as I focus my hate toward the bloody palm. If it weren't for this fucking artifact, I would have saved Edmund's soul from being devoured by that mass of disgusting flesh of a god. Dewey calls out to me, and I only give the man a short answer before telling him to leave me alone. You okay? What the hell just happened? How are you floating? Did Basprit take Edmund's soul? Were you able to stop it? My voice comes out scratchy and raw as my voice cracks while leaving my throat. No, I failed. Just leave me alone. Dewey goes quiet for a second, making me think he's going to leave, but he sits in front of me after a few moments. I just ignore him and stare at the bloody palm with rising hate. How possible is it for me to live without any arms? Not very. Fuck. This was your plan all along. Huh? That's why you won't heal me. You want to make me hate you so much that I want to get rid of you. But I can't. If I do, I'll be a cripple, at least with one hand. I can shoot, fight, and live. But without any, what options do I have? Shoot a gun with my toes? But does it even matter? Why don't I just bring the same suffering back to the palm? No, it will only hurt me in the end. This damn thing doesn't care about pain. It only wants to live, eat, and for some reason, make me suffer. The first two needs that we sadly have in common. The truth hits me as I stare at the gray skin of my arm possessed by the hungering and sadistic artifact. I can't get rid of it. I just have to live with this damn thing. The truth hits like a fucking bullet and leaves me with grinding teeth. My vision begins to swim and shake, but I don't care. The swirling emotions only seem to rise as I can feel the palm laugh at me. It might not be truly sentient yet, but that doesn't mean it can't also possess hate and spite. If I cut off my arm, are there ways to regrow it? I know Heath can't. His limit is fingers, toes, and eyes. But perhaps Birdie can. Her healing was incredible, and she is an angel after all. Surely she can recover a lost arm. But even if she can, the bloody palm would fight back. The last and only time it was severed, the damn thing came crawling back in less than a second, stitching itself right back to me. Can I even sever the palm? It's dug so deeply into me, and at this point, it's all the way at my shoulder. At least, what I can tell is the skin turning gray and my own ether feeling out of place past my shoulder. It doesn't impede the actual use, though. Just feels weird. I just can't do it anymore. This thing has been on me, leeching away my life for so long and making it so much worse. Sure, it has helped me fight, but the last time it truly helped, besides just being a more durable arm, was in the fight against Hura, and even then, it was unwilling. Dewey calls out to me again and again, but I just keep ignoring him as I open and close the fist, which is not mine. Eventually, though, he grabs my shoulder and forces my attention to him. Wyatt, wake up, man. You're gonna bleed out? The concern in his voice finally breaks me out of my stare, and I look at him and then at myself. His hands are covered in blood from trying to stop my bleeding from the fight against Edmund. I didn't even notice him applying pressure to stem the life that is leaving me with haste. I look at the liquid falling down and can only laugh dryly. Even dead, Edmund shows just how dangerous he was, for the lasting effects of his attacks last way beyond his passing. The wounds themselves aren't all that bad, but the bleeding is. While I just stare completely out of it, Dewey pulls me up from the ground. Come on, man, get it together. I'm taking you to a medic, or else you'll die. From there, I can see with hazy eyes that he is dragging me toward heights. And after a few minutes of leaving the outskirts, I feel myself being dragged across the rough cobblestones of the street. The pain is non-existent. The pain inside is far worse. Blood pours from my wounds, leaving a trail of crimson behind me just as tears drip from my eyes onto the bricks. Only one of the two is noticeable to any but me, however. The sound of footsteps echoes around me, growing louder as we approach a large, imposing building. I feel myself being pulled inside as Dewey speaks to me, the smell of smoke and incense assaulting my senses. My vision blurs heavily, leaving the world incomprehensible as darkness encroaches on the edges of my vision. I try to speak, but nothing comes from my voice but an inaudible whisper. As my consciousness fades, I am left with the vague impression of figures moving around me, their voices a distant murmur. A few of them even look familiar to my blurry gaze, their chains having a recognizable color as well. But I can't make out who is who before a light covers my eyes. And then abruptly, everything goes black. Otto Henderson. I light my last cigarette as I stand outside Wyatt's infirmary and take a deep puff. Damn, kid. Almost got himself killed. Again. It seems to be just normal for him. He's lucky Birdie has connections with the master of this city. Otherwise, we'd never have found him in time. Even then, though, she says the kid is stunting his growth with all these wounds and approaching his limit. Seems like he might never grow to his full height as his body is so focused on healing itself all the time. Now, that might not seem like that big of an issue, but it's a well-known thing that the larger you are, generally, the more ether you can handle. The only race that doesn't fit this generalization is the pygmies. For them, it's the opposite. And that's not all. She says the damn kid got so close to death that she had to put him in a coma with her sigil, altering his mind with her light. Whatever that means, who knows when he'll wake up. And for what? I thought he promised Johnny to be more careful. Either he's a liar or a military-grade dumbass. As I breathe out my cigarette, the rush that comes with it giving me a spout of happiness, I am hit with sharp pain in my side. I cough several times because of the pain, which only spikes it further, ending with me doubling over. Those damn Volcars. They are hard fuckers to put down, that's for sure. Birdie is a damn good medic, but she's no miracle worker. There is only so much she can do for another's body. Not all is bad, however. According to Dewey, the man, or I guess the undead, that drug Wyatt into the city from his idiotic fight with the Bloodhound, Wyatt learned the location of what we're looking for. At least he wasn't dumb enough to tell Dewey what it was, though. Huh. I guess I can understand why Wyatt took that fight besides Birdie's theory of the bloody palm, making him more self-destructive and careless. He wanted one last chance with someone he loved. I never had anyone like that. Not a mother, father, or sibling who cared, though, but that doesn't mean I can't understand. I'd do the same with Marion if it meant that I could connect with him one more time. If it can't be over alcohol, cigarettes, and stealing from random dumbfucks on the street, then I guess I'd want to fight him. Maybe that way, I'd at least learn from him. Speaking of, he is alive, and I await his arrival in Heights eagerly. He was sent to Apathy, the location for neutral individuals who are neither morally evil nor good throughout their life. Sounds like Marion to a T. I peek into the room and see Birdie working on healing Wyatt. She's already finished reconstructing the portions of his body ripped away by the Bloodhound, but it seems as though she's stuck on healing his lost arm. It's been almost 3 days since she started, and almost no progress can be said to be achieved on that front. I tried telling her it was pointless and to just heal me or Blake to our peaks, but she's determined. If it doesn't work the first 30 times, why go for a 31st? Another dumbass, I suppose. I seem to surround myself with them. Huh, Marion? Quietly, I step in and look over at Johnny. His eyes are still closed, and it'll be a few more days until he can see again. But that's not what plagues my gunslinging friend. It's the fact that his daughter is long gone. The little one who burned up in her own radiance is not down here. Her soul is already gone. Birdie's connections were unable to find any hint of her at all. Dakota is curled up at the bottom of Wyatt's bed, constantly whining for his owner. A whole parade of sadness. At least we don't have to deal with Ivor anymore. That psycho left us shortly after she somehow sent Wyatt here through the same means. Wish I could have seen the artifact that did it. Too bad I was still knocked the fuck out from killing the most demons. After a few moments of calm, I call out to Johnny. I'm going to go find Marion. He should be here in just a lil da. The gunfighter nods in my general direction, although he is getting eerily good at seeing without eyes. At this point, half the time, he looks you in the eyes on the first try. After the simple informing, I turn and leave, waving goodbye to Blake, who is sitting on a chair reading a book. She only lifts a few fingers, and gives me an awkward smile as I walk out the door. What an odd girl. I take a few slow steps down the street as I see Silas talking to literally everyone he sees, begging to either trade their gold for something he has or simply just begging for gold, promising to owe them one. It gives me a snort as I walk past. It must suck to have such an essential weapon in your arsenal, depending entirely on money. Though, I suppose up above on the surface, it is much easier to get gold. So it's probably way more powerful up there. As I walk through the city toward where Bertie's contact, Emile, said that Marion would arrive, I keep my eyes out for anything interesting. This whole city is unbelievable. After all, miles of brick, mortar, and canvas created entirely by legions of undead. What a crazy thing. Does look quite interesting a place to live in, that's for sure. Slowly, my steps carry me to another part of Heights, the Landing, a portion of the city where undead from the other two towns are sent. The living seem to have little to none when it comes to restrictions on where we can walk. We are a rarity down here, and most seem to respect us for braving the journey. I would never have expected us to not be the first down here, however, and as I've talked to a few more undead like Silas and Bertie, I've learned there have been dozens over the millennia. We're rare but not groundbreaking. I do wonder something as I walk toward Landing. Where is Death? So many undead speak of her making huge waves long ago, but for the past several hundred years, the Pale Lady has been absent. Not that it's stopped people from dying, though. The devil, however, is also not very active, but Bertie mentioned that he appeared 100 years ago or so for something catastrophic down here. According to her, only the Supremes would know the truth of that event, so I'm left guessing. It's common knowledge that the devil is the only sane god remaining because he has never truly done something beyond reason or been shown as a mass of corruption. Sure, the god has his good and bad sides, but he is fair. Some pray to him and have been said to receive responses according to their efforts put in. Other gods, however, all their cults are slain the second they're found, for their followers commonly go mad and either unleash hell on earth or kill many innocents. Even the churches that have risen to worship death have gone the same way. Only the followers of the devil are not destroyed or burnt at the stake. They are merely banished by the prime out of the territories. So what's different between the devil and death? Both rule the underworld, one owning death itself and the other the judgment of the afterlife. Why is one mad and not the other? Why did the gods even go mad in the first place? Many say it was the mother below, but was it indeed? Why is the devil fine if that's the case? And how come it's noted that death aided the underworld long after the rest when mad? The timeline simply doesn't add up. But these thoughts are for another time because my feet have brought me to Landing. A large building of stone with a double door made of wrought iron inscribed with swirling skulls stands in front of me, and I take a deep breath before opening the door. What awaits my eyes is a massive lobby similar to a hotel where several people stand bored, and in the back, I see a wall lined with jail cells where people sit just as bored, if only a bit more frustrated. Those in the back must be those coming from the depths. Only people like Iva can ignore the rules and enter as she pleases. The rest have to be approved and escorted who come from that terrifying city. The rest of these people, however, the ones in the lobby, must be from apathy, simply waiting for someone to arrive and pick them up. My eyes rapidly scan the crowd, looking for a glimpse of familiar red hair, and I spot it quickly. In a corner, spinning a large needle between his fingers, is Marion. He looks to be a fair bit skinner, and the pale flames in his eyes are a bit odd, but it's him. I move quickly through the crowd of people to my closest friend of over a decade, and he notices me before I even get close. Marion stands, puts the needle in a pocket, and moves to greet me. I laugh in relief at seeing him as our hands clasp in a handshake. We look at each other for a moment, as we were never the most open with our emotions, but the times call for it. I open my arms and pull him into a hug. Missed you, man. You too, dumbass. You come all the way down here for lil old me? Sounds awfully like you're in love with me or something. Don't you have that fine lass from Mendoza? I push him away and punch his arm. Fucking S can't even have a moment without him ruining it. But that's Marion. Shut up. I ain't seen her in months. Marion's lip twists in a smile as he keeps messing with me. I'm sure you haven't. Just fucking with you anyway. Did you guys end up getting Alexos? Bastard made me look like a dumbass with how I died. His mention of his death makes me look at his neck, and another shot of relief flows through me as I see not even one mark on his neck. He hasn't even died yet down here. Good. Nah, he ended up getting away. I'm sure we'll get him, though, for how much of a pussy he made you look like. This time Marion punches me in the arm at my obvious jab. Fuck you. Come on. Who else came with you? I ain't been down here long, but from what I've heard, living people are really rare, and I'm not doubting you, but I don't think you could have made it all the way down here on your own. I laugh and pull him with me toward the door, but he stops me. I'll take you to see them, all right? Wait, wait, wait. You need to tell the overseer. Otherwise, they'll be on the lookout for me. I don't want to go back. I think he's joking for a second, but the look on his face tells me otherwise. Fuck. It's really bad for people who aren't sent to heights, huh? Damn. Devil. Why couldn't you have been a bit lenient with him? We ain't ever been that evil. Plus, we helped a whole bunch of people. Shrugging with frustration, I walk over to a tall man standing in the middle of the lobby behind a wooden desk. His face is rough and covered with scars, and his eyes glow a verdant green. The color of his flame and the wooden desk instantly put me into a respectful mood, even with Marion next to me. Anytime eyes are a different color, that means the person is powerful, normally a chief. There are exceptions, but I ain't gonna test them. Not just that, but this is the only wooden thing I've seen since I got here. I'm taking my friend, Marion. Will that be a problem? The undead man looks me up and down before asking for my name. No, you living are easy to track down. Just gotta ask where the ide is. What's your name? Otto. Otto Henderson. The man waves his arm, and writing is inscribed into the wooden desk he's sitting at. Then, he waves at us to leave. Go on. Get. Don't waste my time. From there, I drag Marion out of the landing, prepared to wage some foolishness before we leave. I ain't stolen something in a while, just never felt the same without Marion. 158, Isaac. Johnny Caldwell. My eyes are lost, but when one thing is lost, you grasp toward the others. I may not be permanently blind, but this absolution has taught me that I need to prepare for it. A blind gunslinger. Indeed a conundrum, huh? Without vision, I rely on my ears. They are fallible yet reliable. I merely have to learn what they tell me. The winds, the steps, and the vibrations. What they all mean, just as we learn what the colors do when we learn to see. And even if I am blind, there is something far worse. To see yet have no vision. I have a goal, and it will guide me even as my eyes fail. Hearing an empty building barring the unconscious and comatose Wyatt, I move toward the young man with a hand slightly outstretched to catch me from hitting anything. My ears perk up to listen for Blake or Bertie, but the First Lady left to find any books that might be down here, and the latter went to report to One-Eyed Isaac. I'll have to go see him myself soon as the man who will top the heights of hope when he dies wants to meet every living person to reach these depths. Apparently, the ninth sigil freaks down here actually do something. They are completely unlike the Prime. They each have the strength to shake the very earth, and yet, the Prime allows a territory to fall without any fanfare. Just from what I've heard and seen, that would not pass here. Even Iva, the most ruthless woman to probably ever live, would fight any who encroach on her territory, but not the Prime. He simply cares for nothing but himself in his old age, seeking any way to extend his life. My hand touches Wyatt's bed frame made of stone as I pause my hate toward the Prime and his negligence. Wyatt, why won't he listen? Is he simply too young? Too rash? Too independent? I do not know, but I can see a repeat of Amelia, if only a bit slower and more gruesome. I want to do more, but what can I do? The young man is killing himself, and for what? To grow stronger? To prove himself? To help? He simply doesn't understand. One must pace themselves. Patience is key. You must view things from more than one perspective before acting. I want to beat this into him, but at this point, I'm afraid I will lose. Without my eyes, Wyatt could likely beat me in a fight. I should have been more forceful earlier, even if I thought he would listen. But I did that with Amelia, and she just ran away from me. Fuck. Moving closer to Wyatt, I put my ear against his chest. A slow yet constant thump of his heart meets my ears, and it brings quiet to my racing thoughts. He's still alive. For now, I suppose. I need to do better, or he will die the next time he fights, or he might even never wake up. At least not the Wyatt I know. And that's not even my words. Bertie gave those to me directly. Our conversation was a bit heated, to say the least. I wince at the memory. This child. He's breaking apart at the seams. From brain damage to liver failure, he has it all. I only just managed to heal him earlier. Frankly, I'm surprised that man even managed to drag him all the way here. I can't imagine anyone I've ever met to survive with so little blood for so long. But that's all it is, Johnny. Survival. You let him fight again, and he will die. No ifs, ands, or buts. He will. I've done all I can and forced several others to help me stabilize him. There is only so much I can do for him, especially when that damned artifact is getting in the way. I responded a bit angry, if only because I was unwilling to believe just how bad it was. No way. This child. He can't be that injured. He's too tough for that. And why don't we just get rid of the damned thing? It's been plaguing him, and if you're here, then you can just regrow his arms. She shakes her head animatedly enough to allow me to hear it through her shifting hair. That's just not possible. Why? Why not? You specialize in healing, no? Surely you can help him. She just shakes her head again, only getting a bit frustrated with me. It's not that simple, Johnny. To remove his arm would probably just kill him. I hate to say it, but the damned thing is keeping him alive, just barely at the brink. It's almost like it's torturing him. It's keeping him alive while simultaneously invading his mind, subconsciously making him angrier, more emotional, and more instinctive. And even if I could regrow his arms, they'd never be the same. They'd be unresponsive to ether and easily damaged. More of a detriment than a help for him. Heartbroken, I asked for any option to save this child. He can't die like this. I know why he's like this. He's in pain. Pain from his mother, pain from his father, and finally, pain from the loss of Edmund. Such a young man has been through so much, yet he hasn't given up. Neither will I. Then what can we do? She moves close to Wyatt, a gesture of pain that even I can feel while blind. I will put him in a coma to recover on his own. A deep one. The artifact is stopping me from helping anymore. I wish I could override it, but the damn thing has the advantage in his body. This could last for months. It seems to have a great deal of control over his body while he is asleep. It can't stop his own healing, thankfully, but his body is recovering slowly. And every day he's in the coma gives the artifact a deeper hold on his mind. Unless you're confident he can hold out unconsciously for that long enough for him to heal enough to exit the coma, I say it's better to put him out of his misery. My blind eyes move to the unconscious boy. No, man. He has earned it even if he is quite stupid and puts himself in these situations. His strength is even to warrant that. Can he hold on for that long? He has to. Only he knows where the key is to the vault. Who am I kidding? I don't care about that. I just want the boy to live. I've been rough to him, and all he has given me is loyalty and aid. I give back to my soldiers. I turn back to her, confidence in my voice. He can. Birdie just sighs and walks out, leaving words that strike me deeply even now. Even if he does, he will be changed. The boy you know may not be there when he wakes up. I break myself out of the memory as I look at the arm in question. The bloody palm, a very powerful artifact that many would be willing to own, but I can't imagine any that would be willing to fuse with it. Even most hollows aren't that insane. Maybe they are. Speaking of, there aren't any down here, but I guess that makes sense. Only the sigil of the dead is returned, and no artifacts are made from the people down here simply dying again. Just looking at the bloody palm, though, brings a brutal truth to me. Had I not been afraid and relied upon the young man's bravery at the fight in Rustbank, he would not have had this conflict with his artifact. Sure, before, they had issues, but it was never this bad. I literally saw the damn thing reattach to him and regrow an arm. They were in a subtle symbiosis, even if neither would admit it. Should one die, the other would as well, and they both knew it. Only after what I did, using fixation and making the artifact neglect Wyatt, did the balance change. No longer was it willing to help. It just sat back and watched from then on. And that's why the young man is dying. Because of me. He's going to change. Because of me. Not again. Never again. If only these eyes of mine were stronger. The cabin hinted at them growing when I make the leap into angelhood, but that is far away. There is a reason why such a gap exists between even forerunners, the most powerful 6 sigils and 7 sigils. So many barriers exist to advance. An absolution, a proof, the time needed to adapt to your 6th sigil, and finally, the sigil itself you will imbibe. I only have one of those 4. The first, I need to find a way to help him, to stop that change in his mind while he heals. Maybe Abraham can help? Probably not enough. Could that ogre? I'll have to go and see her. A mentalist angel could surely save his mind and give him time to heal, right? Maybe she could even force the bloody palm to heal him? That meeting with Cicate, Bonfire, and Primrose will have to have a rain check. Wyatt needs me first and foremost. I sit in the chair next to Wyatt's bed that Bertie used when she was trying to regrow his arm before we had that argument. From there, I pull out Downpour, and to relieve just a little bit of stress, I disassemble, clean, and reassemble the gun several times. The motions are so ingrained I could do them asleep, let alone blind. Fiddling with Downpour always calms me, but this time it only does a little bit. The twitching of my hands from stress doesn't fade one bit. Thoughts just won't stop coming. Of all those that used to be beside me and who have died, those who were either family or close enough to go to a reunion. Naomi Glass, Myrtle Morse, and Farrell, Oliver Anderson, Bernard Hampton, Amy Pores, John Thomas, McCoy, Arm, Amelia, Levi, and I can't help but imagine Wyatt's face joining theirs soon. For each of these names, I looked for up and down through heights and used Bertie's connections to branch into apathy, but nothing. Even Levi is gone and didn't die that long ago, and I feel that soon, Wyatt will join that nothing. What can I do, a humble man, to save a Graves from a terrible fate, just counting the damage he keeps doing to himself? Not much, that's the truth. If I push him away, he's likely to come back even harder. If I lock him away for his safety, he'll just break out. If I try to convince him to stay away and heal, he'll just convince me he's fine. But that doesn't mean I just give up. No, I have to take one out of his book. Not that he reads much other than that odd thing he got from Alexos. I stand and take a few steps to his nightstand near his bed. I take out my lighter, the thing that has fueled my smoking addiction ever since Amelia died, and put it on the nightstand. No more distractions. No more half measures. No more carelessness. I will save him from this artifact. And if that doesn't help his self-destructive tendencies, then I'll protect him from himself. I heard you never had a father, Wyatt. While I don't think I'm a good one, I hope I can at least protect you like one. So get up, Wyatt. We got work to do. A knock at the door to the building Bertie got for us cuts me off from talking to the comatose Wyatt. I focus on my hearing as my paranoia spikes, but a voice quickly comes from outside that diminishes it all. Johnny? Isaac is ready to see you. Bertie's excited voice comes from outside, calling me to come and see Isaac. I don't want to keep the man waiting, but before I leave, I say one last thing to Wyatt. The same thing I told my wife when she was shot during our mission. Only this one is less desperate and more filled with hope. Get up, Wyatt. We got work to do. I lay my hand on the young man's shoulder before walking toward the door. Vivian might not approve of what I'm doing, but I continue anyway. I miss her just as I miss Amelia, but the dead are gone. Even in this world of fantastical things and walking undead, some are just truly gone. Something Alexos simply won't accept. Once a family is broken, there is no repairing it. If I can bring even just a bit of comfort or motivation to him, it's worth copying what I did to Vivian when she was sick. The door opens just as I reach it, the sound of air rushing into the room from outside and the creak grating my ears. Oh, hey Johnny, thought you didn't hear me. Bertie sounds a whole lot happier now that she's back here. I just greet her and take a few careful steps outside. I've got work to do. I did. Just takes a little bit to maneuver through a house, you know? Nice to see you, though. It's been almost a full day. She wraps an arm around my arm to direct me, and I almost pull away, the thought of betraying Vivian striking me sharply. But the thought is quickly tossed aside. I'm blind, and this lady is undead. There is nothing more to this than simply guiding me. And guide me, she does. Come on, this way. Isaac is waiting, and he's so excited to meet you. Well, he is not that excited, but he is excited. It's been over a century since he last spoke to a living person. The last guy who came through like a shooting star didn't speak to anyone. She pulls me along like a dirty rag through the city. The sounds of the undead city of those who are judged to be good of heart inundate my ears. Jokes, laughter, and happiness can be heard down here despite the bleak atmosphere. Even if depression is quite common, I can hear a duo having a friendly bout, wrestling on the ground to test their skills. I can hear a man playing guitar and singing a song I've never heard before, with applause right on his heels. I can hear a man telling jokes to any who will listen, getting a laugh almost every second. I can hear the rolling of dice made of stone followed by a familiar laugh. Silas? Probably. The money grubber has to get back the gold he used on his wishes. It's odd to think that all those here have died, that there are likely people up above mourning their loss, just as it is likely some reunited after they both died. It's not as bad as I thought when I first got here. It's just a bit worse than the stories. But isn't that just how everything works? When have I seen something that lives up to the stories? Ah, I have seen one. Marshall. I wonder what that man is doing right now as the world is beginning to collapse. Is he holding it up with that unbreakable fist of his? Or is he striking back at those who do harm? I do not know. I just wish we weren't so reliant on his holding of that fort. Because behind the fort he guards lies the majority of humanity's farmland. He does it for the greater good. But I reckon it's simply so the war he would wage doesn't split humanity in twain. For a good man to go to war such as he, it means the devil has done his job. Though, am I any different? I fight for a future that I likely will not be alive to see. My thoughts are distracted near the end as Bertie calls out to me. Johnny? You there? Hello? I shake my head and turn to her voice, imagining her moving her hand in front of my face. Yeah, sorry, was just lost in thought. She laughs, and I can hear a door creak open. You sure were. We walked almost a full mile, and you didn't say a single word. Just let me ramble on and on. I nod at her, trying to angle my face to where the sound is coming from, and I try to apologize again. A lot has been on my mind. Truly sorry for ignoring you. Are we there already? And it's not a big deal. There isn't much to do here besides telling stories and fighting. After all, some just prefer one over the other. Come here, through this door, and this one, and here we are. I look around, confused, as I'm led into a relatively open room, large enough for me to feel a slight breeze. The habit of turning my head to perceive things is still present, and likely will always be. Where is he? Oh, through the door in front of you. He wants to talk to you alone, so just walk on in. She steps away from me and makes some distance so I can move independently. I can only nod at her respectfully before taking a step forward and reaching for the door. It takes me almost a full second to find the inanimate object, but I get it after a bit of trying. I ignore what is probably a humorous and pathetic sight as I pull open the door and step inside. The second my feet go within the room, I feel a pressure, one that lands upon my shoulders like an anchor and prevents me from moving. My legs almost buckle, but I hold firm, and just as quickly as it appears, the pressure dissipates. A voice replaces the pressure. A voice that is obviously full of experience, power, and, most importantly, empathy, a rarity among the strong. Welcome to my office, Johnny Caldwell. It's always a wonder to meet someone yet alive down here. I hear footsteps come toward me as I stand completely still in fear despite his obvious welcomeness. One-eyed Isaac gets close to me and puts a hand on my shoulder just as I do with Wyatt. Come, no need to be stressed. I don't bite, at least not like Iva does. Oh, and here is a little gift for meeting that psychopath. I wish I could do something about her, but the balance would be broken if I did. There are many more lords down here than there are up there. 5, in fact. And that's not taking into account the many beyond the stairs. Isaac taps my shoulder 3 times before my vision is abruptly returned to me, and as it is, I see the eye patch that adorns Isaac's left eye close. I'm not able to catch a glance at what's below, but something tells me it's better that way. I thank the man for doing what I thought was impossible, recovering my eyes before they did on their own. Thank you, sir. Truly, that is a massive boon for my group. Isaac, a middle-aged man with short salt and pepper hair with a trimmed beard, chuckles at my words. The one eye knot under his eye patch burns a radiant white, one so bright it extrudes from his eye socket and adorns the entire right of his face, casting shadows all around him. Ahaha, it's no big deal. Help where you can, right, Johnny? May I ask why you came down here? Simply curious. You know that Her Majesty prevents us from hurting you unless you trespass first. So feel free to be open and sit. He waves a hand toward a fancy stone chair in front of me in this reasonably quaint office that can fit only 2 chairs. My eyes quickly roam the room and take in just how plain it is. 1 cabinet, 2 chairs, and a desk with papers atop it. That's all that is in the room of a supreme, of a man who could rival the Prime in power. That fact finally sinks in. The underworld is an amalgamation of our best, if only they live long enough down here to stabilize. I take his offer and sit, explaining why we came down here. The story is quite long, lasting almost a full hour, but by the end of it, he understands the situation on the surface and why we are down here. I'll be damned. It really is that bad. Huh? I ain't been alive for, I think 3 or 4 centuries now, but it wasn't that bad back then. Sure, some estates had great power, but they used it wisely. I wish there was more I could do for you other than reset your ether. If there is anything I can do to help, feel free to ask, Johnny. I adjust my position on the chair at the prospect of asking a 9th sigil for help. My mind burns with focus as I think through my options, of what could work and what couldn't. If only this man could just come above with us. But I know he can't. The restrictions on rising above are tight, and I imagine the more powerful the person is, the more dystopian the limits are. Chances are even Silas, with his genie in a bottle of a skill, likely can't come up with us either. So then, what? Weapons? Few exist down here. Some artifacts are here and there from dead demons, but they are minor in number and likely wouldn't make the difference. Resources? What's down here that we could need? If the Cardinal was nearby, some bottles of its eternal water could be of help as they can both heal and hurt, but sadly it is too deep into no man's land to reach. There really isn't much that they have that we could take to aid us. Information? What does he know that could possibly help us up there? Oh, skills. At least general applications of ether. Surely, he'd know some of the best. Maybe even at Zill. That's my choice for sure. Could you teach me some skills, then, sir? I believe that is the only thing that can truly help now. 159. Archive. Johnny Caldwell. I ask my question nervously and sweaty. The man in front of me is legendary, even if I did not know of him a month ago. All my life, I thought the Prime was a unique existence, a once-in-a-century kind of figure, but that is simply not the case. Isaac, Warren, and even Iva, with her insanity, are testaments to what we can be. They all might be dead, but in death, they reach the same peak the Prime has. Although, where they place on that peak is unknown, for the Prime is said to be powerful even amongst other 9th sigils. There is a reason why none of the binary lords, Behemoth and Leviathan, the Pygmies trio of High Architects and Single Creator, nor the entirety of the Nahull's High Table are willing to fight him. The man might be a tyrant and unwilling to help the weak, but not a single man alive can argue one simple fact. He is strong, very strong, strong enough to leave swathes of desolation in his wake whenever he does decide to move. The swarming wastelander, the executioner of dust, is a being unlike any other, and as such, this man in front of me deserves the same level of respect. So, I wait for his answer with anxiousness as he looks at me, his eyebrows furrowing in thought. After a few seconds, though, Isaac puts his hands on his desk and pushes himself up with a harumph before walking toward the door I didn't even notice that was closed. Follow me, Johnny. I am a terrible teacher, but that does not mean I cannot help you. I will show you my archive. It is not quite as large as Warren's, but I am proud of it. Isaac opens the door and motions me to walk out as I have a minor bout of hysteria. An archive? I stand to attention just as fast as I would back when I was a young enlisting hunter. Only 4 archives exist in the known world, and they possess the most extraordinary history of ether and its techniques. No one man could ever hope to aspire to know what is found within the Athenaeum of the Pygmies, the Neowane of the Nahullo, the Prime's personal archive, or the mysterious lost page. My feet move with anticipation as I walk behind Isaac like a giddy child. He speaks with pride as we move through this large building made of ornate stone. I have spent a long time building up my archives, but they are not just mine. They are an accumulation of the 3 supremes before me who dwelled in heights. I would love to allow you to take a large amount of knowledge to help you, but much of it must remain here. For every book taken from my archives, that is one less to aid Her Majesty's soldiers. I can copy books, but they are simply never the same as the original. So, I will have to limit you to just a few tomes. I nod in understanding, and make sure to let him know I have no problem with his decision. That is still more than I should ask for, Isaac. I appreciate it. Truly. Isaac laughs at my careful words and tries to get me to loosen up by pointing out his abode made of stone. Lighten up, Johnny. I'm not a stickler for form or anything like that. Just the right amount of order is needed. The devil taught us that. Too much, and the prison you hold up will collapse from the strain. Too little, and the prison will break from inside out. I take his little gift of wisdom and stride as I follow him through this huge building of beautiful stone. The building's architecture is grand and imposing, with towering columns and archways. The columns are carved with intricate designs, depicting scenes of ancient legends and myths, while the archways are adorned with intricate reliefs of flowers, vines, and other natural motifs made entirely of dark stone. As I walk through the building's halls with the commonly dressed Isaac in front of me, I finally get a chance to experience its beauty. Every room seems to stretch on forever, with high vaulted ceilings and walls adorned with tapestries and paintings of presumably long-past undead. One thing I do note, however, is that not a single picture bears Isaac's likeness. The man must either be insecure or care more about others than himself. Merely based on his stride, I can guess which is the case. Despite the place it is in, the building exudes a sense of calm and serenity, as if it were a place of refuge from the chaos of the outside world. Its beauty is a testament to the skill and dedication of its builders, a monument to the power of human creativity and craftsmanship even in the depths of hell. Eventually, we reach a room with another double door blocking its entrance. A man in armor composed entirely of bones from demons stands in front of the double door and nods to Isaac. "Welcome, sir." Isaac nods back at him with a small hello and walks past him, opening the door with a wave of his hand. I can feel a breeze of ether come from his hand, but it's unlike anything I've ever seen before. It's not wind made of ether. It's just ether given gaseous form outside the body. Incredible. Thank you, Stanley. Hope you're doing well today. I follow Isaac through the door and hear the door close behind us with a hello from Stanley as the guardsman comes inside with us. We reach a small cubby that has a desk with books lying atop it, possibly Isaac's study. "I am doing fine today. No suicidal thoughts for 3 weeks. I hope you're doing just as nicely." The turn of the conversation went dark so fast that I felt like I was just smacked. But apparently, it's normal down here as Isaac continues without a big reaction. "That's wonderful, Stanley, and I'm doing great. It's not every day you get to speak to a living man, right? Make sure no one comes in while Johnny and I are." Stanley stands at attention at the door, the burning flames in his eyes wholly stable and calm just as he is. "As always, enjoy yourself, sir." Isaac nods to Stanley and moves forward, having me follow him past the study. "I will." After Isaac speaks to Stanley, my vision opens to a library, and while it might not be the largest I've seen, the contents are what make it impressive. Each book in this library either dictates a way of manipulating ether, a general skill that one can use, or a path through the sigils with great detail. Most things like this are heavily guarded and kept out of sight. Only the Prime and the other 2 strongest pillars, Maddox and Ed, have access to the Prime's personal archives. Only the Creator, architects, and their chosen weavers can access the Athenaeum. Only the Ogma Council can enter Neoway. Even when it comes to the individual, few are willing to teach their skills to others without a barter of a skill to themselves. For a skill to be given without a skill in exchange, large sums of money must be passed between hands for even a mediocre skill. I look at Isaac and just have to ask for permission, as I simply cannot believe he is giving me access to this. "Is it really fine if I browse and take something?" Isaac nods to me with a smile, but he does give me some kind of limit. "Yes, take whatever interests you, and bring it all to me when you're done. I'll judge what you have and tell you what you can take and what you have to leave. Some things are more important than others. After all, the thoughts left behind by a previous Supreme will mean much more than what a brave was willing to share before their passing." I nod with understanding and walk toward the bookshelves full of written power. My feet echo through the quiet archive as I step up to the nearest bookshelf and start reading the names. Nothing seems to be ordered as they are placed here and there with no sense of direction. My fingers trail each book bound in human, no, demon skin that draws my attention. Handbook of Shade, Bloody Compendium, Elemental Wardrobe, Dreamwalker's Guide to Dreams, Grimoire of Souls, Almanac of Ether, Artifactual Catalone, Codex of Shape, Encyclopedia of Phenomena in the Mind, and the Journal of Time Splicing are just the most interesting that take my eyes from the rest. So many books draw my attention and sound incredible, but I can only choose a few, and even their content matters. There are only about 6 total bookshelves, however, so I can likely come back if I need to. One of the first 10 I read, however, is an instant take. The Journal of Time Splicing. The name alone warrants investigation. The book is so old its binding is falling apart, and I can see the pages from its place on the shelf. I gingerly take it and open to the first page, reading the opening and the author's name. Remington Shaw. Journal of Time Splicing. This journal covers my experiences with time, how to manipulate it, and my way of forming ether into skills. I am only a blooming angel at the 7th sigil, so I'm sure my experiences are shallow compared to some of the monsters in the wilds. Even then, I do hope my knowledge may help some future man who walks the same path as I. Time is fickle, and even if we twist it, we will never get back what we take. Lost time is lost forever. I close the book and put it under my arm. Definitely a keeper. If I can learn more or better ways to use my eyes, then this could make a massive shift in my power. Remington Shaw? Huh? Thank you for your wisdom. I keep walking, reading more and more on another bookshelf, taking note of any that spark interest, but I only take note for now as I am limited to some unknown measure. Shadowfiend Chronicles, Inheritance of Stone, Enclosed Fists, Seer's Sight, Handbook of That Which is Unknown, Tome of Bounds, Luminous Libram, Frostbite's Maw, Leakin's Lythone, Burning Blazes, Serpent's Tongue, Celestial Lunge, and The Mind's Eye are some more that draw my attention. So many sound incredible, and I am only able to read the opening on a few before moving on because of the sheer volume. But this bookshelf bears fruit in Enclosed Fists. Eleanor Granger. Enclosed Fists. I am told these first pages must be short and describe what will be later in the book, but the art of combat is far too diverse to be put into a single book, let alone one page. I, Eleanor, the second Supreme of Heights, will, in these pages, describe what I have learned about fighting. From guns to swords, I hope to enlighten any who seek to learn how to fight, but it all begins and ends with a closed fist. I put this book under my arm to join the Journal of Time Splicing. A book of combat is exactly what we need. So many of my followers never experienced formal training, and those who did receive the training did not receive training good enough to make them experienced fighters. Not all can be like Wyatt, with instincts as sharp as a cougar, but I have faith that even this will help him. Any blade can be sharpened, after all. From there, I keep moving, reading another bookshelf and taking note of what interests me deeply. Chthonic Conjurations, Dark Divinans, Demonican, Alchemist's Almanac About All, Darkness Within, Astral Projection, Surging Storms, Enigma, Nexus of Blood, Chronicler of Ether. I finished this bookshelf by grabbing 2 books out of interest, first the Demonican from its pure oddity, and the Alchemist's Almanac About All for the potential it might have. Flossie Hanley. Demonican. Demons are creatures too, and that means they must use skills with their ether to perform their feats of power. Within this book are those which I have learned from many years of fighting them. Little is compatible with the human body without negative effects, but some might find some of the techniques within this uniquely suited for them, just as I have. The next book, the one about alchemy, seems to be written by a man on the verge of madness, and if he was down here when he wrote it, which he probably was, the man likely was already insane. The words are scribbled so tightly and small that twice as much can fit on a page. Hubert Franklin. Alchemist's Almanac About All, Quad A, or 4A, or asterisk A asterisk, or AAAA, or 4A. A's works too. The secrets of alchemy are too great for the common man to comprehend. It is not simply a matter of turning lead into gold, but rather a path to ascension. The transmutation of matter is merely a side effect of our true goal, to transform ourselves and transcend the limitations of the flesh. The great work demands sacrifice, both physical and mental, but the rewards are beyond measure. The whispers of the ancients guide me in my experiments, and through my experiments, I have touched the edges of divinity and glimpsed the forbidden knowledge of the cosmos. I am a visionary, a pioneer of the art, and I will not be deterred by the ignorant opinions of the masses. Those who scoff at our art are blind to the potential that lies within each of us, waiting to be unlocked. The alchemist is a madman, yes, but in a world so small-minded and mundane, who wouldn't be? My work will continue, and one day, I will achieve the impossible, transcending the boundaries of mere humanity to become something greater. For now, however, I will do as Eleanor says, and I will impart my knowledge to you, the feeble-minded. May you grasp whatever you can from my genius. I close the book and add it to the list. I can see a small similarity between Earl and this Hubert. They are so confident in what they create with their minds that none can shake them. I respect it and will bring it to Earl. Hopefully, his ability to create miracles with nothing but the scrap in a town will improve. From the pride of the author, I figure what lies within must be unique. The next stop is the fourth bookshelf, and sadly, this whole bookshelf includes specific paths to power. The precise guidance is only valuable for those who have the same sigils or who want to walk the same path with general skills. And because of the breadth of sigils and combinations, none of these are likely to be helpful. I do still glance at them just in case one might fit. Shadow and Ember, otherworldly steps, starlit eyes, bloodbound hands, veiled faces, shifting sands, moon-crusted arms, crystalline key, and electric dreams are the ones most relevant. But even then, they are off. None fit anyone I know exactly, although Shadow and Ember could possibly be useful for Virgil and Bonfire if they read it together. But I don't take it and move on to the next bookshelves nestled into a corner. As I get close, I notice that these two bookshelves are labeled and only partially full. The left and right are named Zill of Mind and Zill of Body. My brain stutters as it tries to comprehend what I'm seeing. Zills? Zills. I kneel and read the names of the legendary skills placed on these shelves. Only 8 in total are here, but that doesn't matter. I have to leave with one, even if it's the only thing I depart with. Wait, no, that's irresponsible. Enclosed Fists is probably worth one of these for my purpose, at least, even if it might not be the same price to Isaac. Salamander's Flesh, Force of Will, Enclosed Fist, Eye of Malice, Azure Bulwark, Excavator, Heart Reflection, and Comprehensive Calm are the 8 skills that meet my eye. I can't help but look at all of them to get their general traits. Salamander's Flesh is for regeneration, allowing one to regrow even lost limbs with enough time. Force of Will gives one the ability to move objects, beasts, and even people with their minds. Enclosed Fist by Eleanor Granger is a focused version of the other book. It is all about a single punch, not a whole compendium of combat. Eye of Malice temporarily paralyzes the target of the user that they are looking at. Azure Bulwark bestows the body of the user with the durability of Sapphire. Excavator is a unique way of channeling ether that allows one to store skills for later to be used instantaneously. Heart Reflection is a way of performing introspection and forcibly making yourself sane by fighting your inner demons. And finally, Comprehensive Calm makes one immune to all mental influences and removes all emotions. Each skill is marked with over a dozen warnings of how not to use it, those who should never attempt to learn it, and the dangers even if used perfectly. Like Comprehensive Calm, if used too much, will simply remove the emotions from someone entirely, while something like Eye of Malice can paralyze the eyes, preventing them from ever moving again. Not to mention that each of these skills either require insane amounts of ether to use, perfect use of ether, or both. But that doesn't stop me from idolizing them and gushing over which to choose. They all sound so good. I just don't know what to pick. Heart Reflection would be perfect for Abraham, Wyatt, and Virgil. Those 3 men have issues and need to solve them before they get any worse. Salamander's Flesh would also be beyond useful for literally anyone. Same with Azure Bulwark and Force of Will. The pure utility of those could make a single person famous, let alone a large group, if I can train them it. It's so hard to choose. Enclosed Fist and Eye of Malice are both great as well, although they are less useful, so I can rule them out. Fists are only the weapon of those who either trained all their life to use them or have no other options. And Eye of Malice specifically says that it is supremely difficult to learn unless the user has a skill from their sigil that uses their eyes. Comprehensive Calm is similar in its lack of usefulness. It seems like a mental defense on par with Azure Bulwark. I want to choose this one, but the side effect is far too great. We cannot have another man-butcher. Under no circumstances will someone like him rise because of my actions. Excavator. This one is interesting. I discounted it at first because it is simply a way of using ether, but upon a closer look, it is wondrous. The phenomenon of storing a skill for later is far more detailed than it lets on. You can store an entire use of something, whether it's a skill like Bonfire's Blaze or my Golden Eyes. It only allows you to store one, but that could be all the difference in the world. Who wrote this? A man named Lewis Fern. I'll have to ask Isaac about him. I think it's between this, Salamander's Flesh, Azure Bulwark, and Force of Will. No, I'll take off the last one. It sounds useful, but it takes a powerful mind to use it to the fullest. Few have such a gift. So, I walk to Isaac with all 7 or so books that I grabbed, hoping against hope I can take them all. 160. Departure. Johnny Caldwell. I position the books all down on the desk that Isaac moved to, the man flipping through the pages of one on his own while he waits. He looks up at me with a chuckle as he sits up from his position on the chair. Well, you sure took advantage, didn't you? I grow a bit concerned and try to explain myself, but he cuts me off. It's fine, Johnny. Loosen up, and you're a grown man. Have some pride in yourself. I may be able to kill you 100 times over, but you must have a spine. I nod at him as he turns his attention from me to the books. Let's see what we have here. Interesting. I can only give you one book on Sigils, however, so you will have to choose. Within are bits of the writer's ether that can help one visualize how the skill works, so they cannot be reproduced. As for the other ones, they are good choices, though risk does come with the demonican. The stuff written within is hazardous, yet very powerful. Only give it to people who synergize aptly with the information inside or know the perils. His words sadden me, but are about what I expected, if not just a bit better. I half expected him to say no to everything but one. Leaving with 5 books is far more than I can ask for, especially with the contents of said 5. But it will be hard to choose between the Sigils books. It all really boils down to a simple question, though, which is needed the most and has the most potential? I ask Isaac about the 3 I have on the table. I have one for myself, one for Earl and his unique gift, which is indispensable, and 2 for any who might be able to glean use from them. This last one should be special. I can't help being a bit selfish, but at the very least, we need that book for Earl. History has been changed the most by 2 things, the invention of black powder and the first. No one will be able to copy the latter, but I think we can follow up on the creations with some more. Isaac, which of the 3 between Salamander's Flesh, Azure Bulwark, and Excavator is best for building an army? Isaac's fiery eye focuses on the 3 books, and after a few seconds, he gives out his wisdom. The choices here are quite good for that purpose, but I must remind you, these skills are beyond difficult to learn. Perhaps 1 or 2 may learn one in an army of 1,000. They are not simply something that can be picked up with enough practice, like most skills. No, these are Sigils. Reaching the peak is not something anyone can do. Few have the control, will, and devotion to the art to reach this level. Most won't ever even reach the stage below a Sigil, where most forerunners lie, let alone one. Choose not what brings the most benefits to the most, but instead, choose the most benefit to those who could take the most advantage. Every ounce of power matters, Johnny. And for that purpose is what you must choose. His words bring my imagination back to reality. Of course, everyone can't learn these incredible skills. If they could, then they wouldn't be that strong, would they? So, I have to choose the one that will make the strongest of my group more powerful. Salamander's Flesh is not that interesting in that case. Healing is always helpful and is commonly the difference between life and death, but if only a few can learn the skill, then those few would likely have access to a doctor like Heath. I was thinking of an entire army with this skill of which no doctor is needed, but that is unrealistic. I would pick it if it could heal Wyatt. But the kid is not only in a coma, but also far away from reaching this level of ether control. Even with his Sigils' help, Azure Bulwark and Excavator are the 2 in question now then. Which is more useful to strengthen us? Defense is good, and all, but the utility of Excavator sounds beyond powerful. Being able to save an entire skill's activation for later instantaneous use is unbelievable, to say the least. But I have to ask about it before I make my choice because it sounds too good to be true. Then, I have another question. Excavator, how powerful is it? And the man who made it, do you know them? Isaac reaches out to the book with a plain cover and brushes his fingers against it fondly. This skill is one of the most powerful I've ever seen. It uses the one unique thing about a human, our lack of innate ether, to store a whole skill's usage in the bones. The man who made it, though Lewis, was a mysterious man. He is the one who rebuilt order after the demons invaded. The first supreme and only human to ever make an attempt at apotheosis. As far as I know, The information from that time is muddled as everything was in chaos, for at that time, even the newly corrupted gods commonly walked the earth, but in the end, he failed. But that doesn't make it any less of a feat. I made it my mission when I first gained access to the books within this archive to learn this skill, and I do not regret it. It is one of my 4 Zills. If I could only choose one, I'd take it. I wanted to enhance it to be my Sirza, but I wasn't capable. Instead, another Zil took that space. Should you or anyone else you know manage to learn this skill, it will be a massive increase to your strength. I nod and ask him about Azure Bulwark next. With my decision already on Excavator for the most part, it would be worth it if I could somehow store a use of Golden Eyes, Bonfire, a Blast Ablaze, or Wyatt. A gasp of strugglers gasp. Very little could outdo that. What about Azure Bulwark? Would you say it's as powerful? Isaac puts his thumb on his chin, thinking for a few seconds while looking between the two. Depends. An occultist who fights based on regeneration or someone else whose main strategy is to endure hits would likely receive a boon from this greater than any other skill. But at the same time, it wouldn't really matter to someone who primarily fights at a distance. Should an enemy get close, you're likely dead anyway. I ask one last question before making my choices. I think about just how hard these skills are to learn. How long do you reckon it would take to learn either of them? And are there any requirements for ether manipulation, like steel, steam, or willful strands being the bare minimum? Isaac nods to me as he stands up from the desk, grabs his book, and closes it. It will take, at the very minimum, a year for either of them. The manipulation of ether for Azure Bulwark is not as difficult, but the requirements for the body are steep. Meanwhile, the only requirement for Excavator is perfect manipulation of ether. And you should know this. Any Zil has the requirement of 6 ether types, their combination creating the raw power needed. Willful Strand is the minimum for Azure Bulwark, so none can really learn it below the 6th sigil except for those geniuses of ether, while Excavator's minimum is Living Strand. The term Living Strand is familiar, but I do not know it in depth. It is the technique that angels typically obtain. I inquire into its details just in case I can somehow learn it before then. It's not impossible, after all, only very difficult. Living Strand? Isaac just gives me a quick rundown on its effects, opening a whole new world of ether manipulation that I didn't really know existed. Yeah, Living Strand. Unlike other sigils, not all 7th sigilled instantly gain the ability upon advancement. It takes a whole bunch of practice for them to learn, but it allows one to imbue their ether into an object almost indefinitely. This allows for the object to retain the trait of the ether put in for a long time. Or it's said that it can also put a single skill into something for someone to use later, though even I have never seen the second one. Truthfully, I believe that one usage doesn't exist. Now that I know just how difficult the skill is to learn, I hesitate to take it. Do I have to wait until I'm an angel? That might not be worth it. But at the same time, the requirement speaks volumes of its power. This is the first time I've ever heard of a general skill that had a condition even above the 4th sigil and its steel strand. And wait, putting ether into an object? That sounds like both what Silas did to the drachma he gave me and what Alexos did to the paper he gave to Wyatt. Silas is likely the skill directly from his sigil, for skills from sigils can go beyond the limits of an individual's personal skill with ether, but I don't think Alexos is like that. That man truly has a gift. Too bad he is as rotten as they come. Isaac sees me hesitating and gives me a few more words of wisdom as he hands Salamander's flesh to Stanley to put away. Either one you choose, Johnny, it will still take a while to see any benefit. If I were you, I'd choose the one with the greatest potential. The other books you have will carry you to the point where you can learn Excavator. His words cement my choice. The future it is. I hand him back Azure Bulwark and place the other books into my bag carefully. I'm now a walking archive. I cannot endanger these texts under any circumstances. Isaac nods at my choice and hands Azure Bulwark to Stanley as well. Then, he guides me out of his archive. I hope those books will aid you in your purpose, Johnny. I loathe to see the hunters fall to such depravity, but in my mind, it is simply inevitable. Having power without fighting for it only breeds insolence, while being the only one with power will bear tyranny. Before your prime dies, I hope he at least dares to take a shot at one of the lords, the creator and his architects, or the council. I thank Isaac for his help as he walks me toward the entrance to the building, but a thought does come to my mind. Where are the past primes? There have been a dozen or so, right? How come none of them are down here? When we reached the large double door of stone, I asked the man most likely to know. I have one last question, sir. What happens to primes when they die? Surely one of them would be down here and still kicking, right? They are the strongest of each century, or am I wrong? Isaac smiles at me grimly with a shaking head. His answer depresses me quite a bit with what it entails. Her Majesty has limits, especially as she has become more and more dormant. When she first bestowed the gift of undeath, she could bring dominions back to life like me. Not that there were any, but not anymore. Her current limit is those who have not yet taken the step to angelhood. 6 sigils. Any higher, and when you die, you will merely reach here as a soul for devouring. The news surprises me. When someone reaches for godhood, they are shutting off any chance of an afterlife. Damn. So, you mean you, Warren and Iva came down here as 6 sigils? Isaac shakes his head affirmatively. Yes. To break any stage as well, going from 6th to 7th, one must accomplish an absolution which is far more difficult once you're dead. It is sad to know that our most powerful in life don't have a chance to shine down here, but it is poetic, right? Those who reach for eternity in godhood will never have a chance to live after death. I can only sadly agree with him, even if it makes the future bleak. If I ever want to become truly powerful, then I must cast away an afterlife and any hope of one. I wave goodbye to Isaac as I depressedly leave the building I regained my sight in. Outside is Birdie speaking to another undead about something, but as I leave, Isaac gives me some final words before closing the door. Should you ever come back, know that you are welcome. I do hope your travels are dangerous yet rewarding. One never wants a safe trip. Those are just boring, aren't they? I talk to myself as I walk over to Birdie. No, we don't. Without danger, how will we grow? A whole day later, I, Otto, the undead Marion, Blake, Silas, and even Dakota all sit in the room with the comatose Wyatt. We've been discussing it for a while now, but we need to leave. We expected the trip to take a while, but we need to get going for Wyatt because he's deteriorating mentally, and for everyone up on the surface so they don't think we're dead. We waited long enough for Wyatt to stabilize so that he could be moved, but now's the time. I speak to the whole group as they all pay close attention to me, save Blake, who is nose-deep into the demonican. We will leave today. Too much time has been spent waiting for Wyatt, and even though I want to wait for him, I'm sure the others are waiting for us. Darkstep has likely found my lie to be false and is now hunting us down. Any problems with that? I see Silas' eyes flick over to Wyatt's unconscious body as Marion and Otto keep looking back and forth between each other. I expect the duo to open up first, but Silas does instead, showing concern for Wyatt in his own way. What about Wyatt? Are we just going to carry him across dozens, if not hundreds, of miles all the way to Stark Bluffs? What about if we run into the blight raven you spoke of, the current pillar? I nod to his question sadly. We really don't have any other choices, but I'll take the burden if no one else wants to. And I doubt Howard Strafe will do anything. He spends most of his time having a pissing contest with the Nahullo in the frozen wastes north of Stark Bluffs, or mingling with the remnants of the Battle. Chances are he won't know we're there, let alone look for us. Silas just blows out his mouth, pushing his hair up as he goes quiet. He is relatively new to our group, so I don't fault him for not knowing. We are experts in hauling unconscious friends at this point, with me being the worst offender. And it's been a long time since he was on the surface. Only a few people are the same as 40 years ago. Only Darkstep, Marshall Travis, the Prime, Ed Summers, the Hallowed One of Green Hallows, and Eli Weiss, the Underground Tree of Timberlands, are the prominent ones that are still around from back then. Most of the other pillars have risen since then, like Kai Vinson, the Rugura Hunter, or Ashley Franklin, the Chilling Fire, both of whom are young pillars in their late 30s that guard Sinskreek and Blackreach, respectively. They weren't even born before Silas died. The undead will see a very different world from the one he left. From there, I turn to Marion and Otto, who are acting weird. Blake having her face in a book, even during important times, is nothing new, and I won't judge her for trying to get stronger with whatever crazy shit might be in that thing. They notice my gaze and start to talk over each other. Back to usual, it would seem. Even death can't stop these two idiots. So, Johnny, I was thinking, no, I thought of it first. Shut up. You said. Nah, we agreed. Just be quiet. You're the dead one, you know? That's fine. So, Johnny, I was thinking that I'd stay here for a little while. You were telling me all about those books Isaac had, and quite honestly, I'm eager to learn them all. Imagine the power I could gain if I could master even just a tenth of that archive. My eyes go back and forth before sitting on Otto as he elaborates on his idea, but it seems to be missing some detail. And how will you come back to the surface? How do you know that Isaac will even let you into the archive? Otto seems to have an answer for the second, but skirts past the first. Well, I was hoping you all could just come back down and get me in, say, a year or so. And I spoke with Bertie, who asked Isaac. He said it was fine as long as I helped fight demons. I look him in the eyes, knowing the true reason he wants to be down here. You sure it's not because you miss your best friend and want to wage some mischief before leaving? Otto smiles a serpent's grin alongside Marion as he partially denies me. No, well, a little. But you know I'm good at learning skills, and if I have a whole library to learn from, the power I can gain in a year will be huge. Far more than if I stay with you all up top. Can't learn all that much when I'm constantly fighting for my life. I'm no Wyatt or Abraham. I can't just grow from that constant pressure. I can only shrug at his choice. I can't make him come with us. Well, I could, but it wouldn't feel right. Before I agree, though, I check on him to ensure he thought this through. And what if we can't come back down to get you? What if that crossroads closes, and we can't find another one or dig down to get you? He just shrugs back. It's fine then. I've spent most of my life fighting anyway. At least down here, I got Marion. I stand and shake his hand. He seems surprised at the gesture, but I reassure him. It's been an honor to fight with you, Otto. And if this is the last time I ever see you, then I hope you live a good life. And undeath. He shakes my hand powerfully as I do the same to Marion. Then, I call out to Blake before we start grabbing our things. I ensure not to forget the gift from Buride, a bunch of underworld-only medicine, and a bag of demon flesh we were given as sustenance. It tastes terrible, but with nothing else to eat, we can't be picky. And after about an hour of getting everything and making sure we don't forget anything, we leave the building we've lived in for a few days. I already said goodbye to Bertie earlier today, and Silas did the same, pushing his responsibilities to the kind woman so that he could leave. So, without waiting any longer, we head toward the gate of death to leave. I carry Wyatt carefully on my shoulders as Dakota walks just beside me, the fox never leaving his owner's side ever since they reunited. The loyalty is commendable, even if I'm unsure Wyatt did anything to deserve such devotion. The journey from heights in the new fields into the old fields is far less exhausting than the other way around. We only run into a few groups of fading, but they are easy to put out of their misery. I don't even need to join in to help, but as we walk through, Silas starts to grow confused as we haven't seen any stoneclads the whole way. They aren't common, but you usually see one every few days in the old fields. His curiosity makes me think back to Lennox, who left us shortly after getting his sigil. The little kid was odd, but I could see an innocence deep within that I just wanted to protect. Just as I start to wonder where he is, I hear a crash far into the dark depths of the old fields. The light of death's lantern only goes out so far, and the sound is much further than its radiance. I look at Silas, wondering if we should investigate, and the man pulls out a coin with a sigh. Heads or tails? Heads to investigate. Okay, I call heads to investigate the loud noise, tails to keep onward to the gate of death. Silas flips the coin up into the air, the coin constantly shifting in colors and metal until turning to wood on his arm. Heads are facing up, the lady with a scythe meeting our eyes. Silas just curses as he throws the coin to the ground. Fuck, why can't we just get out of here? I laugh and check Downpour out of habit. The gun is perfectly fine, like usual, but I have to nudge Blake to stop reading her book. She looks up and shakes her head to clear the text from her mind. I'm good. What's up? I place a hand on her shoulder and haul her to follow me toward the loud noise as Silas kicks rocks with his feet. I feel bad for the man. He just wants to get out of this place. But the coin has decided and has yet to lie. 161. For you, E. Silas Moon. I grow a bit annoyed at Johnny's want to investigate the noises, but it's his crew, his exit, and his choices. I'm just tagging along because they're kind enough to take me, but I can feel a physical repulsion when we get closer to the origin of the rumbling. High-pitched voices in about a dozen or so frequencies meet my ears, and I almost just turn around. Stoneclads. I was so happy when that stone-clad, Linux, or whatever left us. They are just pests, stealing, distracting, and annoying all those that are actually making a difference. But even as Johnny speeds up to see them, I stay quiet. It is not my place. Instead, I comfort myself by looking through my haul from heights. I spent every moment possible forgoing stasis to collect as much gold as possible. Some might call it begging, but I call it being resourceful. Other people in the underworld have little use for the gold that circulates as there is very little to buy. And what there is to buy, like a house, books, or the few weapons we have, is generally obtained through bartering or favors. However, I am pulled from admiring my gold when I hear Johnny reunite with that annoying little gargoyle. Lennox, what are you doing here in the old fields? Are these your friends? My eyes travel along the 13 or so stone-clads, probably the majority of what remains, as I inwardly scoff. Of course, they're here. This is where we make them go, so they leave us alone. Wait, is that? Little fucker. I knew I didn't just up and lose it. These are my brothers and sisters. I was trying to tell them how awesome Sigils are, but they just won't listen to me, hey? I walk up as Lennox replies to Johnny, and I rip a bag from Lennox's stony hands. One of my gold bags that up and fucking disappeared suspiciously after he appeared. Johnny glares at me, and I feel bad for only a fraction of a second. It's mine. The little fucker took it. Isn't that right, Lennox? I stare at the gargoyle and see its little face twist, but unlike what I was expecting, it doesn't cry. It instead looks me in the face and stands on its tippy toes. Maybe this one isn't a coward like the others. Finders keepers. It fell out of your pocket while we were fighting, and you didn't get it. Lennox thought it was his. Anger boils in me rapidly as I go to yell at the stone-clad. How does it not understand that's not how things work? The little shit is probably 10 times older than me. But before I even open my mouth, Johnny puts an arm in front of me and gives me a glare with specks of gold that almost makes my heart beat again. The threat is palpable. Johnny doesn't play when it's about children. He kneels to Lennox after forcing me to back off with a stare and speaks to Lennox as his friends. No, family. Watch him. I just shake my head and put the bag into my sack of things that I took with me. I turn to Blake, who is now carrying the deadweight, Wyatt, and she only shrugs. He's stubborn and like that with most kids. We had a battle not long ago, and his only requirement for the weaker fighters was that they make sure the children survive. Other than that, we were allowed to fight wherever and however. I can only sigh and tune into the conversation between the man of living flesh and the child of stone. You can't do that, Lennox. If someone forgets, drops, or leaves something without knowing, it doesn't mean it's free to take. That doesn't make any sense. Let's say you have a rock, okay? Okay. And if you put this rock down, knowing that you'd come back to take it, would it upset you if someone took it first? No, it'd be theirs. I wasn't holding it anymore. Okay, so what if you had a string attached to it that was impossible to see but let you hold onto it from afar? Would you then be upset if someone took it from you? See, now you get it. Everyone has invisible threads that connect them to their things. Don't take it unless they forget about it, which in that case you should return it. The other time you should take something is if they tell you to. Okay?
Yep.
Only after the third inane example does the stone-clad finally understand. Their minds are truly slow, almost as if they are turned to stone. I see. That is likely the restriction placed by death. They are tough, extremely so, and gifted with the immortality of never aging. But with that comes the petrifaction of mind and body. They either mature so slowly that it is near impossible to see or not at all. The only escape for them would be a sigil, as those touch the very soul go beyond the mere mind or body. Speaking of, Lennox got quite lucky with his sigil. The synergy between a soldier and the body of stone is massive. If only he wasn't so devil-damned annoying. So, as I was saying, they won't listen to me. I showed them how awesome my sigil is with how I can move huge rocks, and they can't even hurt me, but none of them care. What do I do, Johnny? And where is Wyatt? Is he feeling better? Could he show them how to be brave as you did for me? I move away from debris left over from the chaos of the start of the invasion from hell and the collapse of the regions to sit comfortably. Blake joins me as she sets Wyatt carefully down beside his fox. Interlacing my fingers behind my head, I watch the man and gargoyle go back and forth a bit more. Lennox, you can't force people to do things, and Wyatt is still recovering. Here, let me talk to your friends. Johnny then walks past Lennox and tries to speak to the other gargoyles for several minutes, but they all just kind of look at him. And the second he stops talking, one steps away. Another asks him a question about his intestines, and a third throws a rock at Lennox, which just bounces off the hard skin of the stoneclad. That doesn't mean it doesn't hurt his feelings, though. I can hear the gargoyle sniffle as I start to see the difference between Lennox and the other stoneclads. Johnny is trying to make the other ones listen to him, but most just kind of shrug him off and leave, only a few even bothering to listen. And the ones that do only do so just to antagonize him. My eyes move over to Lennox, who is sitting upon rubble and looking at his hands, the stone orbs in his eyes moving just as those of flesh do. Maybe I was quick to judge. He listens, even if it might take a few tries to get it into him, and it seems as though even his own kind ostracizes him. Was no one ever simply patient enough to teach him? Probably. Down here, we undead are simply too busy. If we had people willing to give their extra time spent resting, perhaps some of the stoneclads wouldn't be so useless. A flash runs through my head, shattering all my thoughts as a memory long past comes to the forefront for a moment, burning its way to my focus. A beautiful lady standing in front of me with a smile covering her face and a dress that simply steals my heart, even now. I can't recall her name, but I'm sure she was my wife. I can feel the rift within my heart as the memory tears its way through me. I'm standing to the side as the lady of my dreams leans down to a group of ragged and dirty children, handing out bread and speaking to them with love in her heart. Be sure you come back later. I'll be teaching math and sharing, and afterward, Silas will jump in to talk about hunters. The crowd of children sighs at the portion of math, but all scream with joy and anticipation at the second part of her sentence. All of their eyes flicker with elation to me just as the memory breaks, sending me to the ground, embers coming out of my eyes like tears. I try to recover quickly and wipe them away, but Blake notices the oddity and questions me. You okay? I wave her off and sit back up as if nothing happened. Yeah, I'm fine. Just tripped. She doesn't seem to believe me but doesn't press it. She stands and moves over the Lennox, speaking to the gargoyle as Johnny starts to give up. Only a single stoneclad is still listening to him, and oh, wait, it just tried to steal his gun. Now it's running away. At least he won't shoot it. You want to come with us, Lennox? If your siblings don't care, we do. Do you want to see the sun? We're going to the surface. Blake tries to get Lennox to come with us, and I feel significantly less frustration at the thought than I did just a few minutes ago. Was it that memory? I think she was a teacher for orphans while I took care of us both as a hunter in a big city. Not sure which, though. I can see a bit of resemblance between her and Johnny and those kids in the stoneclads. Lennox, however, is extremely excited at the mention of seeing the sun, despite not knowing what it is. The sun? What's that? It sounds awesome. I speak up as I move closer to the child, my voice softer than I expect. It's this huge big ball of burning fire way high up in the sky. It flies through the air to make night and day. The child of stone's eyes go wide at my description and is in total awe. Whoa, let's go. I want to see the ball of fire. A small grin is pulled onto my face as I see the smile on the child's. He starts to skip and run in the direction we came from, so I have to pull him in the other direction. It is pretty demanding to do so, however, because of his innate strength, and I am forced to flow ether throughout my body to activate monetary muscle, burning through another coin just to be able to pull him. But I don't feel any animosity at losing this coin, a fact that surprises me. Lennox doesn't care that I pulled him and just starts moving in the direction I pulled him to, toward the gate of death, which only appears in the presence of the living. I see Johnny finally give up with the other stoneclads with slumped shoulders and missing a shoe, but he seems to cheer up seeing the happy Lennox. Blake bumps into me as she walks past me with Wyatt on her shoulder to catch up and whispers to me as she does so. See? You don't hate them. Every child just needs a mentor. The snarky side of me kicks up without me even being able to recognize it as a reply flies out of my mouth. Yeah, and how do you know that? She turns to look at me, her brown eyes full of meaning, staring right into my pale flames. I used to be like them, a wild child in the middle of a swamp. Sometimes all it takes is for someone to reach out and pull you up. I move to keep up with her, pointing out how the other children don't seem to care. And what about the other ones? They just pushed aside the only hand to ever reach out. I hear her voice turn sad as she goes from a confident loud to a grim quiet. I can feel the experience in her voice, as if she's lived like this before and seen it happen before. I haven't ever asked her about her past, but I can only assume it wasn't the best. Some are too deep in the wild and don't want to be pulled out. All you can do is leave them and hope they pull themselves out. You can't force someone to change. They have to want it, at least a little. I go quiet as I think of those children my wife took care of. They all desperately reached out for a hand, anyone that could possibly help them. But what would those children do if they were left neglected for millennia, unable to grow or mature? Would they stop reaching? Stop caring? Stop wanting? Perhaps. Perhaps I was the asshole all along, unwilling to care for the woes of children forced into solitude and eternity. But then, what's special about Lennox? Nothing. He just hadn't given up hope yet, just as I didn't. To see the sun. For you. Damn it. Almost. Always just the first letter. Never anymore. Time seems to warp, not literally, but I dwell in my own thoughts for so long that it feels instant when I hear Johnny call out to me. Silas. I look up from the ground I stared at for so long, without much truly going on within this dead brain of mine. I don't see much at first, but as Johnny moves the lantern, it is revealed under the blue light. Yeah, what's oh my?
That's
Lennox skips from foot to foot underneath the closed gate made of stone, iron, and skulls, interrupting my awe with his own. The gate of death. None of us could ever find it. My turn. How did you find it? I answer the question that was proposed to me despite me not being the one to find it or to even ask a question first. The gate only appears under the sights of the living. Undead can not only not access it, but they can't even find it. Not even an augur such as Warren. Lennox dances happily at seeing it before running to open the gate, pushing it open with his incredible strength gifted to him. I try to yell at him not to run through as it might snuff out his flame of undeath, but I stop as everyone else keeps yelling at him. Wait, he doesn't have one. None of the Stoneclads do. And just as my mind comes to the unfair conclusion, I see the child made into stone a millennia ago cross the boundary of death into the realm of the living without any effect. He has nothing for it to crush, no fire of undeath to smother out on the way out of his, and no heart to destroy on the way in. Was that her true gift to the children? To let them all go back? If only we had known that a long time ago. Johnny and Blake chase after Lennox, worried to all hell as I stand just at the forefront of the gate, feeling the pressure on the two flames in my eyes where the gift originates. They catch up to him and make sure he's fine, as he's confused about why they are so worried. My eyes just trail the edges of the gate, taking in its majesty. A crack goes through my mind, a lost memory once more coming to the surface, something that is only growing more and more common as I seem to approach this gate. In this memory, I walk through a dark tunnel with a torch in one hand and a revolver in the other, calling out a name that seems to break and distort with the words not fully coming back to me. I only get the first letter, an E, before it distorts. My feet grow unstable, and the tunnel now seems to rise out of the earth until it eventually breaks out into a large brick building. Several men stand inside with guns drawn, crooked faces, and blood etched into their skin while they have dozens of children, women, and men mutilated and tossed into a corner to rot. One of them is that beautiful lady I once knew. They laugh at me coming alone as one in the back raises his arms to worship the architecture of some grim being on the ceiling. I look down and pull something out of my pack as they scream at me to surrender. I barely have time to even recognize what it is before everything goes white. A stick of dynamite out of a full bag of the stuff. The memory breaks and I fall to the ground, panting for air that doesn't matter to me at all, merely an instinct left in my dead body. That memory comes back to me often, of my death. I feel arms pull me to my feet as a familiar face shakes me into focus. Are you okay, Silas? Can you not come with? Johnny's words make my legs stabilize and my mind steel. The sun. I'll see it once more for you. I promise. You never got to see it for your last year. I just wish I found you sooner, but no amount of money can buy that. Yeah, I'm fine. Haven't even tried yet. Just old memories. They spark up near you guys quite a lot. I push him off and pull out my coin that I will use for my wish. Ether flows through me in a mysterious pattern that starts on my forehead and ends on my thumb as I flip the coin in the air. I wish to be alive again. I pray against hope that my wish will come true as I close my eyes and let the coin fall. There is one fatal restriction to my wishes. The coin has to be the thing to make it happen. Literally, if I ask it to kill, the coin must physically do it. If I ask it to let me fly, the coin lets me step on it to float. So, I wait seconds with my eyes closed until I feel something, a pierce in my chest and a faint rumble deep within my body. Something I haven't felt in a long, long time. A heartbeat. My eyes flash open full of excitement and hope that I can't possibly hide as I take my steps toward the gate, wanting to enter the land of the living. Deep inside, I can feel something force my heart into action, the coin doing the work somehow. I take it in stride and move faster. As I do so, I feel a pressure upon my eyes built of the flames of undeath, but the pressure dissipates the second my heart beats, allowing me to pass through. And as I stand on the other side of the gate of death with freedom in my grasp and the sun close enough to taste, I take a deep breath that fills me with strength, unlike the pointless breaths of the undead. Sadly, just after that breath, the feeling dissipates and the rumbling within me fades, leaving me poor and weak as the coin within me gives out. But I am out. Finally. For you. Anything for you. I'd spend a world of gold to see your smile once more. I almost stumble, but the thought of her gives me strength, allowing me to keep walking. And as I expand my senses by funneling ether into my nose for gold sniffer, I smell a colossal font of ether in front of us, invisible to our sight. The crossroads rift in space that Johnny and Blake spoke about. Without even meaning to, I walk closer to it, a bit too close, and my vision distorts as I feel my body distort alongside it, bringing me to wherever this rift will take me.